Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to North Wilkesboro Speedway here in North Carolina. It's the ASA Stars National Tour, kicking things off on what's going to be a really big day of racing here at North Wilkesboro. Ralph Shaheen with you alongside Jim Trado. And Jim, this is going to be an action-packed day, topped off later tonight by the ASA Stars National Tour and their 150 lapper here.
To get there, Ralph, we begin our coverage on Flow Racing with a 20-lap last chance qualifier to fill the field of 32 for the ASA Stars National Tour event number 3 here at North Wilkesboro. That event happens in a minute or two. The cars lined up here are going to race their way in to the 150 lap.
We've got 22 cars already locked in. We started things off yesterday. This race was supposed to be held last night, as I'm sure most of you know. Mother Nature swept through here, and at first it looked like we were going to be okay. We'd be able to clean things up. Then the really nasty weather came in, and some heavy lightning and thunder, and it just got bad in a hurry. We lost not only the racetrack, but any opportunity to conclude the race last night and qualifying. So they decided to lock in the first 22, and then we're going to have our last chance qualifier race now.
The 4 points provisionals have already been pulled out as well. They will not have to race in this last chance race, but as you see, the cars lined up. We're going to start with the ASA Stars National Tour. We're going to end our broadcast coverage today with the ASA Stars National Tour. So if you're expecting to see Cars Tours, 2 divisions, they're here. They're in force. It's all part of your coverage here today. But we begin with the ASA Stars National Tour. That's a change from yesterday's schedule. So please make sure you tell your friends now. Get on the horn and say, hey, we're going to ASA Stars National Tour. Last chance qualifying next with unbelievable cars in this field to make the 6 spots to transfer.
Yep, and then as you said, we close out the night, the big feature race, the 150 lapper, the ECMD 150, round number 3 for the ASA Stars National Tour for 2023, their inaugural season. And what a way to kick the weekend off here at North Wilkesboro in this rejuvenation of this fantastic facility.
So we saw some of the cars on the turn 1 end of this brand newly paved pit road. These are the Cars Tour cars. They're going to go on track as soon as we're done with the last chance qualifier. There's a lot going on here. The infield is packed. I think there's 150 cars initially on grounds yesterday. Some made the decision not to race today that did not get locked into the field. More on that after we filled the field of 32. There were 52 ASA Stars National Tour cars here yesterday to practice.
From right now until sometime later tonight, we have no idea when this is going to be. It's pretty much going to be a constant flow of stock cars around this racetrack. Basically 3 different divisions, one of the 3 constantly on the facility.
And I like the idea that some of these drivers are getting looks from a lot of people in the NASCAR community. Spotters from the NASCAR Cup Series are here helping these. There are drivers in this field, including Daniel Suarez, that is going to race the 150-lap ASA Stars National Tour tonight. There's a lot of attention here. Not only is this the hub for NASCAR attention, but everybody is here in person, checked out the Super Late as well.
Not only to check out the Super Lates, but to check out the track and the facility and get ready for the rest of the weekend, as it is obviously NASCAR All-Star Weekend here. That'll be the culmination to the big weekend on Sunday night. And so a lot of folks wanting to see what this place does. What does this surface do? You've seen some wider shots. Jim pointed out the newly paved pit road. You probably saw some darker patches of asphalt. Yes, we had incredible amounts of rain. There you can see it. That is not water seeping through the track, Jim, those dark patches. That's just places where they've done fixes to the surface. They didn't repave this place when they reopened it. They pretty much just patched and adjusted, if you will.
We learned last night, I believe, the number was 1981. That's the year this track was last repaved. It's got a lot of patina. I like saying patina because everybody wants to make it look cool and old. What they've done here is a fabulous job. The structure here, the improvements here, and the feel of you're still walking in North Wilkesboro as you're going back in time is present.
You and I talked about it a little bit yesterday. We had plenty of time to talk yesterday. And it was
about between rain showers,
Yeah, just about anything but racing activity. One of the things I love is how so many of the signs on the outside of the track have not been repainted. They're just kind of left as they've weathered since the last time we ran here.
A couple of infield buildings. I know that they repainted the infield media center, the block building in the center of the infield, but they also added some whiteness to it, a little whitewash to that.
Yeah.
I think there's an officials building in the infield as well. They wrapped, there's the media center, but you see the lower red there. That's actually not just peeling paint. They actually repainted it, redid the whole thing.
Yep.
But the walls of the media center atop that lift's going to work again. Someone's going to roll
Victory
by that
Lane's
lift
up
for Victory
there.
Lane. That's been redone. These cars are getting ready to roll. There's also Junior Shine Shack. I don't know if it's the card shack in the infield, but they wrapped it in distressed wood, put a big old branding Junior Shine Shack on there too to kind of get that feel that we're in the middle of where Junior Johnson's called.
Think of it kind of like when they put lights up at Wrigley Field,
Yeah,
right? They
yeah.
didn't necessarily change the ballpark in any way, but they just modernized it with some light. And there are lights here at Wilkesboro as well now. That's why we're going racing.
Even with the lights last night, Mother Nature had other things in mind. So qualifying was shortened and then removed from the opportunity to set a field. The field of 22 cars we talked about that are locked in for tonight's race, the combined practice speeds yesterday per rule book and discussed yesterday morning in the drivers' meeting at 10 o'clock. If qualifying was not able to complete all 50, which it was not, got 19 cars to lap in, to get lap time. The revert number one plan would be to go on combined practice speed session yesterday. That's how the top two were locked in, and that's how we decided it's going to be outside the top 22 looking for a chance to race in.
I think the other thing you and I need to talk about is what do we want to do between now and the start of the race later on? We got about 8 hours, you and I. We could go play not 18, maybe 36, have dinner, go back, play another 36, and come back before the start of the race.
I'm not going to wander much of these new grandstands here. I'm going to watch some really good racing all day today, just like you are watching us on Flow. We're flowing, we're racing, we're rolling off pit road for our 20-lap last chance qualifier. 14 cars are going to roll for the sixth position. Drivers last evening had the opportunity to race their way in. Some elected to go home. Cody Connor, I know, lives in Kannapolis, North Carolina, late model racer, super late model racer here. I think he had to go to work today, so he couldn't stick around. So he made the choice not being in the top 22, not getting a locked-in provisional based upon 2023 points, Southern Super Series or the Stars National. Not here today.
Well, let's go ahead and give you a rundown through our starting lineup here, Jim. I'll take row one, you take row two, and we'll rotate from there. How's that sound?
Got it.
Okay, kicking thing off with a pair of nines on the front row. Starting on the pole for our last chance qualifier out of Cummings, Georgia. The Chevrolet bodied machine backed by Drifter Clothing, Bamtree, Maverick, and Steel Buildings. Hudson Halder in car number 9H. In the 9K out of Starford, Wisconsin, in the Shockwave Marine Sealing R&J Auto Kafka Granite Omega Chevrolet. It's Derek Kraus in the 9K.
In row two, CRA Super Series points championship contender from a year ago in that blue number 23 with the big yellow numerals on top of the roof is Billy Van Meter out of Indianapolis in the Edco Welding, Maston and Kane Warehousing Chevrolet. He'll start inside row two. To his outside, driver who finished top five here last year in a 75-lap Southern Super Series race, the number 65 of Tyler Tanner from Mooresville, North Carolina, the 9D Creative Joe Roaster Hypercoils Toyota.
To row number three, from Mobile, Alabama, in the Smith Scrap Metal Gale Force Riverdance Chevrolet, Dustin Smith in car 33, starting fifth today. Rolling off sixth in car 32, out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the TKC Construction Team Parts Chevy, Grant Enfinger, car 32.
A couple of drivers in row number four, both raced the Southern Super Series race at Pensacola. That was the ASA Stars National opener. Starting seventh, the number 47 of Dakota Stroop out of Owensboro, Kentucky, in the Time DC Toyota. He is outside Oakdale, California's Blaine Rocha, and the number 98, the Celis Drilling, Rocha's Valley Enterprises, Strimska Racing, HCI Docks Chevrolet.
In the Toyota, starting in ninth in row number five, car number two out of South Beloit, Illinois. No sponsors listed here. Michael Bilderback. And then alongside in car 112, rolling off 10th out of Hayden, Alabama, Grand American Race Cars, Alabama Brick Delivery and AR Bodies back in the Chevrolet of Augie Grill.
We got him come from all over, from Nampa, Idaho. Dylan Caldwell will start 11th in his number 24, Impact Motors, Hot Box, National Coatings, Conrad and Bischoff Select Chevrolet. With one to go, the signal, Mason Diaz from nearby Manassas, Virginia, in the Solid Rock Carriers, Prince Williams Marina, number 24. The white 24 will line up in 12.
And the last row, row number seven, car number two out of Jasper, Alabama, Bolin Construction, Southern Music and Games, E-Performance Toyota, John Bolin, car number two. And rolling off in the 14th position in car number 90 out of Stockton, California, the Celis Drilling, Rocha's Valley Enterprises, Mainline Equipment, and HCI Dock, supporting the Chevrolet effort of Ross Strimska.
Pace cars on the backstretch. Lights are off. These 14 cars racing for sixth position. Only six go to the show. The rest go home.
Getting ready for the first race of this huge weekend here at North Wilkesboro. The ASA Stars National Tour Last Chance Qualifier 20 laps, 6 spots remaining for the main event, and we're green here in North Wilkesboro.
Kraus with the break on the outside. The Wisconsin veteran of NASCAR Truck Series the last 3 years takes the outside run. The family run operation. His dad is here as the crew chief. They were fast for a moment in practice, but were not top 22 in speeds. After combined practices together, that's why Kraus is in this LCQ. Now in the lead, the number in the white and black and red number 9.
Starting to settle down into a single file run right now. A little bit of a battle brewing for third.
Top
That's
6.
Van Meter and Enfinger back here. Van Meter sits in third in the 25 car, 23.
Enfinger, one of the half a dozen or so NASCAR full-time National Series racers. The NASCAR Truck Series winner already this year. Spin on the backstretch, Ralph.
One around on the back straightaway. That'll bring up the first caution of the afternoon.
Could have been 33 Dustin Smith. Can't verify, but by
it
the
was
colors.
inside around the top 5 or 6.
Yeah, dang it. Raced so hard, and you get so narrow going into turn 3. The track kind of narrows up there. The wall comes to 4, starting on pit road. Not a lot of room there for Dustin. This is also a Southern Super Series points race, so for Dustin, it's important to get those points. He finished 17th last year in the point standings in the Southern Super Series after racing 7 of those events. That number 33 machine.
Well, he's going to have a long way to go now, back in the back of the field. Again, scheduled just for 20 laps.
Caution laps, I don't believe count this one. They won't count the 150 lap either.
Nope.
But the one important fact to bring up as well, these tires on these cars, and Dustin Smith now at the worst of it because he slid with those tires. These tires on the car are 4 of the 8 that will race with the 150 lap. Whether they qualified on them or are going to have the other set of 4 lying, the teams had a choice which 4 they're going to put on. A couple cars, the pit road. The number 2 of Michael Bilderbeck has come down pit road, as well as the number 24.
On Caldwell.
Yep, started further back. They need to get an adjustment to get in the top 6, and without caution lap counting, they have time on pit road without losing a lap. Bilderbeck has raced the first 2 ASA Stars National Tour races in 5 Flag Speedway, Pensacola, Florida. Finished 29th there, crashed out, got that car fixed. It's in the hauler. He also finished 18th a Sunday ago at Madison International Speedway in Wisconsin. Finished 18th there. Second track conditions here. One more caution lap at least. Derek Kraus, the race leader. Hudson Halder running second. Billy Van Meter of Indiana leading NASCAR Truck Series star Grant Enfinger and Archie St. Hilaire's number 30 for Go Fast Racing. And Tyler Tanner, that number 65. He was decent in practice yesterday, and then I think everybody got a tick faster and just knocked him out of that chance to run and lock in, as it turns out, top 22 combined practice. Thought Dakota Stroop just ahead of the car that spun. Dustin Smith going to race up his way. I think he was running 8th or 9th at the time. That all black 47 with those gold leaf numerals. He is the final car as of now to make it in the show, running 6th. That right behind him, looking for a chance. That number 98 of Blaine Roach out of California.
2 cars that made it to pit road have had their adjustments made and are back in line.
There's the Choose V. The signal is being given. You see it on the racetrack. We'll see it all week. The NASCAR Cup Series does it. Well, so does the ASA Stars National Tour. Every restart will have a double file choose cone availability for everybody in the field. So they're choosing their lane to restart in. That starts today and will continue through the ASA Stars National.
It looked like 24th Caldwell was making adjustments to the right side, while it looked like 2 of Bolin had issues. Crew members were leaning inside passenger side window making adjustments.
Bolin here, pace car is in.
Ready to go. Kraus in the pole position as they come off turn number 4, looking for the green. Halder gets a better jump than Kraus. Sweeping through 1 and 2, and he's going to take the lead coming off the 2. Kraus will slot back into second.
Kraus had the first choice, took the inside. He gained the lead in the first opening moments by taking the outside run on the initial lineup. Now Halder's turn to lead the field. He's got Mike Garvey with him, the former ASA star who ran all the way up into the Cup Series, helping out the Halder brothers. Hudson now at the point in the white 9.
And it looks like Van Meter has slotted himself into third in the all-white 23. He's right up the rear deck lid of Kraus right now. To the inside, looking as they come down towards one.
That's Enfinger.
Change for second.
That's
It is
Enfinger.
Enfinger in the 32. Yeah, Enfinger going to make that move happen.
You might want to say, well, why are these NASCAR guys coming playing Super Late models? Because they grew up doing this. They still do this. Grant Enfinger's raced in 14 Snowball Derby races. That's one of his home tracks from Fairhope, Alabama. He gets it. He's got a really good piece here in the number 32, now in second.
Enfinger with a fast race car. Remember, you only have to be in the top 6. And right now, as we wait for timing and scoring to catch up, that would be the 65. That would be Tyler Tanner holding the final slot right now.
Yeah, no question these top 4 want to get out and run. Just run the laps, finish the race, don't punch the tires. They've got to use them as part of their race strategy in the 150 lapper. We've got a single file run here. Stroop now wide off at turn 2, losing valuable ground in that black 47. He's on the outside looking in right now. In 6th is the white number 65 of Tyler Tanner.
He's got a lot of...
Mason
Whoa, boy,
Diaz,
that's going to wear out some tires sliding it through 1 and 2 like that. Awful fun to watch, but boy, if you need those for that 150 lapper,
Diaz
he just
got a
took
lot.
about 20 laps off of him.
Diaz again wide off of turn number 4. He's had a lot of laps here. He's running both his cars to a regular ride and this super late. Can't seem to find grip on the outer lane. This is a brand new green racetrack after that heavy rainstorm last evening.
I can't imagine there's much grip out there after the rain we had last night. Boy, it's going to feel a whole lot different when these guys come back much later tonight and run that 150 lapper after all the on-track activity we're going to have here today.
So the 4 white cars in line. 1 is in, 3 are out. The 65 of Tanner is in 6th. He's in the show. The number 2 of Bolin runs 7th. Then comes that Davey Allison tribute paint scheme with Augie Grill in the number 112.
Jim, we're halfway through this already. Just 10 more laps to go, the scheduled 20. And what a battle we got brewing here for the lead right now. Alder at the front, and here comes Enfinger looking inside. You got to wonder how hard Halder's going to push him here. Yeah, you want to win, but you also got to remember you got to save those tires for later. So you don't want to abuse them too much. Not a huge difference between first or second in this, depending on where you're going to line up later.
The only advantage of you starting on the inside line instead of the outside line, well back in the field.
He is to get into the main event. Enfinger certainly looked like he's got the better car. He is really strong through the center of the corner there.
So last race at Madison International Speedway, another NASCAR Truck Series star, Johnny Sauter, won the last chance qualifier. That's how deep this field can be, and Enfinger, trying to make his way into the show, isn't going to be that patient all of a sudden.
Yeah, here he comes again, looking inside, going into 3. He's even stronger through the center of the corner, really pushing right now on Halder. Almost side by side, coming to the line. Here he is, going down into 1. Enfinger will have the advantage here. Alder's going to give it to him fairly easily. Put up a little bit of a fight, not too much. Doesn't want to abuse those tires. Save them for later.
I'm going to give the advantage to Enfinger because he made the issue happen, but right now at the test session, Enfinger knows he's in the show. He's got a better piece than Halder. He can now try where he wants to run this race car. He's to be the one that on the roof, all these guys that are locked in are watching. Where is Enfinger picking up speed? Where is he picking up the throttle? And Enfinger now has his own destiny in hand as he pulls away, but he also now is in that test mode. Such a good computer-minded racer. Grant Enfinger leads the last chance in the final moment.
But again, Jim, the only problem is this racetrack is going to be 180 degrees different from what they're running on right now when they go to the main event later. Cooler temperatures, the sun won't be baking on it like it is right now. And we're going to have 2 car tour main events between now and then, plus all their qualifying and everything else.
A lot of race laps yet to be run here today before we get to the 150 lapper for sure.
A lot of rubber going to get laid down.
In 6th is the first of 4 white cars in line. It remains Tyler Tanner as we're really getting into this single file run. Not good news for the number 2 of John Bolin. Really bad news for Augie Grill and the number 24 of Mason Diaz.
Yeah, only a couple of laps remaining in this one. Coming up on about 3 to go this time by.
For those watching near the Rockford Speedway, Michael Bilderback, hometown hero, has pulled in. He is not going to race today. Pulled the car behind the pit wall.
The majority of these drivers out on the course right now, these are the last couple of laps they're going to get here in North Wilkesboro in 2023. As only 6 are moving on. Everybody else is going home. 2 to go.
A lot of these teams will be getting ready for Hickory Motor Speedway this coming Thursday, May 25th, as in 1 week from tomorrow. ASA Stars National Tour, Hickory Motor Speedway, and a huge week of North Carolina short track racing leading into the Coke 600 weekend.
White flag awaits as they cross the line, this time in a huge lead for Enfinger. He has really opened up that gap.
Keeping our eyes on the white 65. Tanner is in. The white 2 of Bolin is out.
Bolin looking inside. He's got a great advantage going down the back straightaway. Coming into turn number 3. He's got the edge. How will they race it off of Ford to the line? Checkered flag waves for Enfinger. Who's going to get the final spot? It's going to go to
Tyler
the
Tanner
65.
Gets it.
Yes, Tanner gets credited with it. I was watching the scoreboard to see what timing and scoring it says, and it does go to Tyler Tanner.
What a charge. Grant Enfinger, he can say, I won an ASA Stars National Race. I won at North Wilkesboro, but you know what? That computer is still rolling. What can I do to make myself ready for the nighttime run tonight for the EDC?
Halder goes through. Kraus goes through, finishing 3rd. Van Meter finishes 4th in the 23. He's on his way to the main event. Blaine Roca in the 98 gets 5th. He goes through. And then Tyler Tanner takes the final golden ticket to the main event later tonight.
Good run by Grant Enfinger to get himself locked in, get those test laps going, and the top 20 combined practice yesterday. A lot of drivers had different agendas, never being at this racetrack. Some of these drivers got to race a 75-lap Southern Super Series race last August, but the track changed a bunch yesterday. Towers came in and adjusted our schedule here to make the last chance race the first event of a race day here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. The top 6 cars rolling down the pit road. I'm glad to see John Bolin save something there. He gave it everything he got to try to get the show.
Yeah, one thing everybody's really going to be looking at now is what was the tire wear like after those 20 laps? Because as we've talked about, this surface is pretty old and was expected to be pretty tough on the tires. And we're supposed to have 2 scheduled breaks later tonight, Jim. One at lap 50, one at lap 100. As you pointed out, you only have 8 tires for the whole race.
Yep, start on the 4.
Start on the 4 and finish maybe on 4 new ones, or maybe you take the 4 you just ran here and ran them at the end of the night. It's up to you, whatever you want to do.
And it's not just those stops in the race that change tires. Anytime there's a controlled caution called by race control, we'll keep you honest on that throughout the race.
Yeah.
Just lap 50 and lap 100, we know for certain will be awarded points for the top 10 finishers as well as a controlled caution period.
Right.
So the clock will stop. The teams can come to pit road if they elect to. Saw a lot of different strategies played out at our opener at Five Flag Speedway in Pensacola. A lot of guys waited. We saw Cole Butch take on tires early and held his position for a long time at the point when everybody else got to cycle through. Yeah. So there's more strategy than just running 50, change tires, running 50, change tires.
Right.
No, you've got 4 in the pit. Likely you need lefts and rights. I don't think you're going to change right twice. It's up to the teams.
You never know.
See how it plays out.
You never know.
Yeah.
You've seen crazier things, right?
And they're running the same tire compound all the way around. All 4s are Hoosier 45 tires. Have generally been the right side tires at this platform. Left side's 35 softer compound. But because of the poor surface and what they've decided, brought 45s for all 4 corners.
I think that's probably a safe move, right? You guarantee a little bit better performance for everybody that way.
And the balance issue. I talked to Michael Bilderback about, hey, racing your way, and you raced a lot of short tracks in Wisconsin. How can we best adjust with these tires being the same on all 4 corners? He said he learned the left side tires are harder, so your setup has to change. He said the balance changes as the tires wear. It doesn't hold the car up. Your balance has to be right. You have to adjust for it because you're not encountering the tire wear on softer compound. You can't kind of factor that in that he's used to. Getting that tire difference, a big part of the setup, what they had this race.
And the checkered flag has fallen here on the last chance qualifier for the ASA Stars National Tour as we get ready for racing later tonight with the ECMD 150. Grant Enfinger took the checkered flag, and our Jacqueline Drake will be covering the action on pit lane with us all day and all night long. Jacqueline, I know you got a long day ahead of you. Let's hear from Grant now.
Well, if you look at the temperature gauge, it's going to be at least 85. Because we're back in Alabama. That's what we have by that temperature all the time. When I was crew chief for Dale Hunter and Davey Allison,
that's about as good as it gets right there. And yeah, if Larry's here, say that was the speakers were just there was static or something. Don't let him think we were
all out of respect.
Yes. Another one of our friends from the RCR days, Joe Dan Bailey, is here.
Okay, well, a little bit of audio difficulty there with Jacqueline and Grant, but congratulations, Grant Enfinger. Jim, let's run through one more time the top 6 here.
You got it.
The 6 drivers that are going through.
Enfinger has won the race. The front row starters, again, it all matters about how you qualify is through those practice session runs. They start in the front row, got a transfer spot. Hudson Hall, second. Derek Cross out of Stratford, Wisconsin, third. Indiana's Billy Van Meter's moving on, racing his third ASA Stars National Tour race of 2023. Blaine Rocha came from California with Russ Strimska. Russ is not going to be racing, but his teammate Blaine Rocha is by finishing 5th in the last chance qualifier. Saw the drag race to the finish line. The winner in the 6th and final car to transfer in the number 65 of Tyler Tanner. We also had 4 cars brought in by provisional after the qualifying session was thrown out last night, basically saying, hey, top 22 practice speed. You guys all knew the rules. They took the 4-point provisionals and said, you guys don't have to race. Here's the 4. And that is Ty Majeski from the ASA Stars National Tour, came in second in points to this race. And the number 14 of Austin Nason, he's raced both of these Stars races to this point. He had enough points. He's the second highest in points. They got points provisionals for the ASA Stars National Tour. Also, from the Southern Super Series points from 2023, this is event number 4 for them already. Michael Hind has made his way in Southern Super Series points, as well as a provisional for Jet Noland back to race a full season with the Southern Super Series. So those 2 regional series points provisionals go to those 2 drivers. That's our field of 32.
All right. And that race scheduled to go green about 9:45 Eastern time tonight right here. And as we said, there's a whole bunch of action all day long from here in North Wilkesboro right here. Lock it in, leave it, set the remote down, hide it, give it to the dog, let him chew it because you don't need it anymore. Walk away and watch everything we got for you all afternoon, all evening long.
Hope you cut the grass yesterday or plan on doing it tomorrow because you're going to be in a prime location seat right here on Flow Racing all day today.
Yeah, and the ASA Stars National Tour will wrap up this exciting day here in North Wilkesboro. Like we said, about 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Jim and I will be back with you for the call for the main event coming up later on tonight. 150 laps. It's going to be a great show. For Jacqueline Drake, Jim Trado, I'm Ralph Shaheen. Congratulations to Grant Enfinger, the winner of our last chance qualifier. We'll see you later on tonight for the ECMD 150. So long, everybody.
Welcome back to North Wilkesboro Speedway. As we are set and ready to go here in just a couple moments. Eric Brennan, it's been such an incredible last days here at the racetrack. Be down there on the pit lane after what was an incredible ASA last chance race right there. That battle there that Tyler Tanner barely able to hang on and transfer in. I think that's a sign of what's to come here when we move over to the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour as well. But no doubt about it, the race fans, they're both here in the grandstands today and out there on Flow Race are going today. Triple header, of course, get rolling just a few moments, running Solid Rock Carriers Cars for Pro Late Model Car Qualifying. I'm Blake McCanley. Again, as I mentioned, joined by my good friend and broadcast partner, Eric Brennan in the broadcast. We'll have Jack Drake managing all the things down there on pit road, and perhaps she may be the busiest person out here at this racetrack with all that she is having to do between all 3 races. But Eric, the anticipation has just been building up for such a long time, culminated here in the month of May. Every single driver has had this date circled on the calendar, whether they've been with us all year or this is their first trip out with us.
I know that many of us were privileged to have an event here back in August of last summer, and a lot of drivers in the field, in fact, 18 in the late model stock ranks, and many who are going to be taking part in pro late model qualifying, were fortunate enough to come out here in some capacity, maybe running in a limited, maybe running in an asphalt modified. But nevertheless, and I'll use the line from our good friend Matthew Dillner, who put together a beautiful piece with Rob Blount, about 5 minutes long, to lead us into this race and this week. And boy, is this venue dressed up for the occasion, is the word that he used to describe it. And you could feel it. I remember walking across the backstretch gate last August and looking each way and just being immediately enamored by all the history that this place tends to tell you about just by its visual appearance. And then I came in this morning, wasn't fortunate enough to be here yesterday for practice, rolled in, walked through that same back gate, and believe it or not, that feeling was not only still present, it was even more powerful. It was as if the moment time somehow stood still and we were back to exactly how the place was held in the last Major League stock car race back in 1996. And once we got into the pit area, we talk about energy a lot. Energy, excitement, anticipation. It's been incredibly high for the entire Cars Tour season. And boy, I did not think it was possible to go up yet another octave in that category. And we have. And the drivers feel it.
Yes, they have. And we're going to feel it here as Tyler Gregory will be the first car that we'll have in single car qualifying here in the Pro Late Model division. Again, so many cars showing up, continue to break records in terms of the amount of cars that we bring out to the racetrack. It is 53, by my count, 53 Pro Late Models that will be competing for the top 35 spots in single car qualifying. We'll take the top 35 on time, and 5 will go out with provisionals. But Tyler Gregory will make his entrance here to North Wilkesboro Speedway. Got to talk to him a little bit yesterday, and running a limited late model here last year. Looking to take that experience to his benefit. Of course, as native of this racetrack, fitting that he goes out early. We'll see what his lap of record is. It'll be a 19.390. Tyler Gregory, that is where the bar is set for late model single car qualifying.
Next car on the racetrack, somebody who we've seen on track many a time, super late model competition, now adding his name to the ranks of pro late model competitors out of Hernando, Florida. The Mike Scott Plumbing, Team Greenbow Racing, Strange Oval, and 5-star bodies number 69. Driving for his own team, Michael Hind, coming through to complete his first lap on the clock. It will be a 19.798 for Michael Hind the first time through. Matter of fact, he is one of the drivers who will be pulling double duty, running the ASA Stars event that was rain delayed to later on this evening tonight as well. Going to have several laps around here. Is that of Michael Hind when this day comes to a close. Checkered flag for Hind, going to be second of the 2 cars that have been out so far. Lap of record, 19.753 for Michael Hind.
Next out onto the racetrack, see this number 6 car. At the Racing and Development, Ross Whitmer Chevrolet from Newton, North Carolina. The 14-year-old in George Phillips. And a hype around the young man. We talked to TJ Majors a little bit earlier, who does a little bit of coaching work with this driver, and optimistic about what is in store for this young man. First lap for George Phillips will go second fastest at a 19.652. He'll go second of 3 cars that made their way out onto the racetrack so far. Looking to improve upon a 6th place finish. The last time we were out a couple of Friday nights ago at a Speedway. Off to turn 4, sliding, as you'll see many of these cars doing all afternoon long, and he does go faster, but he is still second fastest at a 19.644 for George Phillips.
If the number 7 is your lucky number, the Pro Late Models have you covered. You will see several of them. In fact, this is only the 4th car to take time. Second time we've seen a number 7 on the racetrack. This one will be scored as the 7T. For a local driver out of Concord, North Carolina, in the Appalachian Moccasin and Church Carpet entry, this driver is Tyler Church, who comes down to complete lap number 1. And that will be 4th of the 4 cars that have taken time so far. Believe it or not, Church, even though he was entered in the season opener at Southern National, they had a motor problem that prevented that driver from taking the green flag. Looking to try to lock his way into tonight's Window World. Check that. The Harley-Davidson Crossroads 75 for the Pro Late Model entries. And that lap for Church will move him up to second with a 19.635 for Tyler Church.
One thing about these cars that are making their way out onto the racetrack, and of course I'm talking about the Rackley War entries that have both been so strong this year, and this one is piloted by the young man out of Lebanon, Tennessee, driving the Rackley Roofing and War Shocks Chevrolet. This is the 26 of Dawson Sutton. See what lap number 1 has for Dawson Sutton. He'll go right to the top of the charts, 19.358 for Dawson Sutton. This Rackley War group, I think, flexing their muscles the last couple of races with some of the strong runs you've seen out of this driver. And, of course, our defending race winner in the Pro Late Model division in Connor Zilish. Lap number 2 for Sutton, looking to put some insurance in the bank, but not able to do so. But yet he will stand at the top of the charts with that 19.358 second lap.
What's the expression? The trend continues. This is a familiar name, however, that is out on the racetrack in what will be strictly the 7 car here tonight. This very impressive youngster hails from Williamsburg, Virginia, driving for Accelerated Development in the RV Warehouse and WP Shocks entry. We're, of course, talking about Tristan McKee, who comes down to complete lap number 1. And that first lap will put him right between the other 2 7 cars that have been on the racetrack. This one third. At a 19.516, McKee comes into tonight's race, 14th in the championship standings. Also, one of those drivers who does have some experience here at Wilkesboro. Ran in a limited car at both events in August of 2022. McKee's second lap to second, and not far off the lap that was set by Sutton. 16 thousandths of a second off was that of McKee as he came to the line in P2.
We talk about coming into this race, a lot of drivers who are very familiar with the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour and both the Pro Late Model and Late Model Stock Division. This driver has been with us for a while. In regards to the Pro Late Models, this driver out of Nova Scotia, the 19-year-old driving the King Freight Lines Toyota. This is the number 13 of Austin McDonald. And a great effort by McDonald at Ace Speedway. Suffered a lot of damage at Ace Speedway a couple of weekends ago. Still rebounded for a 14th place finish. Has a season best of 11th at Southern National Motorsports Park. His first lap was good for 6th fastest. And to Brandon Willard he goes, and he will stand in 6th with a 19.658 for Austin McDonald.
Several drivers have been looking forward to the opportunity to race here at North Wilkesboro Speedway, and this driver will be yet another one for sure. The number 13 car coming into tonight's contest out on the racetrack. This is another 13. Many numbers are plenty throughout the field that we will see here tonight. This will be scored as the 13E out of Lumier's, Wisconsin. Now, this is scheduled to be that of Nick Egan. However, timing and scoring is registering this car as Chuck Dills, who was involved in a crash in practice earlier today. However, we do believe this is, in fact, the Egan Motorsports Toyota, as Egan works his way off of turn number 4 down by the checkered flag. First lap was 8th of 8 cars that had taken time. The second lap will be the same. So checkered flag will fly, and that 13 will be scored in 8th position.
And plenty of drivers very busy this weekend. And this is one of the drivers that just hopped out of a super late model and making his way out onto the racetrack in a pro late model. The 46-year-old out of Hayden, Alabama, driving the Alabama Brick Delivery Ford. This is the 43G of Augie Grill, and so happy to have him here, but I don't think the other competitors are going to be so, as he goes right to the top of the charts with his opening lap, 19.342 for Augie Grill. He's running that ASA race with a beautiful Davey Allison throwback, and this car going to look good up front for now as he will improve on his second lap, 19.248. A great lap there for Augie Grill.
How about the mental fortitude for Grill to be able to have the opportunity to bounce back after being in that last chance race just a short while ago. Next up on the racetrack, out of East Parsonsfield, Maine, driving for Richard Moody Racing, the Richard Moody Construction, and Smokers Haven of New Hampshire, number 44S. This is Trevor Sanborn trying to make his Cars Tour Pro Late Model debut, and the first lap put Sanborn up into the top 5. It's about 0.3 of a second off of the lap that was laid down by Augie Grill. As a matter of fact, Sanborn made a Cars Pro Late Model start in 2022. This will be his second attempt at a Pro Late Model event under the Cars banner. Second lap will be a tick slower, so Sanborn will round out your top 5 for now.
And unfortunately, this driver right here, not necessarily able to get the amount of practice that he would have liked to yesterday, but was able to make it out today. This driver out of Cumming, Georgia, has raced many a times at Mobile International Speedway a few weeks ago in this Pro Late Model. It's the 4H of Holt Halder. Talk about multiple entries. He will be one of 2 number 4 cars that we'll see out on the racetrack this afternoon. First lap for Holt Halder is 11th fastest with a 19.938. And so Halder looking for a big pickup here on his second lap. Again, we will take the top 35 single car qualifying times here in the Pro Late Models, with 5 other positions set by owner's points. In the second lap for Halder, he will go slower, So it is a 19,939 that 4H will stand on, currently 11th of 11 cars.
Next up, out of Ellicott, Maryland, driving for E33 Motorsports. Got a couple of teammates with him this weekend with very impressive resumes as this driver tries to make a name for himself in stock car racing. In the Paragon Navigator, Dakota Supply Group, and Page Construction number 5 would be that of Zach Fowler, whose first lap is 9th quickest on the board. Fowler has been steadily improving since debuting with this organization back at Southern National. Finished 20th in that first race. Last time out, picked up several spots to go from 21st to 12th at a Speedway. Looking to perhaps pick up a top 10 effort or more here tonight at the historic North Wilkesboro Speedway. Second lap, however, will be a little bit slower. Fowler will remain 9th of the 11 cars that have taken time so far.
This is one car, looking at it in practice the last couple of days, I think a lot of teams looking at how this number 35 is going to qualify in the freight auctions brave like Wyatt Ford from Pendergrass, Georgia. This is the number 35 of Seth Christensen. Been very, very strong in each of the practices we've had, and I think he shows you why. He goes 5th fastest on his first trip around North Wilkesboro Speedway this afternoon. 19.508 is the first lap for Seth Christensen. You know, we're generally accustomed to seeing a pickup on these second laps, but it hasn't necessarily been the case here at North Wilkesboro, but Christensen able to do that. He stays in 5th, but will now stand at a 19.452 and stay 5th fastest.
Next up, out of Burlington, North Carolina for JFCO Motorsports and the Professional Concrete Flooring Solutions and Fogelman Landfill entry. Driver who finished in the top 5 in both limited late model events held here last August. Driving car number 44, Justin Whitaker. Whitaker's first lap going to be 9th quickest, and in looking back at the success that he had here in August of last season, as he got a little bit high there in turns 1 and 2, I would imagine that Whitaker, who comes into tonight tied for 15th in championship points, got a little bit of pep in his step as he slides his way off turn 4 to the checkered flag. Second lap will be a tick slower that time through, so Whitaker remains in the top 10 in 9th for the moment.
Next up, out on the racetrack, you can see making his way off of turn number 2, driving the Jones Utilities, Jones Site Work, and Coops Automotive Chevrolet from Fredericksburg, Virginia, is that of the number 77 of Logan Jones. Lap number 1 for Logan Jones. We'll see if it clocks in, and it does. It's 7th fastest for the number 77, 19.619. That's where Logan Jones sits after his first lap. You can see Connor Jones, his brother, and his car being pushed out onto the grid for late model stock car qualifying here in a little bit. But Logan Jones will improve on his second lap. He bumps up to 6, 19.53 for Logan Jones.
Next car on the racetrack, a driver who made his pro late model season debut last time out at Ace Speedway. Going to be scored here as the number 07 on the ticker. In fact, was entered under a different number. The 24D was that of Clint King as he comes off at turn number 4. Let's check in with Jacqueline Drake, who's standing by with our quick time setter so far, Augie Grill.
I'm down here with Augie Grill. You're currently sitting P1 on the qualifying standards. You're a super late model guy, 2-time Snowball Derby champion. But I saw you get out of that pro late model and you had a big smile on your face. Just how good is that 43 today?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Never could get the balance on the supercar we wanted, so we kind of struggled in that last chance race. But this thing's been really good. We only ran to one practice today with it, and I was pretty happy with it, but we were able to implement the things we learned yesterday on the supercar. So far, so good. I know there's still a lot of fast cars to go, so we'll see how we stack up.
There absolutely is a lot of fast competitors here today. Between the stocks, the pro, and the super, any competitor in general that you're particularly worried about?
Nah, come to these races now, half of them I've never even heard of or don't even know because these kids are coming up so fast. So the same kind of regular ones with the pros that we kind of deal with at Montgomery and places like that. So with a few others littered in, but I mean, there's good racers everywhere you go anymore.
Augie Grill, we'll see if you can hold on to that P1 spot and qualify.
Well, he does hold on to it after Caden Quapple makes his qualifying time. He clocks in at 6th with a 19.468. So Caden Quapple goes 6, gives way to this driver filling in for Isabella Robusto. Again, after that accident at Hickory Motor Speedway a little bit earlier on this year. Isabella, of course, we wish her the best in her recovery, but still not clear to race after suffering from a concussion in that accident. But Corey Heim, for the first time in 5 years, getting behind the wheel of a pro late model, and his first lap will go second fastest, 19.344. Let's see if Heim can take the top spot off of turn number 4, and he will not. He slows down just a hair on his second trip around, so Corey Heim at a 19.344 outside pole to Augie Grill.
Next driver on the racetrack, a bit of a late addition to the field here this afternoon out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Full-time driver in the NASCAR Xfinity Series for Jordan Anderson Racing. In fact, picked up a big win at Talladega Superspeedway just about 1 month ago. His father, Ward, competed here back in the Cup Series days. We are, of course, talking about the number 27B of Jeb Burton, who goes 15th fastest his first time through. Mentioned the fact that his father, Ward, former Daytona 500 winner, he had made 2 prior starts here at North Wilkesboro in both 1994 and 1995. As Jeb, who ran the Icebreaker back in the winter months, now getting behind the wheel of a pro late model, and he will rocket his way up into the top 10. 8th for the moment for Jeb Burton.
Now out onto the racetrack, another one of these numbers and teams that has multiplied here in terms of the amount of 15 cars that we'll see. This will be the first of 3 that will make their way here in single car qualifying in the pro late models, and this is that of Luke Baldwin out of Catawba, North Carolina, driving the FurnitureByWalker.com Toyota for Walker Motorsports. Was very excited talking to him a little bit earlier about everything going on at this racetrack, and was very I think very in tune with exactly how this racetrack is operating and which lanes you want to run. And Luke Baldwin's time is a 19.557. 19.557 puts Baldwin in the 10th position.
Another one of the annual entries on the pro late model side of things, driving for the family-owned operation, the CB Partners, number 43. Out of Stanley, North Carolina, this is Nick Loden, who is 13th in the championship standings coming into tonight's race. The unfortunate mark as he comes down to complete lap number 1 is he's only been able to get to the checkers once in the 3 starts so far this season. Team has been resilient, though, as Loden clocks in 14th fastest on the first time through. Let's pick up about 0.4 of a second to jump up to Augie Grill's lap time as Loden slides his way off turn number 4 back to the checkered flag. Loden, 12th quickest at the checkers, and he will try to stand on that time. Remember, top 35 locked their way into the show. Let's check in with Jacqueline Drake, who's standing by with Corey Heim.
Down here with Corey Heim, you're currently sitting second on the qualifying standings, 0.09 away from Augie Grill's qualifying time so far. What's your thoughts with the 28 and going into this feature event?
Yeah, I'm really happy with our race runs with Donnie Wilson Motorsports, and our Yahoo Camry's been good today. Thought we had a little bit more raw speed yesterday, but we've been working on the handling and getting it better, with each session. So looking forward to the race.
You're one that's good at saving tires, typically for a long-run effort. How do you feel just about the abrasive surface? What's going to be the key to saving those tires?
Yeah, it's polarizing because, the racetrack's so abrasive, but you also have only a 75-lap race. So it's kind of just you want to go and stay up front, but you also know that this track's going to tear tires up. So, I'll be the first one to learn whether, my strategy's good or not.
Well, good luck to you this evening. The number 28 of Corey Heim.
Corey Heim, definitely one of the favorites that we'll have to look out for. And I think when it comes to 2023 in this pro late model, I don't think you can look past that 15 car in Mike Hopkins either. He sits 6th right now with his first qualifying lap, and the second one is just a tick slower for Mike Hopkins, but nevertheless a solid qualifying lap for a driver we've seen go to victory lane multiple times early on in this campaign.
Next driver on the racetrack out of Archdale, North Carolina, for a family-owned operation in the Lauder Construction Incorporated and Lauder Steel, number 63, 2022 Carolina Pro Late Model Series champion Josh Lauder, coming down to complete his first timed lap. First lap for Lauder, going to be 12th fastest of the 19 cars, making that 21 cars. In fact, 23 will be Lauder. Lauder is the 23rd car out on the racetrack. While we're away, Brian Kruzek, in his second start of the year, timed his way in tonight as Lauder comes off at turn number 4. Brandon Willard's got the checkered flag in hand, and Lauder will round out the top 10 for the moment. Car number 63, P10, as qualifying continues to click off.
That it does, but one driver that we have our eyes on here in the broadcast booth, especially after practice a little bit earlier on today. This was the fastest car in practice a little bit earlier when everybody pretty much stickered up and put some tape on to go out and run some qualifying times. It is the 2019 Nashville Fairgrounds Pro Late Model champion out of Franklin, Tennessee. It is that of Jackson Boone. And a correction there, that'll be Corey Casagrande, who makes his first lap here. Qualifies in at 23rd, a 19.856. Even the numbers confusing me up here a little bit, as Casagrande will go faster up to 21st, the 19.733.
Next car on the racetrack, another one of the annual entries. This one for Stillwell Racing, driving the Megabytes vending service, number 43H. This is Joshua Horniman on the clock. Joshua's dad, Matt, sent a note to Keely Dubinsky earlier this week about how special North Wilkesboro Speedway is to their family. As a matter of fact, Joshua's grandfather owned a race team that competed and won a NASCAR Baby Grand National race here back in 1974. Quite the return for Horniman and company to come back to a racetrack that has so much family history. This young driver who moved out of legend car competition with a big slide there in turn number 4. If he was looking to improve on lap 2, that's not going to be able to do it. 22nd for Horniman. He will have to stand on that first lap through. 22nd out of 24 cars.
Well, and if you look out at the Tyson leaderboard that is out in turns 3 and 4, the number that is underneath that one position is still the 24 car right now, and it was painted just like this back when it ran here in the final NASCAR Cup Series race in 1996. And a lot of fanfare around this driver making his debut start on an oval from Apopka, Florida, driving a Chevrolet, the number 1. Jordan Taylor, Rodney Sandstorm. I think there's a couple of different ways that you can go with it. Jordan Taylor running here in his debut start on an oval. He described feeling somewhat lost on old tires yesterday, but we'll see where he is when he stickers up and qualifies. And for Rodney Sandstorm, it's good enough for 15th fastest, 19.587 for Jordan Taylor out of 27 cars to make time so far.
We talk about drivers who are pulling double duty. This one will be doing so in terms of this Pro Late Model and a Late Model stock. As a matter of fact, the most recent winner in the Cars Tour Competition Pro Late Model ranks after being able to take home the victory at Ace Speedway. Driving the Chevrolet, War Shocks, Late Apex Storage Condos, and Rackley Roofing, number 25 out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Here is Connor Zilish, who comes through here to complete his first timed lap in 6th spot. Needs about a 10th and a half to overtake the quick time that was laid down by Augie Grill. Zilish trying to hold that car steady as he comes off of turn 4 to the outside retaining wall, and he will move up to 4th. Zilish, with a lap of a 19.361, moves up in the 4th spot, trying to keep the momentum rolling after grabbing the checkered flag at Ace last time out.
Well, and I think this is when things are going to get really interesting down there in the pits. It was about this time when we were cutting cars in single car qualifying at Ace Speedway in the late model stocks. You start to see a lot of tension down there in the pit area with a lot of these teams surrounding their race cars, and we'll see if Dustin Smith, driving the number 33, is up for that pressure. After his first lap, we'll see exactly where that first lap will stand for Dustin Smith, and he goes just behind a couple of the cars that just clocked in. He's 16th fastest at 19.570. Checkered flag in hand. We'll see if Smith can improve here on lap number 2, and he's not going to do so. So Dustin Smith currently sits 16th. 29 cars so far have made their qualifying time.
Next driver on the racetrack, very interesting story here. This gentleman is, in fact, a race engineer at Front Row Motorsports. Initially, hails from Arizona. As a matter of fact, Peoria, Arizona is where he calls home, and he was able to celebrate a Truck Series championship with his team and Zane Smith in Phoenix last fall. Not very often does he get the opportunity to climb behind the wheel of a race car, but he is doing so here tonight at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Driving for RBK in the Boot Barn and Quick Response Garage Services, number 11, this is Dylan Capello. Well, the first time around, Capello is able to lay down a lap that is good enough for 14th quickest. Well, he'll be back to work here on Saturday for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series event. He slides his Boot Barn entry off of turn number 4 and will slow down just a little bit and remain in 14th position for now. Again, top 35 lock their way in on speed. Capello may be able to fall back on that lap time and breathe easy.
Well, and one driver that would be locked in should he need to sit on a provisional in the first place is this driver who's had some very solid runs as of late. Currently sits 4th in the standings and coming off his best Cars Tour run at Ace Speedway, qualified in 3rd and finished in 7th. That is that of this driver out of Mooresville, North Carolina, driving the North Creek Construction Group Chevrolet, 21-year-old in Brett Suggs, the third of our number 15 entries out on the racetrack this afternoon, and he goes 12th fastest with his first lap around North Wilkesboro Speedway in single car qualifying. Out to the wall in turn 4, right next to that safer barrier that was not here last August, and Brett Suggs will pick up one position. He goes 11th fastest with a 19.478. Going to be good to lock into the show for Brett Suggs.
Hard to believe that over $1 million was spent in order to outfit the outside and most of the inside retaining wall with that safer barrier, which surely makes things tighten up a little bit when these drivers come off the corner. Next up on the racetrack, after a very impressive pro late model debut under the Cars ranks at Ace Speedway, where he finished 4th, driving the number 88 out of Land O'Lakes, Florida, the BG Products and RCP America entry. This is TJ DeCare, whose first lap is not what we would have expected out of this young driver. 26 on the first time through, maybe, hopefully, saving the best for last as he gets back on the power off turn 4. Second lap will improve DeCare just outside the top 20. It will be 21st for TJ DeCare, who will have to hold his breath just a little bit longer to see if he can stay in that top 35.
Checkered flag is out for DeCare. The green flag is out for this 36-year-old hailing from Pardeeville, Wisconsin, driving the Assembly Products Toyota. This is Michael Litchfield in the 44L entry. Again, 3 number 44s out on this racetrack this afternoon. Lap number 1 for this car, number 44. I believe, yes, it is. It's going to be the best of all of them in 14th at a 19.518. For this driver's first lap. A long-time racer with so much success in the state of Wisconsin, and great to see the amount of interest in this race from different areas of the country, as his second lap is not a pickup, so Michael Litchfield will slot himself into the 14th spot.
Yet another 88 that we have in the field here tonight. This one out of Proctorville, Ohio, driving for his own racing entry in the Lucas Oil and RealTrick.com, Design Engineering Incorporated, and Max Custom Tie Downs, number 88L. Got that little gray ghost-looking paint scheme to it. This is Carson Lucas. Carson, a very talented up-and-coming racer in his region, now trying to trek his way a little bit further over down to this part of the country to see where he may stack up after being relatively new to full-fendered, full-bodied stock cars. Lucas's first lap was 34th of the 34 cars that have taken time. Trying to get the handle dialed in on these Pro Late models here at this very tough and tricky racetrack, and that lap for Carson Lucas is going to be a 20.191. So Lucas and company could be on the bubble here as the next car hits the speedway.
This number 58, driven by Johnny Crash, I guess is one way that he nicknames himself. Again, he got that nickname from his father while riding dirt bikes. This driver driving for Ben Kennedy Racing out of Texas. First call, Plumbing Chevrolet. And her first lap for Johnny Aramandia is 35th fastest. 20.556 as he washed well up the racetrack in turns 1 and 2. We'll see if there's a bit of a pickup here for Araman Diaz, who will need some to try to work his way to the top 35. That car is all sorts of sideways off of turn 4. He does go faster, but will stand in 35th, which coincidentally, with one more driver to beat him, would put him on the outside looking in.
This car on the racetrack was exceptionally fast in practice earlier today. We mentioned him earlier out of Nashville, Tennessee, after getting an invite to run here after picking up a victory at the Nashville Fairgrounds. Driving his number 7B, this is Jackson Boone. Big slide off of turn 4, coming down to complete the first lap. And that is going to impact Boone's lap time maybe on both ends. That first time through for that of Jackson Boone as he came across the line to bump Carson Lucas out of the top 35. He's currently going to sit Boone currently within that bump zone as the second time through for that of Jackson Boone comes across in the 20th position. That may be good enough to lock him into the show, but a team may have been expecting or at least hoping for a little bit more.
As the pressure continues to ramp up here, you'll see this driver, the 27-year-old out of Loris, Wisconsin, and Nick Egan in the 13E entry, who just celebrated his 27th birthday this past Sunday on Mother's Day. So happy belated birthday to Nick Egan. We'll see if he puts that to good use here on his first lap of a single car qualifying. Standing at a 19.715 at the moment, 29th fastest, and he moves up to 28th with his second time, 19.673 for Nick Egan. So same thing, going to be a contentious couple of minutes for that driver and that race team.
Before we introduce this next driver, a little bit of housekeeping here. The other 13 car we saw on the racetrack earlier, that was Brandon Marhefka, a late entry to the Pro Late Model field. And he's currently 2 spots out of the bubble spot as Halder currently sits in 35th position. This driver out of Conover, North Carolina, specifically targeting this race as an opportunity for both he and this homegrown race team. Driving the Battle Scarred Outdoors, Deep Cove Taxidermy, and Zeem Setup Shop number 03. This is Kyle Campbell, whose first lap through will put him in 22nd. We'll see what Campbell could do here on lap 2 as he bobbles a little bit off turn 4. Campbell is going to slow down just a little bit and remain 22nd for the moment. But the driver who simply wanted to survive ACE to get to Wilkesboro is pretty close to locking himself into tonight's race.
A couple of Nova Scotia natives in this one. We talked about Austin McDonald a little bit earlier, and this one is the 53 of Jarrett Butcher from the Atlantic Tilt Load Chevrolet for Butcher Racing. Of course, a big slide and nearly contact with the outside wall as he got way out of the groove off of turn number 4. It's good that he was able to hang on to that race car, but unfortunately for him, going to put him down on the speed charts and is likely going to ruin his second lap as well. Last spot on the racetrack you want to be giving up time is coming to your second lap, as Jarrett Butcher will sit in 30th for now at a 19.673. So Jarrett Butcher, again, going to be biting some fingernails these next few minutes.
Here is a name that longtime Cars Tours supporters and fans will certainly recognize after much success in super late model competition. In fact, he was a 2-time champion there with 9 wins over the course of his career. Out of Kannapolis, North Carolina for JCR3 and the CNC Boiler Sales and Service Incorporated, number 54, it is Matt Craig. Craig's first lap, 7th, about a 10.5 off of Augie Grill's lap time that has been pretty much unbeatable throughout the majority of this session. Craig trying to make his second Pro Late Model start of the season. After coming home top 5 at Hickory, he slides his way off turn 4, and he got all the good out of it that he could on lap 1. Matt Craig will remain 7th for now as more drivers start to get bumped out of that top 35. Joshua Horniman sitting on the bubble.
And looking to do just that is this 20-year-old out of Portage, Michigan, driving the Precision Fleet Image Chevrolet. Hasn't had a ton of time behind the wheel of this race car because he was so busy, at least yesterday, testing and practicing for the ASA Super Late Model race. It is that of Carson Hocevar. And Carson Hocevar's first time around as he takes the green flag is a 19.581 for Carson Hocevar. That's currently good for 22nd fastest. Again, we haven't seen many second laps be faster than the first, but Carson Hocevar, well, he's not going to be able to do that either. So Carson Hocevar just in front of Rodney Sandstorm with a 19.581, good for 22nd.
I'd like to extend a special hello to those of you who are watching across our social media platforms here on this preview on what is a jam-packed evening here at North Wilkesboro Speedway on Flow Racing. Qualifying continue for the Cars Tour Pro Late Models, and the next driver up out of Breezewood, Pennsylvania. The NASCAR crew member in this region, Jordan Miller in car number 40. Miller comes through 37, 2 spots out of that all-important top 35 in the drop time archery, Savage Roasters, and Miller Auto Body entry. Longtime competitor in the CRA Jegs All-Stars and Super Series. His pro late model appears to be a bit of a handful, and that second lap will not be enough for the driver who has not made a pro late model start under the Cars Tour, and he may not have enough owner's points to fall back on. He is 37th right now.
Just 11 drivers left to take time, and this one was the Bilstein Shocks Rookie of the Race a couple of weeks ago at 8th Speedway. Has had a handful of very strong finishes so far to start this campaign. That's her second in the series standings for now. As this driver out of Metamora, Michigan. It's a Team Chevy, Wheeler Trucking, and Autolite Frame Chevrolet. This is the number 81 of Katie Hettinger. Checkered flag in hand for this driver off of turn number 4, and we'll see what the time is for Katie Hettinger, and it is second fastest at a 19.258. Her second lap was clocked in at a 3:11, so Katie Hettinger outside pole position for that young driver.
So far, we have bumped from that top 35, Michael Hine, Joshua Horniman, Jordan Miller, Clint King, Brandon Marfka, Holt Halder, Johnny Aramendia, Carson Lucas. And on the bubble right now is Corey Casagrande, while car number 9 out of Weaverville, North Carolina for ALH Motorsports, Ashton Higgins, is on the clock. This driver has been a very impressive qualifier, and it proves there on lap 1, third quickest. In the Alliance Driveway Solutions and Leapfrog Landscaping number 9, Higgins trying to make another pro late model start here in 2022 with a big moment off the 4th corner, and he will fall back on that first lap to currently line up 3rd. So Higgins in the show by a large margin, P3 for Ashton Higgins.
Just 9 cars left, and well, the number 9 will try to make his way into the field. Racing in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series for his family-owned race team, has ventured his way out of the pro late model ranks for the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour at North Wilkesboro. 2020 ARCA Menard Series champion is the 9H of Brett Holmes. And a solid-looking lap here off of turn number 4. And indeed, that will be good enough, I believe, to put him in the show. And it's good enough for 16th fastest, as a matter of fact. A 19.504 for Brett Holmes. So looking as if Holmes will make his way into the show. And indeed, he will. Checkered flag in hand, and he'll slow down on lap number 2. So Brett Holmes, 16th. Fastest. He goes just 5/1,000ths of a second faster than Jeb Burton, who sits in 17th.
Next driver on the racetrack has been very, very impressive in what has been quite the introduction to this style of race cars. After coming up in karting, moving on to forms of success in dirt racing, and also being a contender each and every time he's been able to strap into the Wilson Motorsports team. The number 24 out of Cornelius, North Carolina, in the Gear Wrench TRD entry. This is Brent Cruz. Cruz, it appears as though, may only get 1 lap there. That may be the result of something that was found in technical inspection, and that first lap for Cruz is going to be 29th. So with a handful of cars still to go, may hope to be able to beat a few more that are about to roll out on the racetrack.
Speaking of rolling out onto the racetrack, is this driver making his second start in the Cars Tour Pro Late Model Division, was with us at Ace Speedway in late model stocks, made his debut in a late model stock at Ace Speedway last week, finished 22nd in a drive for AK Performance. Last with us at Motor Mile last year. This driver out of Ligonier, Pennsylvania, driving the Trophy Tractor Chevrolets, the number 4 of Garrett Smithley. Smithley in that E33 Motorsports team, a lot to lean on in terms of the amount of teammates that he has out there on the racetrack, and Garrett Smithley will go 28th fastest at a 19.612 for his first lap. So close, but looks like it may be good enough for Garrett Smithley, as he'll try to find a little insurance, and indeed he does. He'll move up 2 positions just in front of his E33 Motorsports teammate in Rodney Sandstorm. So 19.582 for Garrett Smithley, 26th fastest.
Arden, North Carolina native in the Jeff Auto Sales and Cooks machine, and Bia Holdings, number 27 car, back for what will be his 3rd start in 2023, fresh off a top 10 finish at a Speedway. This is Lee Tissett, who is on lap number 1 with just a handful of cars left to go here in qualifying. The time to beat continues to be that 19.248 set by Augie Grill, as Tissett now works his way off of turn number 4 to come down for the checkered flag, trying to make his way into that top 35. As Tissett comes across the line here, we'll scroll through the many cars that have taken time so far. One of the downsides of having such a fantastic car count here at the North Wilkesboro Speedway. And Tissett up into the top 10 in 7th.
And we've had that problem a number of times this year with the amount of cars that we've seen both in the late model stocks and in the pro late model, but with just a couple of drivers left to take their time. The next one up is this driver out of Cumpler, North Carolina, number 37 of Chris Phibbs, who raced a pro a little bit earlier this year at Hickory Motor Speedway, is making his series debut here in the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour. The number 37 of Chris Phibbs goes 48th fastest here, so we'll need a big pickup on lap number 2 to try and move forward, and he's not able to do so. So Chris Phibbs goes out late at his 48th fastest. Unfortunately, he will not be in the show.
Next driver on the racetrack, a car that we just saw out in a Super, trying to make the ASA Stars event here just a short bit ago. Driving car number 2 out of Jasper, Alabama in the Bolin Construction, Southern Music and Games, and E-Performance entry. This is John Tyler Bolin. First time through for Bolin, 42nd that first time around. About a half second off of the lap laid down by Augie Grill for pole. But the key pickup is going to have to be about into the 31st or 32nd spot if this team wants to exhale by the time he pulls this car off the racetrack for Male pole qualifying. Bolin with a significant pickup, 34th. That's going to be very close for Bolin, who doesn't have much owner's points to fall back on.
Well, and looking at this list, so many drivers are really high up in the owner's points. It's George Phillips that's on the cut line right now, Justin Whitaker, who's been out with us a number of times this year, and Austin McDonald. So you talk about 5 entries taking up owner's points. You're going to hope that a driver like this, who has been out with us all year long, is going to have a very fast time. The Top Gun Motorsports machine, the number 8 of Rusty Skews out of Mechanicsville, Virginia, will run his first lap, and it is 49th fastest for Rusty Skews on his first lap. 51 cars. He goes 49th at a 19.967. Checkered flag in the air. Again, he will need a big pickup. Really low there off of turn number 4, and we'll see where Skews goes. He does pick up by nearly 0.2 of a second, but still sits in 43rd. So it is crunch time here with just 2 cars left.
Just 2 cars left to go. And this driver, who hails from Wexford, PA, driving car number 02, frequent competitor in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, most recently for Young's Motorsports. This is Chris Wright trying to make the field. Wright will be the second to last car scheduled to roll out to take time, trying to time his way into what could be a huge event for him on the 2023 season. Wright's going to come around here to try to sew up his qualifying run. First lap was 40th. Needs 5 more spots as that of Wright. He's not going to get there. 37th for Chris Wright. Phillips able to hang on. Can he do so for one more car?
Well, I'll tell you one driver who is anxious right now is that of George Phillips, Justin Whitaker, and Chris Wright, because Luke Morey is high up in the owner's standings. He sits 6th. So would be locked in even if he doesn't get a top 35 qualifying time. But Maury, a driver out of Denver, North Carolina, piloting this number 49. We'll see if he can get in on time, or we'll have to lay back on that provisional. And lap number 1 is not quick enough for Luke Morey. 19.765 for Luke Morey. Again, 6th in the standings, has enough drivers in front of him that he would be locked in, and he may have to sit back on one of those provisionals to qualify for the starting field if he does not pick up significantly here on lap number 2, and he does not. 19.765 is where Luke Morey will sit, and the last driver in on time is George Phillips, as well as John Bolin, Eric, who was very close there his first time out. He barely sits in, and in fact was just 8 1/1000ths of a second to the good. That's how competitive this field is.
So Augie Grill grabs the Mahle Pole Award. The driver who came up 1/100th of a second short of that mark was Katie Hettinger, who was standing by with Jacqueline Drake trackside.
Yeah, right beside me here I have Katie Hettinger, the number 81 Pro Late Model, 0.01 behind the pole of Augie Grill there. You are walking around here with the biggest smile I think I've ever seen on your face. What's going through your mind?
Yeah, usually in qualifying, I struggle a little bit being more aggressive and driving it in, but I had a lot of confidence in the car today. My team gave me a fast car. We couldn't get a mock in practice, but we did pretty good on older tires. So I knew we had a good car, and I just drove it as hard as I could. So that was probably one of my best qualifying runs. It wasn't the pole, but we're really happy with the speed we have. We have good race pace, so we'll just go get them in the race.
As you've been with this team, the longer you go, the more confidence you've been able to build behind the number 81 team. What all have you been doing off the track in order to attack what you need to when you're here?
Just watching video, going over a bunch of that, talking with the team, just getting that mindset to be confident in the car.
Well, congratulations to you. You got a great starting spot for the feature event later tonight.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And again, Katie will be starting towards the front of the field. Unfortunately, and though, Eric, this is a problem that we've had. Again, it's a good problem to have when we're having to cut cars like this, but so unfortunate for so many of these teams who have looked forward to being at this racetrack so long, made the effort to come out here. And again, you could see that in the pit area. You see the cars lined up with the late model stocks that are set to go out to qualifying here in a couple of moments. But the pit area is just a bevy of humanity with trailers, with race teams, everybody out here, and unfortunate that we'll be sending 14 of those cars home in the Pro Late Models.
We'll be waiting for the officials to figure out who will be able to claim those 5 provisional spots. Once we have that information, we will pass it along to you. Late model stock qualifying is on deck. We are going to step aside here for a moment here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. We'll be back with more coverage of qualifying in just a moment.
Well, you've been listening to Blake McCandless and Eric Brennan along with Jacqueline Drake qualifying for the Pro Late Models for the Crossroads Harley-Davidson 75 complete.
Single car qualifying, big slide for Andrew Grady. As Grady will be the second car that has made his way out onto the racetrack and will stand in second for now. 19.768 for Andrew Grady. And car number 1, Tate Fogelman, who made his venture out just a moment ago, sits at a 19.599. He will take the top spot as Millington will be the third car out.
At Statesville, North Carolina, and Leisure Time Rentals, Carolina Specialty Products, number 15. Driver comes into tonight's race 4th, make that 6th in the championship standings. Certainly going to be a threat to contend for the victory. The way in which this driver has been running, this is, of course, Ryan Millington, whose first lap was 15 thousandths of a second off of the lap that was laid down by that of Tate Fogelman. Millington, who has 2 top 5s already this season. Looking to add yet another one here, if at all possible. Second lap's going to be a little bit slower. He will remain on the quick time laid down the first time through. Fogelman remains the quickest.
Well, and early on in this afternoon, Eric, I think we get a good benchmark of where the bar may be set. This driver has won 3 Hedgecock Racing Pole Awards in 4 races and has 3 victories, which have been consecutive since we were running at Florence Motor Speedway a couple of weeks ago. This is the driver out of Mooresville, North Carolina, piloting the number 8 Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet. This is Carson Quapple, and he will go to the top of the charts once again with a 19.421 on his first lap here in single car qualifying. This Junior Motorsports team and Brian Schaefer has been dominant so far, looking to continue and pick up off of his win here last August. As Quapple's second lap will be a little bit slower. So Quapple to the top of the charts at a 421. We'll see if anybody can unseat him.
Should be noted that time by Quapple was a little bit faster than what we saw last August. So we're going to see a new track record here today in the short history of this race. Next up, another member of our Touring 12 for the Solid Rock Carriers, number 24 for Chad Bryant Racing out of Manassas, Virginia. Mason Diaz, the runner-up in this race last season. Qualifying has been the struggle point for a very sideways Diaz there in turn number 1. First lap puts him exactly where he finished 1 year ago. Second, Diaz muscling his late model stock car all the way down to the transition in turns 3 and 4 to see if he could square up corner exit. And lap number 2 is not going to be any faster. Mason Diaz, P2 for the moment.
So Diaz goes to second. Again, 5 cars have made their time here in single car qualifying. It turns things over to this driver who's having a very quiet but competitive season. Has a season best finish of 4th at Hickory Motor Speedway, but currently sits 6th in the driver's standings. Out of Supply, North Carolina, this is the 38-year-old driving the Aaron Sales and Lease Ford. It's number 16 of Chad McCumbee. In his first lap, he'll unseat Diaz in second. 19.536 for Chad McCumbee, who last August finished 15th at this racetrack, and as excited as anybody to be running it. Off to turn number 4. We'll see what lap number 2 has for Chad McCumbee. They'll get the checkered flag from Brandon Willard. Again, we will not see a pickup on the second lap for Chad McCumbee. So McCumbee will sit in second with that 5:36.
We saw what his teammate was able to do just a short while ago. Here comes the driver who is one of the two, tied for second in the championship standings coming into tonight's race at North Wilkesboro. In the Town Bank and Breeden Concrete, number 77 out of Hampton, Virginia for Chad Bryant Racing, Connor Hall desperately wants to unseat Carson Quapple from the Hedgecock Pole Award, and the first lap is 84 thousandths of a second too short. Hall trying to be one of the few who could pick up on lap number 2, if at all possible. We'll see if he's got a shot here on the far side of the racetrack in 3 and 4. Hall back to the gas, coming to the checkered flag. And as with just about everyone so far, except for 2 of the 7 drivers that have taken time, Hall slows down a little bit, and he will be second for now.
Well, and one of the drivers that is making his way out for the first time here in the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour has been in a managerial role, but has finally made his way out onto the racetrack, driving the Hunt Brothers Pizza Ford out of Bakersfield, California. This is the 47-year-old Kevin Harvick. He's looking for a little more after practice yesterday. He and crew chief Rodney Childers, and Kevin Harvick will go 5th fastest in his first qualifying lap, stands at a 19.594, and Harvick will elect to just make that one lap. So a veteran move there for Kevin Harvick, goes 5th of 8 cars so far.
The trend was already showing that everyone's slowing down on lap 2. Why not keep one more lap of good on these tires since we're bringing them down for the green flag? And Harvick will pull off with 1 lap complete. Next on the racetrack at Maysville, West Virginia, in the CR7 Motorsports, number 97A, driving the ALL Construction and Grant County Mulch entry. This is Jason Kitzmiller. Kitzmiller, one of the drivers who's able to utilize a provisional that was laid in place by ownership standings after having select racers, including Dexter Knipe Jr. and Cody Robaugh, behind the wheel of this car, while Kitzmiller attended to some other motorsports duties, was primarily in the ARCA Menard Series. First lap for Kitzmiller, 19.938, about a half second off of the quick time that Carson Quapple currently holds as Kitzmiller works his way into turn number 3. See that car run way up off the bottom of the racetrack, and he burps the back tires coming to the checkers. Second lap through for Kitzmiller, not going to be much faster. 9th of the 9 cars have taken time so far, while another Cup Series competitor's on track.
Yeah, this driver had a lot of fun yesterday, was testing at Hickory a little bit later, or earlier on this week, I should say, but has an entirely new respect for these race cars. Knew it would be a challenge, but he is up for it. This is the number 28 out of Alva, Florida, and the talk of the town in the NASCAR Cup Series, driving the Ambetter Health Chevrolet, the number 28 of Ross Chastain. And Chastain's first time is good for 8th fastest right now at a 19.679 for Ross Chastain, making his late model stock car debut in North Wilkesboro Speedway tonight. Wraps the bottom of 3 and 4 right around the kind of overlay that they have put and the patching that they've done to this racetrack, and Chastain will not improve on his second lap. So Chastain, 8th of 10 cars so far, in single-car qualifying with Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour late model stocks.
37 cars will be coming out for time. 38 were entered in this race. However, Harrison Burton is not going to be able to come out and make the call after a problem with his car. So with that, there will be 37 cars out here for qualifying, vying for the Hedgecock Racing Pole Award, and all of which will make the show. One of the veterans of the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour in the Elite Podium Performance, number 2. Big night for this driver and his local sponsor, Thunder Road Harley-Davidson, as well as Grand Atlantic, Ocean Resort, and Mincy's. This is Brandon Pierce, for the first time through, 8th on the stopwatch. Best race of the season was last time out at Ace Speedway. Started 4th and finished top 10 for the first time in 2023. Pierce is going to be one of the few who picks up on lap number 2. So Pierce now rounds out the 7th spot for now. Let's go down trackside and hear from Jacqueline Drake.
Standing right here next to Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childers. Rodney just handed a water bottle over to Kevin as he's going to go ahead and dissect just how his qualifying effort went. Kevin, we're just talking about it. How do you feel about that number 62 qualifying run you're currently?
Well, we have a lot better race car than that. Great job with our Hunt Brothers Pizza Ford Mustang, and I'm so excited to actually get to be a part of everything tonight. Get to be a part of the division, see how it all goes, and learn how to race late models again. So this is the beginning of the retirement tour. So I'm looking forward to having fun.
I want to be a part of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline, as we saw Cameron Bolin make his qualifying time here tonight. And Bolin, a very sporty lap for that young driver, goes 4th fastest with a 19.547, as we can see Connor Jones out on the racetrack right now.
Connor Jones, another one of the competitors who annual entry in his Pepperjack Kennels and Fire Suppressions team, driving for R&S Race Cars. Coming through, first lap for Connor Jones, going to be pretty sporty. Up to 2nd, he's going to be 1 and done. That is P2 for Connor Jones. 36 thousandths of a second off the pole set by Quapple, as Jones moves up to the outside of the front row for now.
And out onto the racetrack now, again, another one of our NASCAR Cup Series drivers who was, again, just thrilled after yesterday. They've had so much fun, many of these drivers, talking to them, and they're just tickled to death to be here and, of course, to gain more experience for all of the eventual activities that are happening with the NASCAR All-Star Race and NASCAR Cup Series, making a visit to North Wilkesboro Speedway. But again, Brad Keselowski in the Freight Auctions Ford from Rochester Hills, Michigan. His first lap is 11th fastest, 19.663 for Brad Keselowski. We'll see if he elects to make his second circuit around, and indeed he does, looking for a little bit of improvement down to the bottom of 3 and 4, checkered flag in hand. We'll see if Brad Keselowski can pick up a couple of spots here, and indeed he does. He'll go to 9th fastest at a 19.599, so Keselowski 9th so far. 14 cars that have made their trip around North Wilkesboro Speedway.
Next driver on the racetrack, one of the most fun personalities you can find in the late model stock pit area, because they're doing things the old school way. This is a family-owned team. As a matter of fact, one of the venues in which this driver works at is one of the primary supporters and sponsors, the Stell's Setters Sanctuary Ranch Farm and Kennel and Barnhill Realty Company. For the Conway, South Carolina native, Bryant Barnhill is on the racetrack. You talk about being tickled to death. He is so happy to be here at North Wilkesboro tonight, and the first lap is good enough for 8th fastest. The driver whose family has frequented the now defunct Myrtle Beach Speedway, longtime competitor at Florence Motor Speedway, and now looking for an opportunity to compete here at North Wilkesboro and find success. Second lap is not going to be that much quicker. It is Barnhill who is 8th as qualifying rolls on.
This driver stepped foot on property for the first time here yesterday and was just blown away by the history. And again, has been living in the United States for the last 11 or 12 years or so, and has just grown a great appreciation for visiting many of the historic facilities here, and is just very happy to be here. This number 99 out of Monterrey, Mexico, driving the Jockey Chevrolet. This is Daniel Suarez. The former NASCAR Xfinity Series champion will go 7th for now, 19.551, just in front of Kevin Harvick, who sits in the 8th position. Again, Suarez sitting on the pole for the ASA Super Late Model race a little bit later on tonight. We'll see if Suarez can pick up, and it's a big pickup for Suarez on lap number 2. He'll go to third, 19.479 for Daniel Suarez. A big pickup here on his second lap as we get the Sundrop Chevrolet out on the racetrack now.
Driving for Junior Motorsports out of Mooresville, North Carolina, finished third in this race 1 year ago, as you mentioned, in that familiar Sundrop Chevrolet that lit up the grandstands green here last fall. Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to match the performance of his teammate Carson Kvapil, and the first lap for Junior is 10th. That is a 19.598 for Dale Jr. We saw this a little bit last year, as a matter of fact, where he did not necessarily qualify up towards the direct front of the field. But for the most part, Junior is going to try to pick up here on this second time by, and he will, to the top 5. One of the few to be able to move up into the top 5 positions. Dale Jr. to 5th.
So a couple of drivers now. We've seen big pickups on lap number 2, and that's something that we weren't expecting to see as we move Dale Jr. off the racetrack and makes way for this driver who was awfully loose yesterday in practice looking at that race car, but had a little bit of experience running in the limited late models here last August, as Landon Huffman out of Claremont, North Carolina, makes his presence felt out on the racetrack. And Huffman's first lap is 17th fastest at a 19.789. Again, ran 7th. It had 2 top 10s in the limited late models here at North Wilkesboro Speedway last year. Huffman, no improvement on his second lap, so of 18 cars, Landon Huffman for Nelson Motorsports goes 17th.
Next car on the racetrack is going to be that of Carson Brown. Let's check in with the current outside pole sitter, Connor Jones, who's standing by with Jacqueline Drake.
Standing by right here with Connor Jones, currently sitting second in the qualifying right now, just 0.03 behind Carson Kvapil. Look at all those names behind you. There's some big dogs. You have a little bit of a smile on your face. What's going through your mind right now and just the competition here?
The competition's really stiff. You got all these Cup guys coming here to get practice for the All-Star race, and it's really hard to compete with them. They have all the talent in the world, and we're still trying to learn. But all these guys at RNS really busted their butt, coming here and giving me a really fast race car, and I really appreciate it.
Well, Connor, currently on the front row right now. Let's see if it'll hold out to the end of this qualifying.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. We'll see if he can do that, but a great qualifying effort so far for that car number 44 in Connor Jones. Of course, you saw the lap time that the 42 of Carson Brown was able to put up, the rookie of the race at East Speedway a couple of weeks ago, and we turn things over to a driver who knows what it takes to lead out here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Was one of the fastest cars yesterday in practice, and he'll replicate that now. Second fastest for Minnie Tyrell at a 19.438, 17 one-thousandths of a second shy of Carson Kvapil, who sits on the Hedgecock Racing pole and almost into the wall off of turn 4, and he'll lose a little bit on lap number 2, but no doubt about it, Minnie Tyrell knows how to get around North Wilkesboro. Second fastest for the number 81.
Next driver on the racetrack was the fastest car in practice earlier today for Top Gun Motorsports. Yes, this is the same driver, same car that flipped at Ace Speedway just a little under 2 weeks ago. Out of Mechanicsville, Virginia, here is Touring 12 driver Chase Burrow on the clock. And the first lap for Burrow will put him 10th. And while Burrow continues on his lap time, let's throw it down to Jacqueline Drake, who's standing by with Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, down here we got Brad. You're watching all the competition on the track, but just how is that 6th car performing?
Yeah, we were really good this morning. Changed tires and got a little bit tight, but I think that'll be really good for the race when the tires get wore out in the back and it gets real loose.
Saw you talking to Connor Jones, getting a little bit of advice there. What did he have to share with you?
Yeah, we're just talking about the balances to have to be fast, and I'm still trying to learn that. It's my first time in this type of car, so every day's.
Well, good luck to you tonight, Brad.
We'll see if Brad Keselowski is set for 125 laps later on tonight. Meanwhile, the number 98 has completed 2 qualifying laps here around this racetrack, and lap number 1 for Tyler Ankrum. Let's go to the 19.895, so we'll need a bit of a pickup here as he goes 21st fastest, and he will pick up on lap number 2, but is still back there in 21st. So Tyler Ankrum will sit on his 19.826 lap time.
Out of Trinity, North Carolina, driving for Jimmy Moore in Racing, the Sterling Building Group, number 14, 2020 Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour Late Model Stock champion, and finished 14th in his race in 2022. This is Jared Fryer coming down to complete lap number 1, and the first lap for Fryer is quickest. Jared Fryer with a new track record of a 19.360 to the provisional Hedgecock Racing pole, and is looking for more on lap 2. Fryer, who has been running a part-time campaign in 2023, second lap will be a tick slower, and it will be a 19.360 for Jared Fryer, who jumps to the top of the charts.
And it has not been just for his pro late model efforts that has really turned a lot of heads when it comes to the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour. And this young driver who has hopped back into the late model stock car program, the 16-year-old out of Concord, North Carolina, driving a Bow-Tie sponsored Chevrolet, is the 57 of Connor Zilish. In the first lap for Zilish, again, he was one of our top contenders in practice yesterday. His first lap, though, is good for 19th fastest, 19.688 for Connor Zilish's first lap here in the late model stock cars. Off of turn number 4, Connor Zilish looking to pick up here, and, well, he is just one position. He goes in front of Ross Chastain. 19.644 for Connor Zilish puts him up into 18th.
Next driver on the racetrack, season opening winner at Southern National Motorsports Park in the Per Year Tank Lines and Blackgate Hunting, number 03 for the family-owned operation out of Raleigh, North Carolina. This is Deke McCaskill, who is 4th in the championship standings. While we are watching Deke's lap unfold, let's go down trackside and hear from Jacqueline Drake, who's standing by with third-place runner Minnie Tyrell.
Touring 12 driver Minnie Tyrell currently sitting 3rd on the standings for qualifying. You seem really happy about that. Your team is smiling and high-fiving once you got out of the car. What do you think about that qualifying run?
Oh, yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, I thought we had a pretty solid car this week. But, I petted the old girl Humpty, so she's been crashed and rebuilt a couple times. I told her I needed a good lap, so she put one down for me. But, I can't thank all the guys enough, so P3 right now is awesome. Hopefully we can stay there, and it'll give us a good starting spot for the race, and we'll see what we got for tonight.
Hey, I have to say, for a wrecked car you've been put back together, Humpty's doing a pretty good job. Congrats on a good qualifying run.
Really impressed with Minnie Tyrell, and again, the speed that he had here last year, if he can put that same speed and have the tire left at the end, Minnie Tyrell could certainly compete for a race win tonight at North Wilkesboro Speedway. As we welcome out onto the track, he just completed his first lap in single car qualifying as that of Jacob Hefner, sent at a 19.703 and in 21st position. No pickup for Jacob Hefner on lap number 2, so that car number 95, at least for now, will slot himself into the 21st position.
The Mike Darn Racing number 10 out of Aledo, Texas in the Amplified Extracts entry. This is Caden Honeycutt, who finished 6th in this race in 2022. Not sure how many more times we're going to be able to see Caden behind the wheel of a late model stock car under the Cars Tour banner. Has made several Truck Series starts, but he is certainly someone who feels like he's got a piece that he can contend with here tonight. First lap, 12th for that of Honeycutt. Try to navigate his way off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. Honeycutt was someone who felt like he would have a great opportunity here tonight after they had to battle back from some damage sustained on the practice portion of yesterday's program. Second lap for Honeycutt, a tick slower. Let's check in with our current Hedgecock Racing Pole Award winner, Jared Fryer, standing by with Jacqueline.
Yeah, Jared, before qualifying, you told me I don't do very good at qualifying, and look at you now setting a track record here at North Wilkesboro. What do you think about that 14?
That was unbelievable. I knew it was going to be good. We had really good speed in practice, and we made a few adjustments here right for qualifying. I figured it'd help it, but I didn't realize it was going to be that fast. I was just hoping to be in the 40s and have a good starting spot, but to run as fast as we did there is amazing. It's just can't say enough about all these guys behind me that helped me and help put this deal together, not running full time. So hopefully that we can keep it up and race good now. So we've got one goal down under. We got to get one more.
Jared Fryer had to look twice at Race Monitor to make sure it wasn't broken after getting that fast time.
No doubt about it, Jared. You were fast. You have a lot to stand on there. As you can see, William Sawalich, car number 43, will put himself in the 9th position after making his 2 laps around. Some solid finishes for that driver, 9th and 6th. His last 2 times out in Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour competition, and turns things over to this driver out of Easley, South Carolina, driving the Aristocrat Toyotas, the car number 20 of Josh Dickens. It's been a little bit of time since Dickens has gotten some track time here in the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour late model stocks, as, well, he's been kind of hurt by the amount of competition we've had. Ran in the last chance race at Hickory Motor Speedway and didn't go through, and was 2 spots short of qualifying into Ace into the top 26. But Dickens here, though, he'll make up for that as he goes 12th fastest and does have his fastest time on his second go around. A 19.55 second for Dickens puts him in 12th.
Yet another one of the drivers who you will be seeing racing on these hallowed grounds come Sunday night for the NASCAR Cup Series All-Star Race. This one out of Mitchell, Indiana, driving the Rush Truck Centers and Texaco Cutstone Chevrolet. Car number 5 will be that of the Chad Bryant Racing entry, Chase Briscoe. First lap through here for Briscoe. Comes across 27th for that of Chase, who was having a good time mixing it up with some of the members of the NASCAR Media Corps. As a matter of fact, Bob Parkhurst was down there getting a word with Chase before he strapped in for his one and only practice session earlier today. Lap 2 is going to move up to 24th in the Chad Bryant Racing entry. Chase Briscoe sits in P24 for now.
Turns things over to this driver who you could have argued could have contended for the win when we were back here last August. Of course, had issues with his hood that relegated him to finishing 26th, but was running up in the top 5. He started 5th last August. And that is the driver, the 03 out of Chesapeake, Virginia, and Brendan Butterbean Queen. And he goes right to the top of the charts by over 0.2 of a second. 19.125 for Brendan Queen. A blistering lap, and we'll see if he can do one better here on lap number 2. Queen at a 3:23 on his second lap would still sit on the pole by over 0.1 of a second. So new favorite, unfortunately, as Jared Fryver will move over, and Brendan Queen will sit on the Hedgecock Racing provisional pole.
That might have been time travel for Brendan Queen with how fast that lap was. You heard how shocked Jared Farrar was that he ran a 19.3. As you mentioned, Butterbean, a 19.1 as one of the hometown favorites here at this racetrack is on the Speedway in the Two Boroughs Performance Shop number 4. With Two Boroughs Brewing representing the venue where he quite literally grew up just across the pond. This is, of course, Dylan Wilson out of Wilkesboro, North Carolina. Of course, he hails from the Combs family, including that of Dean Combs, a 60-time winner in the NASCAR Dash Series. And this venue means oh so much to Dylan Wilson and his family. It'll be the second time he'll have a chance to compete here at North Wilkesboro, and his time lap is 28th fastest. This is just the beginning of a party for he and that family.
Yes, it is, and it was a party that was attended by, well, this driver right here on Monday night at Two Boroughs Brewery. There was a great gathering there of a couple of drivers, Brandon Pierce and this driver right here, driving the number 6 out of Madison, North Carolina, the Solid Rock Carriers Ford. This 30-year-old and 3-time defending Cars Late Model Stock Car champion in Bobby McCarty. Checkered flag in hand here for Bobby McCarty as he makes his way off of turn number 4, and McCarty sits in 7th, fastest with that lap, 19.486 for Bobby McCarty. Puts himself into the 7th position and well inside the top 10 with just a couple of cars remaining.
One of the biggest movers in the race here last August. This driver started back in 27th, picked up 20 spots for a top 10 result here last time at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Out of Indian Trail, North Carolina, and the Miracle Dental Center and North Industrial Machine number 32. This is Zach Miracle on the Speedway. First time around for the Miracle Motorsports number 32, 26th fastest. Who proved last year that you did not necessarily have to qualify up front in order to have yourself a good result at this tricky and abrasive racetrack. Miracle down to the checkered flag. The second lap is not going to be much quicker. Miracle 26 with just a handful, make that 3 cars left to go.
3 cars left, and it'll bring out this driver piloting the Pimbleton Forest Products Toyota out of Amelia, Virginia. He's out of the 18-year-old and the former Valley Star Credit Union 300 winner in Landon Pimbleton. And he had a complaint, Eric, that I think a lot of drivers have had this weekend. He's looking for more grip. And I think that is going to be a very common complaint here at North Wilkesboro. And we'll see what his first lap is. I'd say it's pretty decent in terms of the grip that he has. It is 16th fastest with a 19.571 for Pimbleton's first lap around this 5/8 mile racetrack. Checkered flag in hand. Does Pimbleton go faster on lap number 2? He does not. He will sit at that 5.71, 16th fastest with 2 cars left to go.
Next up on the racetrack, driving the Jerry Hunt Supercenter, Affordable Heating and Air and Bassett Gutters, number 04 out of Lexington, North Carolina. This is Ronnie Bassett Jr. Blake and I had a chance to catch up with Ronnie a little bit earlier. Remember, he had a podium finish at Florence Motor Speedway, another gritty, tough racetrack. His confidence level coming into tonight's contest quite high as Bassett comes across to complete his first timed lap. Bassett's going to clock in at 32nd on the stopwatch with a 19.750. We'll see what Bassett could do as he bounces his way through turns 3 and 4. Driver comes into the night tied for 12th as Bassett goes to 28th as we have just 1 car left to go, and it should be a good one.
Yes, it is. The defending NASCAR Advanced Auto Parts Weekly Racing Series national champion from 2022 and is largely here as a result of a conversation he had at Hickory Motor Speedway with Dale Earnhardt Jr. that said, you know what, we need to have the national champion in this race, and Lane Riggs making his 71st start in the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour, and we'll see if his lap can try and challenge Brendan Queen at the top of the charts. And for Lane Riggs, his first lap will slot himself into the 26th position rather, at a 19.676. So looking for a little bit more off of turn number 4. He'll stay in 26th, so Lane Riggs will sit there. And my goodness, Eric, Brendan Butterbean Queen, we've talked about how close all of these qualifying sessions have been, but I don't think anybody could have anticipated 0.235 seconds being the difference between first and second. That is an unbelievable lap set by Brendan Queen, and let's hear about it as we'll toss it down to Jacqueline Drake.
Brennan, congratulations. You've got the pole here at North Wilkesboro in the late model stock. How does it feel? It looks like you're about to cry right now.
Well, one box I hadn't checked in this series was a pole, and we've been close. And this whole LPP team gave me a great bestrepair.net, leafcars.com Toyota tonight. And, you know, no matter what, we want to win the race, but we'll take the pole award. And it's cool because I can always say I was on the pole at North Wilkesboro in this kind of field. So I've been working really hard on myself to be a contender in these races. And the last 6 months, like we were talking earlier, has just been crazy for me. And I'm with a great team. You know, obviously these great sponsors that helped us get here, and my crew chief Doug Powers and the whole LPP team making great calls today. This is unbelievable to get a pole at Wilkesboro.
Yeah, earlier we talked a little bit about track position and just how important it is, but track position for you is going to be no problem. You're going to be starting at the front of this field. How are you going to volley and beat all these competitors with such big expectations here?
It's going to be tough. Like I said, the hard work's getting ready to begin. It'd be nice to lead a lap to start the race and then see what happens and hopefully lead to one that counts. I'd give up every lap to lead 125 and be riding that lift tonight with my team, and hopefully we'll be having a Waffle House dinner tonight.
All right. Well, Brennan Butterbean Queen, he's going to accept the Molly Pole Award, Hedgecock Racing Pole Award, for the late model stock Cars Tour division right here. And man, this Window World 125 plaque, these guys are holding on to them like it's gold here. We're at North Wilkesboro. You know what it means, everything about history and being at this place.
Well, and I know for Brendan Queen, he sits on the pole, but I think he says it all, that it's all about if you can be the leader on lap 125. And I think when you look at this lead podium performance team and how strong they've been, how they're trending in the right direction. I think a track like this, you think about Florence and how strong that team was and an exceptionally abrasive surface. We talk about that in North Wilkesboro, and we'll be talking about it all night long. I think that team has put the rest of the field on notice that to get the checkered flag tonight, you're going to have to go through that 0-3 bunch.
And let's not forget, last August, he had top 5 pace until a very rare restart stack-up crinkled up the nose on his car bad enough that the hood pretty much ended up on the windshield, and he had to retire due to overheating. So this is the chance for maybe the one that got away to come back to Brendan Butterby and Queen, and you could just tell by the elation and how ecstatic he was down there talking to Jacqueline. This means a lot to him. Now you got to focus forward on this very tough racetrack, and I'll tell you what, Blake, one of the questions we had coming into tonight, could anybody beat that Junior Motorsports number 8 car? Well, 2 drivers did, in qualifying no less. Brendan Butterby and Queen and Jared Fryer were able to outpace Carson Quapple, at least in qualifying. Now the question is it going to be Carson's opportunity to bounce back come race time?
And you know what? I'll do some work here for Brendan Queen and that team, again, if they can go to victory lane tonight, or even if not, the closest Waffle House here, 25 miles away. So it'll be a little bit of a drive here from Wilkesboro, North Carolina, but you know, that's not going to be too long, especially if they can go to victory lane tonight. So again, late model stock car qualifying is over. As we mentioned, Brendan Butterby and Queen will start the Hedgecock Racing pole alongside Jared Fryer. Looking at the rest of the top 10, Carson Quapple, Minnie Tyrell, Connor Jones, Daniel Suarez, Bobby McCarty, Connor Hall, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Chad McCumbee will round out your 37 cars that took time here this afternoon. But here on Flow Racing, we'll take a little bit of a break as there is a lot more left to happen at this racetrack. And what a special day for all these race fans, both out on Flow Racing and in the grandstand. And welcome back to North Wilkesboro Speedway, and what a sight to see as the fans have continued to pile in. Again, I was standing outside a little bit earlier, and it was before noon, before the grandstands were open. Saw a long line of race fans who were itching to watch practice in the pro late models, the late model stocks, and of course the ASA Stars National Tour with the super late models in their last chance race. And can't imagine there's a lot of green in the grandstands, and think that will continue to be the case here as we get closer to running both the Crossroads Harley-Davidson 75 and the Window World 125. And, you know, Matthew Dillner had a great chance to really introduce us to all the history here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Let's go ahead and take a look at that.
We're with Marcus Smith, President and CEO of Speedway Motorsports Incorporated, and the head man here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. And I don't even know what to say. Walking into this place a few weeks ago, I was speechless. But even in 2 weeks, I can't believe the improvements. Congratulations, and thank you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate all the support. You know, it's just amazing support from you and so many others. I got to give a shout out to our chairman of the board, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Wouldn't be here without him. It's been phenomenal to see how the fans have really just been a groundswell, a tidal wave of support for North Wilkesboro Speedway, as you know. And it's really surreal to be here. I can't believe it, and very excited.
Now, being here the day that we weed whacked.
Yes.
If you take your mindset back to that day, cold, you know, getting covered in dirt, you know, we were actually working. You were working. This wasn't a publicity stunt. Yeah. To be here today and look around on top of this victory lane at what we're seeing, is it even surreal for you?
It is. What do you think about it? I mean, I've been watching this happen over the months, and it's been super short. I mean, we really started a little bit in December, but really full speed in January. We've got people that have been here for 5.5 months straight, haven't gone home, bell to bell, you know, beyond sun up, sundown, making it happen. How does it feel for you as a guy who was here? You've been here for everything I have been. What do you think?
Well, I'm almost speechless. It's like going in reverse time traveling, but going forward. It's stunning. It's all the modern amenities, but all the classic architecture. You know, can you speak to that too? Like the architecture here, it's almost revolutionary.
Well, it might be revolutionary, but it's just simple. You know, we wanted to restore and preserve and also make it new. And so in the car world, we call it a resto mod. Yep. It still looks classic and cool, but it runs like new. We've got, you won't believe it, but we got like the latest and greatest LED lights for the race car drivers to be able to see where they're racing. We've got the best sound system in the entire company, brand spanking new, subwoofers, full-range speakers. Everybody's going to be able to hear what's going on here. We've got a brand new state-of-the-art Wi-Fi system for the whole Speedway. Hopefully you never see these things, but you feel them, and you know they're there, and you can use them as a race fan. So it's intentionally made to look old, to preserve the classic, the history of the sport, because when every fan gets here, I want them to feel like they've stepped into a snow globe of North Wilkesboro Speedway from 1960. You know, this place is it is special, and it's really cool. It's 76 years old, and we're here as kind of a caretaker and an opportunity to preserve it and bring it back to life. It's never been done before. You know, a sporting facility has never been kind of left for dead, a lost speedway, if you will. Even baseball stadiums, professional football stadiums, none of them have ever been actually brought back. So this is the first time it's ever happened in professional sports, and we love to be a part of that.
I got to ask you, because we're doing this really heartwarming documentary with Dylan Wilson, you know, his family, the Combs family, growing up on property. And one thing that we discuss is something that you guys, I know, don't really discuss. You guys have this incredible family legacy with your father and all he's built throughout racing. But in this town, for a while, there was a little animosity, you know, when this place shut down. Looking at what's happened over the last 2 years, though, how much of this has been for you and your family's legacy and for this town healing in this place being resurrected?
Yeah. You know, I think there was a lot of animosity. You know, it wasn't a little bit. There was a lot. And I don't blame people, because it really hurts to see, you know, what was a crown jewel, if you will, of the community, and then it's got kudzu everywhere. That's not good. It's gone from, somebody said earlier, a field of weeds to a field of dreams. And what a great way to put it, you know. And but for us, I mean, we don't want to make anybody mad, but the opportunity to make some people happy was really cool. And so years and years ago, we bought half the track and took a race to Texas and made a lot of people in the southwest of the United States really happy to have their own racetrack. Now, years later, we're coming back, bringing the NASCAR All-Star Race, restoring the Speedway back to probably better than new condition. And it's special. Feels good to be going to lunch at a place locally and seeing people so happy. And it's definitely very special.
All right, I've got to ask you, because you got this really rocking scoreboard that's actually going to be like controlled by hand.
Yes.
And then there's Victory Lane here with the lift. There's so much of this place you left here that's just absolutely magnificent. I even heard about you're getting the original family to operate the scoreboard. Yeah. This is, every detail seems to be very intentional.
Absolutely. Absolutely intentional. It's all about helping people to be part of that history. You know, we don't want you to come here and have a new speedway. We want you to feel like you've taken a step back in time. So wear your old school racing shirts if you want to. Just to have fun, enjoy it. We've got got moonshine you can get. We've got a speakeasy out there in the grandstand for the fans. We've got the hand powered scoreboard over in turn 3. Just a little bit of everything. We've even left some rust to make sure you know that this place is old. So you know, come join the history of the rebirth of North Wilkesboro Speedway.
I know you got a lot of people to talk to today, but how pumped are you for this Cars Tour race? So much of today is going to be about the All-Star race, but the short track series that were here last year and really brought this place to life are a part of this, and that's so important. Yeah. And you know, the Cars Tour race, ASA coming up, how pumped are you for that?
How cool is that? I mean, without the late models here last summer, we wouldn't be here today talking about the All-Star race. I can guarantee you that. Dale Jr. wouldn't be a co-owner of the Cars Tour, I'm guessing, if it weren't for that racetrack revival last summer here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. So it definitely pulled on our heartstrings, and it's very special. I can't wait to see the late models here Tuesday and Wednesday. I hope that, you know, the crowd comes out, supports it big time. I'll tell you, every fan out there, carpool if you can. You know, it'll make exiting a lot easier for everybody if we can go from 2 people per vehicle to maybe 3 or 4. It's going to be fun. Hopefully the weather works out great. We've had great forecast. But I'm just really pumped about, you know, the late model racing, having those grassroots local racers have a chance to come make history and be a part of a special place.
All right, I'd have to say, if anybody ran for president of auto racing right now, I think this guy will win all the votes because of what he's done with North Wilkesboro Speedway, reviving this place. It's glorious. Come get you a ticket and sit in the stands here, and if you can't, make sure you're tuning in live on Flow Racing. It's a gorgeous day. Carolina blue skies here in North Wilkesboro, North Carolina. I'm just hanging out on the pit wall with my buddy Rob Blount from Flow Racing, getting you set for today's big Cars Tour races, the pro late models, late model stocks, and sandwiched in, man, we got a triple header. ASA. This is just a glorious day.
It's absolutely beautiful day here. It couldn't be in more stark contrast than how we walked out of here at the end of last night when we got rained out, which, I mean, my goodness, what a storm that was yesterday. But what a day we are in for here today. The ASA Stars National Tour Super Late Models, the Cars Tour Late Model Stock Cars, the Cars Tour Pro Late Models. I'm not going to try to do the math because there's a reason I hold a microphone and don't do math, but it's a lot of racing.
A lot of race
with
cars.
Like 150 cars here in the infield, all in action, all on the same day.
And we've got a last chance race for the ASA Tour. But let's focus today on the Cars Tour because this is the tour that basically last year helped this track, you know, in its revival and put on an incredible show. Rob, you were in the grandstands last year for that atmosphere with Dale Jr. in the sun drop car. And what we forget about, a full field of some of the best race car drivers in America.
Yeah, I was right up there in turn 2, right underneath the pillar there for the TV camera stand. Driven by this place so many times, and never, ever going by it on 421 here did I ever think I would be sitting in the grandstands watching a race here. I never even watched a race here on TV. I was too young to even do that.
But that atmosphere
so
that night,
now,
though.
being able to do that was incredible, and that atmosphere that night was unlike anything I've ever experienced. I mean, you and I have been to Daytona 500s. The Bristol night race when 165,000 people were selling that place out. The electricity that night in August last year was unrivaled. But I think the only thing that's going to rival it is tonight.
And Rob, after last night's weather, the schedule came out. Well, we woke up, the schedule changed, man. Give us a real short indicator of what we could expect today at North Wilkesboro.
It's very similar to what we said last night in our post-night update after we got rained out. Cars will be on track at 11:45 a.m. here at North Wilkesboro Speedway, but last night we said it was going to be practice qualifying for the 2 Cars Tour divisions. That's not the case anymore. It's now final practice for each division, and I'm going to do what I normally don't do on camera. I'm going to pull out my phone here so I give it to you accurately. 11:45 to 12:45. Cars Tour practice for both divisions. At 1:45 p.m., Flow Racing comes live with the last chance qualifier for the ASA Stars National Tour Super Late Models. There's some big names. We've got at least 2 Snowball Derby winners in Eric Jones and Ty Majeski in a last chance qualifier. You're not going to want to miss that one. That starts at 1:45. 2:30 p.m., the Pro Late Models for Cars Tour hit the track for qualifying. 3:30 p.m., the Late Model Stock Cars hit the track for qualifying. 5:45 feature races start with the Crossroads Harley-Davidson 75 for the Cars Tour Pro Late Models. 7:30 approximately, the Window World 125 for the Cars Tour Late Model Stock Cars. And to close out the night of this massive, gigantic triple header at this historic racetrack will be the ECMD 150 for the ASA Stars National Tour here at North Wilkesboro Speedway.
But, you know, Cars Tour, we've got a lot of race car drivers, a lot of NASCAR stars here. We've been talking about them all week, man. Okay, NASCAR guys, push you over there. Let's talk about some of these stars in the cars on the Cars Tour. What are you expecting tonight from some of them?
Well, the first one that you have to start off with is the guy that won here in August last year. He drives the 8 car. That's Carson Quapple. He's the defending Cars Tour champion. He's won 3 in a row out of the 4 races that we've had so far this season coming into tonight. Is anybody going to beat Carson Quapple? We've got 50-plus cars here for the Cars Tour Late Model Stock Cars. Is anybody in this pit area going to beat that car? I don't know.
I don't know either, because he was so good the last time we were here. That car was on rails. And if you look at the performance of that junior motorsports team at ACE, it's kind of hard to think that somebody really is going to challenge him. The only guy that has done it this year is Deke McCaskill at the season opener at Southern National. But, you know, I kind of look to a few guys that I think would be standouts. Rob, I'd like to know from you, what other driver are you keeping an eye out tonight at North Wilkesboro?
Well, you say the only driver to challenge him is Deke McCaskill. He's the only driver to beat him. Carson's been challenged.
Yeah, the last
Great
lap.
battle at Florence Motor Speedway between he and Brendan Queen that came down to the very end. Great battle at Hickory between he and Connor Hall. It was literally a photo finish side by side.
You got that finish on camera.
One of my favorite shots that I've gotten all year. Great finish that night. The only race that he was completely unchallenged was Ace Speedway last week. Just let it wire to wire. Completely dominated at Ace Speedway. I don't think we're going to see that tonight, though.
So who else? Who's going to be the main challenger, you think, tonight in the Cars Tour to Carson Quapple's dominance?
I think it's going to be Brendan Queen. We know how good he is on abrasive racetracks. We know how good he is at Florence. He won the South Carolina 400 back in November. He was the only challenger that Carson had at Florence there this year. He's strong on abrasive racetracks, and let's be honest, that's an abrasive racetrack right there.
Slightly abrasive. That's like some really coarse grip sandpaper out there, eating up these tires. Some of the drivers saying after 2 to 3 laps, their tires are gone. All the fuel good's gone. I would say somebody to look out for is maybe Mason Diaz. Mason Diaz, of course, the last time we came here, ran really well, finished second. And I think that experience right there from last year carried on to this year will be important. The track is a little different because we have a lot of different sealer on the track, so that could play a factor. But I think Diaz, you know, the place his father owns is a very abrasive racetrack, Southern National.
Oh, yeah.
So I think Diaz could be somebody to look out for. I'd say my buddy Landon Huffman. I'm not saying he's going to be a contender for the win, but I'm thinking, you know, just visiting that 22 pit right before we did this, it seems like they're starting to get some things figured out.
There seems to be a different level of confidence in that pit area that haven't had in, honestly, over a year. Last year in Bobby McCarty's final season there, they were kind of scratching their heads wondering, why aren't we at the championship level that we've been at for so many years with him? And then the first couple of races this year with Cale Gale behind the car, why are we not at the level that we should be? A change is made. There was progress seen by them at Ace Speedway. They all felt it, and they feel pretty good coming into it tonight.
A test session. I know they found some things in practice yesterday that I think are going to help them out. A full field of studs. And some of the best race car drivers in America, the best late model stock racers in America. This tour is on fire so far this year. If you haven't seen a race, you need to get out and see one, or you need to watch it live on Flow. And hey, folks, it's North Wilkesboro, baby. Woo!
Welcome back to North Wilkesboro Speedway, where, as you can see, we are getting ever closer to the start of on-track activity in terms of racing action. We had last chance qualifier earlier for the ASA Stars event that'll be wrapping up our night's coverage. And we also had Mahle Pole qualifying for the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour Pro late models and Hedgecock Racing Pole Award qualifying for the late model stock cars. So next on the agenda is, in fact, going to be that of the Crossroads Harley-Davidson 75, which will be the first event contested here as part of this portion, and really this incredible week here at the North Wilkesboro Speedway, leading up into Sunday night's All-Star race as this racetrack breathes new life. I'm Eric Brennan alongside of Blake McCandless, and as we mentioned, Blake, it's already been quite the afternoon here. In fact, yesterday was a full day of practice up until Mother Nature kind of reared a bit of an ugly head there in the latter portion of the program, and a lot of activity got washed out to today. It's kind of jam-packed and maybe congested could be the right word, especially considering the way that these cars are sitting down there on the pit lane. But nevertheless, we're getting close to race time.
Well, they're congested down there in the pits, and even back in the garage area behind the wall with all the trailers that have packed in here for both the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour and the ASA Stars National Tour. It's been a sight to behold to see all these drivers, all these teams, and the amount of optimism, the amount of energy that's been in the air the last couple of days as we've been here in North Wilkesboro. It's palpable, and it's setting up for just a tremendous night of action. I know you touched on it there a little bit, that it was Mother Nature that won yesterday. It's the race fans that win today. 3 consecutive races all night long on Flow Racing, and again, just plays into all that is going on in the NASCAR All-Star race later on, and just incredible to be a part of it. And many of the race fans who are continuing to file into this racetrack, just like they did last August, are beginning to feel the same as we kind of get closer to start time. Just, again, the energy just continues to ramp up and up until we get things going.
And if we think back to the event that took place back here in August, and it was a late arriving crowd. Keep in mind, a lot of people had to go to work today. So in many cases, a lot of people are pretty much either checking out early or just leaving their offices and trying to make their way on up here. And we're starting to see some of the fans file in. The hospitality has been present all day long. Incredible food and vendor options all throughout the Speedway. So there's a lot to look forward to here on what is going to be a really exciting run-up to this historic weekend for this venue. And I was actually having a conversation with a relative of mine about the importance of this race. And obviously the easy parallel to draw is the Field of Dreams baseball game that they had held over the last couple of years in baseball, except that was more based on a concept. This is actually a facility that hosted racing events year after year, and it became a livelihood. Flow Racing did a tremendous job, along with Matthew Dillon and Rob Blount, catching up with Dylan Wilson, who grew up literally a stone's throw away from here. In fact, we passed the go-kart track that they pretty much put back into operation for this week and this occasion. And with that in mind, it's been easy to see the meaningful nature behind not only this race, but the potential future of this venue, considering all that has gone into the amenities, the upgrades, and just what it could do for not only this racetrack, the sport in general, but the surrounding area. It took me back to going to the racetrack as a kid, to drive through some of the towns and see some of the people offering up their property for parking spaces, and see vendors lined up on the street, on the road coming into the racetrack. There's just this atmosphere that you could feel in a place where we all thought that we wouldn't be doing anything here besides watching the earth take the Speedway back. It's incredible.
It is incredible, and so fitting, I think, on a Wednesday night, especially at this point of the year, to have the Cars Tour return in this capacity at this racetrack. And being the headliner last August and having the crowd that was there and the crowd that is going to continue to show up today, I just think it makes for a very fitting night that, the series that kind of shone the spotlight on this racetrack and showed that, hey, there is some life, that there is a lot of interest from both the race teams and, of course, the race fans, and having this venue come back and succeed. It's just been incredible to see. And when you walk into this facility, and it doesn't matter whether we're talking with drivers, with anybody, any part of the crowd that's out here today, the work done around this racetrack, yes, it has a more modern feel to it, but the nostalgia is still there. That hasn't been lost. Of course, this racing surface that many of the drivers said, please do not touch. We love this racetrack. We love its abrasive nature, of course, as is. But walking into the pit, seeing all the amenities, all the new grandstands, even the Junior Johnson grandstand over there in Turn 3, where it's actually kind of worked into a makeshift spotter stand for a little bit later on tonight, to see all that has been done to the facility. Even walking into the broadcast booth and up here in the tower, to see everything is new and yet still has the very nature of what made this racetrack great. I think that's why it is so special to not only be here all week, but for the Cars Tour in particular to shine a spotlight on this night and get things really kicked off this week.
There was an incredible write-up by Jim Utter of motorsport.com who talked about a lot of the emotion and effort that went into putting this together. Benny Parsons is a name that immediately comes to mind, and his wife Terry made it a point to try to check off some of the last items on his bucket list, and believe it or not, item number 3 was trying to get this racetrack back to a point in which it is here not only today but this week. I remember when talking to Stephen Parsons when he ran the late model stock race last fall, what it meant to him and that family. And wouldn't you know, at the open house, they dedicated a set of grandstands to the late Benny Parsons. Also, Junior Johnson has a set of grandstands named here after him as well. It's quite remarkable to see what has flourished after what was quite honestly something that may not have been the original intention. It was truly the thought process of cleaning up the racing surface to scan it for iRacing. And it was almost like one of those things that you would see out of a cartoon or something where they clean up an old field and decide, hey, this could be a fun place to have a baseball game or put something on. At the end of the day, once the track was cleared of all the weeds and debris, it looked pretty good, even in its old condition, and it brought us to the point at which we are here today.
Yeah, that it did. And even seeing the signs outside that, you get a free pair of a little bit of merchandise or some items here from Speedway Motorsports Incorporated when you sign up for 2024 tickets. So you have to imagine what is on the horizon for the future of this racetrack, that it's not just a revival, that it's not just one thing. It is this entire facility and what its projection is for the future, and I think it's a very bright one.
Well, you can see the crowd is continuing to file on in here as the fans are getting ready for what has been quite the moment of anticipation all throughout this evening, this week, this month, this year. Hats off to our friends Lenny Baticki and Tim Packman, who helped roll through the starting lineup a short while ago. They'll be here on the public address system for those of you who are still on your way, perhaps, to North Wilkesboro Speedway. But we hope that those of you who are watching along on Flow Racing are going to tune in with us all night long. 3 races still to come up. Pro late models, late model stocks, and then the ASA Stars National Tour will round out our competition here this evening with Ralph Shaheen and Jim Trado on the call, as we get ready to just about, in a few moments' time, turn it over to the trackside system here, as they will be leading us through our pre-race ceremonies here in just a short bit. You see the fans here starting to rise. So with that, let's turn it over to the North Wilkesboro Speedway PA system.
Good evening. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, today we humbly come to you, Lord, with full of gratitude and thankfulness for this place, the North Wilkesboro Speedway. We are sincerely thankful to be able to enjoy the races featured today, the first races to take place on this restored track. We are grateful for all individuals who have been involved in the restoration of this historic facility. We're grateful for Marcus Smith, the Smith family, and the staff associated with Speedway Motorsports for having the vision, the willingness, and the determination to rebuild this track to what you see today. We appreciate the support of our state government to endorse this rebuild. We appreciate the construction crews and every business and individual involved in the actual work of the renovation. We know, Lord, that they have worked extremely hard to make this track ready for today and for all the events planned for the remainder of the week. We ask, Lord, that you be with each driver tonight and each crew member throughout this evening. We pray for their safety and for their wisdom. We ask that you bless each person in attendance for all of the races planned. Lord, please keep them safe during this evening's event and as they travel home. Lord, we ask your blessings on the races tonight, and may everything happen according to your will. Moreover, Lord, we pray that each of us honor you as we celebrate the opening of the North Wilkesboro Speedway. We give you the honor and the glory as we lift this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Here to perform God Bless America, please welcome 13-year-old junior Miss America's United States, 7 Emma Rose Harold.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the the prairies, to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet
Let's hear it for 7 Emma Rose Herald's performance of God Bless America.
What an absolutely beautiful rendition of that lovely song. As a matter of fact, we're going to have another round of opening ceremonies before both the late model stock and the ASA event. So the track here is splitting things up a bit, and I got to tell you, that's kind of put me in the mood. What an absolutely beautiful rendition. You can see the fans here still in attendance, getting set for what will be our first racing event, the Pro Late Models that will hit the track here, part of the Crossroads Harley-Davidson 75. And Blake, that is quite the way in order to get this event underway. I know the digital scoreboard is something that many people have been talking about, and they have the American flag adorned over it right now. But for the most part, this is so far shaping up to be everything we kind of dreamed it would be.
Yes, it is, and there's so many parts of this facility. I love that they still have the original top 5 on the Tyson leaderboard out here in turns 3 and 4. Again, for the last Cup race that was run in 1996, Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt, your top 2, and great to see the manual scoreboard has made its return here tonight. I wonder, though, as we start to go along, I hope that it's changing numbers and changing laps as we continue to go along here tonight for 100 and 125 laps tonight.
I think it's important to note some of the things that got us to this point. We touched on the iRacing correlation after the track was cleaned up to be scanned. How about the fact that the track also received funding for infrastructure upgrades from the North Carolina legislature and North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, who was here earlier, in fact, may still be here. $18 million pumped into this facility, and so many other venues that are not that far around from here or not too far from this venue. So there is so much that has gone into making this moment happen. Marcus Smith, who, if you have been tuning in with us all afternoon long, we heard that one-on-one interview between he and Matthew Dillner. You heard what it meant to him personally and all the partners that he has had to pull together to get us to this point in relatively short amount of time. Hats go off to everyone behind the racetrack revival stint that was put together back in August, but even talking to some of the drivers in the pit area who were here last fall, or I should say last summer, and have returned here, they are blown away. Everyone is, myself included, at the progress that has been made to get us to this point. Between the infield upgrades, what you see in the grandstands, and the racetrack, even though it has been patched and put back together in some capacity, that's exactly what the drivers wanted. They didn't want to see fresh asphalt, fresh pavement. They want an opportunity to be able to test their talents against one of the toughest surfaces that they will ever come to pass in any type of professional stock car, and it is certainly culminating to what will be a fantastic night and week of racing.
That it is, and with this surface and talking to many of the drivers, about some of the patchwork that's been done and just kind of the tug and pull it's going to be with where some of that is on the racetrack. You get a really nice shot of it right there and see much of the work that's been done on the inside of turn number 1, and kind of as it moves its way around the racetrack, all these different spots. They talk about how abrasive it is, but yet there's a little bit of grip depending on which end of the racetrack you're on, particularly in 3 and 4. You really want to wrap around the apron, so seeing the drivers that are going to be tasked with doing that tonight is going to be exciting to watch. But I think also looking at some of the video that we've had with some of the testing that's been going on with the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, with the NASCAR Cup Series as well, and just loving the amount of off-throttle time, the amount that these tires are tearing up, it should make for a great show.
Well, to learn more about this special place and this special weekend, we've got a special video we want to show our listeners before we get to the command.
The mountains of North Wilkesboro, North Carolina, have always been known for 2 things. First, moonshine. Revenuers chase moonshiners to what it's also known for, racing. North Wilkesboro Speedway, a true NASCAR original. But after 1996, it was gone. Mother Nature slowly took over. History buried in weeds, rot, and ruin. Sometimes you just don't realize how great something is until it's gone. Many have fought to bring it back, all with great effort and intention. Then came a weed whacker or 10, and some good old-fashioned elbow grease. It was beautiful to see the track cleaned up again. The old girl was going to live on in the sim racing world, iRacing, but real racing, not a chance. Well, I was wrong. That gesture, that idea, helped North Wilkesboro gain traction. The timing, this time, was right.
Now I get to see the banner to my left, "We got you back." It's a really special thing when you can have a big idea that seems kind of crazy and you can actually make it happen.
The miracle came to life. Racing returned. First, the historic modifieds rumbled the hills of Wilkesboro. Then, a late model race for the ages. And the same star that helped in the track's resurrection helped put the sports world on notice. North Wilkesboro Speedway was back.
For the 93rd time and final time.
In 1996, Dave Despain said, "Yes, you can build a team and you can build a track, but you cannot build history. But you can restore it." And 26 years later, they have. The old ribbon of asphalt is still here. Just some new paint, buildings, lights, and most importantly, lots of love. The same gritty pavement that once held Petty, Earnhardt, Allison, Elliott, and Waltrip will now have Larson, Chastain, Hamlin, Harvick, and Elliott on it. But this time Chase. But before NASCAR's All-Stars come to town, a special treat, late model stock cars, a region favorite, cars that birthed local legends and national stars. Grassroots racing returns to North Wilkesboro Speedway. But this time, she's all dressed up for the occasion. And the Cars Tour is ready for their dance.
You know, someone once told me that nobody cares about the history of our sport and that the past, it doesn't matter. Man, I am glad they were wrong.
Leave it to one of the men behind Lost Speedways to be able to tell the story of this venue. And with that, we are just moments away from getting things underway. We're going to turn it over to trackside to get the command to kick off racing action here from North Wilkesboro.
Drivers, start your engines!
Well, if that command is any indication of what type of energy and action we are going to see here trackside, we are in for an absolute show. Thank you all so much for joining us. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Once again, I'm Eric Brennan alongside Blake McCandless, and as you can see, the Crossroads Harley-Davidson 75 is on deck. 40 pro late model competitors strong, getting set to navigate their way around this historic 5/8 mile oval, and they will be the first in what is truly a remarkable week here for a racetrack that was truly left for abandonment. It's been an honor to be a part of the pre-race festivities, and I think it's important, Blake, to mention the fact that the word patience is going to be thrown out here several times over the course of not just tonight, not just this race, but the next few days. Fans were warned that traffic may be a bit tough getting in and out of here. Counsel patience. The logistics of putting on a race broadcast of this nature requires some patience from all involved. But I do think the one thing, no matter how hard you coach or counsel patience, that it's going to be hard to get it into the heads of a certain aspect of people on the track property tonight. The drivers, especially these pro late model competitors.
You hit the nail right on the head, Eric, when talking about this racetrack, and you can see it right there, how abrasive, how tough this surface is. That is going to be something that many of these drivers are going to have to handle. Again, when we've been in these pro late models, we didn't go to Florence Motor Speedway a little bit earlier on in the year, which is probably akin to the most similar surface that you'll see when comparing it to this racetrack. So many of these drivers, many of which are very young in this pro late model division, this is such a fantastic opportunity for them to learn. And I know, talking with George Phillips specifically yesterday about it, he was most excited about that because, again, a young man that is looking to gain experience at a lot of different types of racetracks, he viewed this opportunity in North Wilkesboro not only to appreciate the history of this racetrack, but he was just excited to learn. He was chomping at the bit to come to a racetrack like this. It's going to teach a young man like him an awful lot, as well as many of the veterans that we have out there.
While 18 of the late model stock competitors have a notebook as far as what this place is going to do, most of these pro late model drivers may have some limited late model experience here from last August, but a lot of these teams are working with a completely blank and empty notebook, and the lessons learned are only going to be applied in the laps that are coming up to decide this race. They're also aware of the fact there are several eyes on these drivers. There's a lot of Cup interest here. There's a lot of Cup figures here. As a matter of fact, all 4 members of the new Cars Tour ownership group are here on the track property grounds. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kevin Harvick, of course, competing. Jeff Burton, Justin Marks, they're going to play a special role in the late model stock car race getting underway in just a short while. There's a lot of attention on this race, and for many of these drivers, a lot of them young stars trying to work their way up through the ranks. Many of them longtime pro late model competitors. They know tonight just hits differently. And to be in victory lane at North Wilkesboro and take that elevator ride up, that could define a career for a driver like the 40 that we have in the field tonight.
Well, I know, even talking with Michael Bumgarner, he was somebody in the limited late model division who was able to ride that elevator last year. He's back in the late model stocks at Hickory Motor Speedway. I know he's not out here, but just talking with him, that's a type of night that changes your life. And at the time, when the racetrack revival was going on, they were thinking that that was going to be the last race on this surface. Now, luckily, it wasn't. We still have a lot of great racing action that this asphalt, the story, is not done. But, boy, what it has seen in the past. But going to victory lane, sitting on a pole, even Brendan Queen kind of mentioned it in his pole interview, I'm a pole winner at North Wilkesboro. I mean, that's something that not a lot of people get to say, and it's something that you'll never take away. And one of these drivers have the opportunity to ride that elevator, to go to victory lane, and have what would be a career-defining moment.
Absolutely remarkable here. And while we have a moment here with the field on their parade and pace laps, let's check in with the third member of our broadcast team tonight, and Jacqueline Drake. Jacqueline, how you doing?
Hey guys, I'm here at North Wilkesboro Speedway on a Wednesday night. I don't know what gets better than that. One driver I want to talk about is going to be that number 1, Jordan Taylor, or should I say Rodney Sandstorm. This is his first asphalt race ever, late model, oval track, and he's going to be starting a little bit further back in the field. He's starting 28th this evening. I talked to him, he said, I'm a little worried about getting pushed around by these guys. I'm the new guy on the block, and I don't know if they like me here. But you can't miss that rainbow number 1 out there. Jeff Gordon fan, and has been for a long time, has raced alongside him in the 24 Hours of Daytona. So it's always great to see other drivers from other disciplines of motorsports here competing at such a historic racetrack.
Thanks, Jacqueline. That's a great point. We talked about all the star power in late model stocks. There's a lot of star power in this pro late model field, and we'll start there with Rodney Sandstorm. So there's a lot to keep our eyes on here as we inch closer to the green.
Well, and there's a lot of star power that didn't make their way into the field. 14 drivers were sent home packing. We're talking about drivers that have been around the series for a long time, and Zach Fowler, at least in regards to this season, Clint King, Chris Wright DNQ'd. A long list of drivers were not able to make their way to the field tonight.
As far as drivers who will be starting at the front of the pack, you see Augie Grill, who won the pole. He won the Model A Pole Award in qualifying earlier tonight. Katie Hedinger has had such a solid and great race season so far, but has not been able to go to victory lane just yet as they received the 1-to-go signal this time from our chief starter, Brandon Willard. Inside of row number 2 will be that of Ashton Higgins, and Corey Heim, making a rare pro late model start, will line up at 4th. Dawson Sutton, Connor Zilish, teammates in row 3. Ever since the news first came down that the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour late model stocks and pro late models will be racing at North Wilkesboro on May 17, 2023, everybody was able to tell that this was going to be the first of many chapters in this track's still to grow history. Off of turn number 4, racing is back underway at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Augie Grill leads us down for the start. And Grill wasted no time to blast out in front of the pack, while Hedinger is up at a second. It appears that that may not have been the start that the officials wanted, and it leads to carnage in turn 3.
Again, they called off the start. The yellow flag was out after it was deemed, I believe. I mean, Grill got out to such a lead. I think he may have jumped it early. But this happened after the caution flag was displayed. We don't even score an official lap, and that is what is left of Dawson Sutton. Was talking to him yesterday, so excited to be running here tonight, and not even going to complete a single lap, as I believe he got run into the back of entering turn 3 when everybody was kind of checking up after that start was waved off.
The start for the Crossroads Harley-Davidson 75 comes to a premature end for not only Dawson Sutton, but I believe that is Brian Kruzak, who came out at the season opener at Southern National, finished 2nd. We haven't seen him since. The driver out of Newmarket, New Hampshire. It looked as though that he had the speed and poise to contend for a victory tonight, and oh my goodness, it was Connor Zilish who got in the back of him, his teammate.
And you could see the light, one of the new caution lights that they put out here at this racetrack was out, and I think you hit the nail on the head right there. Connor Zilish, a teammate, as Sutton tries to collect that race car down the racetrack. We'll see it one more time, and you can see him, he's turning to the right at the last second, but just clips him, spins him around, and unfortunately for Sutton, travels just up the racetrack and is probably okay, but instead makes contact. Heavy damage on both of those race cars.
You could see Sutton and a couple of cars in front of him with their arms out of the window net, signifying that the caution was out, and Zilish just wasn't able to get the memo in time, and that created this carnage, with Lee Tissett being the other car that got hit in the driver's side door as Dawson Sutton spun up the racetrack. And boy, especially when you look at someone like Brian Kruzak, to come all this way, as you mentioned, New Hampshire native, especially still riding a bit of a wave of momentum after the strong run he had at the season opener at Southern National. And for Dawson Sutton, the day of practice, the excitement, anticipation for it to come undone in that form, heartbreaking. So Sutton's car, you see there being pushed with obvious damage to not only the nose, but also on the left front of that number 26 car. And Sutton was indicating that he wanted them to stop because he could feel something was not quite right. They're going to have to throw that thing on the hook. However, Kruzek's car was able to, or was still parked stationary there down on the inside retaining wall. No one has been able to go and pick up that machine just yet. And Lee Tissett was able to drive away from the scene after what was a start that was waved off due to the launch that Augie Grill got from the pole.
It is so difficult to see those two teammates get together, too. They work so well. I know they get along very well with each other. And, of course, you never want to run into a teammate. I mean, that's the number one rule of racing. It's just so difficult for those two.
And you have to wonder, for Connor Zilish, what is the mentality now at this point? And keep in mind, this is a young driver who, number one, has already been voted by his peers as one of the nicest competitors in the pit area, especially in terms of the pro late model field. Local driver out of Mooresville, North Carolina, but we've touched on the versatility of his racing talents, and not only is he the most recent pro late model winner with the Cars Tour, picked up the victory at Ace Speedway after taking the lead with 25 laps to go in that 100-lap affair, but we also were able to see Connor Zilish be able to have success in the Mazda MX-5 Cup. Went out to Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. Matter of fact, now it's known as WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and picked up a victory there in day one. Day two was running up in the front of the pack until something broke, and then had to immediately shift gears to come back on over to race his Rackley War number 25. And I have to wonder and hope that he can at least shake off what just took place in turn 3 and have a chance to see what he could do here after he was slated, Connor Zilish that was, to start up in the first 3 rows.
Well, and it's not only you have to put that behind you right now, you have 125 laps a little bit later on in the night if you're Connor Zilish as well. So it's something that you're going to very quickly have to put behind and just go forward and try to overcome it. And again, this happened at the front of the field too. And again, we talked about how many cars were out here for single car qualifying, how competitive the pro late model field was. It ended up being closer competition-wise than the late model stock field once Brendan Queen decided, oh yeah, I'll run about 2.5 tenths quicker than the rest of the field. But it's just a tough scene out here. Now again, we did not score an official lap. The yellow flag was out, the restart was waved off, and of course yellow flag laps do not count. The race leader in Augie Grill had not completed his first circuit around, so technically we are still frozen as far as timing and scoring is concerned. And I think the next item on the agenda, obviously other than getting Dawson Sutton's car safely back to the trailer, is kind of re-racking this order of what is supposed to be the starting order for this race. And I'm sure that's what's been the conversation with race control and a couple of others, is where exactly everybody lines up in regards to this start, and whether we're moving up a row or if we're taking Sutton out of the picture and everybody's going to change lanes.
That's a really good point to bring up. The timing of the caution and the reasoning for the caution on that first lap does change the way in which we reset the field. Interesting note there, inside of row number 4, that black car with the yellow number 27 numerals, that is, in fact, Lee Tissett. He did have Dawson Sutton in the driver's door of that car. Doesn't appear to be too worse for the wear there. Maybe a little bit of a dent there just behind that left front wheel, but he's going to re-rack it and bring that Jeff's Auto Sales entry back up to the inside of what will be row number 4 and try it again.
We'll see if that car can keep up, and everybody else behind him this couple of rows. Going to be important to try and assess the damage on that car. Again, that's a situation with those two cars, the spotter and the team in constant communication. And you know, if there's any chance that you're going to repair your car, you're going to want to do it here early on in this race. And apparently they've decided that with all the cars we have out here, again, it's a big ask, Eric. If you're going to go down pit road, it's one thing to do it when we've had, 20, 25 cars in a lot of these fields in the pro late models. Well, guess what? We have 40 now. So if you make that decision to turn left onto the pit lane and fix your race car, track position, 75 to go, going to be really hard to get back.
Let's try it again. The Crossroads Harley-Davidson 75 of the Pro Late Models coming into the start zone with Augie Grill leading us down. Katie Hedinger outside, take two. The honorary starter gets a second shot to wave the green flag, and we are underway and off and running into turn one. Nearly contact in the battle for second as Ashton Higgins tries to slide up inside of Hedinger with Corey Heim ducking to the bottom behind in fourth in the 28 car. The launch is not going to be as big as it was the first time through, but Augie Grill is out to a healthy lead early. Hedinger making the outside lane work, at least for now, to fend off Corey Heim in the battle for third in the black 81 cars. Hedinger and almost came down with Heim lunging his way there to the inside, now going for second or four.
And this is one of the cars watching practice over the last couple of days of Corey Heim was very comfortable. And again, he hasn't been in a pro late model in about 5 years. And when talking with him about that yesterday, he said, you know what, it'll take me about 4 or 5 laps to get back up to speed. And you can see already making up a couple of spots is Corey Heim. Connor Zilish, we mentioned having to put the fact that you spun your teammate out behind you. It looks like he's able to do that. He'll make his way by Katie Hettinger, who, honestly, with Hettinger, she has had so many fantastic starts in qualifying, but yet the opening laps, it seems like she's drifted back a couple of spots each time, which, again, we're at North Wilkesboro, exceptionally abrasive surface. You have to imagine for somebody that's been at Hickory Motor Speedway a lot and had so much success there that perhaps that's the thinking for a driver. We talked about patience earlier. That may be what is on Katie Hettinger's mind.
And I'm sure that is the message being delivered to that young driver. Patience, patience, patience. But not for Corey Heim, who wants the race lead and is looking low. Augie Grill up to the top side. Corey Heim down low. Down the main straightaway they come. Heim to the point. And we'd be remiss if we did not say a special hello to Isabella Robusto, who nearly drove this car to a win at Hickory, still recovering from the effects suffered in that crash. Isabella, we hope to see you back at the racetrack soon. But that car for Wilson Motorsports just took over the top spot.
So Grill slots back to third. Ashton Higgins, again, off to a fantastic start here tonight. Had a great qualifying effort a little bit earlier. It's been awfully consistent aside from a Speedway, and some of the carnage and chaos we saw there is a full moon night. Not necessarily the same today, but you can look at the line that all of these drivers are running, and especially here in the pro late models, and talking to drivers in both garages, is how these cars really want to run the bottom in 3 and 4. Again, we mentioned some of the patchwork that's been done here at this racetrack and trying to preserve this old surface. Well, you can see that it pretty much lines all the way through the bottom of 3 and 4. Talking to these drivers, there's some grip there. If you get right down there to that line, there's a little bit of grip in some of that patchwork.
Oh, trouble, front straightaway. Got a car hard into the wall just past the start-finish line. They were big hit there for Nick Loden, who nearly ended up over the pit wall, and that's Josh Lauder's car that is destroyed. Just as they came by the start-finish line, it was Lauder who looked to be in the middle of a 3-wide situation coming down the main straightaway. And the driver from Archdale, North Carolina, got hooked head-on into the wall, and as he came off of the outside retaining wall and started to float his way down, it was Nick Loden who climbed over the left side of his machine, and this may very well be the third DNF in 4 starts for Nick Loden in that 43.
It has been a tough start to the year, and I know with Ryan Wilson's accident at Ace Speedway, we saw the A-post sheared off of the left side of that car, but I mean, just look at the damage on a car we can barely even recognize down on the inside. I can't even get a number on the side of that one.
So that's Nick Loden there up against the outside retaining wall in turn number 1. The white car that was against the inside wall was that of Josh Lauder. And we'll try to get a positive ID on the car that was involved up against the wall in turn number 1. I believe that was who ended up being pinned between Lauder and the outside retaining wall as the red flag is displayed. And Nick Loden is dropping the window net there after what was yet another heartbreaking incident for he and his team. We mentioned the DNF stat, and a lot of that, of course, is not of Loden and his team's doing. Remember, it was at Hickory Motor Speedway, was still running quite well at the first attempt of a green-white checkered, and ended up in a position where they were against the backstretch wall and in trouble. And we'll wait for official word on Nick Loden down there trackside. Looks as though the driver is starting to come out of that car. So the good news is Nick Loden, for the most part, does in fact appear to be okay, just incredibly dejected as he climbs from that car under his own power.
Because, of course, it's good to see him climb out. And, you know, you kind of called that out of the corner of our eye as they were making their way down the front straightaway. I think this was one of the things that is somewhat different about this racetrack since we came here last August. You mentioned the safer barriers that were installed here at this racetrack. We were talking a little bit about earlier the amount of undertaking that was to make sure that this was ready for NASCAR Cup Series competition. In essence, what that did, though, is you could see that this racetrack, particularly on corner exit, a little bit narrower than it was the last time that we were here in August. So I think it's a little more likely that we'll have some situations off of corner exit where I'm sure that accident pretty much started to where drivers are really kind of squeezed into the outside wall as it was right there.
You mentioned some of the improvements and enhancements that were being done at this racetrack. I'll credit Bob Pockrass of Fox Sports for saying it was an over $1 million investment to add safer barrier around the entire outside of this 5/8 mile oval, as well as the majority of the inside wall that you see here that make up several ends. You can see a lot of it there off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. So a lot was taken under in order to make this racetrack truly race ready for all types of cars that are going to be partaking in contests here at this venue over the course of the next few days. So we wait from official word down trackside as far as the competitors who were involved in the incident here on what happened on lap number 7 of the Crossroads Harley-Davidson 75 lapper for the Cars Tour Pro Late Models. 68 laps still to go. Corey Heim is still your race leader. Augie Grill, the pole sitter, is currently running in the 2nd position. Ashton Higgins in 3rd. Good run for Tristan McKee so far, currently scored in 4th. Connor Zilish able to somehow be able to regain composure after the contact with his teammate on the opening few laps, running in 5th. Katie Hedinger, after starting outside of the front row, currently scored in 6th. Lee Tissett, despite the damage on the left side of that car when Dawson Sutton came up and right into the side of him, currently scored in 7th. Matt Craig, Mike Hopkins, Caden Quapple, your top 10. We're going to step aside here at North Wilkesboro. We'll be back with more racing here on Flow Racing. In fact, the red flag has just been rescinded and the caution flag is out. However, we do want to let everyone know that the word from the race control, as well as those down trackside, is that both drivers, Nick Loden and Josh Lauder, are okay after what was a very, very scary crash early in the going of the Crossroads Harley-Davidson 75 for the Cars Tour Pro Late Models. Now, from our vantage point, it looked as though coming off of turn number 4, Lauder was in the middle of a 3-wide fight. Wasn't sure necessarily who was on inside or outside, but it appeared as though he got squeezed into the wall. The scary part was here. Look at this.
Oh.
Loden, all 4 wheels up off the ground with a driver's side impact to the inside retaining wall on what was an already destroyed right side of Josh Lauder's car as he ping-ponged his way off the outside wall.
And Loden was trying to take advantage of that apron that's down there and just ran out of room simply and nearly jumped up. I mean, they weren't too far from Kitzmiller's car that's sitting down there in the late model stock car pit lane.
Absolutely incredible. Before we get this race re-racked, let's throw it down. As a matter of fact, we'll hold off on that here and take a look at the front runners here, as there is one car that has not been able to roll just yet. I believe that might be the 7 of Tyler Church.
And there's Luke Morey as well.
A couple of cars that did stop on the back straightaway. Good catch there, Blake, as it appears as though that they may need some push-off or assistance in terms of trying to get their cars back out underway. Luke Morey, who would have thought that he would have to fall back on a provisional after having a hard time in qualifying. With Church now off of turn number 2 also. You talk about other drivers who've had some ups and downs. Church did roll into Southern National Motorsports Park expecting to race in the season opener and had a motor problem on practice day. This is his first start of the year.
And again, just needs a little bit of assistance to get off rolling in that car as we continue to pace around under the yellow flag here at the Pro Late Models.
So a bit of a slow get-up for the Pro Late Models here on what has been a very anticipated event and race. This is also, so Blake, as someone who does have some driving experience, albeit at Hickory Motor Speedway, I have to imagine at a track this rough, in this style of car, I view it as perhaps you're straddling a razor's edge for a while until suddenly the handle goes away And typically, you don't get that grip level back. Is that what these drivers are pretty much dealing with here at Wilkesboro?
Especially if you're loose, Eric, and talking to a number of drivers, that's the one thing you did not want to be here, is that if you're really sideways, you're kicking out that right rear, which we saw a lot of in practice in both divisions. Again, these guys were practicing the last couple of days in exceptionally hot conditions, about 85 degrees or so. Sun was plastered on the racetrack the entire time that the Cars Tour was out there. It cooled off a little bit today, but still was pretty relatively hot conditions. So the one thing that you don't want to be is loose. I know even talking with Dale Earnhardt Jr. A little bit last night about, the last thing that he wanted to be is loose. He wanted to be snug. He wanted to be in control, because the last thing you want to be, especially with some of the cars that we saw chasing off into turn one, you could look at turn one and some cars were already starting to turn into the corner. That is not something that you want, because there's no banking here to really catch it. This track is deceivingly flat, and even worse so when you talk about the momentum. When you're getting downhill into turn one, you're carrying momentum a lot quicker than you otherwise would be going uphill into turn three. With these Pro Late models, they're in the chip pretty early on this straightaway, or on this front straightaway early in the run. Of course, that dissipates a little bit later. But yeah, the one thing you don't want to be is heating up that right rear tire, because you're pretty much never going to get it back.
Yeah, because once you pay that price, it's paid. You're not getting your money back on it by any stretch of the imagination. You mentioned the characteristics of the front and back straightaway. Sometimes hard to see for fans who are here in attendance, depending on where they may be positioned, or those of you watching along at home on Flow Racing. And as Blake mentioned, there is, in fact, an uphill run on the back straightaway to turn three and a downhill lunge, really, in the turn number one, and that does make the characteristics of this venue, even though from up above or from an aerial perspective it looks kind of symmetrical no matter which way you try to cut it in half, that does change the way these drivers have to approach things in both the pro and late model stocks, and they got to keep that in mind, especially as they're acquiring data for what they think may be the best setup, but it could end up hurting them in the long run because of the fact they got to do it for 75 laps.
Well, again, I think the number one thing these drivers love about this racetrack is the fact that there is so much character to this track. It's not near the same at either end of the racetrack, and every single time, every single lap around is a different challenge for these drivers.
So the field is getting set for the restart after the red flag was out for a two-car crash where all drivers are okay. Corey Heim, the new leader, took the lead away on lap 5 alongside the pole sitter, Augie Grill. Into the KRC Power Steering restart zone they come. We're back underway with 68 laps to go, and Grill is trying to give it a run on that top side. Grill was still trying to keep the fender there to the outside of Heim, but had to concede the race lead as they got into turn number 3. And Corey Heim is back out in front. First side-by-side battle, youngster Tristan McKee in car 7, veteran Matt Craig in the 54 outside.
And Matt Craig's somebody that we're very familiar with in Cars Tour competition, almost contact between the youngster and the 24-year-old veteran, if you want to call him that. Made 57 starts in the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour Super Late models, but he has his hands full right now trying to get back down to the bottom. And of course, one of the newcomers who has taken this series by storm, and Mike Hopkins. We saw him do this exact same thing at Hickory, at Southern National. Started a little bit further back than your top couple of contenders, and each and every lap we kind of clicked off at the beginning of this thing, you get further and further forward. Mike Hopkins doing that right now.
Hopkins still yet to commit to racing for a Pro Late Model Championship with the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour. Mentioned the fact that his sons are both playing baseball, has been taking everything on a race-by-race basis. Meanwhile, one of the other 15s in the field, that red and black number 15 of Brett Suggs outside. Here comes the other black number 15 in the John Blewett Incorporated machine of Luke Baldwin. 3 wide just behind him there. Brent Cruz in the 24 making some moves, while the Dennis Setzer Racing Development number 6 of, that would be the number 6 car. Of course, I had a bit of a brain fade there. That's George Phillips, Legend Car winner. Had the last spot on time in qualifying, did that of Phillips. Happy to make the race, still battling for positions here.
And we've seen a number of instances of 3 wide already on the front straightaway here in this Pro Late Model race. As you can see, Caden Quapple was so dominant at Ace Speedway, led the opening 75 laps of that race before turning things over to Connor Zilish, who went on to win. And Quapple, another car that, looking at practice, and he looked awfully comfortable around each end of the racetrack, so no shocker here to see a driver who has found a lot of success here in the Car Store Pro Late Model Series, doing so yet again, making his way by Katie Hedinger.
Pretty much single file throughout most of the field. As we say that, battle starts to materialize all across this 5/8 mile oval, including that of Connor Zilish. The lone Rackley War entry still running at this juncture. Coming around here with 60 laps to go, getting inside of Ashton Higgins, and that's going to open the door for Tristan McKee to try to follow through. McKee looking to have himself a banner day here this afternoon, if at all possible, for this young driver. The accelerated development number 7. As a matter of fact, he already has himself one top 10 finish this season. It was a 10th at Hickory. Looking to better that here with a top 5 result, should he be able to maintain his position up towards the front.
And again, this is such a spectacular show for all of these fans battling all over the racetrack. You can see the number 27 of Jeb Burton, who's made his way out here out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Won his first late model race at Ace Speedway in 2011, quite a long time ago, but has made his way out on the racetrack here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. And again, that battle that he is consumed in at the moment, this is for that 14th spot, as he is able to make his way by. It's Brent Cruz who is close in tow.
Brent Cruz has been a bit of a car on the move. Started back in 31st position. Did that of Brent Cruz, already up 16 spots is that of Cruz as he continues to try to work his way further forward. And there's the battle of 15s we were talking about earlier. Luke Baldwin on the bottom in the black 15. The multicolored, mostly red 15 outside is that of Brett Suggs. Baldwin pointed out the fact this is his last scheduled race for Walker Motorsports. Picked up some additional support, pun intended, from Shoreside Support and John Blewett Incorporated. Baldwin trying to make the best of this chance here, hoping for more races if at all possible.
And that may make for 2 15s. I was talking with Brett Suggs a little bit earlier, who secured enough funding to go through North Wilkesboro, and he said, well, unless a miracle happens, it may not be back out with this TLH Motorsports machine. And what a fantastic job he's done in his few starts, sitting 4th in the points as he loses yet another spot to Trevor Sanborn, who gets his way on by. But it may make for 2 15s that maybe not calling it quits after North Wilkesboro, but hopefully we'll see you soon.
Next race on the docket for these teams will be at the Tri-County Speedway on Memorial Day weekend. We'll be looking forward for that one, but we still got the late model stock main event to come and 54 laps to go amongst these two competitors who have pretty much been the class of the field, albeit early on. Corey Heim raced his way up to the top spot. Augie Grill, since giving up that race lead, has not allowed Corey Heim to get too far out in front. Just behind them would be that of the ace winner and Connor Zilish, but so far these two separated by about a car length, so a little bit of a bobble there by Corey Heim, that time off at turn 2. They are on the same straightaway as the tail end of the field, so lap traffic may be a bit of a factor at some point in these next few laps, and it may be a factor especially when we get down towards the end of this thing.
Well, again, we're starting a pro late model record 40 cars, so if ever there were a time that you were going to have to deal with lap traffic, it's going to have to be in this race. But looking at these lap times that these drivers are running, not a ton of fall off, and that's for multiple reasons, right? Just 75 laps, not nearly what the late model stocks are run in the Winter World 125, so not having to save quite as much. It's about 4 or 5 tenths of a second or so that these drivers have slowed down from their initial starting pace in this race. But granted, we also started this race with a lot of pace laps, so you weren't exactly going to go out there and run some hot laps after the start of this race.
We saw Caden Quapple get up to and past Matt Craig for what would be the 7th position. Now Katie Hedinger trying to follow suit inside of turn number 1, trying to pin that 54 car up towards the top side of the racetrack. And this may be a point in the race we really start to see the pendulum shift for some of these racers. Just behind this 2-car battle, Brett Holmes, surprise entry to the pro late model field. He's a former ARCA national champion in that car number 9. He too is trying to get up to Matt Craig for what would now be a battle for the 9th position as Hedinger kicks Craig back to that spot. Hedinger up to 8th.
I also saw out of the corner of the screen one driver who was making his way down the pit lane, and we can see in front of us in the broadcast with Austin McDonald, who scored. He's only completed 7 laps. He's 20 laps now, so another driver who fell out, and he's bringing that number 13. Looks unscathed, but behind the wall, so it looks like a mechanical gremlin befalling Austin McDonald, which, again, tough luck for that driver after hasn't had near the start to the campaign that I'm sure he's wanted with the best of 11th at Southern National.
Field has just put a lap on car number 8 of Rusty Skews, who had to fall back on a provisional to make the show. Skews been able to keep the nose clean so far in this contest. He will fall 1 lap off the leaders with more traffic out in front. Joshua Horniman is the next car in line. He too, unfortunately, had to lean on a provisional in order to make the race, but his family's got quite the history here. His grandfather was a former race-winning car owner in what was the NASCAR Baby Grand Nationals and picked up a win here in 1974. That family very happy to be back here in the capacity in which they are as the fight for the lead tightens up in his rearview mirror off 4.
That it does, and Heim trying to find a way around. Again, the more you get towards this lap traffic, you want to see where exactly they're running, if they're going to be on the bottom, if they're going to be on the top, and you hope that you have situations like this that naturally develop where you're going to be able to make up a little bit of time. As Grill didn't have quite the exit he would have wanted off the turn 2 there at the lap traffic, but Corey Heim very capable and accomplished as any of trying to get by some cars, as now they go to the high side around Justin Whitaker, another driver who had to sit on a provisional for today.
Whitaker had very high hopes coming into tonight's race, tied for 15th in points after finishing top 5 in both limited late model races held here last summer. Now you see Augie Grill trying to hook the bottom of the racetrack off of turn number 4. Here at North Wilkesboro Speedway, trying to help that car corner a little bit better on corner exit and maybe not lean on that right rear as much as they are about to come up on Luke Morey in the 49 and Arizona native and front row racing engineer Dylan Capello in the 11, who gets by Morey there on the front straightaway. That's a battle for position in front of your leaders. Now Morey has to yield. He's up on the high side of Corey Heim.
Remember, Morey was trying to get his car rolling after the red flag conditions that we had not too long ago. Remember, there's still perhaps a competition caution for these drivers to look forward to. Again, 35 laps, we would throw the yellow flag for these drivers. Perhaps these top 2 checking out maybe a little too much. You never know.
Their lead currently over third place running Connor Zillish, 2.1 seconds, with McKee in 4th position. Ashton Higgins, your top 5. So far, Capello, though, has been doing a great job maintaining his position on the lead lap. In fact, he's going to dive to the inside of the number 88 of TJ DeCare, who would be in the 29th position. That's the battle for 29th spot, as Capello now looks inside. You have to wonder if maybe Capello was told, hey, leaders are on you. You got to pick up the pace now. If you were trying to conserve at this point in the race, there's not much of an opportunity to be able to hold back all that much here. And one car that is struggling big time and off the pace is Brett Suggs in turns 1 and 2. Suggs off the pace, and that will draw the caution flag. Counting the start, this would be for the 3rd time tonight that we have seen the Volt battery caution. So Suggs, whose car comes to rest up on the outside wall in turn number 2, doesn't appear to be any obvious damage to his vehicle. And Blake, you touched on the fact that there was some uncertainty about Brett and his team being able to get to Wilkesboro and having what it takes in terms of funding and support just to get here, despite the fact that he came into the night 4th in points. Is not the way in which he envisioned his night unfolding, but the hope is that he could get that car refired as he is right now. But I think we penciled Suggs in as someone who would be up in the top 10, and he's just been struggling with the handle on that thing for the last 15 laps or so.
Well, again, he's such a hard-working young man and has done anything possible. He runs Brett Suggs Racing Marketing that designs graphics, creates social content for many young drivers, not just himself, and kind of use that as a springboard to work with this TLH Motorsports group and to be able to fund a ride for at least a little bit of time to be able to come out here for the opening races in this series. So tough luck for him, but hopefully we'll see him back soon.
This caution comes just a couple of laps before the iRacing halfway break, and it also came at a time in which the leaders were in heavy traffic as they had caught the tail end of the pack. I will say that the hard racing by that of Dylan Capello is going to offer up the chance for that driver to stay on the lead lap, as will TJ DeCare, and unofficially Luke Morey should be able to receive the free pass. So the field now circulating under the yellow flag. And since losing the race lead, I've been surprised at Augie Grill's ability to stay with Corey Heim. Thought for sure that maybe this could be a shift in pace, if you will, And now I'm starting to wonder if Grill was just kind of biding his time. And let's not look past the experience of Augie Grill in all types of stock cars. This is someone who has been pretty synonymous in terms of success in all forms of stock cars. He is a 2-time Snowball Derby winner. Did it back-to-back in 2007 and 2008. 3-time Snowflake 100 winner, 2009, 2011, 2016. The racing resume goes on and on. We did see him in the LCQ after the practice times were set for the ASA Stars race, and that kind of put everyone in a bit of a tizzy. But Augie Grill is someone who, whenever you see his name on the entry blank for a pro or a super late model event, the eyebrows raise, and he's proving why. The pace is there, and he has won in this car already once this season. It actually came earlier this year at the CRA Jegs All-Stars event at Watermelon Capital Speedway. So not only does he know how to get it done on the super side, he could win in this very pro late model. He's going to try to do it here in about 40 laps or so, holding steady in second.
We're very lucky to have him, and especially so many drivers, the talent that we've had that's expanded throughout this field. It's not just drivers. Again, this is the Cars Tour, but with the magnitude of running at North Wilkesboro, having 54 cars, we took in teams and drivers from all over the country, up in the Northeast, out in the Midwest, even further out, kind of way out west. There are just drivers from all over this place, teams who have traveled down. I know several that were even flying in from Boston to be able to get here and run in this race. I just think it's a testament to the competition that is attracted for the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour, and that's something that we've seen all year long, but never to this degree for this division.
I'll add one more nugget on Augie Grill sent to us by our friend Bob Dillner, the voice of the Smart Modified Tour here on Flow Racing, who's checking in with us and watching along. In fact, Augie's dad, Frankie, very famous car owner and chassis builder, but Augie also has success as a crew chief. He was crew chiefing when Wayne Anderson won the Derby back in the early 2000s. So thanks for Bob for sending that in to us and passing that along to let the viewers learn a little bit more about a driver who, as we said, his racing resume, I don't know if they make enough paper in order to print down all the success that he's had. And he's trying to add more to it here as they hit the Choose V. This is actually the first time we get to say that. We haven't run a racetrack that has it embedded and printed on the front straightaway like we do here at Wilkesboro, but no surprise, the front row are going to elect inside, outside, as we've seen so far. The car that is slowly working his way up towards the front is that number 15 of Mike Hopkins, who picked outside of Connor Zilish. They'll take you through your first two rows.
Again, we have seen the bottom lane be really dominant here. You talked about the Choose cone. We saw a Choose line, I guess you could say, at Ace Speedway a couple of weeks ago. But again, one of the few races that we've had where we're clearly going to have one groove that is preferred, at least so far tonight. Of course, the racetrack washed off a little bit earlier. Didn't have as much practice for a lot of these cars as we had yesterday, but you'll see a lot of cars wanting to line up on that inside lane and decide who wants to take the risk to try the outside.
Couple laps shy of halfway into the KRC Power Steering restart zone they come, and yet another great launch on the outside by Augie Grill. Just about even with Corey Heim for the race lead as they both slide their way off turn 2 for the top spot, side by side to 3. Grill able to nose out by about a half car length, but Heim powers his way back even as Grill leads that lap at the line.
Grill took a really wide entry into 1 and 2. That's going to allow him to have a big run off. We saw a couple cars try this in practice yesterday. Wasn't so successful, but there's a little more grip out here, cooler temperatures, and Grill doing a masterful job to try to hang on.
Connor Zilish starting to creep his way up into the picture as we're side by side yet again for the top spot. The box score will give that lead to Augie Grill at the line that time through. Can't quite clear Heim, but he can off 2. Augie Grill, the pole sitter, back to the point. 3 cars under a blanket for the race lead. And here comes Heim having a peek down to the bottom.
And that's what that battle allowed Connor Zilish to do, is to race right up to them. You can see Tristan McGee able to get clear of Hawkins, who chose the outside lane, and trying to do a lot of what he saw Grill, I'm sure, do a little bit further out the windshield as he's coming back. And even Katie Hettinger had lost a number of spots, almost back to 10th. Now she finds her way around Mike Hopkins. So could this be a late race surge for Katie Hettinger, who elected to save a little bit earlier on? We're at the halfway point, so perhaps that 81 car has something to say about the second half of this race.
The Volt battery caution is out yet again here. It appears as though something may have taken place. Matt Craig is on the pit lane, not seeing anything from our vantage point at this time, with the field slowing on the back straightaway. but Matt Craig has just pulled down onto pit road, and the team is immediately going underneath the hood. You see it there on your picture. You have to wonder if perhaps something may have let go on a car who I would have put as one of the favorites here tonight, even though this is only his second pro late model start of the year.
Again, the two-time champion of the super late model division here in the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour when that was running back in 2019 and 2020. 9 wins along with that, and former winner of the All-American 400. And you're right, Eric. I think this is one of the cars that we were looking to see up here in the top 5 and contending for the race win, but clearly something not going right for that number 54.
Hats off to Craig to be able to get that car to the pit lane right away once he noticed something was amiss, but obviously officials who are stationed around this venue were seeing something they did not like that may have come out from underneath that number 54 from JCR3. Motorsports, and it appears as though Craig's night may end here with 36 circuits still remaining. A couple of cars going to take advantage of this time to get on the pit lane. I believe that was Lee Tissett in the 27, also the 33 of Dustin Smith out of Mobile, Alabama. Going to try to come down and see if they can do any particular work or handling adjustments on their respective race cars and offer them up a chance to progress in the second half of this race. So Augie Grill back out in front after losing the lead early to Corey Heim, who worked his way on up there. Heim running in second spot, and Connor Zilish in third. Tristan McKee, Katie Hettinger round out your top 5. We still have a long way to go, and we are already starting to see a lot of these competitors slip and slide their way around this very abrasive racetrack.
Well, and you know, we look out here and we can see this beautiful paint scheme, which, by the way, went to victory lane in 1996, the last NASCAR Cup Series race that ran here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. And somebody that I know a lot of people were looking forward to being in this race. A lot of fanfare around Jordan Taylor, or Rodney Sandstorm, I guess you could say, making his start here at North Wilkesboro Speedway tonight. First start that he's ever had on an oval. Had been testing this pro late model at a Speedway in preparation to try to get everything ready for this race. And I know, hearing of what he had to say yesterday, he was just having an absolute blast out here. And so many of these guys that are coming out, like Jordan, like the NASCAR Cup Series stars that we have coming up a little bit later in the late model stocks, they've been enjoying it, but also appreciating the challenge and how good these drivers are in the Cars Tour.
And so far, he's getting quite the learning experience. He's been able to keep his nose clean. That's so important here. As we get set to come to the KRC Power Steering Restart Zone, Augie Grill, the pole sitter, back out in front of Corey Heim, Connor Zilish, Mike Hopkins, your front 4. 36 laps to go from North Wilkesboro.
Of Heim looking to have a repeat effort of what Grill was able to do on the high side, and Heim is still there, not able to get clear. And you can see that outside lane, if you can stick to the high side off of 2, you'll build up a little bit of momentum as Heim may try the crossover here off of turn 4.
Heim falls back behind the plane of the rear bumper of Augie Grill's car. Couldn't quite get the launch on the exit of turn number 4 to dive to the inside of Augie Grill's machine, and the top 3 start to break free. Mike Hopkins in that 15 did not have the success that we've seen other drivers have on the top side. He will lose a position to Tristan McKee, who has now moved up in a 4th. As things continue to tussle about here throughout the bottom portion of the top 10. Side-by-side battles continue. Jackson Boone on the bottom in the 7. That's Brett Holmes in car number 9 up top.
Jackson Boone, somebody that we kind of circled on our list as well. The 2019 Nashville Fairgrounds Pro Late Model Champion is somebody who could run very competitively in this field and continue to work his way forward up into the 11th position just behind Jeb Burton. And again, Hopkins slipping back a little bit. You can see Hettinger also able to make her way by Hopkins after that restart as well.
This race is really starting to unfolding in a similar fashion to what we saw for Hettinger at Hickory. After starting outside pole, bounced off the wall early in the going, and then was able to methodically work her way back up to a pretty solid finish. Ended up 6th when the night was over. Also came off a top 5 finish at Ace. As the battles continue throughout the pack, a couple of newcomers to the pro late model ranks. That white and red car that you see just entering turn number 3 now, that is car number 2. An add to this field, John Tyler Bolin out of Jasper, Alabama, making his pro late model debut as we nearly go 3 wide on the front straightaway. And that's Sanborn in the 44, I should say, in that yellow and black 44, while Seth Christensen bounces off of the other 44 up there in that battle. That would be, of course, Michael Litchfield.
Christensen racing out at Wilkesboro Speedway in Georgia on dirt a couple of days ago, and many of these drivers, they're so busy throughout these weeks, and having this race in the middle of a Wednesday, there's not a lot of rest for many of these drivers who go out week by week, nearly every weekend it seems that they're racing, and have some more probably to look forward to this weekend. So for a lot of drivers, a lot of teams, very long week, but again, worth it to race at a venue such as this.
One driver we haven't talked about just yet, the white number 14, that is third in line in this freight train. That is Carson Hocevar, NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series winner at Texas Motor Speedway. He's pulling double duty tonight. We'll see him in the super late model later on tonight with the ASA Stars National Tour. But Hocevar slowly starting to work his way further forward. You have to wonder at this point of the race, as we start to inch towards the final third of this contest, if we will start to see drivers who know how to save their equipment till the latter portion start to rise up towards the front of the running order. Hocevar may be on that list. Whoa, that was close. Hocevar almost got into the backside of Michael Litchfield as they went into turn number 3 that time through.
Again, so close all throughout the field, as you can see Sanborn trying to hold on here off of turn number 2. And once again, we've seen kind of this 3-car separation up at the front of the field with Augie Grill, Corey Heim, Connor Zilish. See Sanborn here down at the bottom, trying to make his way by that number 2 machine. He's going to be able to do it. He's way up the racetrack.
Boland's going to yield just a little bit as they come off of turn number 2. Sanborn, another driver who hails from Maine. He's from East Parsonsfield, Maine, driving Rich Moody Racing. As looks as though you see there as the field flashes by, one car on the pit lane overheating badly. I believe that was the number 4 of Garrett Smithley for E33 Motorsports, who's going to have to retire with 25 laps to go. Battle for the lead heads off into turn number 1. Augie Grill, the leader. Corey Heim second. Connor Zilish still riding in third. Not too far off of the front runners as they're about to get on the main straightaway as the tail end of the pack once more.
Again, this is one of those scenarios we've seen these two jockeying back and forth, and at these racetracks where you have to save so much, it's such a mind game when you're the race leader, and Corey Heim had to deal with it a little bit earlier. How much do you want to save versus how much do you want to push? I think now with 23 laps to go, pushing is more what you're leaning towards, especially considering the fact that we're about a straightaway away from the race leaders. You can see some of the lap traffics in Rusky Skews that's a little bit further on up the road. It's not too much longer before they catch them, and then you have to wonder if you're Corey Heim, okay, where can I try to set up a pass? Where can I try and set up a move to try and get around Augie Grill? As Zilish looks like he's losing touch. He's been a little slideways off the corner the last couple of laps, and you can see your top 2 really starting to pull away from him.
While we are coming to 20 laps to go, we're starting to enter that point in the race where drivers can start to envision what it may be like to seal the deal. We already told you all that Augie Grill has accomplished in his career so far at this point, but you have to wonder if he is starting to question what it would mean to him, his family. We talked about the history that is attached to his racing family as he slips up a little bit there in turns 1 and 2. That's going to allow Heim to close just a little bit. The pay window is close to opening. The leaders are in lap traffic, and it looks like we may have 2 cars to settle it, at least for now, with 19 to go and a slide by Heim as he came off of 4.
Slide by both of your race leaders, and for Grill, he ended a late model winless streak that extended back to 2019 after winning Speedfest over somebody who's in this field in Caden Quapple just recently, and getting hot at the right time. But I think you mentioned it. You can win a number of times, but I think that thought starts to creep into your head about what it would mean. You see the fans that are still continuing to file in, and how sweet it would be to ride that elevator with all this fanfare, all these race fans out here would mean so much, but still have 18 laps to get the job done.
We touched on the fact that Corey Heim in a bit of a fill-in role for Isabella Robusto, who is recovering. Heim has had some success so far this season on the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series front, trying to get the opportunity to learn this venue for the race that is upcoming for him on Saturday afternoon. What it would mean to bring the trophy back to his race team, should he be able to get past Augie Grill in the traffic, as he is now pinned behind Luke Morey off of turn number 4, with Grill starting to open up the gap.
not only opening up the gap, but you can see up the road, not a ton of lap traffic. It's just the 33 on up the road of at Dustin Smith. That's a little, about half a straightaway ahead, but that's really the only lap traffic that is within reach of your race leaders, as Zilish is stuck in his own form of traffic.
Jackson Boone trying to hold on for a position up towards the front. That's Sanborn of the 44, who has had a very strong run so far here tonight. This position is for the final spot in the top 10. Sanborn on the bottom. Jackson Boone up top off of turn 2. Sanborn trying to get that car wrapped around the bottom of 3 and 4 to see if he can get past Boone, who's got a familiar voice in his ears. He's got Brian Kramer, nicknamed Hot Pockets, from the New Jersey area, spotting for young Jackson Boone. And all Kramer can tell me is this kid is very talented, fresh off his win at Nashville last week. And he's looking to wrap up what has been a solid night here at North Wilkesboro, just one spot shy of a top 10 as they run.
He's been working everywhere. You can see how quickly they caught the 33 and Smith, and a little bit of a gap that Grill is starting to build up over Corey Heim. It's extended a couple of car lengths here these last few laps, but more lap traffic up the road. Going to be crucial for Grill to try to get by it well. And again, a lot of the lap traffic here, you know, they're well instructed in the driver's meeting. If it's not your day, you need to get out of the way and let these leaders settle it amongst themselves. And they're very adamant about that in the car store. You can see them doing that for Augie Grill whenever he's approached them. It's been easy to go by, but these guys are still racing for some positions and some money as well.
And at this point in the race, Augie Grill had a moment there as he got up to the backside of Luke Baldwin. This is where you're going to start to encounter some cars, especially at the tail end of the pack, that may be a bit quicker than what you've gotten by so far. And they also may start to see the handling fade to an astronomical level. 10 laps to go on Augie Grill, and there is a pack of traffic up ahead.
And Heim was able to make up significant time that last trip around. Nearly a tenth of a second is what he ran down in Augie Grill that last circuit around this racetrack. And there is so much traffic up the road, 5, 6 cars on the same straightaway as Augie Grill. He's going to have his hands full trying to get around all the traffic that includes Rodney Sandstorm.
A lot of these cars very ill handling. That's Matt Craig that Grill has just got by. Now Corey Heim looks down low to the inside to have no cars between he and the leader. Kyle Campbell in the 03 just up ahead off of turn number 4. That's Litchfield side by side with Campbell in front of your leaders with 8 to go.
He wasn't able to find his way through the middle. That allows Heim to get down to the inside. They may be side by side down the back straightaway. 8 laps to go, and Corey Heim thought about going around, but instead they approached Kyle Campbell. They'll try to get a run off the top side.
You can see the top 2 cars in a bit of a 4-wheel slide as they went off into 3 that last time through. Campbell takes the inside lane. That's going to force Grill and Heim to go through on the outside. The separation is about 1 car length between the top 2. Connor Zilish a good ways back in 3rd right now, about a half a straightaway with more traffic ahead. 6 to go.
Next up is the North Wilkesboro native and Tyler Gregory. His first race in a Pro Late model. He'll let the leaders settle it amongst themselves off of turn number 2. Corey Heim able to get by quickly, but 6 laps to go. You have to imagine that, at least for Grill, most of the traffic he's going to have to deal with is behind him. That batch of cars was pretty significant, but now it looks like more smooth sailing ahead as he approaches Jordan Taylor.
Taylor going to be the next car in line in his E33 number 1 here tonight, with Heim trying to do everything he can to close up. George Phillips just ahead of Taylor as well as they come off of turn number 4 with 4 laps to go. It appears as though traffic may have been the great equalizer between Augie Grill, but just as I say that, a slide by your leader as he went down in turn 1. That's a couple of times now we've seen him overcook the entry on that downhill run to that first corner, as you mentioned, Blake. Grill may not be sealing this one up yet.
And I thought he was going to run away with it, but same slide in 3 and 4. 4 laps to go. Heim may be turning on the pressure here, flipping on the light switch here with 3 to go. We'll see Grill. He's able to get down to the bottom that time, gets a solid run off the corner, but Corey Heim is right with him. Just needs another car length or so in the next lap to try to make a move.
George Phillips just up the road, running in 20th. 2 laps to go. Heim trying to do everything possible as Grill sends it off in the first corner and runs a little bit wide there yet again. Heim is not going to have the exit he wants. He's alongside of Phillips. White flag waiting at the start-finish line, settling it amongst these two. Here comes Augie Grill with 1 to go.
Oh, and a big slide with Grill. You can see 3 wide traffic in front, but don't think they'll approach them here on the white flag.
Couple of cars side by side in front of the race leaders. That time Heim with a bit of a slide in turn number 1. Augie Grill with a few more lap cars ahead, comes into the final couple of corners. He won the Mahle Pole Award. He's a Snowball Derby winner, a Snowflake 100 winner, and now a winner at North Wilkesboro. Augie Grill wins the Crossroad Harley-Davidson 75. What a fantastic battle in the final laps, going toe-to-toe with Corey Heim. And it is Augie Grill, even though he lost the lead at one point in this race, battled back using the outside lane on one of the restarts and was able to work his way through the traffic to perfection.
I think both for Grill and for Corey Heim had nothing left in those race cars as those last couple of laps. Both cars really out of whack. They were swatting flies in there, but nevertheless, Augie Grill, fantastic drive. You mentioned the racing acumen and all that he's been able to accomplish. You have to imagine as he's taking these pace laps around, he's just going to soak it in. As again, there are race fans all along the grandstands here, and I'm sure he wants to salute them all.
We've touched on the fact of what this driver, what his family, what motorsports has done for the Grill name, and what he has done for his family legacy in this sport. I have to imagine, even though the Snowball Derby is one of the toughest asphalt stock car races to ever win, let alone do it twice, I would have to imagine that this moment at this venue that has so much history, which many of us thought we would never see another race of this caliber ever again, let alone what is still to come here throughout the night and weekend. And Augie Grill not only put his name in the record books as the track record holder for the Cars Tour Pro Late Models. We've never run a Pro Late Model event under the Cars banner here before, and he has now become the sole winner in a Cars Tour Pro Late Model event at North Wilkesboro Speedway. And he's going to take that famous elevator ride up to Victory Lane. He'll be the first to do it here, not just on the night, but this week. And I bet that his crew is going to be ecstatic.
Sure, with that, he'll take the left-hand turn. And again, it may take him a while to get over there. Again, we have so many trailers, so many cars that have been lined up. You can see many of the ASA Stars National Tour Super Late Models that are parked there in 1 and 2. As it's like, well, actually, he gets a pretty smooth drive there amongst all the crowd that has worked their way down, and he's going to waste no time. He's going to drive right onto it.
I have to admit, being that it's the month of May, one of the other elevator rides we were talking about earlier at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but there's got to be something special about this particular one. And as you mentioned, this is something that maybe should not have ever happened. Many thought would never happen. We saw the piece earlier that Matthew Dillner and Rob Blount put together about the reason why this week and this venue is so special. And also, hats off to everybody who made the decision to keep certain elements, as a matter of fact, I'll say most elements of what makes North Wilkesboro special and unique, intact. This Victory Lane elevator ride, that's one of them. And that is something that Augie Grill is going to remember for the rest of his life for sure. And he won't be the only one who's walking out of here tonight with that memory in that moment.
No, he won't. And again, it's not just, I think like you mentioned, it's not just that aspect of this venue. It's just about everything. The new rebuilt suites that are off in turn 4, very reminiscent, of course, of what has been around this racetrack for a very long time. And many of the signage, the painting that they've done to the outside, the exterior of these buildings, with all the bricks and everything, they have preserved a number of those structures that, of course, could withstand the elements, are still around, and even some elements that they're made to look and give that nostalgic feel are still a part of this racetrack. But again, none better than this elevator ride for Augie Grill to go into Edelbrock Victory Lane. Again, a moment I'm sure he'll never forget.
Crossroads Harley-Davidson has been a partner of a race of this nature for quite some time. Victory Lane's celebration and ceremony is going to be unique in many facets, and that ride may feel like it takes a good bit, but it's something worth waiting for. Patience has been something that we have touched on and will continue to talk about throughout the night. I have to say, Augie Grill definitely counseled patience there, working his way through that lap traffic, even when Corey Heim was on the back bumper. Margin of victory, 0.7 of a second, with Zilish rounding out the podium. Great run tonight for Tristan McKee, and Katie Hedinger takes you through your top 5 as we see Augie Grill getting rolled into victory lane here. In just a few moments, we will have the opportunity to check in with our winner. May take a little bit of positioning in order to get that car exactly where they want it. But that's why we have the best of the best up there for sure, and Grill is going to be able to save at this moment.
And again, I think so many people around this car, it's not just the driver that makes this happen. You see many of the family members, the crew members for Augie Grill and this entire team taking the ride up with him, and something that, you know, not only Augie Grill will cherish, but those teams, those members will as well. How much work and how much effort goes into these cars for everybody involved here, as they get to enjoy that ride and a very special night in Edelbrock Victory Lane.
And as you can see, the movements and motions being taken there in order to try to get Grill in position to celebrate this victory. So many people who make these moments possible here at a venue like North Wilkesboro Speedway. And Augie Grill is going to be able to celebrate with that team. The driver hails from Hayden, Alabama. After having a spectacular run, climbs from the car. That is your winner, Augie Grill, here for the Harley-Davidson Crossroads 75. And he is celebrating in a big, big way. Hugs and hand pounds all the way around with Augie Grill. You see many of the crew members who've come up here, part of that Alabama Brick Racing team, in order to put himself in the famed North Wilkesboro Victory Lane and Edelbrock Victory Lane here for the Cars Tour. We'll have another race and another series that will be coming up. All right, let's check in with our winner, Augie Grill, who's standing by with Jacqueline Drake.
Augie, congratulations, man. The smile says it all right there. Hard-fought win, though. You had the 28 of Corey Heim right behind you. What was going through your mind? You had a mirror full of a competitor ready to pounce.
Yeah, when he passed me there early, I was really wanting to ride more than I did, and I felt like he would be good the whole race. So didn't want him to get too far ahead of me there, and I feel like we were about tit for tat. I think he might have let me down there in front of him on that restart, and I just knew whoever was going to be in the front, it seemed like was going to win. We were both getting pretty loose there at the end, and luckily he got a little looser than me, so I was able to keep it out front, and I'm going to take the trophy home tonight.
Not only are you taking the trophy home, but you're taking the pole award and a track record here at North Wilkesboro. Man, you got a couple of Tom Dawson trophies sitting at home. Where does this rank on your win list?
Oh, it's up there. I mean, I watched racing when I was a kid at this place. Saw the last race, the last Cup race that was here. So it's pretty cool to be up here on top of this concession stand and waving this flag. It's been a long time coming, and hopefully I'm not done.
Congratulations. Put your hands together for your Crossroads Harley-Davidson 75 winner, Augie Grill.
Thanks, Jacqueline, and I absolutely love the question. You got a couple Tom Dawson trophies sitting at home referencing the Snowball Derby, and I'm happy to hear that Augie Grill said that this place is special, because it is. It's like watching your heroes play in a particular field that you then get a chance to go out and do battle on. And, you know, we see that at some other ventures. Heck, summer shootouts right around the corner at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, but that's not on the 1.5 mile oval. This is the playground where legends and stars were made, and I was surprised to hear Augie mention there, I hope I'm not done. I promise you, the way in which we just watched him wheel that Pro late model for 75 laps, he ain't nowhere near done.
Especially, I mean, golly, look at that trophy. I mean, that is one heck of a piece of hardware right there. When you talk about unique racing trophies, that's about as good as it gets.
All right, so let's go down trackside for a special trophy presentation. Let's go down to Jacqueline Drake.
Yeah, guys, we have a really cool trophy here at North Wilkesboro. The Call family distillers made this copper and wood piece of trophy. It's so cool. I've never seen anything like this. And today, presenting the trophy is Mike Lipford, the GM from Crossroads Harley Davidson. He's going to hand that over to race winner, Augie Grill.
Well, Blake, you mentioned that trophy, that unique piece of hardware there, and we got to hear on the essay piece that was put together that we've been referencing quite often, because it is a beautiful piece that was done by Matthew Dillner and everybody at Flow. And he mentioned the fact that there is a moonshine heritage and history to this racetrack and the sport in general, and the fact that this event pays homage to it in that capacity. I think it's going to be a unique trophy space for Augie Grill to have to try to find where the perfect spot will be for that to go for sure.
Well, again, this is Wilkes County, right? This was once known as the moonshine capital of the world. So, again, I love racing trophies that you know exactly when you want it, you know where they want it. And I think that trophy is a great representation of what this area is. And, again, that'll be the trophy for the Pro Late Models, Late Model Stocks, Trucks, Cup Series. Will all harken back to that era. It's really, really unique and really special.
So while Augie Grill continues to celebrate, we're going to step aside. We'll be back. Late model stock cars on deck here from North Wilkesboro Speedway. Welcome back to the North Wilkesboro Speedway, where we just wrapped up the first race of the night in what is a triple header here at the historic venue, the North Wilkesboro Speedway, all coming to you live on Flow Racing. We just heard from Augie Grill. Let's hear from another one of our front-running finishers. Last time we saw him at Ace Speedway, he was in Victory Lane. Tonight, third. Let's hear from Connor Zilish.
Connor, you had a strong running tonight at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Now finishing on the podium, what more did you need just to make it 2 spots better?
Yeah, just a little bit of turn and a little bit more luck with the lap cars. We had a really good car all throughout practice. Rackley War brought me a really fast Chevrolet, and I felt really good about our chances coming into the race. We had a little bit of a struggle in qualifying, and kind of just carried into the race. We needed a little bit more turn there towards the end to really keep up with those first two. They had really good cars and some really good drivers as well. So just thankful. I mean, running third here at the comeback of this place is pretty special to me, and it means a lot to this team and me as well as a driver. Coming here my first time, I don't have as much experience on ovals as these guys, so I'm learning a lot from running up there and running up front with them. So I'm just thankful to Rackley War and Chevrolet for all they do for me. The car they're bringing me is it makes my job a lot easier, and I'm just super thankful for that and thankful to be in this position.
You may not have as much experience as some of these other guys, but you just ran a 75-lap feature event, and now you're about to hop into the late model stock. Do you think you have a little bit of an upper hand now, though, that you just turned 75 laps?
Yeah, I definitely think I have a little bit of an advantage on some of these guys. Obviously, all these guys in late model stock are really good, and they know what they're doing, so it's not like they're going to take too long to get acclimated to what's going on, but I'd say for the first little bit of the race, I might have a little bit of the upper hand, but come towards the end of this 125-lap race, we're going to have to keep the tires on it and coming from the back, so hopefully we'll have a good, clean race.
Well, thanks for the time. Good luck in your next event.
That's Connor Zilish, brings it home in the third position after 75 laps, and again has a lot to look forward to with racing a little bit later on tonight in the Winter World 125 and the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour late model stocks. Again, he's third. Your second place runner was Corey Heim, came up just a bit short. Tristan McGee finished in the fourth spot. Katie Hettinger rounded out your top five, and Eric, it was again, I think it's a sign of things to come. We saw two cars who really dominated that entire race in Augie Grill and Corey Heim, but I think with this late model stocks, we look at the quality of the cars that are out here. I think we're up for one competitive show, and if last August was any indication, we may not know who's going to win this race until the very final lap.
And I think it's quite unique that we did see the drivers who were up towards the front of the pack. They were in a position to run competitively all the way throughout, so starting position is going to be very important, and the same goes for this next driver. Let's check in with Jacqueline Drake once more.
Finishing in second place this evening, Corey Heim. You were so close to catching Augie in those final laps. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, I think we just missed it a little bit, and probably just not disciplined enough on my part in the beginning of the race. I think just not running a pro here and just not running a pro for a while was a little tough to hop in and kind of manage my tires the way I thought I should have. And I really felt like it was going to be more track position dependent than tire dependent. And clearly that wasn't the case because I burnt the rears off. And really think we had the best car all in all, but just, not disciplined enough on my part. So just huge thanks to Donnie Wilson Racing, Donnie Wilson Motorsports, and Toyota Racing.
We saw Augie Grill slide up a little bit in those final laps, but you were sliding just as equally as him. Where you're thinking, man, I wish that you just mess up one more time, one more bobble, and I'd be able to capitalize.
Yeah, I feel like with the lap cars, it definitely helped, just kind of closing the gap. I feel like if it was an open racetrack, we would have struggled to keep up with them at all. So had an opportunity to kind of make a move, but with how bad we struggled and how loose we were, just being side by side wasn't in our favor. So we definitely lost it on the restart early in the race. If I kind of knew that he was as good as he was, I didn't know he was saving as hard as he was. So once we fired off there and he got the lead, I really kind of just gave it away, I feel like. But it's what it is.
Well, you're headed next to a truck race here at Wilkesboro later this week, so good luck to you this weekend, and we'll see just how it irons out.
Thanks, Jacqueline, and a great run by Corey Heim. We mentioned that's the seat typically occupied by Isabella Robusto, and especially considering how well Isabella was running when things came undone at Hickory. I think we're all looking forward to her very anticipated return. Also unfortunate that she had to miss a scheduled ARCA start at Nashville this past weekend with Venturini Motorsports. So a lot to look forward to, but it's good for that team and that organization to be able to not only rebound, but progress forward, continue to learn. And Corey Heim is someone who obviously is very capable, especially if you see it, the successes he's been able to garner in the truck series, and his career is just going to continue to head on that upward trajectory. But to be able to accumulate some data, gather some information, especially at a racetrack like this, not the last time we're going to see an abrasive surface on the Pro Late Model slate, and a good run for them finishing in that second spot.
No, absolutely, and I think those are the type of runs that you really just you look to build on for the future. And there's just so much history here at this racetrack. One thing that kind of popped out to me a little bit earlier in just looking at the history of this venue is that it will have opened 76 years ago tomorrow. May 18th, 1947, this place came to be as a dirt track, was not originally paved, wasn't paved until 1958. But that was just one thing that jumped off the page, that not only are we in this unique time where we're obviously able to come back and enjoy this racetrack and all that it's able to offer, but that we're kind of doing it on an anniversary in a way. 76 years ago tomorrow, so 75 years, 364 days is a pretty good time, I'd say, for Cars Tour late model stock car racing.
And speaking of numerology and big days, I know that we were joking at the beginning of the season that the way in which it falls, we're about to see the 99th late model stock car race in the history of the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour. It would have almost been too fitting if the 100th fell on this race, but we are going to save it for our event May 27th at Tri-County Speedway in Granite Falls, North Carolina. $30,000 to win. And although as we inch closer to opening ceremonies, driver introductions, and we're going to rattle off a bunch of names which are household names in terms of motorsports, particularly stock car racing, let's not forget that the 1989 NASCAR Xfinity Series Rookie of the Year, three-time NASCAR Xfinity Series most popular driver, and just one of the best motorsports personalities you could ever encounter, Kenny Wallace, is going to be coming out to drive with us thanks to Filter Time and RNS Race Cars, and he will be trying to throw his name into the mix of competitors who could win that $30,000 event on Memorial Day weekend. He's already coming down to host that show. They're bringing the pre-race event, race day, back to the Charlotte Motor Speedway before the 600 on Memorial Day weekend Sunday. Night before that, he'll be trying to be 30 grand richer in terms of getting the checkered flag at Tri-County as our schedule continues to roll through the summer months.
Yeah, it's going to be one heck of a night. A lot of fireworks to be had on that Memorial Day weekend, both on and off of the racetrack, but also some street stocks that are going to be running out there. Our good friend Boo Carlisle kind of turning the gears behind the scenes to go ahead and make that possible. $2,000 to win in the street stocks that are going to be there as well. And again, within about 90 minutes or so of Charlotte Motor Speedway. So if you're a race fan out there and you're looking for something to do Memorial Day weekend, obviously the Coca-Cola 600, such an incredible event every single year. But if you want to round it out and make it a full weekend of racing, you can come on out to Tri-County Saturday night. As we mentioned, see Kenny Wallace try to compete for $30,000 to win. And again, join in this celebration for the 100th race, the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour late model stocks.
There's also another incentive that we debuted at Ace Speedway. It's the KeenCorvetteParts.net Challenge for 2023. $17,500 in the prize pool. The winner gets 10 grand, second 5, third gets 2,500, and the points tally from 4 races across the late model stock and pro late model slate. So the prize could go to one driver in either series who has the most success at Ace Speedway May 5th, which just took place our last event. And the next 3 will be at Hickory Motor Speedway July 29th, South Boston Speedway October 7th, and the season finale at Caraway on November 4th. So there'll be a separate tabulation of points across both series, and the driver who has the most throughout those 4 races, as well as the second and third most, will be going home with some extra cash from our friends at KeenCorvetteParts.net. So even more incentive to make sure that you have your eyes peeled on how the rest of these races unfold beyond North Wilkesboro, beyond Tri-County. We're on to Langley June 3rd. For more information, you can check out the Cars Tour website or go across our social media outlets to see all of the upcoming races, of course, all broadcast live on Flow Racing. We'll step aside. Opening ceremonies for the late model stocks around the corner here on Flow Racing.
Back with you here from North Wilkesboro Speedway as we are getting festivities ready and set to go for the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour and the running of the Window World 125. Blake McCandless, Eric Brennan along with you here tonight from the broadcast booth. Jacqueline Drake getting all the stories down there on the pit lane, and we'll be doing so as well for the ASA Stars National Tour and Super Late Models that'll be running after the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour tonight. But Eric, I don't think we could go any further without spotlighting, obviously, some big names that were in this field. Of course, the likes of Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski, Dale Earnhardt Jr., making their debut in the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour, some of them making their debut in late model stocks. But I think the one thing that we really learned earlier today from qualifying and from some of the practice sessions and talking to some of these guys coming out here for the first time is how competitive this series is and whether these drivers were going to be up front and competing. And I think that as we've gone through qualifying, we've gone through practice, now we have 125 laps of a race left to see what these guys can do. But I think seeing how they stack up against these late model stock car drivers has really emboldened some of these drivers. We talk all this time about how competitive this series is, how tight everything is, how close everything is in this series. And yet, here we are, and some of these drivers are starting toward the front, and some of them not so much.
And I think it's accurate to say that maybe a little bit of blame belongs to that of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Now, before I get lit up for saying that, let me explain. Let's not forget that last August, when Dale made his late model stock car return, that was his first race in a late model stock car since 1997, and he went out there and finished third. Now, in my opinion, that creates the potential stereotype that, well, all of these guys could strap into these cars and go out there and lay down some flyers. Now, Dale was one of the few, if not the only one, of the heavy hitters that qualified in the top 10. But nevertheless, hearing the conversation and dialogue from some of the drivers, including the interview that we got to hear Jacqueline Drake present trackside with Kevin Harvick earlier, there is a bit of a learning curve associated, and that was just through the practice and qualifying tenures. So Dale made it look a little bit too easy last August, in my opinion. Then went out and ran really well at Florence Motor Speedway at the South Carolina 400. Had a little bit of handling issues at the Icebreaker. This would be his 4th late model stock car start in the last year. But it was interesting to hear Kevin Harvick mention, especially when talking about the working relationship with Rodney Childers, as you see Dale sitting down there trackside talking to a couple of the team members about what is about to take place. But it was interesting to hear Kevin, perhaps jokingly, most likely seriously, alluding to this as the retirement plan. I don't know about you, but my retirement plan definitely doesn't look that much fun, but that may be an indication that this is the first of potential many races we see Harvick in. And I'm sure that the more that he runs, the more laps he gets under his belt, the higher up the running order we'll start to see Harvick in qualifying and come race time. And I'm not ruling out the chances of that happening here tonight.
No, absolutely not. And I think, one thing that he was mentioning a little bit earlier this week, it's not necessarily perhaps just for him. You have to think Keelan Harvick also coming up through the ranks as well. And, well, the future could potentially be for that driver who has his own resume that he's currently building, racing karts and whatnot, as you can see the Hunt Brothers Pizza Ford for yourself and that special number 62. Very interesting story behind the numerals on the side of that race car.
Yeah, and it's the car itself is meant to resemble his 1993 championship-winning late model stock that he used to tussle around Mesa Marin Speedway in Bakersfield, California. Ironically, also a lost speedway now. And how about Hunt Brothers Pizza? Their logos, as you can tell by the fire suit on Kevin, front and back, their logo is not typically that blue hue that you see on the hood of that race car. They were kind enough to amend the coloring scheme of their imagery on this race car so that way it would get even closer to what Harvick was trying to build up and resemble. His first late model number was 6. Now, he married Delana Harvick, of course, his longtime spouse. Her father, John Paul Linville, longtime racer as well in that quadrant of the country. And his number that he made famous across his many motorsport successes was 62. So the number, which we've seen Keelan run in karting and in legend car competition, very, very synonymous with John Paul Linville, Kevin and Delana Harvick, that entire family, and they're bringing it all full circle here. And having Rodney as one of the wrenchmen on this car, I think also adds yet another element to the story in which Harvick is able to do on a year in which he's bidding farewell to the Premier Stock Car Series and NASCAR Cup Series.
Well, it's been a labor of love. I know Rodney Childers has been hard at work over the last year or so with this late model stock, getting it prepared for this race, and just been something that every Thursday night or so going out and working on that car and burning the midnight oil the last couple of weeks to try and get everything ready. But again, I think we know a lot about the NASCAR Cup Series drivers that are coming into this race, but I also think we have to talk about some of the Cars Tour regulars that could etch their name in the winner's circle here at North Wilkesboro Speedway tonight. And I think we have to start with your pole sitter and Brendan Queen. I mean, the amount of speed that he showcased, he felt really good about his car throughout the practice sessions and whatnot. Of course, wasn't stickered up, so didn't know exactly how it would fare once they got to qualifying. But for Brendan Queen to go out and lay a monster lap. Again, we've talked about how competitive this field is, where you're maybe a tenth and a half off. That's the difference between starting first and starting 25th, or in many of the races that we've had this year, not even qualifying in at all, and yet he goes out and he's nearly 2.5 tenths faster than your second place qualifier in Jared Fryer. I mean, that is an incredible story in itself with all that we've seen this season.
One of the favorite things that I've seen so far today has been some of the still shots that many of the hard-working photographers here tonight at the racetrack have been able to capture of Brendan Queen getting notification that he won the Hedgecock Racing Pole Award. And that level of emotion and energy is who Brendan Butterbean Queen is. There really isn't an off button, but I say that in the best way. That is the type of character and personality that the sport as a whole definitely needs. I oftentimes find myself sitting by with family and trying to coach them into becoming a race fan, and having a powerful personality who is able to display the characteristic of true excitement, albeit for just winning a pole award, even though that pole award came at one of the most historic short tracks to ever come back from the grave. But seeing that on Brendan Butterbean's face as you see Daniel Suarez down there talking to some of the crew members that are about the pit area as well, seeing that level of excitement and energy come from him after laying down, as you said, an absolute flyer, I can't imagine what would happen here tonight at North Wilkesboro if he is able to take the field to the checkers, the Window World 125 out in front.
You see Daniel Suarez right there was talking about the similarities between this late model stock and also being a 10-time winner in the NASCAR Mexico Series. And of course, at least you can see right there on your screen, that is the number 6 Freight Auctions Ford of Brad Keselowski, who's sitting on the grid right now. Again, many of these teams starting to push their cars out to get things set to go here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. And, you know, this is one of the drivers we were kind of chronicling a little bit earlier with, you know, some of these drivers that I think are starting to come to terms with late model stock car racing and finding it fun, but also very difficult.
We saw Brad, of course, take his talents down in Pensacola, Florida, was participating in Snowball Derby weekend there not that long ago. Curious as to how this positions his schedule to maybe do some more late model stock car racing, as he seems to be having a bit of a good time. We heard from him a little bit earlier, and this is another driver who his racing resume, even though he has recently transitioned to ownership, and one of the interesting nuggets here, his late father, Bob. We talk about family lineage at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Well, Bob actually competed in the only two Craftsman Truck Series races that were held here back in 1995 and 1996. So I'm sure that for Brad Keselowski, it means a lot to be back here at a venue where he knows that his father had a chance to race before the doors shuttered in 96.
Other two cars right here that have been very fast. I think we're running out of words and accolades to talk about the season in 2023 that Carson Quapple has had. But part next to him, I think, is one of the stronger cars that we've seen in the field so far these last couple of days in Mini Tyrell. And he's shown glimpses of it, particularly at these racetracks with a lot of tire wear. This is where Mini Tyrell really thrives as far as being able to just put down some absolutely blazing laps. Did so at Florence Motor Speedway, finished 6th there. Led at this race about 20 laps or so last year, and I think with great track position, I wouldn't be so shocked if we see this number 81 around in the mix and contending for the win at the end of this deal.
The 2019 Cars Tour Rookie of the Year won the pole and race at the next venue we're going to, Tri-County, back in 2021. But the story of Mini, beyond just his racecraft, and we talked about this quite often, is the charitable initiatives that he's involved in off of the racetrack. This is someone who has raised nearly $500,000 in his mission to burn rubber for one another campaign, partnered up with Jeff Gordon and the Friends of Jacqueline Foundation. And he's been doing this for children who have been unfortunately diagnosed with some form of pediatric cancer. This is an initiative he started up since he was 6 years old after one of his own friends had to go through a rigorous battle with the disease. So that is something that he and his family hold quite near and dear to him. In fact, they're planning something quite special for our race at Dominion Raceway on June 17th, where they, as well as several other Touring 12 drivers, are scheduled to be hosting many families who have been going through some tough times, all courtesy of the organization and philanthropic efforts that Mini Tyrell has put together.
It's been incredible to get to know Minnie and that entire family and how much all of that work really means to everybody there. As you take a look at the Rush Truck Center's Ford of Chase Briscoe, somebody else I think that has really been trying to shorten the learning curve when it comes to these late model stock cars.
There's another car fielded out of Chad Bryant Racing, so essentially a teammate to Mason Diaz and Connor Hall, who, as you were able to see earlier today, Connor qualified quite well, been running quite well throughout the year. Mason Diaz, runner-up last season, so the notebook that Chase has to go off of in terms of this racetrack may be quite lengthy, at least even though considering there's only been one race held on this track. However, when you look at Chase in terms of his career objectives and successes, of course, driver on the NASCAR Cup Series for Stewart-Haas Racing, but I would have to say, for someone who normally spends a lot of his time doing dirt racing on the side when the opportunity presents itself, I'm curious to see what Chase's comments are after he gets out of the car tonight following the Window World 125. Because if there's someone who knows how to get a car around a racetrack when it's slipping and sliding, Chase Briscoe's got to be atop that list for sure.
He certainly does, and I think there's an interesting story when looking at here at this number 08 of Deke McCaskill. Again, your winner back at Southern National Motorsports Park, your season opener, but you talk about many of these drivers that are out here, they weren't born the last time the NASCAR Cup Series ran here. Well, Deke McCaskill ran a late model race here in 1996, was the last race that he ran here at this racetrack, and I was talking to him about that a little bit yesterday, and one, he says he can hardly remember it. This track is so much different than it was, obviously, with the same asphalt that has been around since that race was ran, and even before so with that. But also, I think Deke was one of those drivers you could really see how much racing at this racetrack meant to him. He had a little bit of a smile on his face, and he said, "I'm so excited and I'm so nervous at the same time." And I think that is the feeling largely around the pit area, the pro late models, and of course the late model stocks here, that there's this level of reverence for this racetrack that I don't think that we get to replicate on any other portion of the schedule. And I don't think that's just in the Cars Tour. That's for all of these competitors all week long, and all of the different series that are going to visit this racetrack that haven't. I know many of the race fans in the stands feel largely the same way about being able to sit in this facility and watch stock car racing yet again.
It's almost like when you're able to visit a home that you may have used to have lived in many years ago and tell stories to your family. We used to go to this restaurant. We used to play baseball at this ball field. Yet not oftentimes are you actually able to come back and replicate that action into the point at which we are about to see unfold here tonight. It's quite remarkable. how everything has led up to this moment this week, and this moment will continue on. And the plan here over the next few days is quite interesting. Of course, we've got the late model stock cars on deck. The ASA National Tour will be following with their rained out event from last night with Ralph Shaheen and Jim Trado on the call. Tomorrow, the racetrack may be a little bit quiet. However, there is going to be some entertainment options that may be taking place for those who have come out to the Speedway. And then, of course, on Friday, we lead into the pit stop competition that will be taking place to set the lineup for the heat races on Saturday. NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race will be on the docket Saturday afternoon as well. And it all leads up to the All-Star Open and the All-Star race for the NASCAR Cup Series here at this very historic venue. And this could be just the revitalization, just the next step of what could be a lengthy second chapter in the livelihood of this 5/8 of a mile oval here in Wilkes County. And speaking of that, some of the best stories to come out of the revitalization of this venue has been some of the stories of people who come to this racetrack many years ago to tell their young ones and their loved ones that they used to come and do this, stop at this restaurant, take this particular pathway because the scenery just looked all the more enjoyable. And that is some of the moments that everyone has been able to relive here with maximum respect to the historical context of the venue, all still attached as well.
I don't think we can go any further about talking about this racetrack without talking about a driver that it perhaps means more to than any that is on the grid, and that is that of Dylan Wilson. The bright orange number 4, I'm sure it's hard to miss. You'll definitely see it many times tonight, the 4th generation racer, but again, had an incredible event on Monday night at Two Boroughs Brewery a little bit later, or a little bit earlier on. Had Brandon Pierce and a couple of other drivers, as well as many fans that they were out there, and of course drinking his new neon lager that was recently released. I know you're chomping at the bit to get a taste of that, perhaps even after after we hop out of the booth. Again, one of the great things about the ASA race going later on is we get to turn the mics over to Ralph and Jim, and then, well, maybe we get to hop in the stands and enjoy a couple of those before we leave the property here today. But again, Flow Racing, Matthew Dillner did just an incredible piece explaining the history, the family ties that Dylan Wilson has had to this venue. I mean, he proposed to his wife on the front straightaway at this racetrack. That's how much it means to him. Grew up just a stone's throw away from this racetrack, and being able to see all the work that has been done to revive this racetrack, and even for the open house that they had here last week. I know a number of drivers came out for that, and to be able to see the light show and all the enthusiasm around the fans, I tell you what, it means a lot to him, and I don't think there's any driver in the field that if a dream could really come true, it would be for Dylan Wilson if he were to end up in victory lane tonight.
If you want a unique perspective of how all the races unfold, he and Brandon Pierce have put together a pretty unique podcast. They call it Big Time Auto Racing. It's the tail end of the cliche. You'll have that in Big Time Auto Racing, whether it's good or bad. Always a great listen, and always very honest about his performances inside and outside of the race car, and it is a whole lot of fun to listen to, leading up to moments such as what we are about to have here. 37 cars in total have taken over the North Wilkesboro Speedway for the late model stock cars, and we are just about set to send it down trackside to go through our opening ceremonies to kick off this historic night. Let's throw it down to the house.
Fans, and welcome to North Wilkesboro Speedway for tonight's running of the Window World 125. Who's ready for the driver introductions? No, I don't know about that. Who's ready for the driver intros? That's what I'm talking about. Starting in 37th, all the way from Maysville, West Virginia, the number 97 of Jason Kitzmiller. Starting 36, from California, in the number 98, Tyler Ankrum. Starting 35th, from Claremont, North Carolina, he's in the Nelson Motorsports number 22. Put your hands together for Landon Huffman. Starting 34th, from Youngsville, North Carolina, he's in the number 1, Andrew Grady. 24th, from Wilkesboro, North Carolina. You can throw a rock at his house. The number 4, Mr. Dylan Wilson. Starting 32nd, from Moseley, Virginia, the number 42 of Carson Brown. Starting 31st, from Dallas, North Carolina, he's in the number 95, Jacob Hefner. Starting 30th, from Mitchell, Indiana, you may have heard the name, the number 5 of Chase Briscoe. Starting 29th, from Lexington, North Carolina, the 04 of Ronnie Bassett Jr. Starting 28th, from Indian Trail, North Carolina. Is it a miracle? It is. The number 32 of Zach Miracle. Starting 27th, from Alva, Florida. Get your watermelons ready. It's the number 28, Ross Chastain. Starting 26th, he's a NASCAR national champion from Bahama, North Carolina. Put your hands together for the number 99 of Lane Riggs. Starting 25th, from Mooresville, North Carolina, the number 57, he just finished 3rd in the Pro Late Model feature of Connor Zillett. Starting in 24th, from Statesville, North Carolina, the number 15 of Ryan Millington. Starting 23rd, he's a Cars Tour veteran from Oak Ridge, North Carolina. Put your hands together for the number 2 of Brandon Pierce. Starting 22nd, from Rochester Hills, Michigan. Do you know this guy? The number 6, Brad Keselowski. Starting 21st, from Durham, North Carolina, the number 87 of Tate Fokelman. Starting 20th, from Conway, South Carolina, he calls himself the Asphalt Cowboy, the number 5B of Bryant Barnhill. Starting 19th, from Bakersville, California, it's not the number 4, it's the number 62 of Kevin Harvick. Starting 18th, he is a Cars Tour winner in 2023 and maybe the oldest in the field. From Raleigh, North Carolina, the number 08 of Deke McCaskill. Starting 17th, from Aledo, Texas, the number 10 of Caden Honeycutt. Starting 16th, he's a Martinsville Speedway winner from Amelia, Virginia, the number 0 of Landon Pimbleton. Starting 15th, from Mechanicsville, Virginia, the number 8B of Chase Burrow. All the way from Miami, Florida, starting in the 14th place, we have the number 20 of Josh Dickens. Starting 13th, from Manassas, Virginia, he was a runner-up last year right here at Wilkesboro, the number 24 of Mason Diaz. Starting 12th, from Sharon, South Carolina, the number 16 of Cameron Bolin. Starting in 11th, from Eden Prairie, Maryland, you'll find the number 43 of William Sawalich. Now for your top 10. If you're not on your feet, you better be. I'm looking at you, Wilkesboro. Let's go. Starting in 10th, the number 16 from Supply, North Carolina, it's Chad McCumbee. Starting in 9th, he's a Hall of Fame driver. That number 3 from Mooresville, North Carolina, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Starting in 8th, from Hampton, Virginia, the number 77 of Connor Hall. Starting in 6th, he's a 3-time Cars Tour champion. From Madison, North Carolina, the number 6 of Bobby McCarty. Starting in 6th, from Monterrey, Mexico, the number 99S of Daniel Suarez. And now for your top 5. Starting in 5th, from Fredericksburg, Virginia, the number 44 of Connor Jones. Starting in 4th, from Manassas, Virginia, the number 81 of Minnie Tyrell. Starting in 3rd, he has 3 consecutive wins in the Cars Tour so far this year. From Mooresville, North Carolina, the number 8 of Carson Quapple. Starting in 2nd, he's a Cars Tour Super Late Model and Late Model Stock Champion. From Trinity, North Carolina, the number 14, Jared Fryer. And on the pole for tonight's Window World 125. In that Lee Pulliam performance, 03 from Chesapeake, Virginia, the number 03 of Brennan Butterbean Queen. And race fans, that's your starting lineup for the late model stock 125 laps here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as Window World Chairman and CEO Tammy Whitworth provides tonight's invocation.
Let us pray. Gracious and loving Father, we come before you in the midst of the excitement and anticipation that fills this racetrack. We thank you for this opportunity to gather as a community, uniting in our love for racing. We ask for your presence to be felt among us, touching the hearts of both the drivers and the spectators with your love and grace. Lord, we lift up the drivers who are about to embark on this thrilling race. We pray for their safety as they navigate this course. Surround them with your protection and grant them discernment, courage, determination, and confidence, knowing that you are with them the whole way. May they compete with integrity, and may we, the audience, respond with graciousness, recognizing that true victory lies not only in winning the race, but in the relationship we build with you and one another. In your precious name, we pray, believing you will guide us through this race and all the races of life. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome North Wilkesboro High School Marching Band.
North Wilkesboro's high school marching band's performance of our national anthem.
Last August, it was Racetrack Revival. Well, I think it's safe to say here a couple months later that it is not just a revival, it is thriving with all of these race fans who have lined North Wilkesboro Speedway as we get ready for 125 laps for the Winter World 125 in the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour. And there's two of the drivers who were running up front. They were a fixture last August. And, well, Eric, I think if they have anything to say about that tonight, the win will have to go through one of these two.
The big question in qualifying was, could anybody beat that 8 car? We saw 2 drivers top it on the speed charts, and your pole winner, Brendan Queen, and Jared Fryer, who slotted into second. Dale Earnhardt Jr., though, in that top 10, as you mentioned. Carson Quapple going for an unprecedented 4th win in a row in a late model stock car. 37 drivers strong getting set to partake in this action and this activity. It is incredibly remarkable to see how many people have been able to come out to this venue, how many people are tuning in at home. I saw several people across social media mention the fact that they purchased Flow Racing and their subscription because of this race here tonight. I promise you that you are not only going to get your money's worth all year long, but especially here this evening. We're incredibly thrilled to be joining you all wherever you may be watching as we are inching closer to the start of the Window World 125.
We want you to click start and the play button, and guess what? You can just leave that on for the next 4 or 5 hours or so. I mean, we have so much racing here for all of you race fans tonight. So yes, if you are joining us on Flow Racing, I can assure you that it is not just tonight, it is all year long that will be worth it. But the Winter World 125 for the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour is coming up.
The mountains of North Wilkesboro, North Carolina, have always been known for 2 things. First, moonshine. Revenuers chase moonshiners to what it's also known for, racing. North Wilkesboro Speedway, a true NASCAR original. But after 1996, it was gone. Mother Nature slowly took over. History buried in weeds, rot, and ruin. Sometimes you just don't realize how great something is until it's gone. Many have fought to bring it back, all with great effort and intention. Then came a weed whacker or 10, and some good old-fashioned elbow grease. It was beautiful to see the track cleaned up again. The old girl was going to live on in the sim racing world, iRacing, but real racing, not a chance. Well, I was wrong. That gesture, that idea, helped North Wilkesboro gain traction. The timing, this time, was right.
Now I get to see the banner to my left, "We Got You Back." It's a really special thing when you can have a big idea that seems kind of crazy and you can actually make it happen.
The miracle came to life. Racing returned. First, the historic modifieds rumbled the hills of Wilkesboro. Then, a late model race for the ages. And the same star that helped in the track's resurrection helped put the sports world on notice. North Wilkesboro Speedway was back.
For the 93rd time and final time.
In 1996, Dave Despain said, "Yes, you can build a team and you can build a track, but you cannot build history. But you can restore it." And 26 years later, they have. The old ribbon of asphalt is still here. Just some new paint, buildings, lights, and most importantly, lots of love. The same gritty pavement that once held Petty, Earnhardt, Allison, Elliott, and Waltrip will now have Larson, Chastain, Hamlin, Harvick, and Elliott on it. But this time Chase. But Before NASCAR's All-Stars come to town, a special treat, late model stock cars, a region favorite, cars that birthed local legends and national stars. Grassroots racing returns to North Wilkesboro Speedway. But this time, she's all dressed up for the occasion. And the Cars Tour is ready for their dance.
You know, someone once told me that nobody cares about the history of our sport, and that the past, it doesn't matter. Man, I am glad they were wrong.
Race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome Window World Chairman and CEO Tammy Whitworth and the Window World family.
Drivers, start your engines!
Well, the lights are on, the fans are ready to go, the engines are fired up, and we are just a couple of moments away from one of the most anticipated moments of the year, and for many of these drivers, the marquee event on the 2023 calendar. The Window World 125 live from North Wilkesboro Speedway here on Flow Racing. I'm Blake McCandless, that's Eric Brennan, and we'll have Jacqueline Drake down in the pits gathering all of the stories for us and all the anticipation, all the build-up. Eric, it seems like we've been sitting up here for 12 hours waiting for this thing to get going because we are just that amped up to get these late model stock cars rolling along here at this racetrack. These fans have continued to usher their way into this venue, and again, I'm still looking out at some exits over there in the Benny Parsons Grandstand in Turn 2, where I was a spectator. I was a fan there last year, and what a different vantage point it is up here in the booth, but it's nevertheless incredible and going to be one heck of a show.
We know what it's like to wait for this day, this moment, this time. We know what the fans are feeling as the way in which they have packed in here on a Wednesday afternoon after the schedule got a little bit of a shakeup due to the rain out last night. We know what it's like for those of you watching at home who cleared your calendars, canceled dinner reservations to make sure that you were on your couch in time for the start of this race. The question is, what is going through the minds of the 37 drivers? Do they know what they are about to tackle? Do they approach this as just any other race? Or is the ideology that all eyes in the short track and motorsports world appear to be on North Wilkesboro Speedway in Wilkes County tonight? Yes, we had the racetrack revival last August. Yes, that was a magical moment for certain. But as Matthew Donor said in that beautiful piece that we've aired a couple of times already tonight, Our Lady is all dressed up for the big dance tonight. This place is stellar. It's like walking through a time machine. And boy, I think every competitor in the field is ready to take that elevator ride up to victory lane. Only one of them could fit on that lift.
You mentioned how many drivers are ready for what is to come. 18 were here last year in the late model stock car to run this race. So 19 new competitors tonight for this race. And oh man, the LED lights are already starting to flash as they are starting to roll their way off of the grid. It is Justin Marks. It is all hands on deck from this brand new ownership group. Dale Earnhardt Jr., the Sundrop Chevrolet, is in the field. Kevin Harvick, the Hunt Brothers Pizza Ford, is on pit road and just about to get fired off. Justin Marks is driving the pace car here tonight, and Jeff Burton will be our honorary starter as he's sitting up in the flag stand, and I think getting a couple of tips from our good friend and Brandon Willard on how to wave the green flag.
As you mentioned, the brand new Musco lighting system that was installed and debuted at the welcome last week, starting to greet the fans and the drivers as they get set to do battle for 125 laps. First chance we had an opportunity to meet Justin Marks, as you mentioned, part of that ownership group where all 4 key players and factors are here in attendance and playing a significant role in tonight's race. And boy, was he excited. I think he was carrying the same level of anticipation that we all are. And Jeff Burton, we saw him at Southern National. It was like the first day of school, except he still got that grin on his face. Now 4 or 5 races in. I can't wait to see what he's got in store for us here as Justin Marks is parading the field with both of his Trackhouse Cup Series drivers in this race.
Well, again, it is all hands on deck, and well, 3 sets of those hands are grabbing a steering wheel right now. If you're Justin Mark, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Kevin Harvick, as you can see, many of the fans, many of them in green, rising to their feet here on the front straightaway to salute these late model stocks as they'll take a couple of circuits around this racetrack to warm up their tires and get ready to try and save them for as long as possible to make it to the end of 125 laps here tonight.
We mentioned the inclement weather that rolled in, and if you're not from the Carolina area, we have suddenly turned into another sector of Florida, the way in which thunderstorms could pop up and expand once you get past the 1st of May, and that's what we saw last evening. Fortunately, I don't have much wood to knock on inside the broadcast booth, but it looks as though the radar is in fact clear. However, with that, everyone here, from our broadcast team to track officials to competitors, team members, series officials, crunching the schedule about 6 different ways to Sunday, and it's all come to this point here. You see Jeff Burton down there awaiting the go-ahead to drop the green flag on this race. Standing by, our longtime flagger and Brandon Willard, whose father Danny is handling race control duties as race director, as he does each and every Cars Tour event.
You can see the Volt battery caution flag waving as the rest of the field comes on by. Again, the lights flashing. I think it'll be one heck of a show when we get a little bit later on this weekend and it gets a little bit darker to really see them come to life, and many historic cars that are also running around. You can see this modern Dodge Challenger with a little bit of a new nose on the hood. It's been remade into it, pacing the field in front as well, along with Justin Marks, who's driving the pace car. And again, so many storylines in this field. NASCAR Cup Series regulars, NASCAR Cup Series champions, Cars Tour champions, and the best late model stock car drivers, not only in the Southeast, but across this country. And they're going to be led by that driver right there in Brendan Queen, and many of the regulars looking to make their statement against a strong field that includes so many of the accolades that we were just talking about.
We talked about this a little bit earlier on in the broadcast. We understand that some viewers may just be jumping on and joining us here. The drive into the racetrack. North Wilkesboro known for pretty much having just 2 roads that lead in and out of this facility, lined with people, property owners, ready to park cars and help race fans get into the facility. Vendors pitch their tents to sell race car memorabilia, items, food, everything that you could have. It's as if I went back to my first race ever at Pocono back on Father's Day in June of 2000, because all of the energy and effort is here. The merchandise trailers for the All-Star race already parked up on the hill, and everyone is just eager to see what tonight does for the future of this facility that is packed with a lot of love, a lot of care, a lot of history, but more importantly, a lot more to come.
Yes, and that is the case. And such a festive atmosphere out there. I know you were mentioning everybody walking around, and I know my first race, it was the 2002 Cup Series All-Star race at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
What a race.
Back then it was Lowe's Motor Speedway. I was a little young, though. I was turning 6 because birthday falls around the middle of May. And actually,
happy early birthday, by the way.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think we'll quite get to midnight by the time the birthday rolls around tomorrow, but nevertheless, we get the 1 to go signal from the flagman and Brendan Willard, and the fans are on their feet on the front straightaway and wrapped around 1 and 2, as well as even some fans that have joined the new Junior Johnson grandstands out there in turn 3. Lights are off on the pace car. It'll be Brendan Butterbean Queen who leads them to the green. Again, he was 2.5 tenths clear of the rest of the field. Jared Fryer to his outside. Carson Quapple and Minnie Tyrell make up your second row. Into the KRC Power Steering Start Zone, the most anticipated event of the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour season is about to get underway. Brendan Queen leads them to the line, and the Window World 125 is green. Good job there, Jeff.
Great job by Jeff Burton, and he's still got the smile on his face. So does Brendan Butterbean Queen, who cements the lead off turn 2. Jared Fryer from the outside front row will slot into second, double wide throughout the rest of the top 10, it seems, and it'll be Queen leading lap 1.
Queen comes around to lead his first lap. Nearly led at Florence Motor Speedway a little bit earlier on in the year, and he'll lead the charge over Jared Fryer. You can see Carson Quapple has slotted his way into the third position as they're almost 2 and nearly 3 wide behind Chad McCumbee, trying to hold off William Sawalich and Cameron Bolin. As you can see, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Daniel Suarez, they're not wasting a whole lot of time. Almost contact between Suarez and Connor Hall.
Suarez's performance in the RNS race cars, number 99, has been quite impressive, but that misstep there getting into turn 1 may cost him a spot here up in the top 10 as Jr. had to look down low. They've got a couple of car lengths between that battle and Chad McCumbee in the 16, who is under fire from William Sawalich, while last year's runner-up Mason Diaz in the white 24 is trying to follow that inside lane through.
Battles all over this racetrack. Again, you mentioned Sawalich is able to get by Chad McCumbee. McCumbee may lose another spot here to your runner-up a year ago in Mason Diaz as he's able to make his way on by. Again, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Daniel Suarez tied at the hip here a couple of laps in as McCumbee still reeling there on the top side.
Seems as though once you get kicked up to that second lane, it's like a car getting kicked out of the Talladega draft. McCumbee has not been able to find an avenue down. Next up will be that of Cameron Bolin, who is heartbroken to miss the show at Ace, was lucky to get an owner's provisional in that number 67 car. And the South Carolina native has a familiar name wrenching for him tonight. Josh Williams, NASCAR Xfinity Series driver, put a good setup on that car for qualifying. He was in the top half of the field and looking to get a spot on that number 16 of McCumbee. That's for 14th.
Well, you know, and an interesting story here for Cameron Bolin as he almost slides into Chad McCumbee there off of turn 4 is that today was his last day of school. The school found out that he was racing in this race, so he has to go to school tomorrow after it's let out for the summer. I mean, what a punishment that you have to come run here at North Wilkesboro Speedway, but you know what? I think it's worth it for him.
Yeah, and I bet if he's able to grab that trophy and take it back to Sharon, South Carolina, they may let him go home a little bit early tomorrow for that makeup day for sure. Here's your top 6. Brendan Queen still out in front. Jared Fryer for Jimmy Moore Racing in the 14 runs second, running a partial slate, even though a couple of other drivers have wheeled the 14's owners' points throughout the season to keep them in locked-in contention to make this race. Keep in mind, it was the top 26 in owners' points who didn't have to sweat out falling back on a provisional, while there were a couple of drivers who were given the opportunity to have an owner's provisional, like that car 6 of Brad Keselowski, who's on the outside of Dylan Bassett in the 04. Keselowski gets back down to the bottom in front of Lane Riggs in the 99.
Keselowski able to get down relatively quickly, and Riggs almost tried to make a move on the outside. As you can see, Ryan Millington, he and his family-owned operation, I think has been one of the great stories in the execution that they have had race by race, bringing great race cars, and of course cap that off with second place at a track that he knows as well as anybody else at Ace Speedway, ran second there. Had not qualified outside the top 5 until this race here tonight. So the 15 obviously bringing that qualifying speed to the racetrack, but has a little bit of work in front of him to try and get back up to the front of the field. As you can see, Connor Zilish and Fogelman close on by, and Jared Fryer taking a peek down to the inside of Brendan Queen here 11 laps into this race, trying to take the top spot from Brendan Butterbean Queen.
Surprised at the lack of separation amongst these front runners here. Not sure if this is the pace that Queen is setting, which the competition is matching, hoping that maybe Brendan is pushing a little bit too hard in the early goings of this event. However, there does not appear to be much separation across the top 7. Just a second and a half from your leader, Brendan Butterbean Queen, back to Connor Hall, who rides in 7th spot in the 77. In between them all, though, is a unique cast of characters as Tate Fogelman has lost the hood on his car on the back straightaway. Caution is out after Fogelman, not sure if he got into the back of another car, but the hood has decided to depart from Tate Fogelman's machine. Heads-up move by the Cars Tour officials to be able to recognize that immediately on the end of the back straightaway after Fogelman was able to welcome the opportunity to get in this race after unfortunately struggling in some of the more heavily populated entry lists that we've had. 2 DNQs so far for Fogelman, who was able to come on out and make a start with us in Southern National and Florence. Missed Hickory and Ace in back-to-back races. And this is while battling with Dylan Bassett here. We'll see if that 04 comes across the hood pins. And that's exactly what happens. Oh, Bassett got in the wall.
Yeah, Bassett got a little bit of the outside wall there on the right front, and just enough there to buck the hood. I'm sure that Brendan Queen wishes that would have happened to him last year, and that's all that it would have had as it flew off, and caution is out. The Volt battery caution flag is out for the first time here at North Wilkesboro Speedway tonight. You can see that someone will have to go out and retrieve that hood that rests just at the entry of turn number 3 and directly in front of the new sign adorning the Junior Johnson grandstands out there in turn 3. Meanwhile, work being done on pit road. We talked about this driver and how much this racetrack means to him. Growing up just a stone's throw away from this facility, and the hood is up, and they are going to work on the Neon Lager machine.
Have to say, we've been talking about a lot of the content that's been put together in the week leading up to this race. A fantastic, about 36-minute piece on Dylan Wilson and what this venue means to he and his family. And we weren't kidding. When Jacqueline Drake said in driver introductions, you could throw a rock and hit their house, it is that close. In fact, we passed the karting track that they reopened to have a little bit of fun with some of the Cars Tour competitors over the last week and a half. So Dylan's hopes are very high coming into this race. One of the few tracks that he has late model stock car experience in. He did get to race in this event last August. However, there does appear to be some mechanical gremlins that are plaguing him to kick off his Window Road 125 in 2023.
Again, Slurpshot, a new sponsor coming on board for this race. We'll see if Wilson can work on that race car. Again, if you're just joining us and perhaps you're not familiar with the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour, again, drivers can come down into the pits. They will not lose a lap. We will not score laps that are under yellow flags. So Wilson will not be penalized as he and his team go to work on that machine. For more on that, let's head downstairs to Jacqueline Drake. Jacqueline?
Down here right beside the number 4 of Dylan Wilson, you can see his entire family, all hands on deck. He's actually battling a power steering issue, which may make for a really long race if they cannot get this under control. They have oil that they're going to apply in there and see if it'll make a difference. But Dylan Wilson, speaking to him a little bit earlier today, he said, I'm envious of the race fans up in the stands because they get to watch this. Hope that the crew members can get this fixed up and send him back out to the field.
We'll see if he can do just that. Again, it was he had some issues with the motor that was starting to let go and kind of showed signs of that when he tried to qualify at Ace, kind of relegated him to where he wasn't able to make it into the starting field. He was one of 2 of our Touring 12 drivers that did not qualify at Ace Speedway. And when he said no power steering, I know if there's one person who will push through not having power steering at this racetrack, it's going to be Dylan Wilson. He'll be tired tonight, but I think he'd try to battle through it if at all possible, of course.
Boo Carlisle has been putting together some incredible vlogs for the Cars Tour social team and YouTube channel, and he's been posing a couple of questions to several of the competitors. I think if you want to add 2 more to them, who do you want to most have a beer with, and who do you want to most not get into a fight with? Dylan Wilson may top both of those questions posed to the competitors, because that's certainly my choice. And we mentioned the history not only of the venue, but for Dylan Wilson, 4th-generation racer. His great-uncle Charlie Combs was actually part of the construction of this racetrack back in 1947. His great-grandfather, Jack Combs, grandfather Dean Combs, who is a multi-time winner in what was then the NASCAR Dash Series. 60 times he went to victory lane, and 14 of those 60 were here at North Wilkesboro. So obviously, this race and this venue means so much to him. It looks as though he's going to get back out onto the racetrack as we hit the choose V, or the choose mark, on the front straightaway.
And I tell you what, Junior was really close to hitting the square right there. He avoided it, maybe tagged a little bit of the V, which of course is okay. Oh, Cameron Boland, another one. Again, you see these drivers, they're running down the middle, and well, some of them darting at the last second. Suarez went high, Junior ducked down low. We haven't seen a choose cone violation in this series yet, which usually it's an actual cone that sticks out of the ground. We don't usually have the Choose V, but courtesy of the NASCAR Cup Series and Craftsman Truck Series visiting in a couple of days, we were able to have it painted on the racetrack.
Yeah, initially spotters were placed down in turn number 1, so I have to imagine it could be quite difficult to explain to your driver exactly where they're going to be positioned. We understand that some of the spotters may have had the opportunity to relocate based on their visibility to the rest of this 5 mile oval. In fact, it looks as though many of them have repositioned themselves on the backstretch, as you were talking about earlier, Blake.
Well, and again, that was a product of the amount of trailers that we have in the infield. Again, the spotters were up at the top of turn 2, and of course, any spot that you go to, you're going to have, I wouldn't say blind spots, but spots where it is easier to clear your driver and spot exactly where they are, given their position on the racetrack. But however, with all of the trailers that we have here with the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour, again, we have about nearly 90 trailers that have been parked at one end of the racetrack, and that is turns 3 and 4. So there was no visibility for the spotters over to their drivers in turns 3 and 4. I know our good friend Freddie Kraft posted a nice video that said abracadabra, and the car would disappear behind all the trailers there. So they have relocated the spotter stand, which again, a lot of props to everybody at this racetrack for quickly finding a solution. And up at the top in turn 3, I was sitting there watching practice a little bit yesterday, and certainly a vantage point where you can pretty much see everywhere around this racetrack, and the furthest distance away, well, it's going to be the start-finish line.
Caution was prolonged by one additional lap. One more piece of debris was found at the entrance of turn number 3. So the one-to-go signal is going to be delivered this time by Brandon Willard, and we'll get to re-rack the field here with still 113 laps to go. And one last touch on the power steering issue that Dylan Wilson may be facing. At some point, like we mentioned in the Pro Late Model race, you're going to tip over that razor's edge of comfort and stability, and we may start seeing a lot of these cars slide around in the latter stages. So hopefully Dylan's got a chance to not have to muscle his way through that too much.
Let's hope not. As you can see, your top 4 have remained unchanged through the opening laps we've run here at North Wilkesboro Speedway tonight. It is still Brendan Queen leading the field, Jared Fryer to his outside, as we have a little bit longer of a wait into the KRC Power Steering restart zone. 113 laps to go here at North Wilkesboro. It is led by Brendan Queen, and very quickly, Carson Quapple trying to get up into the mix for second. Quapple dominant, looking for 4 consecutive victories to start off this season after a second-place run at Southern National Motorsports Park, and he is clear past Jared Fryer. So already the Junior Motorsports number 8, retreat by Brian Schaefer, is up there in second. Meanwhile, his teammate and Dale Earnhardt Jr. stuck in a hornet's nest trying to go to the inside of Daniel Suarez. As you can see, parts of the track starting to kick up a little bit there. I think Connor Jones was where it primarily was at.
Minnie Tyrell trying to protect that 4th position as he slides up off the bottom as the battle for the lead is on in turn 1. Carson Quapple to the inside of Brendan Queen. Jared Fryer nearly nicked the back bumper of that 8 car as they come off turn 2. And Queen is not ready to relinquish the top spot in 3.
Reminiscent of Florence Motor Speedway, seeing these two duke it out at the front of the field. Queen will get the run off the top, but at the stripe, it is Carson Quapple who led the most laps. In fact, led every lap at a Speedway, who goes to the top of the charts and will once again continue his reign in the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour at the front of the field. And Queen, no mercy shown by Jared Fryer as he goes by for second.
Quapple last year led 90 of 125 laps as Queen tries to peek inside of the number 14 of Jared Fryer. He's going to slip off the bottom. A pair of R&S Race Cars teammates in the 44 of Connor Jones, the black car, 4th in your frame. And then Bobby McCarty, who finished top 5 here for Nelson Motorsports last season. Both of these drivers carrying the banner for R&S right now, and they're trying to get 2 of them, each of them, into the top 5.
In a busy couple of days for Connor Jones, was driving and practicing a Super yesterday, has the late model stock race tonight, and is running in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race a little bit later on this week. So you talk about a driver who has his hands full and is getting a lot of experience at this racetrack. Connor Jones is certainly one of them as he finds his way into the top 5. Meanwhile, Minnie Tyrell, we saw him using this outside lane last year to try to make up some spots, but he's going to lose that spot to Bobby McCarty.
McCarty takes over that position from Minnie Tyrell. Now here comes the 77 of Connor Hall to try to get down to the inside for what would be 6th, with Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the Sundrop Chevrolet riding there just behind in car 3, currently running in 9th. Now Quapple up off the bottom. Jared Fryer inside with another fight for the lead.
And this is reminiscent of what we saw last year. Quapple was very good here last year, exchanged the race lead with a couple of drivers, and still holds serve over Jared Fryer. Haven't seen anybody run that high in either the Pro Late race or any of the qualifying, any of the practices we've had. And Quapple was way up the racetrack as he fended off Jared Fryer. It works for him. Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt Jr. starting to march a little bit earlier on than what we saw last year. It was mainly outside the top 10 or just outside the top 10 for the majority of that race last year. Charged his way up to the front to finish 3rd, but right now Junior settling right now for 7th.
And that was even with some damage sustained on one of those late restart stack-ups that we talked about a little bit earlier tonight. The black car that you see there with the Toyota nose entering turn number 3, under fire from the white and green 10 of Caden Honeycutt. That is William Sawalich out of Eden Prairie, Minnesota for Setzer Racing and Development. Sawalich, someone who's already had much success on the ARCA Menard Series in 2023, won the ARCA Menards East Series season opener at Five Flags Speedway, and then made his Craftsman Truck Series debut of all places at Martinsville, driving for Tricon Garage. Came home in the top 10 there as well. This youngster is on the rise in a big way. Hard to believe, though, despite the fact he clicked off many pro late model wins in 2022, still looking for what could be his first late model stock win under the Cars Tour banner. And he's currently running in a very sporty and competitive and talented pack between Daniel Suarez and Caden Honeycutt.
That he is, and Honeycutt running right behind him, finished in the top 10 at Darlington in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series a couple of days ago for Young's Motorsports, so continuing to impress the National Series level is Caden Honeycutt. As you can see, this is Kevin Harvick battling further back in the field. He has control of the 15th position right now, just in front of Ryan Millington, and you see Daniel Suarez leading a line of cars. That is 9th that Suarez has control over, as Earnhardt Jr., who was battling a lot with Suarez here the opening couple of laps, well, that top 7, top 8 starting to pull away.
In that same mix, you see that behind Caden Honeycutt as Sawalich looks inside of Minnie Tyrell in the white 81. You've got in that same picture the number 24 of Mason Diaz and the 8 for Top Gun Motorsports of Chase Burrow as Sawalich gets inside of Minnie Tyrell here for the battle for spot as they continue to run side by side for the position here. Burrow, who you see on the top side of your frame there, starting to come into the picture in this 5-car battle. That is the same car that, in fact, flipped at Ace Speedway. He was one of the fastest in the early afternoon practice sessions, and right now running quite well. In fact, just outside the top 10 is that of Burrow, as Connor Hall and Bobby McCarty go door to door. This would be for 5th.
Into the top 5, McCarty on the top side. You can see Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to join this battle as well. Connor Hall mentioned many a times how they struggled at this racetrack last year, was trying to work out many of the technical gremlins to get that car forward. It has been a big focus for this Chad Bryant Racing effort, and I think they did some good work over the interim as Hall moves up into 5th, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., don't look now, but he is already up to 6th as he moves by Bobby McCarty.
To the approval of several fans in the crowd, cheering on that 3-car to continue to climb his way up the running order, 1 spot shy of the top 5 as they run, with his teammate Carson Quapple continuing to lead. The field is going to become pretty close to the tail end of the pack here, as they are wrapping their way around this venue quite quickly. It is important to keep in mind the fact that we may see a competition caution should we get 40 consecutive green flag laps in. So some of those drivers at the tail end of the pack are going to be itching to pick up the pace so they can stay on the lead lap for as long as possible.
Well, and remember, back at Florence, back at Southern National Motorsports Park, you can see the car that is just in front of Carson Quapple. That is Jacob Hefner, who many a times this season has employed this exact strategy of saving his tires, as the Volt battery caution will wave for the 2nd time tonight. No car spun around, it appears. Perhaps, I think, some debris maybe somewhere out on the racetrack, and maybe from Dylan Wilson, as Wilson has pulled it down yet again onto the pit lane.
I did see
Saw
a trail.
some smoke, yeah.
Yeah, that was last time on the main straightaway. Did see a trail of smoke coming out from underneath Dylan Wilson's 4-car, and you can see that team immediately going back under the hood in order to hopefully at this point, you have to wonder if that car is just burning up power steering fluid at this point, because it has been a tough road to hoe for Wilson, who was hanging on as best as he could. At the time of the yellow, he was 34th, so in that same straightaway and in danger of potentially going a lap down should the race had stayed green.
I think you could see him, he put his head in his hands there for a second as he was sitting on the pit lane, so obviously something going on with that race car. And notice those last couple of laps, you were right, just a trail of smoke was all we saw. Obviously enough that they perhaps want to try and clean up whatever it is that was trailing out of Dylan Wilson's car. Just before we had that caution flag, that, oh no, they did it. They did it to it at Ace. Oh, that's the sunset. Well, that's not a full moon night.
Word from Mark Keeler in the production truck was, at first, he was a little bit confused as well as to what that may exactly be. What a beautiful sunset, though, here in Wilkes County as the Musco lighting system is on. We talked about all the improvements that have been made to this facility, and one of the beautiful things, you could see how the buildings were done up. In fact, that building over there in 3 and 4, that wasn't a thing last August at all. It was pretty much just a walkway that had some wooden boards that allowed you to get back there when the track was cold. But even with the paint job, everything that we have seen done, and that incredible lighting system, which is miles away ahead of what we had back here in August, even though that was more than enough, it's incredible to see that it still has this old school feel. Even though there's this new LED technology, the new safer barriers, the new paint in certain spots, the digital scoreboard that, when under normal running conditions, has a traditional rustic look to it. Certainly something that we all have to be able to sit back and enjoy, as this place is going to continue to kind of bleed that historic and rustic feel to it for the many, many duration of its tenure and many years that are still to come here, as we see the field now coming down onto the pit lane. So we will stand by and await additional word here as to what the circumstances behind this may in fact be. You're watching these cars now come to their respective pit area. Now, we have run several laps under caution. We saw at Ace Speedway, or perhaps it was Hickory, Blake, where we ran so many laps under the caution flag that we ended up having a set of circumstances where the teams had to add fuel at a given point. But try to get some confirmation as to what may in fact be taking place here. Is not everybody has immediately come down the pit lane.
I was about to say, I know we have NASCAR coming here in a couple of days, and with all these cars sitting in their pit stalls, somewhat reminiscent of that. But I know just before we went away there and had the caution flag, was talking about a couple of drivers employing, and we've seen it a number of times this year from Jacob Hefner, who was essentially kind of parking the bus in a way during this first run, trying to save as much tires as he possibly could, and has been very successful with it at Southern National Motorsports Park. Drove up through the field and finished up near the top 5 at Florence Motor Speedway. Did the exact same thing, was running all the way in last and was able to drive his way further up into the field and get a respectable finish. And in fact, even back at Hickory, he raced his way up into the top 5. So interesting. Again, that's what I love about these racetracks. You have so many varying degrees of strategy when it comes to whether you want to save, whether you want the track position, how much you want to push. As, yes, we see all but, I think I'm only counting 6 cars: Lane Riggs, Bassett, Briscoe, Dickens, Pierce, and Hefner. Those are the only cars who are not sitting on the pit lane at the moment.
And I do recall this being a facet of the race that took place here last August where, even though there was a lot going on, there's a lot of people in the pit area, they want to offer the drivers a chance, if they want to work on their cars, to come down pretty much in bulk and kind of do like what we've seen in some races on the ARCA Menard Series and the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, where they're not necessarily live-action pit stops. They'll bring the cars down, they can make some adjustments. You see no tire changing is going on by any stretch of the imagination. That's part of the beauty of this event for the most part. However, for some of these drivers to have to make adjustments if needed and have that opportunity to do so, and this is going to jumble up the running order a little bit. As you mentioned, there are a handful of cars, a little more than a handful, that have stayed out up to this point. And you can see some of the teams. More importantly, you see several teams putting fans in front of the all-important front tires, right and left front especially, to make sure that they're not overheating at all a little bit while they sit there initially as they come to a stop. And you see Kevin Harvick, one of those who elected to come down for service here on this caution with 95 laps to go.
they continue to pace around here. Again, it is Lane Riggs, the car that is leading the field, and more happening down in the pit lane. Let's get a gauge on it as we toss it down to Jacqueline Drake. Jacqueline?
Down here in the number 3 of Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s pit, and Josh Berry is crew chief for this weekend. Looking over the 3 right now, they added fuel to the back of that, but he also added in rounds to that left rear shock. And I said, what exactly are you doing there? You tighten it up or loosen it up? He said, tighten it up just a hair. Going to give him a little bit better handling as they send him back out on the track. And then his teammate right next to him, the number 8 of Carson Quapple, just added fuel and then cooled off the brakes on that number 8. He, man, I talked to him earlier and he said, I feel the pressure. I have the target on my back this year. I won the race and I know these competitors are going to push even harder. Now with 3 in a row so far this season, the only driver to do that on the Cars Tour. So we'll see just how they got that number 8 ready to go and if he can pull off a 4th win.
Again, I don't remember or recall any time that we've seen these drivers pulling down into the pits, and it's been largely adjustments that these drivers have wanted to make. We haven't seen this. Usually, if you're running at the back half of the field, again, track position has been so hard to come by in the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour this season that if you're running up front, well, guess what? You do not want to go to the back and perhaps ruin that. But again, 95 laps to go. Plenty of time to race up through the field, and even Carson Quapple, talking with him a little bit earlier, he was excited about the fact that, well, he has a teammate this weekend, somebody else that is driving his race cars that he can bounce ideas off of and talk things out with, and he was really happy to have Dale Earnhardt Jr. driving alongside him for Junior Motorsports this weekend.
And I can't help but think if perhaps the cars that did stay out, if this was the game plan all along, hey, we may get an early caution at some point in this race, ride easy, ride smooth. I'm thinking of Brandon Pierce specifically because he was going to be the first car to go a lap down. Take it easy on the early go-around. Let's leapfrog the majority or bulk of the field if they all like to come down and make some of those adjustments, as you mentioned, Blake. And now we're going to get to see what they all have compared to the front runners. We mentioned the top 7 have been really tight up to this point in the race. Some comers, some goers. But now we're going to throw a handful of other drivers into the mix, some of which we haven't talked about much tonight, or in some cases all year. The car that is 4th in line is one of the newcomers to the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour late model stocks. That is Joshua Dickens. Now, Joshua initially hails from Miami, Florida, and he too has had a tough road to hoe as far as just making some of the races that have seen an exponential car count. Did not qualify the last 2 races at Hickory or Ace Speedway, but he and his Mitchell Mott Performance team, representing TinyDreamHomes.com here tonight, they committed to running the entire season. There's an opportunity to come in as an annual entry in the Cars Tour. They did just that. So it provides the chance for the 2022 Young Lions Dirt National winner and former winner at Summer Shootout and Legend Car Rankings a chance to compete here tonight at North Wilkesboro Speedway. He's a driver that's been plagued by bad luck, but nevertheless, he has an opportunity to have a chance to run up front here at a very, very historic venue.
That it is. Again, 95 laps to go as we continue to pace around here under caution as many drivers elect to go down and service to their race cars. And again, I really want to see what we get when we go back green. We talked about Pierce and Jacob Hefner really saving their tires, but with 95 laps to go, again, we saw the dividends that it pays to save your tires. So now that you get the track position, you may have been not exactly expecting it at this point. So if you're part of this LPP group with the number 2 or any of these other drivers that were really saving their tires, do you try to save more? Are you concerned when you start getting passed again, or do you want to get passed again? Do you want to be up at the front of the field? I think those are all questions that will soon be answered as Jacob Hefner came awfully close to hitting that chute. Well, that's because they're not choosing. I think a couple of the cars chose up front and they waved it off.
If I can expand upon the point that you were just making there, Blake, one of the big talking points that we had when we were here last fall is the fact that nobody had a notebook on this place, and nobody really had seen a track that could be this big and abrasive. Obviously, some of the venues we visit have been around for quite some time, and they have that same, North-South Carolina gritty sandpaper surface to them. But the longevity of this racetrack, being 5/8 of a mile, that's a different animal. So, as you mentioned at the start of this race, 18 drivers in that race are running tonight. Well, you could see just about everywhere, including right there on the main straightaway, there's a lot of patchwork that has been done here. And just by polling some of the competitors, they say that could be more abrasive than the actual surface itself. I'm starting to wonder if many of the drivers and teams in this field, they're not quite sure how much tire wear they're going to have to battle their way through here tonight, and they may find out the hard way when they get to the final 25 laps of this race to learn that they may have pushed it too far.
Well, and I think it was different from every driver that you talk to in terms of what the asphalt really does to these race cars. The general consensus was down in 3 and 4, and even you can see it kind of on the entry there that there's a lot of patchwork done on the very bottom of the racetrack. Drivers tonight, that's grip. That's being able to wrap the bottom of the racetrack, and there is grip down there. On 1 and 2, a little bit of a different story, and whether you want to use that to rotate your car or how abrasive it is or not, again, it was a different mindset between each of the drivers as to how they wanted to approach it. And I think you made a good note about having a notebook for this place. One of the drivers that had no notebook at all, well, guess what? He's up front right now in Lane Riggs, and he was quite candid about that and talking about that earlier this week. Stickered Up podcast with Stephen Dunn, which, of course, you need to be listening to it if you're a fan of the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour. A lot of great interviews with many of these drivers that really take you behind the scenes as to how all of this works. And Riggs was one of those drivers when he was chasing that national championship last year. He was not able to come out and run a lot of Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour races last year. This is 71st start tonight. But, yeah, he said for he and his family-owned race team, they didn't have a notebook approaching this weekend, and that was something that they were going to have to overcome, again, with 18 drivers in this field who ran in this race last August.
And the other item that we should talk about here is the sun does continue to set off in the distance here in Wilkes County, and the lighting system continues to come up to full song. All the practice was done in the heat of the day yesterday, or the one session that they got earlier this afternoon in the heat of the day on what was a beautiful May afternoon here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. This is one of the first opportunities these drivers are going to have to hit this racetrack at night. How does that impact the handling of their race cars? We're about to find out. Let's check in with Jacqueline Drake, who's standing by trackside.
Yeah, guys, I just checked in with the crew of the number 99 of Lane Riggs, who said he really wanted to get track position and clean air. He's actually not that happy about the 99 right now. He thinks it's a little too tight, and his crew's a little concerned because they think it's only going to tighten up as the temperatures continue to cool off here tonight. But the track position is really what they were going after, and they will be leading this field to green on this restart.
That they will, as they continue to run behind the pace car that is piloted by Justin Marks. As well, guess what? He doesn't get any time off. Jeff Burton got to hop up there, wave the green flag, did a great job, hops back down, and I'm sure is spectating this race eagerly to see how the rest of it will unfold. As it looks like the lights are out on the pace car, and they are going to be choosing this time. You can see Riggs as well as Chase Briscoe and Josh Dickens electing to take the inside row. Quapple will take the outside, as the rest of the field will try to make some decisions here. And man, what a beautiful shot that is. The sunset in the background. You can see the mountains here in North Wilkesboro. That is a great shot, and full grandstands, of course. That obviously makes it picturesque perfect.
Want to tie up one knot here as we're half a lap away from going green. That caution that we saw, that will be one of 3 controlled cautions we'll see throughout the race, per race director Danny Willard and reporter Matt Weaver. Getting set for the restart.
Getting set as the rest of the field having to catch up with the back of the field and that choose into the KRC Power Steering restart zone. New look up here at the front of the field with Lane Riggs, Ronnie Bassett Jr., and Chase Briscoe got one heck of a restart as Pierce slipped up off the jump. Riggs gets clear to the top spot. Second is Chase Briscoe.
Side-by-side battle continues. Josh Dickens nearly put in a position to be put 3 wide with Jacob Hefner behind him in the white 95. Double wide, about 5 rows deep. Pierce gets a tap from behind. Trouble. William Sawalich. Big crash on the front straightaway. Several cars involved.
Landon Pembleton, Chase Burrows, Daniel Suarez, Brad Keselowski. You can see Ryan Millington has parked it just in front of Landon Huffman. Cameron Bolin, Brian Barnhill able to escape as it was close quarters off of turn number 3. Not the first time that we've seen a lot of carnage off of turn 4. Connor Zilish, that car is destroyed. Deke McCaskill, you can see some damage on the right front of his race car.
Red flag is out immediately as it appears as though Minnie Tyrell is kind of parked on the right front of William Sawalich's car. And there's Chase Burrow, and this is the car that they did, in fact, put back together. It looked as though he nearly got through that crash, and you see him climbing out of the car trying to free up some of the bodywork that is pressed up against the radiator of his Top Gun Motorsports car. Sawalich, the first car to go around. Landon Pembleton, former Valley Star Credit Union 300 winner at Martinsville. He's been having a tough go of it so far in 2023 on the late model stock car side with the Cars Tour. And Connor Zilisch, fresh off that podium finish he just had in the Pro Late Model contest, now has a badly wrecked race car up against the inside wall.
You can see Andrew Grady a part of that as well. You mentioned Minnie Tyrell kind of parked on the right front of William Sawalich's car. And again, that was largely caused, I think, not as a result of the restart, but some of the new players that we saw. We saw Carson Quapple was just behind them, I think, trying to make some moves. And I think that topic that we were talking about coming in on whether they wanted to save, I think their mindset was on saving. It caused a little bit of a stack up, and then behind Dale Earnhardt Jr., where Daniel Suarez was running, was where all of that started.
This is something we didn't see last year, a big pileup. We'll have an opportunity to go back, review, and check what happened off of turn number 4 lap after the restart. We're going to step aside. We'll be back.
Back with you live on Flow Racing from North Wilkesboro Speedway. What was initially our third volt battery caution has transitioned to the red flag. There are a number of cars parked here on the front straightaway. You can see Chase Burrows attending to his machine, Minnie Tyrell talking with some of the race officials, along with William Sawalich and Andrew Grady. Let's take a look back, though, at how this happened. We were talking just before we went into commercial break about how it was somewhat of a checkup. And again, I think you're going to want to look at Carson Quapple's machine when it initially starts. And there's the aftermath. Cars piling in. Late in the wreck, you can see Pembleton and Chase Burrow, Brad Keselowski right in the middle of that as well. But this is where that stack up happens. You can see contact with Pierce and Quapple. They check up. So does Fryer, Jones. Earnhardt got a piece of it as well. And Suarez was the first driver amongst many that just didn't get to react to that checkup in time.
Mason Diaz.
Oh, my goodness. The 24, he missed that.
Yeah, he ended up getting all the damage we saw on Connor Zilisch's car came from him running under the fuel cell of Mason Diaz as he slowed to miss the carnage. You see a hard hit there for Andrew Grady into the back of Minnie Tyrell after he got into the wall. And I'm not sure if Landon Huffman in the Nelson Motorsports 22 left of your picture sustained too much damage while coming to a stop to miss Ryan Millington. This will be another DNF for Landon Pembleton and his team. Had one event where he was not able to qualify. The Valley Star Credit Union 300 winner from Martinsville, Landon Pembleton, is standing by trackside with Jacqueline Drake.
Landon's exit out of his car, retiring for this evening. What did you see from your standpoint?
I've seen guys get in front of me, and it's a little too early to be going at this place. This place has got no grip at all, but it's a little bit too early for people to be going and getting stacked up like that. But we'll come back stronger and be a little bit better.
Landon, your team actually looked like they were going to be able to do work on it and send you back out. Was that a decision from you underneath the helmet, or was it just too much damage?
They looked at it a little bit deeper right there, and it was messed up too much there to go back out, and I didn't want to risk it and either, so it's kind of both.
Number 0, Landon Pembleton, is out this evening.
Pembleton is out, and I love that look that Mason Diaz, holy cow, I cannot believe he drove his way through that accident. Split a couple of cars spinning around, and I was planning on driving a super late model later on tonight. Did not transfer in through the ASA last chance race that was run before we ran single car qualifying for the pro late models and late model stocks, but he earned his keep in that one for sure.
Yeah, I think Diaz is one of the luckiest men to get through that because of, especially considering the fact that he got hit hard enough to put Connor Zilisch out of this race, but it wasn't to an angle that sent Diaz into the crash left or right. He was able to continue to hold the wheel straight and get on through. And how about Andrew Grady? I saw Andrew earlier just in passing as he and his Mike Darn Racing team were trying to battle back from the unfortunate event of missing the show at Ace. And, you know, that he is a Touring 12 driver. Unfortunately, he utilized one of the provisionals that's available to him at the race that was held at Hickory Motor Speedway. And what a race he had there. Started last in 32nd, worked his way up to 16th. But as you can see, there are several contenders who have sustained damage in this carnage, including that 3 car of Dale Earnhardt Jr.
And we didn't catch it initially, but you can see on that replay as the stack-up happened, a little bit of contact with Connor Jones directly in front of him, and see a little bit of damage to the front end of that Sundrop Chevrolet. You can even see right next to him, I believe that was Diaz, the car we mentioned, kind of escaping through that. He may have just tagged a piece of it as well as the cleanup continues here on the front straightaway as they continue to haul the Chase Burroughs car away from the scene of the accident, and still a little bit of work to be done. You can see a lot of speedy dry and whatnot, a lot of work done where Andrew Grady's car came to rest. Again, 3rd caution flag that has turned to red of the night. Again, a stack up just behind Brandon Pierce and Carson Quapple, as you can get a decent taste of the running order looking at that shot right there, but just so tough for that Top Gun Motorsports group and how hard that they have worked all year long. And you mentioned was on his lid at Ace Speedway, long hours in the shop, went 2nd fastest in practice, and of course even earlier on this year, you mentioned at Florence Motor Speedway earlier on in the year, blew a motor in practice, drove all the way down from Virginia and changed the motor out in the hotel parking lot before that race at Florence Motor Speedway. So that team certainly working their guts out here this season as you continue to see the work being done to the ABC Hoosiery Ford.
Coming into the night, there were 7 drivers who had completed all 525 laps that have been turned so far in the 4 races in the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour late model stock season. One of them, Deke McCaskill, 4th in points, about to be towed off the racetrack. You had a look at the other, Ryan Millington, who was missing the left front fender. It appears as though that streak may be in jeopardy early on in this one. And I want to touch on one more thing. We mentioned the fact that Chase Burrow was on his lid. There's a lot of damage to Ryan Millington's left side there. He's going to go get that looked at in the pit area if at all possible. We did see Chase Burrow and that team have to battle back from getting up on his lid in that crash at Ace. One driver who is not here tonight that was involved in that heavy shunt is that of Ryan Wilson. Now, Ryan did post on his social media outlets that he too was reeling from the effects of a concussion suffered in the crash. And with that in mind, we want to send our best wishes out to Ryan. He's been incredibly friendly for us every time he was at the pit area or every time we run into him. Very complimentary of the opportunity that Blake, you and I get to share. We hope that he's feeling better. Not quite sure if he was able to come on out to the racetrack.
He was. Saw him in the pit yesterday. He and his daughter were walking through, and great to see him out here. His family, they got a camper, and they are here for the week.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, they're here for the Cars Tour, and they'll stay through everything in the NASCAR Cup Series All-Star race on Sunday. So,
well, we're looking forward to seeing Ryan Wilson back in competition. But first up, we want him to heal up and rest up and get back into race-ready form for sure. We are under the red flag after a multi-car stack-up here on lap number 30. After some of the field came down for the first controlled caution, the initial contact was between Carson Quapple and Brandon Pierce. Here comes Mason Diaz slamming on the brakes. Got the back end of that car up in the air as he slides up and into the side of Daniel Suarez to pitch him back up into the wall. And there's some clear damage to the right front of Diaz's car that we didn't get to see on that back end look coming over turns 3 and 4.
But I think all things considered, that's about as good as it could be. You could see Harvick down on the bottom. He's able to miss all that. We'll roll it on back and almost contact with Brad Keselowski there.
How about the wreck avoidance there by Kevin Harvick? Not quite sure how many positions he's been able to gain at this point. And for race fans who are here or watching along on Flow, if you're following along on Race Monitor as well, because that initial caution came out and we did have the running order currently set in a position where it was, well, we did not complete an additional lap under green for the timing and scoring system to be in a position to update itself. So once we do get a lap under green, we'll get the proper running order posted there. Before we continue on, though, let's check down with Jacqueline Drake, who's got some more.
Trackside here with the number 99 of Daniel Suarez. That RNS Race Cars team is waiting, currently under the red flag, so you can't work on the car until it either becomes a red-yellow or a yellow. Marcus Richmond down right here. He has a piece of metal here just to repair that radiator. He has a lot of damage to the nose of that 99, and right behind him you have the number 6 of Brad Keselowski. Limited damage on them, just the fender on the right front there, so they should be able to send him right back out. But for Daniel Suarez, it could be a little bit more of an issue, especially when it comes to the engine and potential opportunity for overheating.
Maybe that for Daniel Suarez, who has a little bit more work later on tonight. He starts on pole for the super late models that are set to roll off after the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour late model stock. So sitting underneath the red flag, work continues on the front straightaway to Andrew Grady's car, and we will be back with more coverage of the Window World 125 on Flow Racing in just a moment. Tonight is in Wilkes County, North Carolina, as we continue our coverage of the Window World 125 here at North Wilkesboro Speedway for the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour. Beautiful kind of pink setting in the sky for this pink race car. And Eric, we were talking a little bit earlier about Ross Chastain, and we look back at the replays of the wreck. He's nowhere to be found. He was well behind everybody, and I think when we talked about that tire-saving strategy, this car was not running in the back in practice, or it wasn't a car that was really going to struggle. Ross was relatively competitive, but yet has been nowhere in the conversation. I think that is by choice. But yet he's kind of missed everything that we've seen so far earlier on.
That Am Better Health car looks like one of the cleanest that is still out there at this point, even though we're only 30 laps into this race. And we talked about learning curves. And obviously Ross, even though he has a lot of short track experience, especially down south in the Florida area where he grew up, but this has to be a little bit of a new environment. And honestly, hats off to all the competitors who wanted to try their hand at a style of racing of this nature, especially at a track as difficult as North Wilkesboro Speedway. And Ross is someone who has been known to pretty much be attached to excitement in terms of being on a racetrack or being in competition. And we expect that trend to continue as tonight's race goes on and he gets a little bit more comfortable. But I think you hit the nail on the head. The strategy for that Pinnacle Racing Group team may very well be take it easy on the front end of this race and then go hard on the back end.
That is the case, and again, tested this car at Hickory a couple of weeks ago and has mentioned how fun it is and how pure it's been to see families walking around and working on these race cars, and how enjoyable that has been, as we will toss it down one more time to Jacqueline Drake.
Cars are starting to get rolling back here on the track, but the number 95 of Jacob Hefner is currently sitting in that P6 spot, who didn't get involved in the wreck. I just spoke to his crew chief, Justin Carroll from Carroll Speed Shop, who said that they didn't come in under the last pit stop, but they're just hoping that they have enough fuel till the end. They said last year it got really close and they almost didn't make it. They're hoping not to see a lot of caution laps here, because they're going to thread the needle once again and hope that it pays off.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And perhaps knowing what was coming, a lot of drivers, we saw that last trip down pit road trying to make it on fuel. And here's Jacob Hefner. That may be somewhat close, which I know when we were at Hickory, that was one thing that, well, we had to throw an entire caution for, because we had drivers with the amount of carnage that we had there and the amount of laps that we ran under caution, that we had to bring everybody down pit road for fuel there in a 175 lap event. North Wilkesboro is one of the larger racetracks that we come to. Again, it's hard to say that when we talk about short track racing, but 5/8 of the mile, one of the larger venues that we come to, 125 laps, and the fact that we have already had a number of yellow flags early on in this race, just 30 laps in. That's a concern for these teams.
Yeah, definitely something they want to keep in mind, of course. And the race director and the series officials have kind of crunched the numbers a little bit, and they'll keep their eyes on that as well should that event or situation unfold. And there have to be a circumstance where we bring everyone down and give them a chance to top off. As the field continues to circulate under the caution flag here, now that the red flag has been rescinded, it's still lane rigs up front. It's important to still identify the fact that at least the top 5, make that top 6, are still on that differing and varying strategy. And I don't believe we're going to see them come down the pit lane, at least not this time, being that the pits are, in fact, in a position where they are closed. But why would you forego that track position here after not completing a lap off the restart? I would imagine this next restart that we could see may trend similar to the last one. I hope not.
Well, I certainly hope not either. And again, the timing and scoring that we have, well, that's not a bug. That's just the fact that we didn't complete a full lap our last time around. Caution laps don't count, so you'll still see that Carson Quapple is scored as your race leader. However, it is Lane Riggs who will once again take the inside on what I believe is the choose cone, although somebody just ran straight over it. It may have been Connor Hall or so that made contact with that box.
We are, in fact, a lap away from the restart. That's going to force several teams and competitors to hurry up off the pit lane. Daniel Suarez still down there being attended to. Some of those crew members trying to get out of the way to see if they can get that car out in time. Brad Keselowski just pulled off. Suarez, they're removing the jack stands. He should make it back out as we're coming to the green.
Yeah, it looks like the GXS Wraps pace car will make its way down to the safety of pit lane. Suarez is going to get rolling and may just get out by the time we work our way into the KRC Power Steering restart zone. 95 laps to go. We'll try it once again. Lane Riggs, Ronnie Bassett Jr., who may have some damage as he is slow or missed a shift somehow. And that allows Chase Briscoe to cleanly get up into the second position. I know we didn't talk about him under that caution, but how about Chase Briscoe running up here in the second spot?
Meanwhile, things are getting busy in the middle of the pack. That's Jared Fryer dooring his way by Brandon Pierce to pick up a position. Now alongside the pole sitter in Brendan Butterbean Queen, while Quapple is the highest running of the cars on the initial strategy that stopped under the controlled caution. That's the 8 car inside of Jacob Hefner in the 95.
I think Pierce is kind of showing that saving strategy, well, that's kind of what he wanted to do as he continues to fall back. You mentioned the fact that he did not come down pit road. Fuel has to be a concern for him as well. As you can see, Josh Dickens still right in front of Carson Quapple, who was your race leader, as Connor Hall had a bit of a slide there in the middle of 1 and 2.
Chad McCumbee having a look there 3 wide as they exit the frame there in turn number 3 with Butterbean Queen inside of Jacob Hefner, continuing to try to follow the freight train further forward. Hefner slams the door shut on Caden Honeycutt down to turn number 1, while the best side-by-side battle we've got going on is in turn 1 as the caution is out. Yellow flag, volt battery caution, yet another one. This one 3 laps after the initial restart. Seeing anything on the racing surface, which would lead me to believe that after the carnage on the last restart, it's possible that a piece of debris may be out there on the racetrack.
I think that may be the cause as well. You can see Suarez there pulling up to the tail end of the field, and he's going to take the opportunity to come down and service that race car a little bit more, down to the attention of his 99S crew. For RNS Race Cars, Marcus Richmond, and, well, yep, you weren't wrong.
Hats off by our camera crew to be able to identify that immediately. And hopefully that is the only piece of body work that is littered this venue. We may have one more. A couple of souvenirs for fans to take on home with them here once the night is over. I'll never forget walking out of here last August. The initial plan for this racetrack was to dig up this surface, lay it down with dirt, and host a bunch of dirt races in the fall. And after so many competitors seem to be praising the way in which this track races on its current pavement, those plans were put on hold to lead us up to tonight and this week. However, a lot of the fans weren't aware of that on the way out. There were several of them trying to walk away with pieces of the historic pavement before what they thought was going to be a demo day in the coming weeks. So it was interesting to see on the way out. I will fully admit, as statute of limitations still haven't passed, I did not take any of those pieces home with me. But I saw many, and I'm saying nothing.
Lips are sealed as quickly we're going to get the 1-to-go signal. You can see the choose going on, and Harvick and I believe that was Mason Diaz both kind of choosing down low there at the same time. Interesting to see how many drivers are electing to line up on the inside. More not taking the outside than I would have thought as Brendan Queen jumps up into the 3rd row. And with some of the slower traffic, I would have thought that somebody like Quapple, who's obviously very fast, would try to maybe work his way around the number 20 car, but he elects to go to the bottom. And once again, still at the front of the field, you're defending NASCAR Advanced Auto Parts Weekly Racing Series National Champion from 2022 in Lane Riggs, along with Ronnie Bassett Jr. to his outside. Don't forget about Chase Briscoe, either in 3rd. Into the KRC Power Steering restart zone. 92 laps to go here at North Wilkesboro Speedway, and a great launch there on the inside for Lane Riggs will get us back going. Side by outside for second. Almost contact between Ronnie Bassett Jr. and Chase Briscoe off of the second corner. They still jockey for position behind them. Brendan Queen, he's dragging the track. Some sparks from the bottom of that 0-3 car.
It's going to be Bassett able to take second back as Quapple nearly went 3 wide on Josh Dickens, and Brendan Queen thought better of it as he nearly clipped the inside wall going to turn 1. But Queen is still door-to-door with Dickens in a battle inside the top 5.
You know why Carson Quapple is at the end of so many races is because he knows when to push the issue, and backing out there early could have been contentious as, well, Connor Hall wasn't going to back out there on Caden Honeycutt as he makes an aggressive move down to the inside, and those are the type of moves we thought we would see in the pro late model race. With how these cars carry momentum, we would see a lot of, I don't want to call them dive bombs, but just hard charges down to the bottom of turn 1. Seen that here in the late model stocks as Carson Quapple stuck on the outside of Jacob Hefner.
This could be an opportunity, even though Hefner is one of those that stayed out and Quapple is one of those who did not. Honeycutt also behind them, the 77 of Connor Hall. This may be a chance for them to try to shuffle that 8 car further down the running order, possibly for the first time all season. And Connor Hall is trying everything he can to dive to the inside, but Quapple shuts the door.
Looks a little bit like Hickory Motor Speedway a couple of weeks ago between these two drivers as they were side by side, door to door off of turn number 4 there. It was Quapple who hung on and got the second of what is now 3 consecutive wins for that driver. Meanwhile, Caden Honeycutt looking down to the inside of Josh Dickens further on up the road.
There's a battle for position. This is Chad McCumbee in the 16. Brandon Pierce, another one of those that stayed out. And just behind them, Dale Earnhardt Jr., who did not come back down the pit lane. You can see the front nose of that car, specifically the splitter, pushed way up in the air. It'll be interesting to see if perhaps under one of the next controlled cautions, if he'll have a chance to try to beat that back down closer to the racetrack, as here is your pole sitter. In fact, your 2 front row setters in Brendan Butterbean Queen in the 0-3, Jared Fryer in the 14, battling for position. This would be to be the car highest running that has already stopped once for adjustments tonight.
It looks like Fryer was more than willing to give up that position, went way high in turns 3 and 4, and gave the bottom there to Brendan Queen. And again, you have to think with the amount of speed that he had in qualifying. I know it was just qualifying, ran a perfect lap, but again, to be 2/10 clear of this field, there's a lot of speed underneath the hood of that 0-3.
It'll be interesting to see if they ever do repave this place, what that track record will look like, because that 91 is certainly going to stand, especially if the pavement remains the same. Connor Jones dipped the left side wheels on the apron off turn 2, lost some ground. Here's Chad McCumbee lunging down to the inside in his number 16 car. Jones is going to get kicked up high. A little bit of a slide there off the corner by Connor. He's trying to cover the spot. McCumbee nearly shipped him off into turn 1 there, and he gives another warning shot to the backside of Jones.
1 shot, 2 shots. I wonder if he'll get a third as he looks down to the inside in turn 3. Jones will give him the space to operate as they go door-to-door. Contact made in turns 3 and 4. So what these guys talk about when you get back into about 10th or so, this is how difficult it is to race, how hard everybody races back here. McCumbee able to squeeze on by Connor Jones. Now trouble there as Jones tried to cut down. He made contact with Brandon Pierce.
Boy, Connor Jones is getting bounced around. Now he's got Dale Earnhardt Jr. up to the inside. Pierce not quite clear yet in car 2. Jr. committed to the low line and the tire tracks of Brandon Pierce as Jones continues to hold a valiant effort on the top side. Off of turn number 2, Pierce still not quite clear. Jones doing everything possible to put up a fight as the Congo line on the inside continues to form.
Contact there with Brandon Pierce. He's able to get on by. The next one up in line is Dale Earnhardt Jr. They almost touch into turn 1. Mason Diaz is just behind them as well. Kevin Harvick, and there is contact as Jr. slides up the racetrack. More contact. Jones is dooring Jr. down into turn number 3. There's going to be a couple marks on the side of that Sundrop Chevrolet.
Man, oh man, Connor Jones has made contact with just about every car that has pulled up alongside of him so far, except for Diaz. Now Harvick shoves it to the inside.
Barely enough room there for Harvick to get his nose down there. He'll use part of the apron as Jones aggressively trying to get back down to the bottom, and he finally finds some refuge as he falls back to the 15th or score that 14th position.
In a defense of Connor Jones, we haven't seen that outside lane be really successful at all tonight. And he was doing everything possible to stop the bleeding and not lose too many positions as we flash up towards the battle for third. That's Brendan Queen to the inside, Chase Briscoe outside.
I think Briscoe does exactly. He didn't want to have another Connor Jones situation. He gets down quickly to the bottom of 1 and 2, gives up the spot, and Brendan Queen will set his sights on second place and Ronnie Bassett Jr. And a great run for Ronnie Bassett. We talked about how well he ran at Florence Motor Speedway, and talking with him a little bit earlier today, he said, you know what, I think a race like this with this surface really puts it in the driver's hands and really brings out the best in drivers who know how to tackle these types of surfaces, as he runs in second, and now the Junior Motorsports car is nose to tail.
That's Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 3, trying to get up to and around his teammate Carson Kvapil, as Kvapil now gives up that spot. You see just behind Kevin Harvick and Connor Jones almost touch again. Harvick's going to send Jones off into the corner, shoves him up the racetrack. Millington trying to pounce as well. Connor Jones is going to lose the spot. Will he return the favor in 3?
Back down to the bottom, Connor Jones almost into the back of Harvick as Harvick slides on by. And you know what? This is great to see. These guys are owners in this series. They've been watching all of these races on Flow Racing and how to manage, somebody that you want to see come back and continue to race in this series. But yet, when they put the driver's helmet on, I don't think there was any difference in how Harvick or Earnhardt Jr. was going to drive these guys. To them, they're just another racer when they're out there on the racetrack.
And not for nothing, it's going to be cool for Connor Jones to go home tonight or wake up tomorrow morning and realize I was rubbing fenders with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kevin Harvick. He may add Brad Keselowski to the list here as they come off turn 2. Keselowski's team did a great job, and we will add him as another notch on Connor Jones' list as far as competitors he's traded paint with here so far tonight. Keselowski's team did a great job getting that car repaired. Jones now has a teammate behind him in the RNS Race Cars number 6 and Bobby McCarty, who's been trying to work his way back further forward. This is now a battle all the way back in the 17th spot as Keselowski and Jones are still banging together.
Jones still on the top side trying to find a way down, and I'm sure that spotter is yelling at him that he knows another car may be next on the docket. It is Bobby McCarty. Is he going to be able to do the same to Landon Huffman as he runs into the back of Bobby McCarty, cutting down into line, and Landon Huffman not able to get down to the inside, and Jones was working that wheel to get back down. Again, finds himself now in 18th.
I don't know how Jones found a way to get between those two cars at the end of the front stretch without plowing into the back of Bobby McCarty. Here's that race up towards the 3rd spot. Jacob Hefner in the 95 is keeping pace with both Brendan Queen and Chase Briscoe. Remember, Briscoe started hang out back when they came down for the green flag, elected not to stop, leapfrogged most of the contenders that were holding down the Ford at the front of the pack in the first 30 laps, and he has not faded all that far. In fact, he's still running in the 4th position.
Well, it's looking like more of a track position game is kind of what at least is playing out before our eyes. We talked about saving tires and where you want to be, and many of our front runners who elected to stay out have still maintained their track position up here at the front of the field. As Briscoe nearly had a charge there at Brendan Queen in turns 1 and 2. Jacob Hefner, another one of those cars, still hanging out here in the top 5. And what a great run for him as we see some aggressive moves down into turn 1 in front of your race leaders. And Ross Chastain, I thought that 3 wide may be a call with Chastain that we make, and he was looking 3 wide on Cameron Bolin and Tyler Ankrum further back in the pack.
At this point in the race, with 58 coming to 59 laps complete, this is the pack of cars with smoke billowing out from Dylan Wilson's machine yet again. There's Ross Chastain in the pink and white 28, Zach Miracle in the 32, Tyler Ankrum in the 98, Cameron Bolin 67, and the number 97 of Jason Kitzmiller with your leader, Lane Riggs, now a half a straightaway behind. It's time for these drivers to go unless they want to risk putting themselves 1 lap off the pace setter.
Chastain going to go to the outside here of Zach Miracle to try to make his way by. I think this is when a lot of those drivers who are really saving those tires, this is when they're going to have to pick up the paces already. You can see Lane Riggs in the rear windshield of Kitzmiller. It's large, and he's going to go around and jump to the top side to try to put that 97 a lap down.
Dylan Wilson's car continuing to smoke out there while continuing to try to log as many laps as possible to make it perhaps until the next caution.
Oh, Bassett has a problem too. He had a little bit of smoke out of his race car.
And this is starting to accordion. The top 3, now top 4 back together as Briscoe looks inside of Butterbean for what will be a fight for third with lap traffic on the bottom. Potentially a pick for Briscoe. He slides up in front of Queen just as they get to turn 1 to take third.
And he takes advantage of that lap car in the 97. And Chase Briscoe's came up through dirt. That looked a little bit like a slider into 3 as he's going to look low on Ronnie Bassett Jr. and around the lap car of Cameron Bolin. Chase Briscoe is on the march and looking for second.
Brendan Queen trying to follow him through there as they put a lap on Cameron Bolin. Hefner now rounding out the front 5 in a 5-car freight train at the head of the field. Riggs with about a half a straightaway until the next lap car. It'll be Tyler Ankrum up ahead. Briscoe with a nudge to the backside of Bassett to move him out of the way for second spot.
I think that right front damage you can see starting to rub in on that right front tire. Bassett able to get down in front of Brendan Queen, but Queen will stick his nose in there anyway. Queen up to third. Chase Briscoe, meanwhile, up to second as Lane Riggs is your iRacing halfway lap leader. So we are halfway through this one of the Winter World 125.
Apparently it is go time for Chase Briscoe. He's a half second off of Lane Riggs. While it'll be Carson Brown in the 42, Tyler Ankrum, the 98. The next 2 that Riggs will have to get up to and past to continue this torrid pace he has been setting at the front of the pack.
He'll try to get by Brown. He'll set his sights on Tyler Ankrum next, and a little bit further up the road is that number 28 of Ross Chastain. Riggs will look to put a lap down here in a couple of moments, but he's not going to have the opportunity to do so as the caution flag is out, and you continue to see as they slow down that rubbing fender on the right front of Ronnie Bassett Jr.'s machine.
Caution flag waving here on lap number 65 of this race of the Window World 125. And I'll tell you, Blake, looking back at how the race in August played out, I don't recall it being this physical, and I don't recall seeing as much ebb and flow in the running order. It's been quite remarkable to see, 1, how much contact we've had tonight, and 2, comers and goers are really starting to present themselves here throughout this race. There's some drivers making some moves, and there's some drivers dropping like a rock.
Yeah, I think Chase Briscoe is one of those that we're really looking at right now as somebody who got the track position when he needed, seems to have a lot of tire left behind the wheel of that number 5 Ford. Brendan Queen, obviously a part of it as well. I just wondered, now that we get this last yellow out of the way, who really starts to emerge from a little bit further back? Some of those drivers we haven't seen make their way back up to the front. Caden Honeycutt's, the likes of Connor Hall. Carson Quapple running back in 10th. I don't think he had left the top 5 all season long, and yet he runs in the 10th position. Chad McCumbee, Brandon Pierce. We saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to manage some of the damage that he has on the nose of his race car. He currently runs in the 14th position. And I tell you what, Harvick was running some pretty competitive laps as we got towards that caution as well.
Yeah, pretty remarkable to see how much is changing in the complexion of this race. And as you mentioned, we're just a little bit past halfway. Still 60 laps to go here at North Wilkesboro Speedway for the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour late model stocks, where currently Lane Riggs has been out in front of the field. And this may be an opportunity where we see one of those controlled cautions as the pits are open this time through. You see the green flag there stationed on the right side of the inside retaining wall. It looks as though Lane Riggs, Chase Briscoe, they're going to forego the opportunity, but the outside front row starter in Jared Fryer is going to be the first to bite at the opportunity to make some adjustments on his race car.
He's the first one, and he may be one of the only ones. Again, he's giving up the 6th position in a number of cars. Brian Barnhill, you see Carson Quapple, Ryan Millington, Bobby McCarty, and Fogelman nearly hit the cone on the way out to try and avoid coming down to the pits. You see Dylan Wilson make the trip down, as well as they have continued to work on that race car all race long. And I don't think you would want to give up track position unless something was amiss, particularly for Jared Fryer.
Carson Quapple also started to fall through the running order quite quickly. We saw his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. get up to and past him, and then Quapple lost a few more positions after that. As you see, the current points leader in the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour for the late model stocks, Carson Quapple, came into the night with a 32-point advantage, and it looks as though they're going to take the opportunity to bolt on a set of right side tires on this number 8 car. This is, in fact, a 6-tire race. And it looks as though now appears to be the time that they're going to try to put right sides on that 8 car.
You can see some work with Bryant Barnhill. His race team, again, you can see your top 5 scrolling across your screen as the majority of the field came to a stop here on the front straightaway. They've since continued to roll around here with 60 laps to go. Well, you know, that may help a little bit. Bobby McCarty getting some clean on the windshield, and, you know, that's something with this asphalt and everything that's been kicking up on this old track. That's something that these drivers have talked about, and you know, some of the grill screens have been replaced, and that was a pretty common issue amongst many of these competitors in practice yesterday with, you know, that's just what happens when you have a track that has this age on it.
A little bit of a sandblasting, never hurt anybody, but it does in fact impair the vision, especially with this incredible lighting system here, which if you could notice on the screen, if you see that pillar there right underneath the 5th and 20th place scorers on the right side of your frame, there's uplighting here at the base of the poles to indicate what the status of the race is. We were under the red flag earlier. They were shining red. Now we're under the caution flag, so they're shining yellow. It is quite remarkable how this Musco lighting system works, and we get to see it unfold here for the first time tonight with the Cars Tour. Let's throw it down to Jacqueline Drake.
Hey guys, I'm trackside right now with Bobby McCarty and Jared Fryer. On Bobby's number 6, they actually changed an entire shock on the left rear of that car. And originally they weren't going to put new tires on, but I looked at Marcus Richmond. I said, tires? They said, yes. And they grabbed the new tires and threw them on the number 6. Additionally, Jared Fryer, who came in, he only got one right rear tire, and they sent him back out. Things are about to get dicey here. I'm ready to see how this irons out.
That it will indeed, as we are past the halfway point. 60 laps to go in the Window World 125 at North Wilkesboro Speedway. The lights are on, the sun is down, but yet the racing is just about to come to a peak, and we will come back in just a moment here on Flow Racing. One of the greatest things about the racetrack revival last August that made it special, and talking to many of these drivers, was standing on the pit lane before the race got started and seeing the droves of fans and creating this special atmosphere. We continue to see it today, and I think we're going to see it all week long. I'm sure many of these fans out here wearing green shirts and many others, I'm sure that this isn't just a one-stop trip for them. I think everything that's coming up in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series and NASCAR Cup Series, heck, even tonight, a little bit later on, you can continue with our coverage of the ASA Stars National Tour with super late models running a little bit later on tonight. Ralph Shaheen and Jim Trito on the call for that. The fans have shown out in droves, and I think that's only a testament of what we may see a little bit later on in the week.
I have to admit, I feel like we have the best seat in the house, right? Especially when it comes to Solid Rock Area's Cars Tour all season long. But I am getting a little bit envious of some of the fans who, especially as we've been coming back to these restarts, have been all standing up. They're all rising. Some of them shaking their fists. Some of them shaking their beverage. Some of them trying to mimic Brandon Willard in the flag stand. I'm looking forward to how the rest of this race is going to unfold, but I do like the fact that I could go fill one of those many few or scarce amounts of vacant spaces down below us and join this crowd for that ASA race, as you mentioned, that's coming up once Jim Trado and Ralph Shaheen step into the booth and take on over. So it's an incredible and remarkable atmosphere. There's going to be entertainment taking place, leading us all the way up to the All-Star race on Sunday. And it's just an electric atmosphere, and this place has never looked better. I can't believe how bright it is here at night as we hit the chews.
Yeah, that's one thing I know looking at the race last year and watching some of it back, the difference in just the look of this race, and every inch of this racetrack is perfectly lit up. And, you know, it's something obviously with everything that was going on and bringing this racetrack back just wasn't available at that time. But the Musco lighting here, and I think even some of the show we'll see a little bit later on when those lights are flashing and just create this remarkable atmosphere. I was looking at some of the shots that they had at the open house that this racetrack hosted a couple of days ago, and my goodness, just the look of this racetrack and some of the drone shots, just absolutely gorgeous what they were able to pull off. So the lights are off on the JXS Wraps pace car, and it is still Lane Riggs, Brendan Butterbean Queen, your top two. Briscoe, Hefner in the second row, Bassett, as well as Caden Honeycutt in row 4. You can see that Sundrop Chevrolet, the outside of row number 5. Into the KRC Power Steering restart zone. 60 laps left as Queen may have jumped the gun a little bit there on the outside. We'll see if the restart is good. Riggs barely has it at the line, but that 03 either got a great jump or maybe was a little bit early.
Looks like Lane Riggs is going to be able to take over the top spot. Look at Briscoe trying to protect the bottom. That's Hefner into the left rear quarter panel of Briscoe's car in the battle for third. Riggs cements the lead. Queen to second. Hefner perhaps going to yield to Briscoe as they go into turn 1.
That they do. Hall into the back of Kevin Harvick, shoves him up the racetrack as they are stacked up. And how about Daniel Suarez? How is he a part of the picture with all the damage he has on that race car? Hall and Harvick collect each other off of turn 2. They're still beating doors, and Hall is sideways as McCumbee almost makes it 3 wide into turn 1.
Hall and Harvick are not done yet. These are two brass knuckle racers who continue to slam doors off of the corner. McCumbee looks inside, 3 wide.
Hall squeezed in the middle. Harvick is back up the racetrack. It works out for McCumbee. Huffman checks up. Keselowski goes to the bottom of him. And now Harvick will try to get back in line. Suarez is back inside of Harvick. And meanwhile, for the race lead, here comes Brendan Queen. We can't keep up with all of it.
We got the double box going. There's fights all over the racetrack here as Brendan Queen, the pole sitter, is to the inside of Lane Riggs to try to take over the race lead, and he will make the pass off turn 4. Briscoe trying to follow on the left-hand side of your picture.
The water is boiling out of the pot right now in North Wilkesboro Speedway. Right-hand side of your screen, Harvick falling back. He'll lose a spot to Mason Diaz as Queen pulls out by a couple of car lengths. Riggs is hanging on the top side, but Chase Briscoe looks to have plenty of race car left. He goes to second. And how about Caden Honeycutt up to 4th potentially?
Honeycutt, someone who is not quite sure what the rest of his late model stock car slate may look like. But nevertheless, every time he is strapped into this Mike Dorn Racing number 10 car, the Alito, Texas native has been able to make some noise. He comes into the night 8th in points despite not running all the races. And he has had a couple of podiums already, and he moves himself into a podium spot for the moment in 3rd.
Riggs follows on back. Meanwhile, further behind this battle, you can see Ronnie Bassett Jr. hanging on over Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Chad McCumbee, who has really pulled away from Connor Hall. Suarez goes to the inside of that number 77, but how much is left in the tank for these drivers in terms of their tires? If they can continue to run him down, we mentioned some of the right front damage that Bassett had a little bit earlier. He falls back into the clutches of the driver in the NASCAR Hall of Famer out of Mooresville, North Carolina.
The performance by Bassett to be able to maintain pace after slamming the wall in turn number 2 early on after coming across the bow of Tate Fogelman. It's been very impressive, and this is a race that he told us earlier he was really looking forward to as Connor Hall is in yet another spirited battle, this time with his teammate in Mason Diaz, with Harvick trying to fill the void.
We might get Connor Hall, Kevin Harvick part 2. Would love to see that. Is Dale Earnhardt Jr. going to give way to Chad McCumbee? And McCumbee, the Cars Tour veteran, puts a hand out the window, says thank you very much as he makes his way by Dale Earnhardt Jr. That's for the 7th spot.
Well, the racing continues throughout the pack. Quick check on timing and scoring on some of the cars that took tires. Jared Fryer still 23rd. Carson Quapple back in 26th. And also, there was the number 6 of Bobby McCarty that came down to put on fresh rubber as well. He runs 27th, so perhaps they're saving the fresh right sides they just bolted on, waiting for the rest of the field to come down and put on fresh rubber as Suarez is in the back of Junior.
I tell you what, Daniel Suarez, I cannot believe the amount of work that they have done to this race car to make it competitive as he works right on by Dale Earnhardt Jr. Suarez up to 8th and is one of the fastest cars on the racetrack at the moment, trailing only your race leader in Brendan Queen. And you know what? We got to give a nod to Chase Briscoe as well. Was running up in 2nd. And honestly, looking at the performance of that number 5 car in practices the last couple of days, I would have never imagined that it would be running in the top 15, let alone up here in 2nd position. So Chase Briscoe proving all the doubters wrong in this late model stock car. And he has been on a mission, got his track position, and he has kept it.
Been a good night for Chad Bryant Racing all the way around. You talked about Briscoe in second, Diaz in 10th. One car going the opposite direction right now is that of Connor Hall, who got a love tap from Brandon Pierce the last time they went off in a turn number 1. Hall is now running in the 12th position in that 77 in front of Pierce in the 2. And then it's Kevin Harvick and Brad Keselowski, the 4 cars in a freight train battle for 12th on back here at the moment with still 47 laps to go.
I think one of the biggest surprises, I was just looking down at the leaderboard and saw Quapple in front of the race leaders because he may get lapped in a couple of laps. And Brendan Queen continuing to chase down the rest of the field. But something going amiss certainly for Carson Quapple. Barbie McCarty running back in 26th and 27th. And I think our race leaders at this current pace, they put those cars a lap down by the time this thing wraps up.
Part of me wonders if their strategy is to try to hold back or yield just a little bit, being that they already put on their 2 fresh sets of tires. I'm sure that if Brendan Butterbean Queen gets up there fast enough, they're going to have to run at a faster pace than what they're looking for. But for right now, it's been clean and green. And right now, Butterbean is on the same straightaway as the 2 that we were just talking about with that fresh rubber, while this fight for 4th intensifies. This is Lane Riggs and Jacob Hefner, 99 and 95 respectively.
Queen is off into his own stratosphere at the moment. Lane Riggs hanging on to 4th, a couple of car lengths ahead of Jacob Hefner as we get towards the last third of this race. Back behind Dale Earnhardt Jr., Zach Miracle starting to surge at the right time. You remember his drive through the field last August and how impressive it was. Up 20 spots, started 27th and finished up in the 7th position last year. He's up to 10th so far, and Zach Miracle really charging at the end of this race, has plenty of tire. And that number 32, Miracle Dental Center Chevrolet.
Here's a couple of cars that have been able to navigate their way through some skirmishes of their own throughout the portion of this race. However, I believe they are running a little bit off of the pace in comparison to the leaders. It's Jason Kitzmiller, who is 2 laps off the pace. Connor Jones at the number 44 is in this tussle right in the middle of Tyler Ankrum in the number 98. That is the battle for 16th that Ankrum currently holds down, the frequent competitor in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, trying his hand in a late model stock car here for AK Performance. As a matter of fact, this is his 11th career Cars late model stock start, but the first since the series inception back in 2015. Good to have Tyler Ankrum back in competition. He's running just outside the top 15.
It's good to have a lot of drivers who have been with us for a long time. Of course, Lane Riggs and Deke McCaskill being those 2 that have made the most starts in Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour history. Riggs of that running up in the 4th position. There's a couple of cars duking it out. Ronnie Bassett Jr. and Chad McCumbee for position a little further on up the road. But you can see Brendan Queen still smoke trailing out of the back of Dylan Wilson. But, I mean, you can look in front of Brendan Queen. You can see some of the lap traffic that they're approaching. And Dylan Wilson, Bobby McCarty. Again, like I mentioned earlier, cannot believe that Carson Quapple, your race winner last year, and defending race winner of the last 3 Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour late model stock races, and you're defending champion in a predicament right now.
You have to wonder how much of this conservation effort is going to be able to withstand as we see another fight for position starting to take shape here up inside the top 10. Dale Earnhardt Jr. doing everything he can to move further up the running order as things run, with laps continuing to click off here at the North Wilkesboro Speedway. That's Brandon Pierce just up the road. As one car going way wide is that of the 5 of Brian Barnhill, was ecstatic to be part of the field. And Blake, he had a pretty interesting week.
Yes, he did. He arrived at 3 a.m. for practice yesterday, worked a double shift at his at the ranch that he obviously works for and sponsors that race car. Unfortunately, had to take one of his friends to the emergency room, the reason that he was arriving so late yesterday morning. Now, of course, for him, happy to report that his friend Sandy McDougal is okay, and of course wanted to be here at this racetrack so bad. So, Sandy, if you're watching out there on Flow Racing, of course, we wish you the best, and we're glad to hear that everything is okay. But Bryant definitely a jack of all trades and coming out and doing things here tonight. As you can see, Carson Quapple, Landon Huffman, this is just in front of your race leaders, along with Ross Chastain.
Carson Brown of the 42, one of the rookies in the late model stock side of things, going a lap off the leaders. And Dylan Wilson's rough night continues. You see the smoke starting to appear once again as the caution flag will wave. This may very well be the last competition or controlled caution of the night. 35 laps to go. This would be splitting the race pretty much up into some form of thirds, right around the ballpark, as a matter of fact. Remember, we had that caution at lap 30 that turned into the controlled caution. We moved ahead to lap number 65, and now here we are with 35 laps to go. So at this point, Blake, if you purchased a set of right-side Hoosier tires, you got to use it or lose it at this point, and I would expect to see the small handful of cars, your Jared Fryer, your Carson Quapple, your Bobby McCarty, they're going to stay out this time through, and it's going to shape up for a barn burner of a restart with 35 to go.
It may do just that, but I just have to think the track position, we've seen it be so important tonight. Just 35 laps to go. I know you can save a heck of a lot of tire, and you can do a lot with it in 35 laps, but is it enough to drive through a field that is this close, that is this competitive, and has been so tough to pass all season long, at least driving from the front to the back of the field? We've really only seen it a couple of times. There are still 30 cars out on the racetrack right now as well. 7 drivers electing, or not electing to. They were put behind the wall a little bit earlier in Williams Wallace, Minnie Tyrell, Chase Burrow, Landon Pimpleton, Deke McCaskill, Connor Zilish, and Andrew Grady, all involved in the same accident on lap 31 of this race. But yes, caution flag, the Volt battery caution out yet again. And this is what I love about this type of racing, Eric. The strategy is just all over the place, and you never know what is up these drivers' sleeves. But I think one that we really have to look at in this top 3, and just always seems to be in the right place at the right time in a lot of these Cars Tour races, and that is Caden Honeycutt, one of the fastest cars on the racetrack these last handful of laps. I think that number 10 car in the right place at the right time.
And I know we touched on the fact that he is in the top 10 in the championship points. In fact, 8, despite having to miss a race due to commitments in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, where he made the absolute most of his opportunity to run for Roper Racing at the Bristol Dirt Series. Now the question is, what more can Honeycutt do to try to impress the masses? And he's in line right now as things run for what would be his 3rd podium finish in what is only his 4th start of the season for Mike Darn Racing. As you can see, the pits are open here. Honeycutt is going to be part of pretty much the whole field who is going to elect to take part in the opportunity to come down to pit. The few cars that are in the back end of the pit area, or I should say on the back end of the surface, that we thought may stay out, it is the 14 of Jared Fryer, the 8 of Carson Quapple, the 6 of Bobby McCarty. They have all elected to forego the pit lane while the rest of the field comes down for service, and more importantly, perhaps, the 2 fresh right-side tires.
All right, so is track position and being up front going to be better than having about 30-lap fresher tires? That is the question for these drivers, and whether they can hang on to it or not, that's a tough question to try and ask.
See the teams on standby are waiting for the work whistle to blow to give them the green light to start to do the work that is required on the control caution. You see everybody has fresh Hoosiers in hand, and they're getting set to jump off the wall.
Somebody was working a little early, I think, on Josh Dickens' car, was about to get a talking to from the official, and, well, then everybody went.
See Chase Briscoe just in your frame. Chase Briscoe, Mason Diaz, Connor Hall, all getting fresh rubber. Behind them on the far side of your picture, you see Ross Chastain also getting fresh tires. Pretty much, if you're on the pit lane now and you weren't one of the 3 that we documented as being the ones who put on the fresh Hoosiers the last time in, you're bolting them on now for this 35-lap run to the finish.
How about Brendan Queen? Been so strong all evening long, and everybody mostly electing to take right side tires, but I think for Queen, I think he was jacked up on the left side, is I believe what I just saw.
Looks like they may have been trying to get an adjustment made on the left side of Queen's car before going ahead and bolting on the right side tires, as I did see at least one of them still sitting on the pit wall. Dale Earnhardt Jr. taking the opportunity to get fresh rubber on that car. Let's hear more about your current leader, Brendan Queen. Jacqueline Drake is standing by with more.
Yeah, guys, you were talking about that left side. They actually took the tires and swapped them around. Now the crew's going to go around and add in those new right side tires, but clearly just going to move the tires around just a little bit. And Brendan Butterbean Queen really took off there in the last segment. So I'm curious to see just how it irons out at the end here and if he can continue that momentum.
He took off in that segment. He took off in qualifying. That's for sure. So you continue to see the work being done to his race car as we get down to the nitty-gritty here. We're going to stack this field up once again, and I think if what you saw earlier in the race, I think there's potential that something like that could happen again. We had differing strategies, cars that stayed out that perhaps may not have had the pace a little bit earlier on, and yet we have 3 cars and very talented drivers, 3 defending champions of this series, and Jared Fryer, Carson Quapple, and Bobby McCarty staying out under this caution, so capable as any. But I have to imagine even implementing this strategy to park the bus for about 30 or some odd laps, run out that last caution. Wonder if the track position's worth it. Again, this is why I love being up here in the booth and not down there wearing a headset.
It's also a lot to ask of your competitor to be able to go out there on fresh rubber but drive as soft as you can, as if you've got an egg underneath the throttle, to put yourself in a position to leapfrog a bunch of the contenders and then hope that you're on some sort of a level playing field when they just bolted on fresh tires themselves, about 30 or so laps later. The question is, who's going to perfect that art? The one thing I will point out, though, is the 3 drivers that we mentioned who put on fresh rubber a little bit earlier on than the majority of the field, they're either veterans of the sport or they are the best at their business right now. Now, Carson Quapple, our reigning champion, current points leader, 3 wins in a row, going for a 4th, going for back-to-back here at North Wilkesboro. You would imagine that there's a lot of trust that Carson could deliver in terms of being able to meet and complete the task at hand. The other 2 drivers, Bobby McCarty, multi-time late model stock champion in the Cars Tour ranks, and of course Jared Fryer. Even though he is running a part-time season, he too has a late model stock championship under his belt back in 2020. I would say that these are 3 competitors specifically. There's a couple of more that may have stayed out as well, who have put themselves in position to bounce ahead of everybody else. Do they have enough underneath them to make it to the finish with a hungry pack that will be just behind them?
Well, and I'll take a look and make sure timing and scoring is A-OK. Again, I imagine that some of those drivers up front may have gone a lap down a little bit earlier on in the running, but I don't think that may be the case. So those 3 drivers we were talking about staying out, we may have to add 3 more in Tyler Ankrum, Ryan Millington, and Kitzmiller there in the 97, who may have employed this same strategy, so not 3, but 6 cars up at the front. And actually, Kitzmiller scored a lap down, so he will pull over and let the rest of the field on by. So it looks like it's 5 drivers that stayed out and will start at the front of the field.
While the running order is sorted out, let's check in with Jacqueline Drake once more, who's got a report down from the pits.
One of the drivers that elected to stay out, which you just spoke a little bit about, that number 98 at Tyler Ankrum, which we haven't seen him in the cars since 2017. It's been about 6 years. Speaking to him earlier, he said, I'm just trying to knock the rust off, and he's looking forward to competing here later this week with the truck suit. We're going to find if he can hold on there and add a North Wilkesboro late model stock win to his name.
And that's just not adding a win. That's going to victory lane at North Wilkesboro. I know when we were talking to Brendan Queen a little bit earlier in his Hedgecock Racing Pole Award interview, he said, I'm a pole sitter at North Wilkesboro. I mean, how cool is that? And to not only call yourself a pole sitter, again, he said he wanted to lead lap 125 more than any tonight. But even just to say that and go to victory lane here would mean so much to him. Or, of course, Tyler Ankrum. It's not just a win to win here at North Wilkesboro, something that will stay with you for the rest of your life, being able to ride the elevator at this racetrack.
You saw briefly there on the right-hand side of your screen, the hard luck and hard night for hometown hero Dylan Wilson continues on. They are still attending to that car. I'm not sure if they have been adding power steering fluid throughout the duration of this race. It seems as though he could run about 20 laps or so until it starts burning off whatever assistance he has with the power steering issue that was reported to us earlier. We touched on this in the pre-race coverage that we had, but Dylan, along with Brandon Pierce, have a podcast they put together called You'll Have That in Big Time Auto Racing, and I'm sure that he will provide a detailed explanation on what may have been a very frustrating night at a venue that he calls home. But I'm curious if it still has been quite the bittersweet night in terms of the frustrations on the racetrack, but seeing the success that's coming around it.
They do a really good job of recapping both of their weekends, as well as kind of reviewing some of the venues that we go to. And anything that's interesting, concessions, the nightlife that's around a lot of these facilities, everything that goes on, they're very in tune with that. So can't recommend that podcast enough, as we have gotten the 1 to go signal on the choose, and occasionally we've had 2 laps after the choose, and we've had 1 to green, and we've sent them, and I think they've begun to slow the pace car off of turn 2 to allow the rest of the field to choose and everybody to catch back up to the tail end of the field without having to make another lap. And you know what? Good on the pace car driver using his turn signal to get down to pit lane safely, as Tyler Ankrum and Ryan Millington will lead the field back to green. Differing strategies. We'll see what will work out. 35 laps to go here at North Wilkesboro. And Millington rockets all the way to the top side, higher than we've seen just about all night, as Ankrum is loose. They're going to be 3 wide for second as Jared Fryer makes his presence felt.
Millington, whose car is beaten and battered on the left side of that race car. Now the reigning champion, Quapple, pinned up to the top side of the racetrack. He squeezes down in front of Ankrum, who gets tagged and is sideways. What a save by Tyler Ankrum.
And Chase Briscoe said, "I'm not waiting for you any longer, bud," is now Daniel Suarez going to try to make his move on Tyler Ankrum as he is loose and up the racetrack. Junior has to check up for it as well. Millington leads, Fryer close in tow, and here comes Carson Quapple as well, as they are 3 wide once again as Ankrum moves up the hill.
That time it was Suarez who shoved Ankrum aside. Now Dale Jr. to the middle, almost gets pounded in the right side door, trying to keep Ankrum in the third groove. That's not going to work here at Wilkesboro. Harvick to the middle behind him.
Harvick trying to cut down on Keselowski into turn 1, and they nearly come to blows. Oh, man, that is close right there as Ankrum continues to free fall through the field. Meanwhile, back up front, Millington holding on fresh tires, or old tires, rather. Fryer has that second strategy where he stayed out, but Brendan Queen off the pit road, side by side with Carson Quapple, he takes third.
Brendan Queen is coming. That car is dialed in and hooked up, and he's got 2 more cars to pass as the blocking, ducking, and diving continues on the back straightaway, with Keselowski nearly getting into the backside of Harvick into turn 3. Here comes Butterbean for second spot and nearly into the back of Fryer.
And this allows Millington to escape and Quapple to perhaps take another shot at Brendan Queen. They'll go side by side down into turn number 3. Queen is on the move, and don't forget about Caden Honeycutt as well. He has some fresher tires as well.
Fryer back to third. Queen may have given him a little bit of a nerf to try to make that pass, but Fryer does not return the favor. Quapple on the bottom. Catch it. Oh, trouble. Jacob Hefner is backed into the wall. And for the second race in a row, it's heartbreak for the Carroll Speed Shot 95. Hefner, who was running up front earlier in this race, has a badly damaged car, especially to the rear clip of his Carroll Speed Shot machine. At Ace Speedway, it was a ball of fire. And here tonight, it is a grinding halt as he climbs out of the car okay. And you have to wonder, the driver who is second in points, just 2 races back, has a bit of a black cloud over him here tonight. In fact, in his car's tour tenure over these last 2 races, and he appears to be a bit displeasured.
Oh, yeah, he's upset.
The traditional use your head mentality towards Mason Diaz with the toss of the heat guards, with Dale Jr. casually moving aside, with the heat shields sitting on the bottom of the racetrack in turn 1. I'll tell you, Jacob Hefner is a very calm, cool, and collected young man. You don't see him get hot all that often. Here's why.
Down into turn 1, you could see, I think Diaz a little bit up the racetrack, and boy, that is a tough, hard hit for Jacob Hefner. It's hard to tell exactly there where Diaz was running. You can see the left front wheel locked up a little bit for Mason Diaz. And for Jacob Hefner, it hasn't been a lack of speed. Was one of just 3 drivers that had finished in the top 10 of every single race as we were 3 races in. And unfortunately just not had the luck these last 2 races. At Ace Speedway, you mentioned the ball of flame that he was up in while he was running in the top 10. And was doing the same here as he shows his displeasure with Mason Diaz, who again runnered up in this race last August with 29 laps to go, and believe, what, 7th Bolt battery caution flag, I think, of the night is my count.
Yeah, I think I've run out of room on the paper in order to tally up these caution flags. I will tell you, though, first off, hats off to our turn 3 camera operator who was fixed on that battle for position as it looked as though things were going to go awry, and we caught that footage. So as a matter of fact, that's Dan Love over there in turn number 3. Was just talking to his father, Doc Love, just a little while ago. But I did notice on that look of the replay that we had, the other Chad Bryant car in Connor Hall was peeking down to the bottom. I'm curious if Mason was trying to give his teammate some room on the inside. They may not have been exactly 3 wide, but perhaps the attempt to try to leave an avenue for Connor Hall to get through on the bottom without contact came at the disposal of the number 95 car, who was not in that third lane until he got put up there.
That's a great point. As we have a number of teams, a number of teammates bringing cars out here. How about, I know this is back in the Pro Late Model field, but how about Wilson Motorsports? Between all of the activities going on at this racetrack over the next couple of days, they brought seven race cars out here. That is just simply incredible.
Absolutely remarkable. And speaking of Wilson, from our vantage point, we could see that poor Dylan Wilson is back on the racetrack. Boy, if they didn't come with a couple of cartons of Neon Lager, I'm not necessarily sure how they're going to have the opportunity to have a chance to be able to rest once this race comes to a close. As you see, the number 95 car being towed off the racing surface here, with the cleanup continuing down in turn number 1. Had a chance to catch up with Jacob Hefner back at Hickory Motor Speedway, touch base again at Ace. He was able to display an ability, or a talent, if you will, to be able to conserve his equipment early in the going and then rocket his way up to the strong finishes and results that put him in second in the championship standings going into Ace, where the power plant came undone in a very spectacular way. That result dropped him from second in the championship standings all the way back into what would be coming into tonight's race for that of Jacob Hefner. It kicked him so far down the running order, I can't even find him on my papers. 7th was that of Hefner. And with that, even after this incident now, we can expect that perhaps he may fall a little bit further behind there after that contact. But I'm pretty sure that perhaps we'll have an opportunity at some point to go back and review a little bit further. But it did look like perhaps Connor Hall was peeking down to the bottom of the racetrack, and Mason may have been trying to leave him enough running room.
That may have been the case as we continue to pace around the Window World 125, and Ryan Millington putting this clean track position up to good use. But I tell you what, Brendan Queen has the opportunity to restart. More than likely, I would guess, Millington, if you're likely Millington, you'll take the bottom here on this restart. If you're Brendan Queen, you'll take the outside, and I think there's a good chance with those fresh tires and how fast that race car has been. If Queen can just hold Millington at bay off of turn 2, I think he's pretty clear for the race lead, as we'll take one more look at it there.
I stand corrected. I'd say that 77 was too far behind the 24 for him to think about him peeking there down on the inside. I mean, there's about a car length of separation there between Diaz and Connor Hall, so I tried. I tried to give the 24 a little bit of benefit of the doubt there, which we saw Jacob Hefner rightfully did not. But nevertheless, hard racing. A lot of these drivers are on a razor's edge, and that contact is what puts Hefner hard into the wall and out of this race.
Now, race officials do have at their discretion the ability to put a driver at the tail end of the field if they were to blatantly cause an accident. Ryan Millington was put at the back of Hickory Motor Speedway a little bit earlier on in the year, so we'll see if Diaz had the same fate or not. It appears not. He's up front here with this choose. Or no, I stand corrected. He's just in front of Brian Barnhill. That was the wrong car. So yes, Mason Diaz put at the tail end of the field.
Yeah, and after looking at the replay that other time, it appears as though that is the right call. And it's full disclosure, I love Mason. I love everything he's about. I think he's got a boatload of talent. It hasn't been the starts of the season he's been hoping for, but a mistake was made there. Unfortunate for Hefner, unfortunate for Mason. It'll be fun to watch here with 29 to go.
That it will, and as we were talking about earlier, it's how that played out here with the choose cone. Millington on the bottom, Brendan Queen on the top into the KRC Power Steering restart zone. 29 laps to go here at North Wilkesboro for all the marbles. Green flag is out. Early dive for Caden Honeycutt. He looked to make it 3 wide for second. He backs out. He thinks better of it, but Brendan McQueen on the outside of Millington, charging for the race lead, and he'll have it down into turn 3. Quapo gets shoved up the racetrack by Jared Fryer.
I think Fryer may have been trying to set up for the entry of turn number 3. Had to dart up a little bit. That's going to cost Quapo perhaps 1, 2, maybe 3 spots as everybody tries to dive for the bottom. Honeycutt in the 10, Quapo in the 8, side by side for 4th with Lane Riggs waiting in the wings.
Again, Quapo stayed out on this latest caution, so trying to hang on slightly older tires than the rest of the field. Honeycutt able to get by. Riggs may be next. Bobby McCarty still trying to hold his track position as well on those older tires further on back.
Making some moves just behind this battle. That blue number 16, Chad McCumbee, has made up another spot. Here's the side-by-side fight between Chase Briscoe and the 5, the 77 of Connor Hall. And here's Dale Earnhardt Jr. kicked, kind of trapped up to that top lane. Brad Keselowski looking down to the inside. Ross Chastain is in the mix as well as Brandon Pierce gets sideways off of 4, giving Jr. a fighting chance in that second groove.
I told you, Ross Chastain was just kind of taking it easy all night, and yet here he finds himself back up towards the top 15. I don't know how much time he has left to make up some spots, but yet here he is trying to battle alongside with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Brad Keselowski right in front of him.
Keselowski and team have been on a bit of a comeback trail of their own. Remember, they got caught up in the big crash on the restart right after we got back underway on lap 30. He's done a great job of rallying back in terms of getting that car repaired. And there's Diaz, fresh off the penalty for being sent to the rear of the field, inside and past Carson Brown, continuing to charge forward.
Connor Hall looking into the inside of Ronnie Bassett Jr., and they touch. Bassett saves it, doesn't get the car too far out of shape here with 24 laps to go. Chad McCumbee, another driver who has really had a great long-run car all weekend long. Or, well, I say weekend, it's Wednesday night. Not exactly a weekend, but 23 laps to go, and McCumbee all into the trunk lid of Bobby McCarty.
Hard to believe that the fights for position continue to be quite physical everywhere you look. We saw that little bit of traded paint between those two drivers. Here's Chad McCumbee all over McCarty, as you mentioned. All the while, Brendan Queen is trying to break out further forward, and just like that, we're double wide for 2 rows deep. Connor Hall trying to slide up and past Ronnie Bassett Jr., while McCumbee in the 16 is alongside of McCarty in the 6.
And meanwhile, Chase Briscoe, who was so strong earlier on, he's just at the right-hand side of your shot. He's falling back, and it seems that car is not handling to his liking anymore. Kevin Harvick pulls up behind him, but this battle to try to get up into 6th is still raging on between these two veterans in McCarty and McCumbee.
Car on the move the last few laps has been that 77 of Connor Hall. That Chad Bryant Racing team, as we mentioned, comes into the night tied, unfortunately, with the driver leading this race in Brendan Butterbean Queen. Hall trying to waste no time to pick up some more positions. He got by McCarty and is going to work on McCumbee for what would be 7th.
Another late charger trying to make his way by. That is Ronnie Bassett Jr. on the top side and Zach Miracle, as well as Kevin Harvick. I tell you what, that 62 car has been awfully fast this later part of the run as well, as he tries to pull up alongside his Stewart-Haas Racing teammate, Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, pretty ironic that in this capacity they're not racing teammates. Of course, they're Ford teammates, but they're not racing teammates at the moment as they run nose to tail. But a unique opportunity for each of those competitors as they get set to duel it out here on the Cup Series All-Star Race Sunday night for $1 million. That'll be a sight to see. Hall's run to the front is not done. He's finally to the inside of McCumbee. Again, this for 7th spot at the end of the back straightaway, and he's got the pass made.
That he does. Hall continuing his charge to the front. And looking at the running order, you have all 6 of our kind of Cup Series competitors. I know Dale Earnhardt Jr. not active in the Cup Series right now, but you have 6 of those drivers encompassed in 7 positions. Chase Briscoe running in the 12th spot, back to Ross Chastain in 18th. The only one between them is Brandon Pierce right now. So pretty much all of the coveted Cup Series talent coming into the Sol Rock Carriers Cars Tour pretty much packed right behind Chase Briscoe in 12th.
You saw him moving up in the 5th spot by virtue of a little contact was Lane Riggs getting around your points leader Carson Quapple, who returns the favor by touching the left rear bumper of Riggs' car off of turn number 2. Hard to believe this could be the first time that we see Carson Kvapil finish out of the front 2 spots this season. As a matter of fact, I think one of the other interesting stats is the fact that he's never finished 6th through 9th, or check that 6th through 10th in a running order. All of his top 10s have been top 5s. That streak is in jeopardy with Kvapil running in the 6th spot, and I'll credit my buddy Blake McCandless for pointing that out to us before we started the year.
It's been an incredible stat, and of course, with all of his spectacular runs, has continued to maintain it, and perhaps may be in jeopardy here tonight. And he may lose one more spot to Connor Hall down to the inside, and Kvapil and Hall nearly side by side into 3 and 4. But Connor Hall has a lot of race car right now, and he is using it to get as far forward as he can.
I think the one thing that Hall may be hoping for is a Volt battery caution flag in order for him to be able to erase the deficit that Brendan Queen has built out up front. We talked about how breathtaking the differential was between first and second in qualifying. Queen is out to a 2+ second lead as Connor Hall nudges his way to the inside of Carson Kvapil. We've seen this before.
And Brandon Willard is displaying the black flag for somebody. And I want to see who it is. I saw he was waving it this last time by. We'll try to get a word on who exactly may be penalized here, but not often do we see the black flag displayed. But Brandon Willard in the flag stand was giving it to somebody.
We'll try to check on the identification of the car in question. All the while, Connor Hall has gotten by Carson Kvapil for that position. Here's Kevin Harvick and Ronnie Bassett Jr. with Suarez and Keselowski, and Fender rubbing behind them between McCarty and Pierce.
It was Josh Dickens, car number 20, that received the black flag, and he has made his way down to the pit area.
Boy, Bobby McCarty was one of the 3 that we mentioned that was on that alternative strategy that stopped with about 65 laps complete, and that is not panning out the way in which he would have hoped for. He's all the way back in 18th.
Oh, Keselowski into the back of Suarez there off of turn 2. As Mason Diaz, what a march that Mason Diaz has had. Again, was put to the tail end of the lead lap, and he is hard charging behind these 2 NASCAR Cup Series stars. A Cup Series champion on the inside and former Xfinity Series champion on the outside, and Keselowski able to make his way by.
We're starting to see all of these cars slip and slide their way around this 5/8 mile oval, as it appears as though the good is not completely off of all 4 Hoosier tires. The question is, will anybody overstep that boundary and erase the lead that Brendan Queen has been able to build up here en route to what could be the biggest win of his young racing life? Diaz inside of Suarez, Jr. inside of Pierce.
See the battling on the right-hand side of your screen as contact with Diaz and Daniel Suarez. They continue to beat and bang down into turn number 1. But on the left-hand side, you can see Brendan Queen. And in the shot, you cannot see second place. Ryan Millington is back by nearly 2.7 seconds from Brendan Queen. And despite the fact that Queen had to get around lap traffic, he didn't really lose any time on his race lead, as they almost come to blows off of turn 4 with Brandon Pierce and Dale Earnhardt Jr.
You have to wonder what could have been for Dale Jr. and company if he did not sustain major nose damage, which they did a great job fixing on one of those controlled cautions. Nevertheless, though, that may have taken him out of contention to be running closer up towards the front in this one as he continues his battle with Brandon Pierce for 16th spot as they bounce off each other, and Connor Jones has entered the frame.
Remember, these 2 were beating and banging a little bit earlier, but Jones seems to have saved his tires as he maybe looks to the inside of Dale Earnhardt Jr. 4 laps to go, though, for Brendan Butterbean. Queen has 1 Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour win to his name. And, well, if you follow Brendan Queen, it should be no surprise that it came at Langley Speedway, looking for his 2nd career victory here in this series. And again, I did the math for Brendan Queen. I know he loves him some Waffle House. Jonesville is the closest Waffle House. I did the math for him, 16 miles away. So if you wonder if a Waffle House is getting burned down a little bit later tonight, that may be the location for Brendan Queen, as he'll come around and take 2 laps to go.
The driver for Lee Pulliam Performance, who picked up a win in the South Carolina 400. Not a Cars Tour sanctioned late model stock car event at the Florence Motor Speedway, but certainly one of the biggest deals in that part of the country. But now coming in the Cars Tour competition with a chance to win on one of the biggest stages we visit, off of turn number 4, Brendan Queen to the white flag.
White flag of the air. One more trip around North Wilkesboro Speedway for Brendan Queen. Sports a nearly 4-second lead over Ryan Millington in what perhaps will be the biggest win of his young racing career. Found success in dirt and on asphalt. And tonight, he's a North Wilkesboro winner. Brendan Queen wins the Window World 125.
Several cars sliding their way to the checkered flag. Final margin of victory, 4.7 seconds over Ryan Millington, who had a fantastic comeback from the carnage on the front stretch 30 laps in. Jared Fryer, your podium. Connor Hall, Caden Honeycutt, your top 5. But one of the most unique personalities in full-fender late model stock car racing is going to be having quite the party in front of the North Wilkesboro Speedway crowd as the fireworks are going off, and Brendan Queen, with the American flag waiting for him at the start-finish line, is going to be lighting up the front stretch here in front of this capacity crowd.
That he is. The celebration that you would often see, or probably many of these fans are familiar with, out of Brad Keselowski, but Brendan Queen will take up that mantle as he wins for the second time in his Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour career. Does it from the pole position, and I cannot wait to see the celebration out of this young man. One of the great personalities that we have here in this series, just has a tremendous attitude. I was talking to one of his crew guys crossing the gate a little bit earlier yesterday, and he was just raving about the attitude that this young man has, his approach, and he just has such a fun, loving nature about him and makes him a fan favorite. I mean, when we were in driver intros, Brendan Queen got one of the loudest ovations amongst the 37 competitors that we had, and I just can't wait to see his celebration.
Of course, the paint scheme is synonymous with that car as the Musco Lighting starts to put on a bit of a show here as well with Brendan Queen. This is something that this young man surely will never forget. Best Repair Company came on board, the Chesapeake, Virginia native. He got an opportunity to pair up with Lee Pulliam Performance. Didn't take long for them to find success. I remember running into him with you on Media Day, Blake, and he was just so ecstatic to be a Touring 12 driver, to have the opportunity ahead of him, and it appeared as though the pressure that may come with being one of the drivers who could be the face of the Solid Rock Carriers Cars Tour didn't seem to faze him, and I'm not quite sure he was at a point where he totally understood that that objective may be coming to fruition with the successes that he's had in this race car. He came into the night second in points. Carson Quapple comes home 8th. He's going to gain ground there, and this may be where the momentum starts to shift in this portion of the late model stock car season, but right now it's about winning at North Wilkesboro Speedway, and he's done it.
I can't imagine that this feels like anything, but I mean, this has to feel like a dream. The lights are going off, fireworks are going off, and he gets to ride the elevator at North Wilkesboro Speedway. There you see his crew chief and Doug Powers as they embrace, and we'll get that trip to get some of those fans out of the way and clear his spot, because guess what? He's going to go ride the elevator. An incredible race here, and again, so many fans in Virginia are very happy for this Chesapeake native, and leans on his experience and how successful he has been over the years at Langley, at a racetrack that I think would have prepared him very well to have a lot of success in North Wilkesboro Speedway. I believe that's Minnie Tyrell that's giving him some congratulations as well. Was out of the race a little bit earlier, but my goodness, I'm just so happy for this young man and what his future in this series looks like. I mean, this is one of the toughest races to win, again, against all of these NASCAR Cup Series competitors. This has to rank up there, and I think will for a very long time for Brendan Queen.
And how about the way in which he got the job done? We mentioned Wax the Field at Hedgecock Racing pole qualifying earlier today, and the margin of victory nearly 5 seconds at the finish in what was only about a 30-35 lap run to the checkers. So it's one thing in order to check the box as being a pole winner and race winner, but the method in which Brendan Queen and that team and that organization went about doing it tonight at a track that everyone says is one of the toughest on the calendar, let alone one of the most prestigious, I think that is a massive statement for the late model stock pit area, and something we're going to be keeping tabs of when we get to Tri-County on Memorial Day weekend.
Absolutely, and You know, this is a bit of a redemption story for Brendan Queen as well. You mentioned that he had such a great shot of winning this race last year before those hood issues relegated him back to 26th. So for him to come back to this racetrack and not just do it, but do it in dominating fashion. As soon as they unloaded off the trailer, he was very happy with his lead podium performance, Toyota. And there it is. There's the elevator ride. And, boy, they are packed in on that elevator as well. Everybody on the crew wanted to get in on this one.
This is a good test run, if you will, for what we're going to see here over the course of the next few days, especially with the Cup Series coming down here with a $1 billion celebration. And I got to tell you, I know that everybody and every driver who gets to capture top honors in a contest or a race they're a part of, they're probably itching to get out of the car, celebrate with their team and everyone who made it possible. But I hope that Brendan and everybody who is standing on that elevator right now is taking the opportunity to soak in each second of this moment as the fireworks show off in turn number 2 continues to take place.
I was about to say what looks like a fair or carnival atmosphere with some of the food vendors that are outside of turn 2. We got the fireworks going both outside of turn 2 and turn 4. The fans are treated to one heck of a show. And by the way, racing continues on Flow Racing tonight. This isn't the last one on the docket. This ASA Stars National Tour. Super late models, they of course have their race to look forward to as well. That was rained out last night, but they have more racing on the docket. 150 laps around this racetrack for those drivers, and boy, it is packed in Edelbrock Victory Lane. But I can't imagine that the celebration is going to end. And well, the last time he won a race, he took the trophy to Waffle House. I wonder what the Waffle House workers will think, bringing that trophy with the specific design, with the moonshine and everything, what they'll think about it.
You can see that team making sure that they're in the right position to roll that car off there. As Blake mentioned, Ralph Shaheen, Jim Trado waiting in the wings to step in to call the action of the ASA Stars National Tour. It's an art in order to get the lift exactly where you need it, in order to roll the car off cleanly and to keep it in race-winning condition. And they're making sure that they are just in the right spot in order to roll that thing into Edelbrock Victory Lane. And once things wrap up here from North Wilkesboro Speedway, we are on to Tri-County, $30,000 to win. And if you thought we were done with some of the star power and familiar names, Kenny Wallace will be in the field, adding on to his Memorial Day duties. He will be at the Charlotte Motor Speedway for the NASCAR race day coverage. He will be strapping into an RNS Race Cars leaf filter entry to try to go home back to St. Louis, Missouri with $30,000 extra in the pocket.
As the fireworks continue to go off, we'll go through some of the finishing order here. Ryan Millington in second. It was Jared Fryer who rounded out your podium in third. Connor Hall rebounded up to a fourth place finish. Caden Honeycutt rounded out your top 5. Lane Riggs, who led a majority of this race, definitely has the most laps led award here tonight, finishes in that 6th position. Chad McCumbee 7th. Carson Quapple first finish outside the top 5 when he's finished in the top 10 in the 8th position. Zach Miracle 9th. And the best of your Cup Series competitors tonight was Chase Briscoe in 10th, Kevin Harvick 11th, 12th was Brad Keselowski, 13th Mason Diaz, Ronnie Bassett Jr. was 14th, Daniel Suarez 15th, Dale Earnhardt Jr. 16th, Connor Jones 17th, Brandon Pierce was 18th, Ross Chastain 19th, and Cameron Bolin rounded out your top 20. Again, 37 cars competed here tonight. 21st was Landon Huffman, 22nd was Carson Brown. Tate Fogelman finished in 23rd with Tyler Ankrum in 24th. Jason Kitzmiller was 25th. Dylan Wilson 26th. Bryant Barnhill was 27th. 28th was Bobby McCarty. Josh Dickens was 29th. 30th, Jacob Hefner. 31st, involved in this incident as well as all the others that we will continue to list off in that lap 30 incident. William Sawalich in 31st. Minnie Tyrell 32nd. Chase Burrow was 33rd, Landon Pimbleton 34th, Deke McCaskill 35th, Connor Zilish 36th, and Andrew Grady finished in 37th tonight. As Brendan Butterbean Queen has the American flag hanging out the left side of that car, and I cannot imagine that we're going to see a happier person in Wilkes County or the state of North Carolina tonight, as Brendan Butterbean Queen is your winner tonight. Let's catch up with him in Edelbrock Victory Lane.
We're up here in Victory Lane. Brennan Butterbean Queen has just arrived. And race fans, put your hands together for the Window World 125 winner! American flag in hand, fireworks going. Lee Poyam's going to walk up and congratulate him. What a moment for driver and team owner, car owner. Brennan, you did it. Track record, pole award, now in victory lane. You have accomplished a marquee late model win just in under 6 months ago, and now you're here at North Wilkesboro. I see your eyes watering up right now, but has it even sank in yet that you've won here?
This is nuts. I said all week to my guys we were going to ride the lift, and damn if we didn't. Only thing we need up here is some Waffle House, and we'd be having a real good time. But we're getting there. We'll be at the Waffle House at some point tonight. Man, I tell you, I started driving for Lee, and you know, with my family team, I was starting to win a lot of races and putting things together, and then, you know, I come over to Lee to do what I wanted to do, go on the tour, and we've won a bunch of races already, and we wanted a Cars Tour win. We let one get away in Florence, and we got one tonight. This has got to be the coolest win of my career. I got to thank bestrepair.net, Hunter Staten, John Staten, Lori Staten for believing in me and making this opportunity come true. Leadcars.com, Mincy's Graphics, Old School. I got to thank the Lord for blessing us. David West, John West Engines tonight, LPP, this whole team, all my guys, and Doug Powers, our crew chief tonight, getting his first win. And Paul, where's he at, Dougie? Oh, he did it. I'm just blessed. You know, thanks to North Wilkesboro for letting us come, the Cars Tour for letting us be here. My girlfriend Nicole for everything she does. Happy birthday to my mom. Great birthday present tonight at midnight. Just everybody that's believed in me. It's just crazy to see my name getting on the map now, winning races, and that's why I came here, is to win races. So check that box. We're winners at Wilkesboro.
What a box to check. That's a good one to get off your list. Let's talk about your strategy really quick, because you did fall back a little bit during the race, but then you were able to capitalize. You did a little bit of tire switcheroo there, getting the new ones on the right side. And at the end, you had a 4-second lead here at Wilkesboro. Did everything just play out perfect? Were they in your ear saying, calm down, you're leading too much now?
Yes, they were trying to get me to slow down. I was trying. One big thing is this bad boy right here, the hood, stayed on this year. So that's a plus. Redemption from last year. We had such a good run in my family car. To come back with Lee and get it done, it's bittersweet. The strategy, I was a little nervous because all them guys staying out and, you know, losing track position. But when we fired off, this thing was such a rocket. I could go where I wanted to whenever. And I know my crew chief didn't really want me to take the top on that restart. And I was like, man, if I get clean air, I think it's over. So the good Lord blessed us, and it worked out. Like I said, LPP, baby, back on the victory lane. Woo!
Brennan, Butterbean Queen, going to win the Window World 125, and he's going to apply that winner sticker. It's been a tradition here at the Cars Tour for many years. You apply it to the B post, as he's going to also receive congratulations from Caden Honeycutt, who he's raced with for many years. And right beside me here, we have the coolest trophy, the Call Racing Distillery's Copper Trophy. And there's also etched in North Wilkesboro Speedway logo and checkered flag and car on a wood piece that it sits on. So we'll have the trophy presentation here in just a moment from the Window World CEO, Tammy Whitworth, as Brennan will also receive congratulations from Jack McNelly and all his crew members. And a champagne toss. Brennan. We're going to get you a trophy that you're going to want to have for many years. Everyone gathers around from Window World 125. Man, guys, what a scene it is down here.
And there's all the Window World folks there in Edelbrock Victory Lane. How many times did you and I look at each other and just smile and giggle at that interview? Oh, my goodness. Again, that's why these folks here, these fans in the grandstands, they love Brendan Butterbean Queen.
A star has been in the making. I would say that a star wasn't necessarily born tonight, but perhaps solidified in Brendan Butterbean Queen. Many eyes were on this race all throughout the evening. You can tell by the energy behind him. And as you can see, we're not done yet. Blake, this may be it for you and I. We're going to turn the tides over to Ralph Sheen and Jim Trado. Had a blast with you tonight. Happy early birthday, my friend. We're only a couple hours away, so happy birthday and enjoy it. And thanks to our production crew, everyone here, incredible, especially here at Wilkesboro.
Well, and their night does not end tonight, but again, the ASA National Stars Tour, you can see them making their way out onto the racetrack. And again, for many of these race fans that are continuing to stick around in the grandstands, you can see many of them starting to walk up to the catch fencing here to get a good look at all of these race cars, as we will
Yeah, hard to believe that there is one extra race still to go here after this event was pushed off from last night. And the field is already lining up on the main straightaway, and we will be inching closer to the start of this event for the ASA Stars National Tour. And as we mentioned, Ralph Sheen, Jim Trado had a chance to listen to them earlier on today. They do a fantastic job, and I'm looking forward to having a chance to listen to more of that. Before we do that, let's touch base with Jacqueline Drake once more.
Finishing on the podium then tonight, the number 15 of Ryan Millington, bringing it home in second place. The whole left side of your car was pancaked. It was a battlefield out there for you this evening. How did you survive and end up second place?
Yeah, I mean, I knew we had a really good car all night. We qualified like 24th or so. I was pretty disappointed, but I knew we had a good long run speed. So, we were just kind of focusing on that. There at the beginning, I kind of had to run harder than I wanted to try to get some track position, and ended up having a wreck there at some point, I don't know, lap 40 or so, and it just, tore the whole left side off the car, and it forced us to take tires a little earlier than we would have liked to, but at the same time, it gave us track position. So either way, awesome night for us. I can't thank my dad, Bob Seville, Brandon Graham, everybody that just helped tonight. It was huge for us. So to come here and finish second, that's big. That's big. So we'll keep working, and we got 30,000 to chase next weekend. So that's the goal.
Hard-fought second-place finisher tonight, Ryan Millington.
Millington gets the job done, and Eric, I know we kind of opened our broadcast when we first saw the Leisure Time Rentals Chevrolet down there, that he and his family-operated team have been one of the great stories in the Solid Right Carriers Cars Tour this season. But we're going to toss it back down to Jacqueline Drake, who's caught up with your third-place runner in Jared Fryer.
Jared Fryer finishing third this evening. You almost got the lead in those final few laps without Brendan running away. What more did you need?
I just needed our car to be a little better balanced. It went through such big swings there when we put fuel in, and we put new tires on it with mix with old tires. So that and probably clean air. I know I hate to say that, but every time I'd get tucked up behind them and get a good run through the corner, I'd get so close, it just gets so tight I couldn't come off the bottom and get off the corner like I needed to. But just can't thank everybody that had a hand in getting us here and racing, and this facility looks awesome. So everybody had a hand and all the hard work that went into this place. Can't thank them enough, and of course everybody on the race car makes it happen and possible for me. My dad, Jimmy Bourne, Moist Paint, Eatman Mobile Home Movers, AK Performance, my spotter Tony, everybody that has a hand and means a lot. It takes a crew to do this and run this good. Anytime you come out here and run with these guys and run that good is awesome. So it's a good feeling. Had a lot of fun tonight, and it's always cool to race on that kind of stage with them people, and hopefully put on a good show for the people back at home and in the stands.
Great showing and great speed for you this evening. Jared Fryer is going to bring it home in third place.
Great effort for Jared Fryer, and I love that Freddie Fryer hat that he had on. Seen a lot of cool throwback gear for the fans and the drivers included, and very neat there for Jared Fryer to have that. But Eric, again, our time up here in the broadcast booth has come to an end, and I think, North Wilkesboro lived up to the billing.
Goodbye for real this time. Happy birthday, Blake. Thank you all for watching. Stay right here on Flow Racing. Ralph Sheen, Jim Trado coming.
And welcome back to North Wilkesboro Speedway, North Wilkesboro, North Carolina. Ralph Sheen, my good buddy Jim Trado with you, and Jacqueline Drake will be covering all the action for us here in a little bit on pit road as we get set, Jim, for the final race of the opener for the big weekend here, the big revival weekend as they reopen North Wilkesboro Speedway. Of course, the big NASCAR All-Star race is coming Sunday. But right now, we're ready for the ASA Stars National Tour.
Soaking in the atmosphere here, it's contagious. The fans came in big numbers today. A lot of folks wearing the North Wilkesboro Speedway shirts. A lot of interest in what's going on. A lot of interest in the ASA National Tour and this ASA Stars field. Holy cow. We had 52 cars roll through in practice yesterday. We're down to 32 cars after qualifying in the last chance race. And now we're ready to go racing for 150 laps around this historic racetrack. My arm hair is standing up, man. I'm ready.
The ECMD 150 about ready to go. The cars are out on the racetrack. And they're just making the final preparations. The Cars Tour just completing their 125-lap event. So they're making their final cleanup after that show is over. And we're here to close out the feature event of the night. And arguably, Jim, the biggest field you and I have ever seen for an ASA event when it comes to cars entering.
Yeah, huge numbers, a lot of interest. NASCAR stars are in the field. 16 states, 2 countries outside the U.S. We got North America covered here tonight in the big grand finale tonight.
We should have 2 mandatory pit stops tonight, right, inside of our 150-lapper?
Yes.
At lap 50 and lap 100?
It's going to be big. It's going to be big. Glad you're with us.
And let
I got to thank my dad and Terry and Ben and everybody that helps on this car, and A&H Windows, our sponsor, ECMD, our spotter, Alan Dyer, Mom Scores, my wife keeps the book. So, it's truly a team effort, and I like to thank every one of them.
Our driver for tonight's race, please welcome ECMD Vice President of Manufacturing and multiple race winner here at North Wilkesboro Speedway, Scott Kilby. He will wave the green flag to get tonight's race underway. Please welcome ECMD Technology Maintenance Lead, Larry Church. Here to give the command to start engines, a Wilkesboro native and ECMD's graphic designer who helped create the ECMD 150 artwork Brandon Johnson. Welcome to all those dignitaries from ECMD as we get ready to start the ECMD 150.
Drivers, start your engines!
So, Jim, engines have fired. We're that much closer to getting this one underway. We were supposed to have completed this last night. Of course, Mother Nature had other plans.
And this is the third big feature for these fans, third big race of the day here on Flow Racing. And we're going to go around this half mile 150 times. We have a mandatory stage break at lap 50. Lap 100, there's 6 tires laying in the pits. The anticipation to get in the show was primary yesterday for those 2 practice sessions. With qualifying last night washed away, just 19 cars in, the rule book says if qualifying is not completed, go to the combined practice speeds to determine the lineup. So the top 22 in combined practice speeds from 2 sessions yesterday will fill out the first 11 rows here as we roll on North Wilkesboro's half mile. 4 cars got points provisionals. They'll start at the very tail. We had to have a last chance race today to fill out the remaining 6 positions that transferred out of that. So there's a lot to learn for these drivers. Some have not been on the track since yesterday, before all the rains came last night, and all the on-track activity today with the Cars Tours divisions.
How much do you think that's going to change things, too? Because when we ran the last chance qualifier earlier today, it seems like about 3 days ago now, that was at about, 1:30 this afternoon, and the weather was hot, the sun was bright, we'd had torrential rain the night before, washed off whatever traction was laid down on the surface. That was all gone. The surface is old and worn out to begin with, hasn't been repaved since the 80s. Now we've had some practice, some qualifying, and 200 laps of racing from the Cars Tour between their 2 divisions. It's going to be a much different surface here tonight for our ASA Stars National Tour competitors.
As old as this race surface is, it may be temperamental. We don't know just yet, but it's about 25 degrees cooler right now than it was yesterday when these cars were in full practice mode to try to get dialed in for the first time here at North Wilkesboro for these ASA Super Late Model Stars. So I'd say that track temp right now may be the biggest question mark. What do you do in these first 50? You don't have to pit at lap 50 for tires.
No.
You can wait till later because we know the tires are going to be everything.
And we know the tires are going to get used up pretty good here tonight.
Big time.
I would think also that maybe the drivers who competed in one or both of the Cars Tours events that already were run might have a little bit of an edge when it comes to knowing what to expect.
Daniel Suarez actually had the fastest qualified time in the combined practices. He's in this race making his super late model debut, the NASCAR Cup Series star. Also, Connor Jones out of Virginia, the young Fredericksburg, Virginia native. He qualified top 8. He's in the field. He just climbed out of his Cars Tour car to race here tonight with the ASA Stars National Tour in his debut in this series.
Well, Jim, let's go ahead and work our way through the starting lineup for tonight's ECMD 150 here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. I'll begin with row 1, you take row 2, and we'll continue our way through the field from there. How's that sound?
Sounds great.
All right, starting on point on the inside of the front row in the number 54 out of Concord, North Carolina, the CNC Boiler Sales and Service Chevrolet of Matt Craig. Alongside of him in the number 30 out of Las Vegas, Nevada, the Casey Jones-backed Chevy of Noah Gregson.
In row number 2, 2-time Snowball Derby champion, driving the number 9, Freight Auction, Sunoco, HendrickCars.com, Chase Elliott Stores Chevrolet. It's Chase Elliott. Starting 4th, the number 44, a Fredericksburg, Virginia youngster. Fire Suppression Solutions, Jones Utilities Toyota on the side of his car. It's Connor Jones.
Inside of row number 3, out of Sonoya, Georgia, in the Ford Pollard Motorsports entry, number 26, Bubba Pollard. In the number 6, or the number 14 in the 6th position, out of Portage, Michigan, Premier Security, Precision Fleet Image, GM Parts Now, Scott's Coins and Jewelry back Chevrolet. It's Carson Hocevar.
In row 4, making his Super Late Model Series debut, Super Late Model Platform debut, and the jockey Chevrolet from Huntersville, North Carolina, originally from Monterrey, Mexico, in the 99, Daniel Suarez. To his outside, the winner of the Southern Super Series opener at New Smyrna this past February, driving the Anthony Campy Racing number 24 out of Charlotte, North Carolina, William Byron.
In car number 28, starting 9th, inside row number 5 out of Hantsport, Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I was figuring there. Out of Atlantic Tilt Load, 9D Creative Toyota, it's Cole Butcher. And out of Mooresville, North Carolina, in the 35, starting 10th, CorvetteParts.net, Lake Norman Mechanical, Ware's Machine Chevrolet, it's Caden Quapple.
Rona 6, we got a pair of teenagers driving the number 51 for his dad's Phoenix Construction Chevrolet out of Lynn Haven, Florida, 17-year-old Jake Finch. To his outside, the youngest driver in the field, 16 years of age, driving the number 2. Sound Gear, Starkey Hearing, TRD Toyota from Eden Prairie, Minnesota, William Sowalich.
Row 7, starting 13th, car 18, out of Pulaski, Mississippi. In the Platinum Express Cook Electric Jegs Performance PFC Brakes Team Chevy Chevrolet, Casey Roderick. Out of Bakersfield, California, starting 14th, the Tool Shack Pepperjack Kennels Power Grade Incorporated Reeves Complete Auto Toyota, Derek Thorne, car number 7.
Ralph, we're getting the signal 1 to go. The remainder of the field will see him crawl across the top of the screen. Back in row number 8, Sammy Smith, who won his 75 lapper here last fall in the 22, alongside Gio Ruggiero, the teenager out of Seekonk, Massachusetts. In row number 8, pace cars in, Ralph.
All right, here we go. Let's get ready at the ECMD 150, 150 laps. The ASA Stars National Tour here at North Wilkesboro Speedway, coming off of turn 4. Here come the revs, here comes the speed. We are green at North Wilkesboro. Through 1 and 2, up onto the back straightaway, and that looks like the number 54 of Matt Craig jumping out to the early lead, Jim.
The top 8 qualifiers, or the top 8 in practice speeds, got the redraw for their starting position. Matt Craig drew the pole, and he's drawing away quickly here early on.
Gregson will move into third, and right behind him is the 9, Chase Elliott, and that all-black number 9.
Chase Elliott was magic in this platform with Ricky Turner at the wrenches when he won the Snowball Derby twice. Guess who's in that car? Chase Elliott. Guess who's the wrench on the machine? Ricky Turner for Chase Elliott in that black 9.
And guess who's right behind him? The first non-black car upside here in this top 5. It's the number 26 out of Sonoya, Georgia. Here comes Bubba Pollard.
Pollard in that Phoenix Construction number 26. He's had a chance to be in the top 8 redraw of the first 2 ASA Stars races. This is the first time he's not started on the front row.
He's got Connor Jones on the high side of him, going door to door with him, and Bubba starting to pull away a little bit from him.
Yeah, Connor Jones, Dana Suarez just got out of their cars to her cars. So did William Swatch, who got caught up in a wreck early, but they are side by side here for the top 5 position.
Fire belching out of the side of Chase Elliott's number 9 as he lifts off the throttle, and that fuel burns through the pipes. Spectacular at night here at North Wilkesboro.
Impressive run by Connor Jones on the outside. That young man's racing the NASCAR Truck Series. He's also racing over a dozen ARCA races this year.
And Jim, we've seen 2 big races already here tonight on this track, and everybody pretty much ran on the bottom. This is the first we've really seen anybody venture too far to the outside and really make it work. That 44 of Connor Jones out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, doing an outstanding job up there right now.
In this platform, Connor Jones is fairly new to super late model racing, but he did finish 7th last year in the All-American 400 at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, where this series will visit to crown a champion in November.
For those of you that are maybe just tuning in and didn't see the events earlier today, tuned in just to watch the ASA Stars National Tour here tonight, you're going to see a lot of really dark patches around the racetrack. Yes, we did have tremendous rains here last night, which forced the delay of the start of the race till now. Jim, that's not water. Those are patches and sealants that have been laid down around the circuit.
The question mark was, would the track surface hold with all the race cars? 150 cars rolled through the track yesterday and today. It's holding up well. And I think those patches, they put them in the right spots because this track has proven to be pretty racy, especially with Connor Jones. Showing the outside does work.
Now, you're not seeing a ticker right now. We are having some issues with the electronic timing and scoring, but we're working through all that. Hey, it's a brand new racetrack that just happens to be 70-some-odd years old.
They called it a racetrack revival last year when the Southern Super Series came, as well as the Cars Tour, to put on races last August. And this has really been a huge week for this series to be part of All-Star Week with the NASCAR Cup Series crowning things off this coming Sunday night.
Listen, I live just an hour south of here in Mooresville, North Carolina, and I can tell you the buzz throughout the Carolinas about North Wilkesboro coming back to life has been incredible.
He won at Darlington on Sunday. To the inside, racing for 6th at all black and blue, number 24, William Byron, the NASCAR star, coming off of turn number 2, will take 6th spot away from Connor Jones. Byron's done so well. Last year he raced with Donnie Wilson Racing, winning 6 big super late model races. No stranger to victory lane this year as well. He won the opener for the Southern Super Series at New Smyrna Speedway as part of Speed Weeks.
William Sawalich in that number 2 with Casey Roderick in the 18 right alongside of him. Those two battling at it.
Roderick came in with a 10-point lead on the series. He's the point leader after 2 races, winner of the opener at Five Flag Speedway in that black and blue Platinum Express 18. Sammy Smith is coming. He started 15th. I knew it wouldn't be long before that young driver, the TMC Transport, Donnie Wilson Racing entry.
Sammy's in that black and orange number 22, rolls in right behind Roderick. That's a good spot to be. Follow him all the way to the front, right?
Sammy's been so impressive. Already a winner this year in the Xfinity Series, but in this platform the last 3 years, Sammy Smith has shined brightly and gotten the attention for Joe Gibbs Racing, deservedly so.
See the number 12 of Derek Griffith making his way through, too, in that black number 12. He's right behind the 51 of Stephen Nassy.
Representing his home state of New Hampshire, Hudson, New Hampshire's Derek Griffith. Got a chance with his home track to go truck racing last year. He's racing this series now. Coming off his second victory in the World Series of Asphalt Stock Car Racing. 2 wins he's got there in the overall series. That punishing 6-night schedule in Florida to kick off the year each February. He's won it twice now.
Derek Thorne in the 7 on the high side here. That black and white number 7.
Oh, man, he's the defending Snowball Derby champion, running a part-time schedule this year with Paulie Schaefer Motorsports in that number 7. They're splitting the driving duties. Derek had the opportunity at the Sunshine State 200 earlier this year.
Yep, the season
and,
opener.
Man, he is good everywhere.
He was at that season opener down there in Pensacola.
Got swept up in a crash running in the top 5 at the time. Strategies will play out where he had a really fast car, but he had older tires at one point in the race, and it cost him a few spots. That's going to play out big tonight. Jake France was in that race as well in that familiar red and white number 51 of the Phoenix Construction colors. That's the 17-year-old son of James Finch.
Tire strategy, Jim, is definitely going to be a key to victory here tonight. You had the 4 tires that you ran during qualifying that got rained out. The guys that ran the last chance race have their 4. You've got to run those 4 tires at some point. Then you have another 6 to do what you want with.
That's not a lot of tires. When you come to this porous of a surface, they had 6 tires laying at Five Flag Speedway. It came down to who had the best tires at the end. It's amazing to know that Derek Thorne is off the bottom of the racetrack. He is a bottom feeder extraordinaire, but he got to the middle and the upper portion of that corner, and he left both of those cars battling for position as Finch now. On the bottom appears to be the slower group. Coming to 4 on the outside, the 22, of Gio Ruggiero.
Pair of 51s running right here. You got Nassy in one and Finch in the other. Finch is in the white and red.
On the outside, SRL Southwest Tour champion Jeremy Doss. He's raced in 6 snowball derbies, so in terms of racing in the Southeast, comfortable in his surroundings with these all-star drivers that come from all over the country. That California now makes his way forward in that red 44 for Bob Lyon.
Yeah, Doss out of Upper Lake, California.
Had a chance to win his 2nd championship last year, lost in the inches of the final race to Jacob Gomes, who raced in the first 2 ASA Stars National Tour races.
Oh, boy, getting real loose there. The number 7 of Thorne.
That was Kreider in the black 7.
Oh,
we got a lot of duplicates,
7, yep.
Absolutely. And that's 32, Grant Enfinger. Grant Enfinger, the NASCAR Truck Series star, he had to win the last chance qualifier to get a chance to race in that white number 32 at the start-finish line there.
Laps are going to tick away quickly here, Jim, if we stay green. These drivers doing a great job so far of racing hard, but giving each other a lot of respect on the track.
Enfinger's running 25th at the line now. Again, the scoring is down, so we'll get you as updated as we can. There's the number 91 of Ty Majeski. Majeski got in on points provisional. I thought, okay, Ty's got himself set. He didn't qualify the top 22 in practice speeds. Ty Majeski started 29th. He's now kicked off. I think he's up to about 23rd right now.
Driver out of Neenah, Wisconsin, the Incredible Bank, iRacing, Kafka Granite, Ken Sports, Hub Luxury Coach, Ford, doing a nice job.
He's won more ASA Midwest Tour races than any other driver. He's won the Rattler more than any other driver. He's won the All-Star, the Kern County Winter Showdown in California. He finally won the Snowball Derby after being the dominant car 3 or 4 years running. It was either he or Derek Thorne to win this thing. and he finally won the Snowball Derby. And yes, that is the same time, Majeski. That race is full-time, the NASCAR Truck Series for ThorSport Racing.
23 laps complete as this one is just getting out of the way of the scheduled 150 here at the ECMD 150 at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Pass right here coming up the inside, that number 26, Bubba Pollard. That'll put him up to third, Jim.
Chase Elliott back to fourth, Daniel Suarez fifth, William Byron sixth. Bubba is on a charge on the inside. He knows how important track position can be. If and when they come to the pit road, there will be a controlled caution eventually where they can come into the pits and not lose position. But Bubba wants to get as close to the front as he possibly can in this initial run. I think William Byron has the same thought here in that black number 24. Yeah. No logo on the hood, but he is moving.
Yeah, he sure is.
That's the Freight Auctions number 9 of Chase Elliott, his first super late model race of the year. Ricky Turner's been working with a young driver in the Cars Tour. Polishing and shining, Chase's super late, given the chance.
Some of the drivers really seem to be making that outside groove work. It doesn't seem to be doing that for Chase right here. He's got to tuck back inside after losing 2 positions.
Car just does not want to work on the outside.
I ran into Jeff Hammond, the longtime legendary
champion crew chief,
championship-winning crew chief. Worked for Junior Johnson right up the road in one of the haulers, as they call him up the road here.
Holler, if you want to spell it.
Yeah.
Not
here
race car holler.
In the Wilkesboro area. And I said to Jeff, I said, between you and Junior, you guys won so many races here at this very racetrack. So what is the one thing that you had to make happen with your race car to know that you were going to be competitive? He said, well, I won between around 5 or 7 races here. He said, Junior won 21 with all of his different teams and cars that he ran here. 21 races on this speedway. And he said the one thing, we had to be able to pull more gear than everybody else. He said you had to be able to run through the corners, let it just coast through the corners, save the brakes, but pull up out of the hole and run it hard all the way to at least the flag stand on the front straightaway. So the guys that are able to do that here tonight are going to be the ones that are going to be strong.
Hudson Hall to the first car to go lap down on that white number 9. These are your leaders. It's Matt Craig in the 54. Noah Gregson, the former Snowball Derby Winchester 400 champion, now a rookie in the NASCAR Cup Series. Racing that number 30, Mark Rett tuned Chevrolet in second. In third is Bubba Pollard. Here they come across the line this time. Long way to go, but we're going to have a break, if not sooner than lap 50.
Three drivers you're not surprised to see at all up at the front of this event.
Matt Craig is only 24 years of age, but it's been 7 years of him racing at this level. He's a 3-time car super late model champion, albeit the North Carolinians' first trip here to North Wilkesboro. He's been a dominator in the Southeast, running up front, racing in the Southern Super Series, doing a lot of great wins in pro late models as well in the Show Me the Money series.
And look at Bubba Pollard now in that white with the red stripe 26, starting to move up a little bit, Jim, especially down in 1 and 2. Bubba might just be checking things out, seeing if he can find any grip up there, and let's see if he does it again. That time he went right back down to the bottom, but that last lap he was above those first set of dotted lines.
He has been one of the benchmarks. He's a 2014 Southern Super Series champion, and he's gone through some periods of not being able to perform at the front. He's back to being on top of that curve that goes up and down the ebbs and flows of a full-time short track racer.
Driver out of Sonoya, Georgia, south of Atlanta. And got to go to the Pollard family racetrack for the first time down there.
How was it?
It was spectacular. He held an American flat track event down there, and Bubba was out there doing the dirt farming, getting the track prepped and ready to go for the two-wheel racers, and it was an outstanding facility and a well-promoted event. Highly recommend if you're in the Sonoya, Georgia area to go check it out.
Got some big sprint car races at that racetrack in the last couple of years as well. It's cool to know that Bubba is so involved with the family, back involved with that racetrack.
Yeah, his family started it, and then they had sold it off, and now they've gone and gotten it back, and Bubba's running it when he's not racing this car. Whoa, a little contact coming up off of turn 4.
Casey Roderick, another close call. The last time the ASA Stars National Tour were in competition was the half-mile Madison, Wisconsin. And Casey actually came across the nose of another competitor on the front stretch. It cost him a race win, potentially because he was on the charge, didn't get cleared, and spun to the infield. He had to finish the race on some very flat-spotted tires. Casey, unfortunately, did not have a chance to win after that one. That was a close call on that black and blue 18.
Yep, sure was. Followed there with Caden Quapple, I believe, in the 35, right?
Caden's making his super late model debut. Younger brother of Carson Quapple, who won the Cars Tour race here last fall. Caden's trying to get some laps in here. As a matter of fact, in reverse, he's a full-timer in the Cars Pro Late Model Stock Tour. But he's a really impressive young driver, just 16 years of age, making his super late model debut. That's the same car his dad traded a Corvette, a Cadillac passenger car to get a racing chassis. That's out of the Quapple family garage. Good to see that young Caden Quapple doing nice things here in that blue, the black and white 35.
Of course, their dad, the former NASCAR star Travis Quapple.
He didn't want to give up that Cadillac, but he knew he wanted his kids to race, so he made the deal. It was one of those nice ones, too.
Yeah.
With the Corvette engine.
Oh.
Z06 in there. He's like, that was a sweet piece. Got to go racing as a family, though.
The things we do for our kids, right? That red 28 there, is it Cole Butcher?
Yes, it is. Cole Butcher, man. He won the Oxford 250 last year, was in contention on different tire strategy at Pensacola, Florida's Five Flag Speedway. Changed tires early on, was the first to do that, and really kind of held the lead, was in the top 5. As others put tires on, they couldn't catch him for a while.
Cole, one of those drivers that you mentioned that came from across the border as he towed down from Nova Scotia, Canada to come racing with us here today.
That's the number 14 of Austin Nason. Got in on points provisional by racing the ASA Stars National Tour out of Roscoe, Illinois. Finished 7th in the first race, 15th in the second.
Oh, we got one around here, Jim. Your second caution of the night, right?
Michael Hind has gone around in turn number 4. First caution of the night.
First one. Hind out of Hernando, Florida. Mike Scott Plumbing, Brembo, 5-star race car body, strange oval back Toyota.
Yeah, Michael has really been doing some wonderful things in super late models. Last year raced the Southern Super Series for the first time all season.
He ran with us at Pensacola, did he?
He did, yeah. Michael Hind is a really good young driver. He actually went to his high school prom over racing at Madison, so he had Dan Fredrickson run his number. That team won the race, but a post-race inspection had a motor infraction. So Hind right here in the 69 in on Southern Super Series points from a year ago. Gets it righted after finishing 6th and winning Rookie of the Year last year in that regional series. Also racing for points tonight.
Getting close to that first break of 50 laps.
So here's the deal. Within 10 laps of a stage end, it's called quickie cautions. So the pit lane will remain closed. If you come to pit road, you'll have to start at the back and lose any position you have,
and we have one
relative to others. That's the 33. One of the 33s, that's Albert Francis coming to pit road. The Ohio driver coming off a 7th place finish in the Joe Shear Classic. Hood up. Gary St. Amant is the crew chief, works at that team. He lives about 2.5 hours from the shop. He's there at least twice a week, sometimes overnights if needed.
Former champ.
Yeah, man. ASA champ 2 times over. Making the shots on the call for Albert Francis. Hind is also to pit road as well. You can see on the scoring ticker, the laps do not count under yellow. Those teams in under this caution will have to start at the tail of the field, as this is not a controlled caution for teams to come to pit road and make full service opportunities.
Well, we sailed right through this almost first 50 laps, didn't we?
It's a good thing. These teams have been waiting a long time to race tonight. Again,
well,
last night.
And you wonder about that when you have that type of situation, because you know the adrenaline's been built up. Guys have been anxious waiting to go, and you wonder if they're going to be able to, manage the adrenaline and the excitement level. Well, let's head down to the pit lane and introduce you for the first time to the third member of our broadcast crew. Here's Jacqueline Drake. Hi, Jacqueline.
Hey guys, excited to join you here for this super late model race around North Wilkesboro Speedway, and I'm down trackside by the number 33 of Albert Francis, and just checked in with his crew members. They said we lost power to the dash inside that number 33, but just a quick look, looks like they might have it back. So just dealing with a little bit of electrical gremlins early on in this race. Meanwhile, Michael Hyde also came down, and they just did a quick check on him, looked it over, and sent him right back out to the back of this field.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on both of those.
Albert Francis did a nice job in recovering at the All-American 400 last year. The nose of the body were clean right off the thing, but they were tenacious in their efforts. Again, the National Fairgrounds Speedway is the 10th and final race of the 2023 ASA Stars National Tour. The All-American 400, the Winchester 400, the Redbud 400, the Toledo Glass City 200. You've heard these names over the years in short track racing. They're all part of the 2023 ASA Stars National Tour.
And so is Hickory. Next Thursday night, we're staying here in the Tar Heel State. We're going to go racing again in the next 8 days. Just down the road, about an hour from right here, southwest of where we are at Hickory Motor Speedway. Another one of the legendary speedways here in the Carolinas.
If you can join us, you'll be watching Chase Elliott, Carson Hocevar, Ty Majeski, Bubba Pollard, Jesse Love, the ARCA Series point leader, Jake Finch, Matt Craig, and a bunch of other drivers racing next Thursday, a week from tonight, at Hickory Motor Speedway. It's my first trip there. I can't wait.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, man. It's another historic racetrack that the Stars National Tour put on their calendar.
And another, as we do the choose here, the drivers picking which lane they want, inside or outside.
That'll be on every restart, all the way to the finish.
Yep.
Double wide, everybody gets to choose.
One thing very similar between Hickory and North Wilkesboro is both of them have not been repaved in a long time, which is fantastic as a race fan. I love that.
Matt Craig has the choice of what lane he wants to restart. He'll take the inside in that black CNC Boilers number 54. Bubba Power cleaning off those tires in that number 26.
Now, we'd already seen Bubba go up top once. Man, let's see if he's learned anything up there that maybe he can take advantage of.
Noah Gregson settled back in third. William Byron was on a charge in fourth. And Daniel Suarez, for never being in this kind of car, give it up to Willie Allen and the Rackley War Racing team to get him comfortable in this car and their own Cars Tour car. Suarez had never been in a super late before yesterday. It's really cool to see him run this well.
Yeah, and you say, oh, well, he's a Cup driver. He should be able to do that. No, it's not that simple.
Taking it serious, too. It's awesome to see. There's a lot of smiles, but I'm sure he's down to business right now on this restart from inside row 3.
All right, here we go. Getting ready to go back to green. Underway once again here at North Wilkesboro. Pollard on the outside, looking for bite, looking for grip, trying to make something happen here. How long will he stay up there before he decides it's better just to slot back in second? He might not have to, Jim. He's getting pretty good bite up there. He might be able to make a run at him. Right up alongside of Matt Craig, and he's hanging with him, giving him everything he can handle.
These two squared off in all 11 Southern Super Series races a year ago. Every super late race Matt Craig has been, likely he's had to try to beat.
Oh, and we've got one up along the wall, which should bring out the caution. It will. Our second one of the night comes out right away. And unfortunately, I think if it had stayed green, it looked like Pollard was getting the advantage.
Carson Housevard pings it off the wall or something else, an issue on that number 14 machine. That's a family-owned team out of Portage, Michigan.
I didn't see any...
just pulled up, it looks like, yeah.
Yeah, scrubbed marks down the side of the car.
Unfortunate for Carson, who finished 5th in the Stars opener at the Five Flags Speedway.
Okay, so we're going to have the choose again. So if you're Matt Craig and you saw Pollard's got some good bite up top, do you take the bottom again or you go up top and take his lane away?
If I'm Matt Craig, if my car's working on the bottom, I can have my say. If he's up, again, these guys race a lot against each other.
Yeah.
I'm saying Craig needs to take the inside and make Bubba use those tires up on the outside. Stay even with him. Maybe use up a little more than he wanted to stay even, to not give Bubba the outright lead. I'm going to say Craig stays to the inside.
I agree with you. I think that would be the way to go.
Looking up the rear end, under, again, not a controlled caution. You cannot change tires, cannot move position on tires or lift the hood. They did jack up the rear momentarily.
Got the sponsorship on that rear quarter panel from Berger Chevrolet, longtime ASA backer for Johnny Benson.
And Johnny Benson saw something in Carson Housevard at age 12. He took him out at the Berlin Raceway, their home track.
Yeah.
He went out in an outlaw late model and won a feature at age 13. They got kicked out because he was too young to run a NASCAR-sanctioned track. That kid has been at this. He's only 20. But he's been racing, thanks to Johnny Benson's tutelage, for a lot of years already.
Well, that's a great guy to learn from, too. One of the true professors of the game, right?
You talk about short track racing prowess. Johnny's still at it racing as modified.
Oh, yeah. All right, here comes the choose.
Craig to the inside.
Yep, Pollard to the high side. This is going to be good again.
Do I win anything, Ralph, to predict that happening?
You win the opportunity to do it again later.
All right, deal.
But you were right. I mean, that's
3 cars in a row pick the inside.
That's what you had to do if you're Craig. You got to force him outside. Use up those tires.
Craig knows how to get it done as well. Noah Gregson will realign third. William Byron, Daniel Suarez again only one completed lap of green. Chase Elliott is lurking on the outside of row 3 in that all black number 9 with freight auctions on the quarter panel. Connor Jones, Cole Butcher make up the next row. We haven't talked much about Casey Roderick and Caden Quapo and their tries to stay in the top 10. The number 2, William Sawalich, started back in the 12th position, trying to make his way forward.
And, Jim, as we approach the completion of the first 50 laps, I would think those tires are probably starting to bark pretty good to the drivers through the steering wheel.
And you already had a start and a stop. We only had one lap of green. So now it's a matter of, okay, what do I need? They're telling their crew members, this is exactly what I need in my car, but really, I think they want it to go green so they know what those last laps are when it comes to a 50-lap run, which will have to the finish of this one after the final built-in time out of lap 100.
All right, the Camaro pace car pulls down pit lane. Here we go again. Matt Craig in the black 54 to the inside. On the high side, Bubba Pollard in that white and red 26. Can Pollard get him this time? Green flag waves, and these two go at it again as they dive into speed down into turn number 1. Look at Pollard this time, power right past on the outside, into the lead as we come up onto the back straightaway.
William Byron took notice. He's on the outside, racing for second now in that black and blue 24 in his debut with Anthony Campy Racing.
Taking the bottom groove is not enough to slow down Bubba Pollard. He is on a charge here tonight. To the front he goes. Now what will he do for the rest of this run to the next set of tires, Jim? Will he break away from the pack, or will he just cruise and set pace?
I'm going to say he's going to try to get away as far as he can to tell everybody else, you better change your cars a lot. I don't need to change much with the speed he's got right now. Here comes William Byron.
Byron up to second in his 24. Craig slots back to third in the 54. Gregson then in the 30. And Daniel Suarez looming back there in fifth in the 99.
Tucking to the inside, that black and blue number 18 is the point leader, Casey Roderick.
Oh, 2 around. Looks like the 23 is involved in this one. That's going to be Billy Van Meter.
That's the 2 of John Bolin. Last car to get in on the last chance qualifier.
Pretty good damage there to the left side of that race car.
Third caution of the night. Again, green flags, laps count, yellow flags don't.
All right, so Bubba Pollard, what do you do now? Do you take the inside or the outside? He's awful good on that outside.
I'm going to say,
wonder if he's even better
Bubba's
on the
talking to his
inside.
sister Andrea, his spotter, and tire gal. What did the 24 look better at? What did William Byron look like? Because he came right behind Bubba, filled his mirrors on the restart on the outside, and got positioned easily on Matt Craig on the outside to get second. I'm going to say Bubba's going to pick the outside to keep Byron out. If Byron's on the inside, it'll be the first time he's been able to run down there or try to challenge down there as he kind of made quick passes to this point.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good amount of speed up on that outside. I think Bubba's going to stay out there too.
So Noah Gregson will get position and choose ahead of Matt Craig, who led the initial 45 laps, or 43 laps, excuse me, until Bubba Pollard took over. Matt Craig led a bunch of the Sunshine State 200.
Sure
the ASA
did.
Stars opener, but his tire strategy was a bit off. The car got a bit loose. He got caught up in a crash running 6th or 7th at the time, fading through the field. So I think that's fresh on his mind too. Like, how much do I want to punish my tires? Craig had a huge lead at Five Flags Speedway. That's all coming to play out here in the third opportunity, second for Craig to race with the ASA Stars Nationals Tour this year. Race number 3 of 10, we go to Hickory Motor Speedway next Thursday, May 25th. Man, I can't wait to get there. I really cannot wait, because I know all of these stars and all the eyeballs that are here tonight, we want to carry it through the season. We're racing already next week with these guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. This tour through the Carolinas for the ASA Stars National Tour hopefully becomes a regular happening. Conversations already underway about the 24 racing season and where we could go, what might be on the calendar next year. All very exciting. Looking forward to the growth of this series.
Give credit to the ASA Southern Super Series and Tim Bryant. They are co-sanctioning this race. They're racing for points in that series, but that's a collection that includes the ASA CRA Super Series in the Midwest, Upper Midwest, the ASA Midwest Tour. They're all part of these 10 races. Each region gets 3 races, and the champion will be crowned in Nashville.
Well, you and I were both wrong. Bubba went to the bottom. We know nothing,
So
which we've proven time and time again.
The chip I earned last time, I take
Right
back,
in
and
the
I'm
pile.
back to 0.
Yeah,
I
you're
got you.
back.
All
It's
right.
normal, right?
Pretty much.
Put everything on black and it goes red.
What a quick learner these NASCAR Cup Series drivers are. Suarez, first time in a Super Late. Chase Hight's not been in a Super Late for about a year and a half, I think, since December Snowball Derby in 21. And you got Noah Gregson, who raced in the Snowball Derby last year. One of the 24 Snowball Derby attempters in December of 22 that rolled in the gate this weekend.
We blasted right through the first 40-plus laps of this one, and then it's kind of been cautions breed caution since then, as we've had 2 or 3 now as we try to get back into a rhythm, start clicking some laps off in a big chunk again.
William Byron getting some laps in before the NASCAR All-Star race this Sunday, but more importantly, he's been really good in a super late model.
Yes.
He loves this platform. He loves the idea that he won 6 races last year, never been to Slinger Super Speedway, part of the ASA Stars Tour this year. He won the Slinger Nationals first time there.
Talk about a racetrack to be excited to go to.
High Bank quarter mile, 11-second laps. And here we go on this beautifully worn out half mile, Ralph, on this restart.
Bubba Pollard on the inside, the white and red 26. And just to the outside of him in that number 24, William Byron, ready to give him everything he can handle on the outside. And Byron's charging on the outside. He's got a great run going. Pollard, can he fight him off down into 3? Byron starting to inch his way past. Not clear just yet. Pollard will hold on to the position coming off of turn number 4 at the line. I think they're going to give it to Byron. They do, but then they're going to slide back behind Pollard into 1. So these two are going to square off for a few laps to try to settle who's going to lead the pack for a few laps.
Matt Craig has the inside figured out, but Noah Gregson has found something on the outside.
Now. Pollard passed and squarely into the lead.
The Casey Jones number 30, that's Noah Gregson, the runner-up last year in the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
And Craig on the inside in that black with the red number 54. And then right behind him, Jim, having marched his way through the field in the 18 after starting 13th, now up to 5th is Casey Roderick. And he is really having a strong night here.
He had a great restart getting by that white number 99 jockey Chevrolet of Daniel Suarez. You see Chase Elliott finding the bottom of the racetrack. He got down to the apron that time to try to get position. And that black number 9 on young Connor Jones.
Roderick going forward, Casey going backwards, Elliott, or Chase Elliott.
Chase, a 2-time winner of the Snowball Derby. Back in 2010, they ran a 200-lap pass national race here. Chase Elliott won that race, but admittedly said this week, I don't remember much about that day. It was a long time ago, but I'm glad to be back here racing in front of these fans. Cole Butcher, calculated decisive move there in that red number 28 Atlantic tilt load, excuse me.
Getting in front of Connor Jones in the 44, the black and silver machine.
Donnie Wilson Racing has some potent machines. Butcher's in one of them, and here comes Sammy Smith to the inside. That black and orange 22, that's also out of the Donnie Wilson Racing camp. And, oh, by the way, the car behind them, the number 2, that's William Sawalich. He's coming through the Donnie Wilson Deuce.
Yeah, the 44 is getting hung to the outside here. He's one of the cars that is not having success in that outer lane. Needs to get downstairs. And Gio Ruggiero also coming through as the yellow comes out once again. And that's a stage caution.
We've run the first 50 laps. This is the end of stage 1. Points will be awarded to the top 10. 10 for the winner, 9 for second, on down to 1 for 10th. And there's been a $1,000 bonus added to each of the first 2 stage winners. So congratulations, William, to Bubba Pollard for banking $1,000.
And the special flag that is used to end the stage with the ASA Stars National Tour logo on it.
So the cars have the option, once everything's cleared up and the pit lane is open, the teams have the option to pit now under a controlled caution.
Yeah. What do you think, Mr. Crew Chief? Are you going to allow me to come in, or are you going to keep me out?
I'm going to put on 2 rights.
Just 2?
Yep.
Because I've got 6 to work with.
I want to save those 4.
For the very end.
I'm going to save the 4 till maybe lap 100, but maybe I want to get track position. So if there's a caution that comes between 50 and 100,
okay.
Cole Butcher kind of proved that if you get tires early, that track position means a lot, as he did at Five Flag Speedway. He's racing in that red 28 coming out of frame. He's in the top 10, those kind of strategies. These guys don't forget. They got notes now in the ASA Stars series.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be interesting how they play this out. But I'd say Bubba comes for 2. If he stays out, his car's handling really good. Pit lane is open, and here they come to pit road. Bubba Pollard leading the field down. Most importantly, these are not in competition pit stops. These teams are giving up to 3 laps with a pace car on the track, counting those laps to allow their work to be done on pit road and to return the track relative to their position. So Bubba Pollard will be the first car to come to pit road if he's the only, everybody's coming. The pace car is the only car left on the racetrack. So Pollard, if he's able to complete his work in 3 laps, he'll come back out as the leader. The teams were told in the drivers' meeting yesterday the car has to be to a complete stop before you make a pit stop. Bubba Pollard is on pit road. The whole field is coming to pit road. The majority, it looks like, are changing right side tires. Chase Elliott's car is actually up on the left side jacks. They've got right side tires sitting for him. Here's a look at William Byron, who charged up to second, had the lead there for a sniff. He's changing right side Hoosiers. There's Chase Elliott's car. They're doing something to the left front as they just change. Maybe they're swapping lefts and keeping the right side tires up. They're taking the rights off now. The wide 5 pattern, yep, takes a little longer to change these. There's Jeremy Doss, the red number 44, and Ty Majeski. Majeski perhaps has passed the most cars thus far. His crew chief Toby Noodleman now checking the hood pins. If you were with us watching the inaugural ASA Stars National Tour race, Ty Majeski actually had a very fast race car and got up into position in the top 5 or so and pinned the car from behind on an accordion restart and knocked the hood pins off it. The hood flew up over the windshield for Majeski. This is true. He lost 2 laps because he stopped on the racetrack to cause a caution. He got back 1, then 2 lucky dogs, and Ty Majeski in that race was able to recover to finish 3rd officially in the ASA opener, and he also won the Madison Joe Shear Classic. So this team came in just 10 points out of the point lead. They're going to work now on Ty Majeski's number 91 for Gearheads Racing. Matt Craig had the early lead. Looks like he's ready after a discussion there. You can tell the radio communication going on here. Again, no panic, no rush. Just get that work done by the time the 3rd lap is completed by the pace car. Michael Hine in the number 69 was the first caution reason. He's now able to come to pit road. He may be changing 4 tires here just because that spin early was a long enough one to flat spot. So we'll keep an eye on that. We see the blowers now being blown into the 5x5 bolt pattern for the number 24 of William Byron, just trying to cool things off as much as they can under this longer time period they have. Rather than competition pit stops, these controlled stops are designed to cut down costs, give the teams the chance to do anything they want in the race car and not lose position relative to those who pitted.
Shouldn't have to worry too much about cooling off the driver tonight. It's a little chilly out there. Temperatures down into the 60s now, the sun down.
Yeah, I got cool in a hurry. I'd say in the last hour or so it dropped about 10 degrees. We might be at 60 degrees come race time. It was about 85 and sunny yesterday in practice, so a lot of adjustments being done here in a controlled environment. Derek Kraus getting pushed away in this black and red number 9. He may be racing the first 6 or 7 of these points races in this series out of Wisconsin, coming off a 9th place finish in the Joe Shear Classic at Madison in his home state of Wisconsin. Lots of right side tires going on.
Let's head down trackside. Here's Jacqueline with more on William Byron.
Well, Jim, I think you might have made the right crew chief call because looking around the pits, it's right sides all the way around. William Byron, who was in 2nd place right before that caution came out, also took rights, and his team spent a good amount of time making adjustments on that car. You already spoke on Bubba Pollard, but he was feeling confident down here. I spoke to him a little bit earlier today, and I said, how do you feel about this race? He says, I feel pretty good. And to get a pretty good out of Pollard is a really rare thing to get from him. So we'll see just how that 26 is going to end up this evening, and if he's got a little bit of a surprise underneath that helmet.
He's the kind of guy that should feel good just about everywhere he goes, though, right? I mean, one of the best.
I've seen him race well. I've seen him pull off, including the All-American 400. My car's not handling. The Winchester 400, he pulled in, said, this car's not right. I listened to him on the scanner. He was such in search of, he went through 2 or 3 different iterations of chassis providers, working directly with them. He spent 4 months working with Port City Chassis 2 seasons ago. Said, I'm not going to race till I'm ready. He's now back with the Seneca chassis out of Michigan. They have worked into something where he's comfortable. He had 2 cars at Madison, practiced one on Saturday, raced the other one on Sunday. So he's ready, loaded, prepared for a full ASA Stars National Tour run. But he has to overcome that accident he had at the Sunshine State 200 for the lead. Ended up finishing 19th, crashed out of that one. So he's kind of digging back out of a hole. Leading laps, getting those bonus points is everything to Bubba Pollard in his quest for this first championship.
A lot of times when you find the top level racers in any division, right, that top 1%, if you will, which I would certainly say Bubba fits into in this genre of motorsport, the feel within the car or whatever type of vehicle they're racing becomes so precise for them to feel the confidence they need to go and excel the way they're capable of. And it could be a millimeter here, a little bit of a change in the padding in a seat. It could be the smallest thing that you and I wouldn't even notice, but to them, it's a noticeable thing that really greatly impacts their comfort level inside the vehicle.
Case in point, Bubba Pollard, 2019, I want to say, Snowball Derby, Pensacola, Florida, 3 days of practice going on. He had 2 cars there. He built a brand new car just for the Snowball Derby.
Yeah.
Didn't race that one. He parked it after just a couple of runs. He said, I don't have the feel. I
Little
want to go back to the
something
car I won 10 races with in the last 15 tries, and that time he was red hot. Ended up racing the proven car after spending all that time and effort saying, I want to get a better car.
Yeah.
Didn't have the feel, parked it.
And who knows exactly what that feel is? Nobody but Bubba, right?
And that's, he said, but Bubba, that's like the feel you have to have in the seat of the
Right,
car.
right.
Yeah.
And that can be the hard part for the crew chief, too, searching to give the driver that feel that they're looking for. It's just not right. Well, what does that mean? I don't know. It's just not right.
William Byron will take the outside on this restart. Again, we've gone 50 laps of the ECMD 150. Choosing that inside line and outside. We talked about Donnie Wilson Racing. He has 4 cars in the field that were coming forward. We also got the defending Snowball Derby champion Derek Thorne in the race. The second time he's been in the ASA National Tour race. He's lined up mid-pack, and Paulie Schaefer's number 7 as they continue to choose here. Michael Hind, noticeable with that flame job and the yellow nose on his 69. He's now formed up on the outside line.
Yeah, big fan of that.
Love flames on race cars.
Oh, yeah.
On race cars, not under race cars.
No, no. Flames on anything. All right, we should be seeing the lights go off on the Camaro pace car here. There we go.
Dan Spence, the longtime Southern Super Series race director at Five Flag Speedway, now in the flag stand once again. This is the Southern Super Series and ASA Stars National Tour points race.
Heating up those new tires, whether you took 2 or 4. Let's see who's got the feel now.
We saw at Madison, one car that was in the lead contention did not clean his tires out properly and lost 4 or 5 spots immediately. You can't sneeze, you can't blink on this tight of a field at this level.
All right, Bubba and Byron getting into the throttle, getting up to speed, waiting for the green. There it is, and we're racing again in North Wilkesboro. Dead even door to door as they come up off of 2. Nothing changed on that part of the racetrack. Down into 3, all the same. Off of 4, no real advantage to anybody, but Pollard's going to get credited with the lead on this one. Now he's starting to clear Byron a little bit. But what can William do on the outside here? Not enough. After 1 lap at green, he's going to have to move back into 2nd. Craig will be right there in 3rd. Gregson back there in 4th, and Roderick in that black and blue 18 still showing the speed, hanging inside the top 5.
As the top 5 breakaway, Suarez is in that American flag colored jockey Chevrolet trying to hold position against Chase Elliott. Here comes Sammy Smith to the inside of that black number 22. Will Suarez get a chance to come down to the inside? We talked about the outside of an advantage. The inside line's moving now.
Roderick looked like he got together a little bit with Elliott there down the front straightaway.
Casey Roderick at one point was the driver that Bill Elliott chose to race on the short tracks, on up to a win in the Arkham and Arn Series for Bill Elliott Racing before Chase was old enough to get behind the wheel of one of these big machines.
Boy, Suarez is really doing a nice job in that 99, isn't he?
Great look here back to the field. That's Suarez back in 6th. 7th is is the 28 of Cole Butcher. The all red number 28. Then the orange roof black car number 2, William Sawalich. That's Butcher's teammate under Donnie Wilson Racing. And here comes the 44 of Connor Jones. That kid just does not go away.
No.
He's got some great opportunities,
No,
making the most of it in that 44.
Yes, he is.
Pepper Jack Kennels, one of his sponsors for the 2nd straight year. Here comes Derek Thorne. Brought Pepper Jack Kennels a victory at the Snowball Derby in December.
Tell you what, Suarez could be a player here this Sunday. The NASCAR Cup Series shows up here in North Wilkesboro for their All-Star race, the annual event.
And Ty Majeski is going to race his NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race here on Saturday. He's got some great laps here in the number 91. That's the team he won 5 ASA Midwest Tour Championships with. Majeski started way in the back, now banging doors here on the front stretch.
And doing the same for the lead here as Byron has come back to the inside on Pollard. We're going to have a new leader here. We do. William Byron moves past the 26, and the 24 will lead him to the stripe and take over the lead. William Byron out front with 92 laps remaining here of the ECMD 150.
William Byron had the fastest car at the Southern Super Series opener at New Smyrna Speedway. I was in the stands watching the pure speed he developed there. That was with a different team. He's now with Anthony Campy Racing. That number 24 Chevrolet of William Byron. No difference in his ability to get to the front and leave him. Can he gap the field? He's got Bubba Power still in his tire tracks.
Well, and literally in his tire tracks. Bubba really seems to like Byron's line around here. He is right there, stuck to the rear bumper of that 24. Not going an inch higher or an inch lower.
Just the confidence William Byron has behind the wheel. I think this has really helped his game, being the only driver with 3 wins this year in the NASCAR Cup Series. Byron winning at Darlington, a track you've got to be right on, precision laps. Know exactly what you want in that race car. And his communication with his first-time effort has been spot on yesterday and today in that number 24.
There's Roderick back there in the 18, and he is, for the first time, moved outside of the top 5 in quite a while.
Such close competition when it comes to practice speeds. In qualifying, we're talking about a half a second between 1st and 30th at Madison International Speedway in the second go-round for the ASA Stars National Tour. The competition, you've got to get it right, and it looks like William Byron made a better call with his race car to get the pressures he wanted in those new right-side Hoosiers. Bubba Power, however, is not going away. They've got a gap now. Matt Craigus in 3rd, Chase Elliott 4th. Noah Gregson hangs on to 5th.
Well, Bubba also knows he's got a long way to go. 87 laps of racing yet to take place. Maybe he's saving those tires a little bit.
And Ralph, what you've seen in all forms of racing is that second-place driver can make the winner, the leader of the race, drive differently.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. Just by filling up that mirror, you force Byron or whoever you're chasing to go a little bit harder, a little bit deeper into the corner than he wants to do by changing lines like that. Now all of a sudden Williams going, what's he doing back there? Get him thinking, get him wearing out those tires a little bit. Bubba might be taking a different strategy here now.
Power has more Blizzard Series wins at Five Flag Speedway. That's the super late model races that lead up to the Snowball Derby. Yet to win that granddaddy of an event that'll be capping off the season for the super lates in December in Florida. But man, he has been so good, hounding, punishing moves. He's won 2 of the 3 SRL national races already this year, including Speedfest, a non-points race in his home state of Georgia.
Well, and I think we both would agree that Bubba probably feels like he left one on the table at Pensacola at the season opener.
Big time. He and Casey Roderick got together while in the lead under caution. Bubba spun. Casey went on to win that race. Casey got caught up with 4 or 5 other cars, including Derek Kraus, who had a lot of damage on his car, and is here tonight racing once again in that same machine.
They had some words after.
That's a little more than words.
Yeah, a little controversy.
Yeah. There's Roderick in the number 18. A new pairing with him. Last year he ran here in the Southern Super Series in his own car. This is a pairing that Team Platinum and Anthony Campy Racing put together and said, let's get Casey to drive our car. Casey does not work in their shop. He still works a trucking business in the farming industry in Mississippi. But in reality, he said, I've got a lot of input on the car. This team is experienced, and it's a great match. And Casey has proven by leading the points and some great finishes already this season in the ASA Stars National Tour.
Well, as a driver, you don't necessarily have to be the one helping to spin the wrenches, as long as you can truly communicate what it is you need out of the car to your crew.
Yeah, we saw it develop there. There's the number 14, a pair of 14s. The black one is Austin Nason out of Roscoe, Illinois. And the white 14 is Carson Hocevar, who made a nice recovery after pulling up and causing the second caution of the race. He's right back in the thick of things again.
Hocevar back there in 18th. Nason running in 17th.
Leaders are coming up on traffic, including that black and red number 9 of Derek Kraus, out of Wisconsin. Number 2 of John Bolin. They're getting there.
And we're also closing in on the halfway point of this race, Jim, already.
And when we talk about the Snowball Derby, it's a 300-lap race. And there's a lot of strategy that goes into it, and the competition is ultra close. We are finding this everywhere the ASA Stars National Tour goes. I asked Stephen Nassy at Madison, what's the feel like to roll into a new racetrack like this one is for many cars, many drivers? What's it feel like when you come to a track and the field is this stacked? He said, it's been a dozen years since I've had that feeling. Stephen Nassy at Madison International Speedway, that traveling star was not one of the 28 cars that took the green flag in the race. He did not make the show one race ago. So he knows the importance of everything that happens. And unfortunately, he was not one of those drivers that was able to race. This is a tough field to just get into. And here goes Bubba passing cars now.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what happens here as our top two start to work their way through the heavy part of traffic. Chase Elliott in third has closed the gap up on Bubba Pollard. He's in that black number 9. Pollard in the white and red 26. And Byron, the race leader, the black and blue 24. Halfway. Here it comes, right here. Cross flag signifying that point of the race.
Whoa, Byron to the inside
down,
of Kreider,
75 to go.
He didn't wait for that lap car to choose a lane. William picked it for him. He went to the inside and right past.
Look at how fast Pollard closed up on him, too.
Doesn't want to stray far from the rear bumper of William Byron. Two of the premier super late model racers in 2022 squaring off here at North Wilkesboro. William Byron, the number 24. Came here yesterday, didn't meet with the team much, didn't see the track before he got here yesterday. But after he won at Darlington, he tweeted out, hey, how about that for a kid that started racing on a computer to win at Darlington? He is a precision driver. iRacing and other platforms have really helped him hone the feel he wants in a race car.
Well, if it wasn't for Dale Earnhardt Jr., he wouldn't have an opportunity to iRace at this place. Jr.'s the one that forced that to happen.
Got the weed whacker out and knocked it down to get the track scanned for iRacing. Derek Griffith has gone a lap down. That doesn't happen often in super late model racing. Derek Griffith, the black number 12, two-time World Series of Asphalt Stock Car champion, has gone a lap down to William Byron in this punishing pace. Next up, Grant Enfinger in that 32.
Finch in that group as well, Jim.
Byron to the inside. Can't wait for Grant to make up his mind. Grant did want to give him room, but the way Byron's charging through the field here, Grant's car's not handling, obviously.
Enfinger, the winner of the last chance qualifier.
Grant's raced a bunch. He actually raced in the Five Flag Speedway, his home track, back in the first race go-around. Got caught up in an accident in turn 1 while also racing in the top 10.
That last chance qualifier some 10 hours ago.
He also had to race that last chance race on 4 of the tires he's got in this cachet for this race. So I think if they got the tires on from the first 20 laps they run in the LCQ, that's not the way to go at this point. But they had to. Their hand was forced by not being one of the fastest top 22 in combined practice speeds to set the field.
Up to this point, Byron hasn't really been able to use this traffic to his advantage. Every time he clears a car, it's but a breath before you see Pollard come through as well. Here we go again. You see Finch going a lap down, and Pollard's already on him on the outside and dragging Chase Elliott with him.
Jake Finch has done a lot of impressive things in super late models. Last 3 snowball derbies, raced the entire Southern Super Series last year. He's going to lap down quickly here. And here comes Chase Elliott in the black number 9.
Yeah, he's starting to find his rhythm pretty good. Chase is right there pushing Pollard pretty hard. Coming off of 4. Putting another lap in the book. 67 laps remaining here.
Chase Elliott's won the Speed Fest 3 times. He's won 2 times in the Snowball Derby. He also won a 200-lap Pass South race here at North Wilkesboro back in 2010. Look at him on the rear bumper of Bubba Pollard, a driver he's looked up to on the short tracks for a long time.
And look, no, it's not a NASCAR Cup Series race, but Chase is recovering from an injury, skiing injury earlier this season. So a solid run like this against quality competition like this, maybe even a victory here tonight, it's going to help him a lot as to how he performs come Sundays.
And this will be the first of, I think, many super late model
races. Here he is looking inside. Chase Elliott starting to push to the inside on Bubba Pollard. Can he make something happen here in that fight for second place? No, he slips back this time. Now he dives back to the inside, going into turn number 3. Elliott right there, but he's got a car just in front of him. That car's starting to look high. That's going to open the door for Chase. He's going to push past and claim second place here in that black number 9.
Halder rose to the outside. I think Bubba initially thought, I got a pick coming on the inside. If Halder stays low, Chase Elliott forced the issue here in the black 9 to put the white 9 of Halder another lap down.
Nice aggressive move by Chase Elliott. Clean pass. And the 9 is for real here tonight in North Wilkesboro.
And while these two are battling for second position, breaking away from them is the number 24, William Byron, our leader. This is a good run down the backstretch here. 63 laps to go. The laps are flying by. This is an incredible speeds. These cars are really clicking around this half mile. The thought was, will the tires hold? Will the track hold? The teams were given an additional 2 tires yesterday based upon the wear these officials saw. I think it's better we're at the coolness of the evening, all things considered, to race under the lights here rather than the bright sunshine that was initially scheduled for the start of the race last night.
Yeah. Mid-80s earlier today.
Surprisingly enough, the number 22 of Sammy Smith has not made his way forward. The number 7 of Derek Thorne, he's okay. He's not a superstar fast like he's been in the last 6 snowball derbies against similar competition.
All right,
this is
Jim,
a tough nut to crack here.
Something for you to start thinking about there, Mr. Crew Chief. It is 66 degrees outside right now, and you are now 10 laps away from having another stage break. Are you going to throw those other tires on at that break, or are you going to hold on to them for a little bit? Make that 62 degrees here in North Wilkesboro.
With the speed we have and the lack of worry with other cars around you. We're not seeing cars going side by side for 10 laps. These cars are going so fast they can't afford it. I say you got to put the 4 on now. The way we're running, don't anticipate having the opportunity, the
You might
luxury
not
of
have
another
another caution.
Exactly. That's Matt Craig in the black 54. He's in the 4th position, held up by 2 lap cars. They're not off the pace by much, but Craig just can't work around him here in that black 54 ahead of Noah Gregson. They're running 4th and 5th as laps continue to click away. And there's Sammy Smith up to 6th in the 22.
58 laps remain. Byron, Elliott, Pollard, Craig, and Gregson. That's your top 5. And I got to agree with you, Jim. These guys are racing hard. The laps are clicking away fast. Everybody's racing with a lot of respect here tonight. I'm not so sure you're going to get another caution after this stage break coming up here in 7 laps.
And Sammy Smith wants to get one more position on Noah Gregson. It could come down to lane choice. He wants to have that position here. Lane choice being on the restart to come. If all things go to plan, Sammy Smith no doubt wants to repeat here as a North Wilkesboro Southern Super Series winner. He did it last August in a 75-lapper. Oh, a nudge from behind. The 99 of Daniel Suarez goes to the apron. This is the battle for 6th. Suarez has it. Smith gives it up easily, but man, he had a handful there, didn't he? Off the
sure
corner.
did. Boy, he pushed right through there, didn't he?
Super late model racing at the highest level here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. All part of a huge all-star week. The NASCAR Truck Series rolls in town. And
Yellow is out. One up along the fence here. That's the 22, Gio Ruggiero.
Oh, man, he was running the back half of the top 10.
Yep.
Good pace for that teenager. Going after the championship this year, one of the 2 full-timers for Donnie Wilson Racing.
And we're 5 laps short of the stage break.
5th caution. Now, if the car is stopped on the track, we found out the hard way, Ty Majeski did with his hood pinned up on the car. Recall it at Southern, the Sunshine State 200. If Gio rolls here, after bringing out his own caution, that'll be a 2-lap penalty. But again, I'll let race control figure that out. I'm just saying what happened to Ty.
Yeah.
And he had to have the good fortune of cautions in repeated order in a short period of time to get 2 lucky dogs and get back in the lead lap and run his way through the field.
Jim, back in 1945, Enoch Staley attended a stock car race down in South Carolina that Bill France Sr. was putting on. He became very impressed with stock car racing and what he thought the future of the sport was. So he came back here to Wilkes County, got his partners, Lawson Curry, Jack Combs, and Charlie Combs, purchased some farmland near the town of North Wilkesboro and started mapping out an oval racetrack. Their initial investment, $1,500.
That's amazing.
That was it. They
Would it
ran
be like $20,000 these days? I don't know. It's not a lot.
It's not a lot, but it's certainly more than $1,500 now. They ran out of money, obviously, as they were getting it done. They exhausted that first $1,500, so they had to change the shape of the track, and this is what they ended up with. The back straightaway going uphill, front straightaway going downhill. It is 0.6 of a mile around this facility. Turns banked at 14 degrees, front and back straightaway at 3 degrees. And they finally went racing in 1947, on May 18th, 1947. Well, we started this race on May 17th, but it is almost 11:15. We're 45 minutes away from the 18th, and 76 years from the day this facility opened, here we are racing the ASA Stars National Tour.
For the Southern Super Series to take that risk and be part of the racetrack revival last fall, it led to what we have here. The grand reopening of North Wilkesboro Speedway. Give a credit to SMI.
Marcus Smith and his team.
Yeah, absolutely. They have done great work. There's a lot of people here making this event happen.
And, of course, it raced as a dirt track when it first opened on May 18th, 1947. They thought they were going to get about, 3,000 people here. They ended up with 10,000 folks packed in to see that race unfold. Kenneth Wagner won the first Cup pole here in October of 1949. It was the 8th and final race of the 49 NASCAR strictly stock division. Pole speed, Jim, 57.563 miles per hour. Needless to say, they went a little bit quicker here today.
That is simply amazing. These cars at these speeds, I can imagine those skinnier tires and literally guys putting X tape across, Xing out their headlights to drive the cars to the track.
Drove them here,
and drive them home.
It was Bob Flock, one of the famed Flock brothers, who ended up winning that day. 22 drivers took the green that day. Flock beat Lee Petty from nearby Randleman, North Carolina, by 100 yards to take the win. And at the end of that day, it was Red Byron who walked away as the first NASCAR champion. Red Byron, of course, Hall of Famer, as is Lee Petty. Saw Kyle Petty here when I walked into the track yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, rode his Harley over from Randleman to see what was going on. Great to see him. He just completed another Kyle Petty charity ride.
What a great effort that is, and the memory and the thought of Adam Petty. Lost him 23 years ago this week.
I remember
amazing.
calling Adam's win in ASA racing down in Georgia, being there for that.
Grandpa and Dad were there too.
Yes, they were. Yes,
Richard
they were.
and Kyle were in the pits that day when he won at what has been known recently as Gresham Motorsports Park in Jefferson, Georgia.
Yep.
Special young man. Still miss him to this day. Glad to see Kyle out here at the racetrack. I know it's an emotional time for them, but what has come out of it is Victory Junction Camp, and all the kids that have gone through difficulties and health challenges get a chance to play. And
Have you ever been there?
No, I have not.
It is.
I want to go in the worst way.
It is absolutely spectacular. Everything you've ever heard of it is all of that and so much more. And boy, if you're ever looking for a charity to support, that is a fantastic one if you're capable of it.
Superstars have come to battle. Heavyweights at the head of the field here.
Oh, buddy, are they
Five-lap
ever.
run to the next stage break. The pits were closed.
Yeah.
And by design, ASA Stars National Tour, within 10 laps of a stage end, they kind of closed that window for the opportunity for control caution to then get to the control caution. So that's kind of the quickie yellow period of time we're working through. Gio Ruggiero's car had to be pushed to the pits. He tried to fire it. I saw him working the clutch to pop it in second with the pace truck or the push truck. It just didn't work.
This is a very important 5-lap run because this tells you exactly what you're going to have for that final push to the checkers coming up here some 50-odd laps from now. Here we go. Byron on the inside, Chase Elliott alongside. Right behind them, Pollard on the inside, and on the outside of him, Craig. That's your top four. Here we go. Gregson back behind them in fifth. Suarez alongside of him. Green waves, and we're back at it again for 5 more laps to the end of the stage. Side by side all the way through the top 10 here. Door-to-door racing. At speed here at North Wilkesboro. Byron and Elliott battling for that top spot. Nobody able to get an edge. Pollard has pulled away. He's slotted all by himself in the third. Boy, Suarez gets big time loose back there in fifth and gathers the 99 back up. And Elliott starting to inch away on the outside of Byron. That'll be a note that the crew chiefs will take a look at. And here comes Pollard closing back in as we close in now at the end of this second stage. Suarez and we stack half a dozen of them all together here with 3 laps to go before the end of the stage. Oh boy, that's going to shake things up. And caught up in it is the 44. Nothing had slowed that young man down all night except for this moment right here.
Connor Jones swept up on this one. Billy Van Meter, Derek Cross going a lap down, as did the 7 of Justin Kreider.
Van Meter in that blue and black 23.
And Billy's trying to make a full season run at this. He unfortunately did not qualify at Madison. had a brand new Van Dorn chassis ready for him because he went through one and practiced for the Sunshine State 200 season opener. So a lot's gone on in the wrong direction for Billy Van Meter and this team. Rookie of the year last year in the ASA CRA Super Series. He raced for a championship. His dad won last year.
One good thing for these drivers is the Winter Circle program kicks in after tonight. So a little extra money for your efforts if you continue to run each and every round.
That's a nod back to ASA's National Tour program to award the owners for their loyal following, but also give them some decent money.
Yeah.
So thanks to Team Construction, Donnie Mingus and the people have got together and said, you know what, this year and next year, we're making a Team Construction Winter Circle program. The top 10 in points after this race will get $700 each to show up for the next race, the next race, the next race.
And that's
stay in the top 10.
money.
You stay in the top 10, you're getting that every race, and it builds into next year. They want to build that pot up to get those teams some funding each and every time they show, including 11th through 20 and 21st through 30th get money in owners' points.
Fantastic program, and then also kicks into the drivers program at the very end of the season. Big bonus money for our soon-to-be 23 champion. Well, while they clean up the racetrack, we're going to go ahead and step away just for a second from here in North Wilkesboro. Stay with us. Jim, Jacqueline, and I will be right back to call some more racing action for you as we work our way to the conclusion of the ECMD 150 ASA Stars National. Well, you're looking live here in North Wilkesboro Speedway. Ralph Sheen, Jim Treno, Jacqueline Drake with you as the cars are under a red flag situation here on the front straightaway as they clean up the mess from the incident that has caused this red. And Jim, we are 4 laps away from the stage break.
Yeah, we had cars on the inside and the outside of the racetrack at turn 3 where the incident happened. So good call by the ASA Stars National Tour officials. Let's bring it to the front stretch, clean up the racetrack before we continue parading these cars around again. Caution laps do not count, and in this moment in time, you can't open the pit. They're not going to open the pits anyway. So let's keep these cars in safe order on the front stretch while they continue to take care of Connor Jones, number 44 on the inside, and Derek Krause is number 9 on the outside. Krause was caught up in a big crash at the Sunshine State 200 at Five Flag Speedway. He was racing in the back half of the top 10 when Bubba Pollard was spun off the nose of Casey Roderick, and it was a big bottleneck on the front stretch. Derek Krause and his family went to work on that car in Wisconsin, brought it back down here. We're competitive in the second practice, but when practice waned on, Derek Krause was one of the cars kind of scratching his head about the speed that they had for practice 1. It kind of went away as others came forward. Ended up starting in the race 25th tonight, outside the top 22 in those combined practice speeds. So a lot of work's going on to that team, unfortunately ending their night early here in that Shockwave Marine seating number 9. Look for him to do some more NASCAR Xfinity, maybe some truck races this year. After 3 years in the truck series, he's been impressive with Colleague Racing this year, racing in 4 Xfinity races. 2 top 10s on the short tracks, and man, it's been fun to watch him progress after winning the last K&N Pro Series title in which is now the ARCA Menard Series West for Bill McAnally Racing 2019. There goes his car off on the hook. So we know at lap 100 we'll have a control caution.
Yep.
Now you're saying what else can happen? Anything can happen in the last 50 laps, but between lap 110 and lap 140, we could have another control caution. So as we're speculating, now that we're stacking up these cautions, if you want track position now, there's no guarantee you'll get another stop to get those 4 on. So I think everybody's coming.
And you're going to need them.
Yes.
You're going to need them. It's going to make a big difference in those final 10 laps.
Yeah. I can still see fans taking pictures down here and enjoying the moment, getting up close to the fence.
There's a good crowd here today, too.
Great crowd. I mean, think about this. All that's gone into this, and I've not been in North Wilkesboro since I came here for a cup race to watch my brother John change rear tires for Jeff Bodine in 1995.
Yeah.
But rolling through the hills, getting here, I was like, man, this is cool. I just kind of felt it sink in, passing the chicken farms on the right, passing the horse farms on the left. Roll in here, and all of a sudden, boom, there's the racetrack. It's nestled in. It's kind of cool.
Do you wonder how many stills you passed along the way?
I have no idea.
Oh, I bet you passed a few. Yeah, I've come by this speedway. I can't tell you how many times since they closed the doors here, going up to Boone, up towards App State, up to the mountains here where the ski areas are, and just great summertime vacation area up around there. Taking the family up there, enjoying the mountains here in North Carolina. We'd always come by here, kind of like from the movie scene Vacation, European Vacation. Hey, kids, look, Big Bend Parliament. It was always, hey, kids, look, there's North Wilkesboro Speedway, and you could still see the big grandstand sitting there and down in turns 1 and 2 that face, the backside faces Highway 421, which runs east and west here in North Carolina. And boy, the memories would flash back of coming here for cup races and that sort of thing, and the importance of what this speedway meant to the history of NASCAR, not just in North Carolina, but the history of NASCAR. I mean, we talked about Enoch Staley. He was a legendary track promoter. And, of course, this was Junior Johnson's home racetrack. Literally, he had home field advantage here in so many ways. And there was always so much talk about it. Was one of the legends of the sport.
Oh, yeah.
You know, what did Junior get to do at North Wilkesboro that everybody else didn't? You know, and that's one of the colorful stories about Junior and Enoch Staley.
Yeah,
and their relationship.
And think about this. Back in the 70s when Jeff Bridges started as Junior Johnson, the greatest American hero, I mean, that book, that whole lore of Junior Johnson, it only grew over the years because of his long tenure. He stopped driving when he was like 36 years old and became that legendary white-haired team owner with all that wisdom and went over the wall and changed tires on their teams.
Oh, yeah.
Had so many great drivers drive for him.
Oh, yeah.
Darrell Waltrip, Neil Bonnet.
And Junior shop literally just minutes away from here, up in the hills, or the hollers, as they would say around here.
Betty Parsons also, so much of the fabric of this area.
BP, yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, no.
Yep, not good.
Running fourth, Noah Gregson needs a push. But
Fires up.
Anytime you get an assist like that, I'm guessing, we'll see if he gets his spot back or not here. He was not able to refire in his own power.
And look, if you're going to talk about the legend of Junior Johnson here in North Wilkesboro, you can't talk about racing weekends here at North Wilkesboro with NASCAR without talking about Flossie Johnson. She was a huge part of the history and the lore of coming here. People would beg to get an opportunity to go over to Junior's and have breakfast there served to them by Flossie, such well known for her cooking prowess and treating everybody with Southern hospitality.
Great stories, great history. ASA returning to the Carolinas. First time in 2023. Next time, this coming Thursday, a week from tomorrow, Hickory Motor Speedway. We're going back racing on that historic racetrack.
Whole nother set of history over there, just an hour away from here. And the names that you talk about when you get down there, a little different than the names that you talk about over here. But everybody who was somebody in NASCAR raced at one point in time or another at Hickory Motor Speedway.
The names on the wall tell part of the story. Gentleman Ned taking over the track management, Ned Jarrett after he stopped driving, and that continuation of all those late model stock stars, Setras and on through. I mean, there's some cool history we'll step
Harry
into.
Gant.
Yes, Thursday, May 25th. Join us there.
We'll talk about all of them when we get down there. Man, we get to do this again in 8 days, Jim. Can't wait, right?
And our good friend Dick Trickle won his only Xfinity Series race, one of two at Hickory Motor Speedway.
Certainly, you go to Hickory, you're going to talk about the Earnhardts and the Pettys. They all race there.
Behind the pace car we roll. A short burst of racing to the end of stage 2. Formed up on the inside, race, restart, control, leader, Chase Elliott, the 22-time Snowball Derby champion. 2010 winner here in a 200-lap super late model race. Yeah, that same Chase Elliott that's done a few things in NASCAR.
That one.
William Byron. Bragging rights on the line here. If one of those two Cup stars emerges, they'll be the talk of the garage come Sunday. What'd you do in your week off? Well, I kind of won a race here at North Wilkesboro. They have a cool trophy too.
Oh, it's a still, a mini still.
That's a big bragging right. We probably put that thing right on the counter in the drivers' meeting come Sunday, saying, "Boys, I won one of these."
There's a full-sized one under the grandstands over here. Yeah, on display.
Way.
Yeah,
cool.
Pace car lights are off. Here we go. 4 laps to go to the end of the stage. And maybe some fresh rubber on those cars to get them to the checkered flag of this one.
Gregson gets his spot back outside row number 2. Did not have to start at the tail on that number 30.
Green flag. Chase quickly inching away on the bottom this time. Here comes Pollard in the white 26.
Gregson did not clean his tires enough, it appears. He's getting swallowed up here.
Suarez through the middle. Yeah, Gregson going backwards in a hurry. Way back. Way back. He's outside the top 10. That car's got big problems.
I think that car shut off on him.
I think it did too. Is he going to be able to get to the inside, or are we going to get a yellow out of this?
Still green.
Yeah, for now.
Restarted in fourth. Now
Boy,
at the trunk.
Suarez is coming. He's up to fifth. You see him back there in the white car.
Sammy Smith in sixth, and there is Ty Majeski in the 91.
And how about Craig holding on to fourth, but he's got Suarez to the inside. Here comes Suarez in the 99. Daniel Suarez banging his way past. He's up to fourth.
Matt Craig trying to return the favor.
His car getting a little loose, though, Jim. Look at the back end of the 54 sliding as they come up off of turn number 4.
Given all he has, no doubt trying to make maximum use out of these tires. They're getting thrown to the sideline here in a few laps.
One more lap to go as we'll see the break here.
Majeski now forward. Started 29th, now in the top 5.
End of this stage, approaching quickly. 50 laps remaining here. That stage break coming.
This is saying something. With the end of a 50-lap run, we have 50 laps left. Derek Thorne has now made his way past Craig.
There
as
it
has
is.
the 28 of Butcher.
Stage break, and that will go to Elliott at the end of that stage. Byron second, Pollard third, Suarez fourth, Majeski in fifth. And you got to believe they're all coming.
Yep, and Majeski and Thorne have made a statement, passing cars quickly on the last 4 or 5 lap run to end this stage. Those two have battled it out for the last 6 or 7 years at a high level. The 6-time SRL Southwest Tour champ Derek Thorne has raced his way and now finally won the Snowball Derby.
But we know the top 5 are all strong on worn-out tires.
We're going to find out what these teams do. Bubba Powered's been working the same team, the same core for 14, 15 years now. They know what they hear in the driver's voice to make those changes. Bubba every bit and knows every inch of his race cars. And Chase Elliott working with Ricky Turner, it's like putting on the favorite pair of boots, man.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys were magic when Chase was racing around the country, winning races in super late models. They're paired again for the first time in 2023. This is their first super late model race together, they say, of many. Hope to see him again in the ASA Stars National Tour. He will be racing at Hickory next Thursday with these same cars. And Ricky Turner, I think, will do a little more tweaking on this beautiful number 9 they debuted in a big way here at North Wilkesboro. Pollard's not done yet, no question. He's got that Ford right where he wants it. Daniel Suarez is running 4th. Ty Majeski up to 5th. Derek Thorne, Matt Craig, Cole Butcher, Sammy Smith, William Sawalich, Carson Hosa are back in the top 15 after literally his car shut off and caused a caution early on. Good rebound for that NASCAR Truck Series star.
Some of these teams will just be leaving their haulers here in North Carolina. They'll be flying home, going back to work, some of them, some of the crew members. Then they'll come right back down here to Tar Heel State in the next few days, maybe after the weekend, and get ready for that race at Hickory next Thursday. And tickets are still available for that, Jim. Go to the
HickoryMotorspeedway.com or StarsNationalTour.com.
website, yep. Well, here comes our top 2. What's Bubba going to do? He's coming. So Suarez, looks like everybody in the top 10 already coming in.
Hocevar's in 11th in that white car.
I
Get
think
to the line now.
everybody's coming. Doesn't look like anybody's going for track position. Unless you're at the very back of this one.
Pace car has 3 laps circling the track. Again, yellow flag laps do not count, but you must beat the pace car out. If you completed your work, you've got 3 pace car laps to complete it.
I don't see anybody staying out behind the pace car, Jim. Not yet, at least.
John Bolin may be the only car, but Bolin a lap down. There's awarded a free pass every caution. Bolin, however, elects to stay on the racetrack.
That's
the only car out
Elliott's
there.
number 9. Enfinger just pulling in front of him. See those left side tires going on. That side of the car jacked up. Byron is in.
Point leader Casey Roderick in the center of your screen in 18.
And it looks like they got fresh right sides out as well.
Ty Majeski came in this race 10 points behind Roderick, but Roderick has gained 11 bonus points this year. Bonus points are awarded 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for qualifying, 10 points to win a stage, 9 points for second, 8 for third. Chase Elliott won this stage and won a $1,000 bonus from an anonymous donor, but in reality, he's really set the pace here. He's set the tone. He passed Bubba Powered outright, and that's something to be said. And then he's had William Byron all over him. This is a great race, and this is only 2/3 of the way done.
Chase getting a full fuel load. And it looks like they're working to cool that front end down a little bit too. That's Suarez's 99.
Derek Griffith had gone a lap down. Expect big changes out of that team. He's got a great core group of folks as well in his super late model program. Two-time past national champion. The number 50, Jet Nolan, just 19 years of age, but he's been at it. He's a Southern Super Series regular. He wants to get max points here after getting a provisional to make this field.
Bubba's car getting a full fuel load.
Pace car is still rolling around the racetrack. There's a little bit of, you can see a couple of crew members saying, let's get all the work done we've talked about.
And not those quick fill fuel loads either. They're having to use the
Some
old
have a
school.
dry brake, not a lot, so they open the trunk to get the fuel literally filled into the top of the fuel cell. But again, they have time to do it under this controlled environment.
Yep.
The 51s, that's Stephen Nass. We haven't talked much about Stephen. He's won a lot of big races. The other 51 is Jake Finch on the rise. He's already won an ARCA Menard Series East race this year at Dover Motor Speedway.
Finch is 22nd, and Nassie is 16th right now.
They want to do something big. And Stephen Nassie has not done working on that car. He never will stop working on his car. Troy Smith has worked with him now for the first time for like the last 4 or 5 months. But Troy's got a ton of experience working on short track teams, overseeing the day-to-day in their Florida shops.
All right, so pit stops are being completed. See the 54 of Craig rolling back out. There goes Suarez back out. Pollard hasn't moved yet.
John Bolin did not pit. Another little rule here, if you don't pit the first time they give the opportunity, you won't get your spot back. So Bolin will start at the rear. And hey, give a nod to Indianapolis' Billy Van Meter and their team. They got the front body work off. They're going back racing.
Pollard and Chase Elliott have exited pit lane, and we're going to head to pit lane. Here's Jacqueline.
Down in pit road by Chase Elliott. I just wanted to make a comment here on the precision the team has been doing. They went around the entire car and checked all the braces on the nose, on the fenders, and made sure that they were just right and square. They even went in and tightened up the nuts on that just to see if it had pushed in a little bit from any of on-track contact. But you talk about Ricky Turner, and that's the kind of ship that he sails here in racing, just making sure everything is perfect and precise, and sent Chase back out to the field.
Well, you might need that strength and durability here in these final 50, Jim.
He's won a lot of races with Chase Elliott. He also groomed Chandler Smith, who made his attempt at the Daytona 500. He's already raced a Cup race and won an Xfinity race this year. Great lineage. Jake Garcia also raced with Ricky Turner the last couple of years. He's now full-time in the Truck Series. That teenager, they all learned from Ricky Turner, a former winner as a driver of the Snowball Derby. Ricky's got a lot going on, taking care of Chase Elliott's super late model.
We're going to have 50 laps remaining here in the ECMD 150 ASA Stars National Tour here in North Wilkesboro Speedway.
Every decision from here forward up to the driver. What do they feel? How do they feel? They know they may not have another chance to come to pit road or want to take that risk with as fast and as tight as this field's been. Daniel Suarez, man, has he been impressive. Never raced a super late model before today. That Willie Allen team, Rackley War Racing, has come with a very solid piece for Daniel, but they also got a ton of laps here, racing both the Cars Tour race and this one tonight.
Would we have 55 cars entered for this?
Yep.
And one driver is going to go on the lift here in 50 laps and be raised to the victory circle area on top of the media center in the infield here in North Wilkesboro in 50 laps from now.
My eye will be on Majeski, Sammy Smith, and I'm going to tell you, we're not done seeing Carson Hocevar yet. Hocevar rebounded nicely at Five Flag Speedway in the season opener to come back to a 5th place finish after he encountered issues. So you knock him down, get him a little heated under the collar, and Hocevar performs in the super late models.
He's in 11th right now. Jacqueline, how's Quapple's car?
Yeah, one right behind Carson Hocevar there, Caden Quapple. I just got to give a shout out to that entire family operation. Carson Quapple's actually been on the wall here on pit road helping out on his brother's car. Earlier they were pushing pit boxes around Travis. Their father also helping on this car. Complete family operation and quite a long day for Carson Quapple.
Well, that means he's running in 12th.
Yeah, when I checked in during practice, between practice 1 and 2 yesterday, I asked Caden a couple questions, including, how's Big Brother helping? He said, he's actually been over here a few times. Carson's pit is in the center of the infield. Caden was on pit road in turn 4, pitted there on the outside of pit wall. Said he came over, gave me some pointers after he saw me on the track, and he's helped as much as he can.
Caden started 10th here tonight, and he's running 12th, as we said right now.
First time in a Super. He said they did 30 laps at Caraway Speedway on the way down here. That's all he's had in the family car. He's been wrenching on it. He's been helping out the family deal, but it's his turn behind the wheel for the first time with the keys in a Super late.
Well, that'll get your attention, huh? All right, here we go to the choose. And Chase goes to the inside. Byron to the outside.
Sammy Smith, one of the drivers I thought about talking more about. William Sawalich has now chosen the outside behind his teammate. The red 44, Jeremy Doss.
Thorne, Craig, Butcher, Smith, Sawalich. That's your top 10, back half of the top 10.
Doss saved something at the first ASA Stars National Race at the Five Flag Speedway. Finished second behind Casey Roderick with a late race charge. So keep an eye on that red car inside row 4. That's Cole Butcher. He was in contention all race. 2 rows behind him, the other all red number 44 of Jeremy Doss.
That race got crazy at the end of it.
Sure did.
I think we pretty much thought who was going to be fighting for the win, and then at the end, craziness broke out.
Yep. Butcher ended up finishing 4th.
Yeah. Bubba got
Doss
sent
came running
way back
through there. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, lights are out on the pace car. Boy, big piece of track just bouncing off the hoods of a couple of cars there.
Track came up yesterday during a practice session. It was in turn 1. About the size of a deflated football, chunked out of the racetrack, and they had to put Quickcrete in the hole.
We've had 320 laps of racing so far here tonight between the 3 divisions on track. 50 more to go here, the opening night of racing. This big weekend in North Wilkesboro. About to go green for the final stage. Elliott on the inside, Byron on the outside, Pollard, Suarez right behind them. We're back at it here at Wilkesboro.
Bubba powered on the inside of row 2. I'm watching how Suarez can get down there. Suarez still trying to feel his way through.
Byron trying to inch on the outside to take the lead away from Elliott, but Chase not about to give it up just yet. Suarez looking pretty racy along the outside of Pollard, too. Boy, no rubbing of doors just yet, but boy, these guys are racing each other hard. Pollard pulls past Suarez now. He's up to 3rd, and it looks like Byron's going to maybe inch around the outside of Elliott. Chase not giving up just yet.
Byron's got that thing cooking on the outside, but man, it's
sure
so strong coming off. You talk about Jeff Hammond, the crew chief that won 7 Cup races here, about the power from turn 4 to start finish. The advantage Elliott here down the backstretch again, a better run off the bottom of turn 2.
Yeah, but Elliott's finally going to inch past. And here comes Pollard now to the inside of Byron. Majeski and Suarez battling over 5th and 4th. And Pollard rises up to the right along the door of the 24 of Byron. And now he clears him. So it'll be Elliott, Pollard, Byron. Then Majeski and Suarez right after that.
Majeski in 3rd. Watch that car, how true it is to the track. It does not vary much. And Ty Majeski, when it's dialed in, he does all the shock and spring work with that team and his crew chief. They built this chassis between their 2 minds to get this car ready for the 2023 season. They struggled at Five Flag Speedway, came home with a podium finish there, and now he's up to 4th in that number 91.
When does Bubba feel like it's time to start putting the heat on Chase Elliott and try to get to the front and then make them chase him? Or does he follow him for quite a while and push him when the tires get worn out at the end? 45 laps to go.
We saw how good Chase Elliott's car was in the long run. Bubba Pollard faded a bit in the longer run. That's why William Byron got by him.
Here he comes, Bubba to the inside, going into 1. He's not wasting any time. Bubba Pollard, new leader here in North Wilkesboro. Elliott back to 2nd, and Byron right on his heels.
It's the 3rd time Pollard's held the lead tonight. Can he hang on to it as the number 9 of Elliott now a bit off, apparently, to what Bubba's charge is now here?
Can he break away? He's got a car length on Elliott.
8 laps after the tire change. Here comes 24, Byron to the inside.
Looked like Elliott tried to get down to the bottom, but that nose of the black 24 is right there, and Chase can't get down to the line he wants and probably feels like he needs. And I think Majeski's going to take advantage of that as well. Ty was right there. He's going to try to slide by as Byron moves to 3rd. Chase wisely tucks in right between him and Ty Majeski, and that's going to give him 3rd.
Majeski, you can see him rolling in and rolling off the throttle in turn 3. You can get that car pointed and wrap that bottom of the turn 3 and 4. That's going to pay big dividends for him as the other 2 cars ahead of him continue to search a line. Ty's found his.
That side-by-side battle for second between Elliott and Byron has given Pollard an opportunity to grab 2 car lengths between him and Byron.
Second biggest lead of the night right here. That's how close this battle's been throughout the entire field.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. They have been right on each other all night long.
Sammy Smith leading that next group of cars with the 22 ahead of the 99 of Daniel Suarez and Cole Butcher. Butcher has run the last 7 Snowball Derby races, 300-plus laps each. He's only missed 1 lap his first time. He's completed 99.9% of those laps. That means he's a finisher in that red 28 coming forward.
That's 5th, 6th, and 7th. And with that, Byron has closed back up to within a car length of race leader Bubba Pollard. And those 3 cars that you talked about, Smith and the rest, have closed back up to the backside here of Elliott and Majeski. You'll see them right there as they come out of the corner and head up the straightaway.
Sammy Smith is coming. He's won the World Series of Asphalt Stock Car Racing, the Winchester 400. 6 ARCA Menard Series race wins last year before getting a full-time drive in the Xfinity Series. The teenager out of Iowa turns 19 in a couple weeks. He's on the charge in that number 22 coming into frame there.
And
the
Jim,
GMC
the whole
Transport
field
22.
has found a good rhythm again, and they're starting to click off laps pretty fast here. With 13 have gone away already since we went back to green.
This is the racing line for Super Late Models. They get right to the bottom of the inside wall, entering turn 1, drift up a couple of car lengths, and dive right back through the center of turn 2 on the bottom. Turn 3 and 4 right down on the bottom of the left sides. Recalling the 100-lap race at New Smyrna Speedway that William Byron won this year to begin the Southern Super Series season. His car came on late, and he was able to gap the field. Not today. Bubba Pollard has been an answer. He's answered well here in that white number 26.
And, Jim, it was late in the going of the final stage at Pensacola at Five Flags Speedway when Bubba Pollard, who looked like he was going to be the car to beat to win the season opener, the ASA Stars National Tour, saw everything go away. He's got to be thinking about that here tonight. He's thinking, I'm 35 laps away from getting myself to victory lane here in 23. Got to get it to the finish. Here's Smith pushing Majeski now. That's a fight for 4th. And they've got Elliott just in front of him who holds 3rd. And you can see the gap to the top 2 in front of Elliott.
Sammy Smith in that number 22. Started back in 15th. Ty Majeski started the race in 29th. Was up to score stage points by the end of stage 2.
And they've pushed away from Daniel Suarez, who started 7th and runs behind them in that red, white, and blue number 99.
Same jockey colors he races in the Cup Series. They've come on board for this race. He's racing out of shops in Nashville, Tennessee that Willie Allen puts together.
Oh, here comes Smith to the inside of Majeski, and he cleanly passes him and easily does so as they go down into turn number 1.
That's saying a lot for Majeski to give up that spot as he did. He knows Sammy's car is better, and Smith is moving forward in his ASA Stars National Tour debut.
That was for 4th. Top 3 stay the same. Pollard, Byron, and Elliott. Suarez back in 6th. Butcher, Quapple, Roderick, and Thorne. That rounds out your top 10. .30 laps remaining here in the ECMD 150.
This year, Pollard won Speed Fest, a race in Georgia, his home state. He also won the Rattler 250. He's won the Slinger Nationals. He's won the Evergreen, Washington, Summer Showdown. He's also won the World Series of Asphalt Stock Car Racing. He's won a lot of races. He's yet to win an ASA Stars National Tour race. One of the premier super late model race drivers over the last decade and a half. Leads the field here. William Byron is losing a little bit of ground, but maybe he's saving something.
And I promise you it would be the first time he'd get a still for a trophy, which is what you're getting here this weekend in North Wilkesboro.
He'll earn it, man. He's been flying around trying to find the line. He's got it cooking here.
It's going to be a coveted one, I can promise you that, too. A lot of drivers have this one circled on the ASA Stars National Tour calendar for 23. The opportunity to race here at the famed North Wilkesboro Speedway and to maybe take home a trophy from here.
Casey Roderick's not been heard from much tonight. He's also the point leader heading into this one. Finished first and fourth in the first 2 tries,
Well,
racing
Jim,
here with the 28 of Cole Butcher.
He had raced his way up into the top 5 after starting 13th, but now he's drifted back some, looking to see exactly where he is in the field. He's outside the top 10, I believe. He's running 8th now, 8th, so he is in the top 10. Yeah, there he is, between Quapple and Butcher.
That puts Derek Thorne unofficially 10th. I thought we'd hear more from him, the defending and most recent Snowball Derby champion in the number 7.
Closing in on 25 laps remaining. It's a Saturday night main event. We're doing it on a Wednesday.
Stephen Assey back in 16th in that white car with the black roof, the 51. That will bam Toyota into turn number 1, leading Jeremy Dawson, Michael Hind. And that Flame Job 69. Great racing here. That's Derek Thorne in 10th and the number 7, Tool Shack Chevrolet for Paulie Schaefer Motorsports. Schaefer splitting the driving duties with Derek Thorne, who wants to race this car a handful of times and wants to go back and defend his Snowball Derby championship with this team. Matt Craig, William Sawalich racing there 11th and 12th. Craig had the lead early. The handling went away late at Five Flag Speedway. It cost him a better run. Here it looks like the tail's a little bit happy coming off the corner again in that 54.
Yeah, he's been dealing with that at the late stages of the last 2 stage runs, especially off of turn number 4. Right here.
We're also seeing the emerging star of William Sawalich, the 16-year-old out of Minnesota, now lives in Charlotte, racing for Joe Gibbs Racing in the ARCA Menard Series East platform. He's racing a bunch with Donnie Wilson in both the Cars Tour and Super Late Models. He's in this number 2 machine.
He's done a nice job here tonight.
He's won 2 Southern Super Series races of the 8 he ran last year. This kid knows how to win.
And that car is handling well. Did you see how nice and low he ran that through turns 3 and 4?
Indeed. On any given night, he'd have the fastest car. He's proved it time and again. But tonight, Bubba Powered has the speed to pace the field here late. 20 to go, and look at this ahead of him.
A lot of traffic in front of them, Jim. This is going to be interesting to see. When Byron was leading through the traffic, Pollard was able to stay right with him. Byron wasn't able to really gap anybody. Let's see what happens with Bubba Pollard being the first car into the traffic.
Jake Finch
Blue
wants to get
flag is
clear to
out.
get Jake Finch is that white car on the inside.
Blue flag is out to this big pack of traffic. Leaders coming through. What will they give him room?
Anthony
will
Sergi
they get out of the
room.
way?
Sergi out of New Smyrna Beach, Florida.
Yeah, Finch now moves up a lane, gives Pollard an open line, and here comes Byron. Oh, Byron got the door shut on him a little bit by Finch. That cost him some seconds. That helps Pollard out hugely. Gives him another car length. That's the kind of thing that could be a huge advantage for Bubba, working through this pack with just 18 laps to go.
Californian Blaine Rocha has raced against Bubba Pollard several times the last couple of seasons in Florida. Rocha came to race the Blizzard Series with Rackley War Racing the last couple of years. Pollard gets past the 98 of Rocha this time.
Byron closes back up here as Pollard. Oh, boy. Cars in front of Pollard getting together. One getting way loose, almost spinning out in front of the traffic, and that would have been disastrous for Bubba because he would have had nowhere to go. Might not have been able to escape that. Fortunately, he does. So not only does he have the speed here tonight, Bubba Pollard has the racing luck he might need.
That was the move of the race right there. Pollard not hesitating 1 ounce as Albert Francis trying to get corrected off the nose of Halder off of turn 2. Both cars a lap down behind the leaders who got through clean.
Coming up on 15 to go this time by the start-finish line. There it is. 15 laps remaining.
Next up, Gio Ruggiero. He got the car refired.
Yep.
A very fast car, just can't keep pace. That car slowed to a stop, lost some time on pit road. Let's see how he gives way to these leaders.
There's Chase Elliott working his way through the same traffic that Pollard has already cleared.
Elliott's in third in that black number 9 at the start-finish line now. Running fourth, right behind him.
He needs help with a caution, does Elliott.
Is a lap car. Then comes the 20. Oh, wait a minute. Way back there. 4 cars between Chase Elliott and
Smith.
Sammy Smith in that gold numeral 22.
Elliott's going to need help with a caution to reel Byron and Pollard back in here in the late stages of this one.
Majeski's fallen off pace back in 5th. He's now going to encounter these lap cars as Smith tries to work his way past Albert Francis, the Ohio driver racing for a championship this year in the ASA Stars National Tour.
Closing in on the final 10 laps here.
Sammy Smith has won a lot of races. He's proven a car to be best at the end of the run. Tonight, man, these cars are so good, so fast, and they've not lost speed. Howard's got a gap now. This is the biggest margin we've seen all night.
All night, and it was due to the traffic. Pollard played it well, got through the traffic quickly, got a very lucky break. That one car didn't spin back in front of the pack. Bubba's taking full advantage of it. Coming to 10 to go.
Mentioned this is the Southern Super Series points race as well. It would be his 33rd victory in 100-some plus starts in the series. He's been around this a long time. He knows how to race the Southern tracks. He knows how to race well. He knows how to find the right feel, and it's right there right now.
And after the disastrous finish at the season opener at Five Flags, he's clawing his way back up through the points, getting himself in a championship contention position, and a win here tonight will be a big step in doing that.
And he rebounded to a second-place finish at Madison International Speedway. The second race of the year, he finished second in the Joe Shear Classic in just his second trip to that half mile.
And he'll have great momentum going into Hickory Motor Speedway this coming Thursday night, next Thursday, just an hour southwest of here. We look forward to going there. Hope you can join us. Tickets are on sale for that at Hickory Motor Speedway and on the ASA Stars National Tour website.
Pollard now the last car in this train down the front stretch. He's got that gap, which gives him a little bit of time to think, okay, which lane do I want to run?
Yeah.
Where is my spotter going to go down? His sister's going to go down and tell Carson Host of our spotter, hey, let me through. That's the leader.
But remember, everybody's on worn-out tires, so all these guys who are fighting for position, even though they're about to go a lap down, they're fighting for position. So they're trying to keep those cars underneath them while they're battling for the spots. It's not easy for them just to get out of the way for Bubba. So he's got to hope nobody makes a mistake and does something silly that causes him a big problem with Byron behind him.
And that was veteran Grant Enfinger moving to the inside, letting Pollard pass. Next on the target list, the 44, Jeremy Doss.
5 laps to go this time by. There it is, 5 remaining.
Every car between Pollard and second place running William Byron's a huge bonus and benefit.
Oh, yes.
Side by side ahead of him, that's Stephen Nasse outside of Michael Hind. They need a top 15 finish. They're
going to go
the
door to door, yeah. Bubba needs to be patient, but how patient can you be with Byron closing? 4 laps remaining.
Nasse unofficially 16th now, Hind up to 15th.
And just one car now between Pollard and Byron and his Enfinger.
16 cars remain in the lead lap in these final moments.
He moves out of the way. Here comes the number 24 of Byron. It'll be 3 laps to go with traffic in front of him.
Here we go.
Yep.
Dawson Hind
this
now
is
ahead
going to
of
get
Bubba
exciting
Pollard.
for the final 3 laps. Here comes Byron right up to the backside of our race leader, Bubba Pollard.
He's giving it.
He's got it.
Stephen Nasse. Here we go.
Nobody between them now. Coming to 2 to go as they come off of turn number 4. They'll see the 2 laps remaining sign. Can Byron do anything with Bubba Pollard? He's got to close quickly. And then what will he do? Will he use... oh, boy. You see Bubba getting into the back of the 44. The 44 got loose. Gathers it back up. Byron trying to close. He knows he's going to have to go to the outside. Here he comes. Oh, boy. He slips up a little bit off of 3 and 4. White flag is out for Bubba Pollard, but he gets loose coming off of turn number 4.
Byron has to gather it up here. This is his only shot. Can he close off a 2? Because Pollard got really good through 3 and 4 that time.
He's got to make it happen. It is 11:59 here on the East Coast. 76 years later from the day this racetrack opened as a dirt track, Bubba Pollard is on his way to the checkered flag to win the ASA Stars National Tour here at North Wilkesboro as this racetrack celebrates its huge revival here this week.
The anticipation has been met by satisfaction by Sonoy, Georgia's Bubba Pollard.
How about it?
Big old 25-pound sledgehammer making a statement here tonight at North Wilkesboro. Muscled his way forward 3 different occasions, hand out the window, saluting the fans here. He knows how big this win is. He's racing for that $100,000 purse, $25,000 to the winner this year of the ASA Stars National Tour. He races for big cash. He's cashed in tonight at North Wilkesboro.
Jim, it is officially midnight, which means it is officially May 18th. 76 years later to the day, Bubba Pollard wins here at North Wilkesboro to the day this place opened as a dirt track.
Taking that Polish victory lap in style, letting the fans see him through the driver window as he pumps his fist to the fans and they go crazy here. That's awesome. Jacqueline Drake's waiting for him in victory lane, but Pollard wants to make sure the fans know how excited he is. He wants that flag dropped down. Give it a shot. Give it a try, Dan Spence. Lower it down. Bubba wants the flag without climbing out here.
It was one of the famous Flock brothers that won here that day when it opened as a dirt track. And it's the famed Bubba Pollard who wins here tonight. How about that? A little bit of stock car racing history for you. Yes, sir, and the crowd celebrating Bubba's hard-earned win here. And Jim, it cannot be understated how much this puts him back into contention for the championship. He really needed this win early on in the season after, as we said, leaving one on the table at Pensacola.
19th at Five Flag Speedway. Second at Madison's Joe Shear Classic 2 weeks ago.
And that 19th, again, not a true showing of how he performed that night.
No, he had a great run. He won a bunch of stage points. He came into this race 62 points out of the point lead in 6th in the owner and driver standings. Big swing for Bubba Pollard tonight, gaining a bunch of ground on Casey Roderick and the field as he now takes the full lap around this historic half mile in relief and satisfaction knowing he's a winner at North Wilkesboro Speedway. That is a cool sight. Bubba's waiting a long time. He knows big track wins mean everything. He's won a bunch of them over time. He's traveled to the Northeast and won. He's traveled to California and conquered the Kern County Raceway. He's won the Oxford 250. He's won the Slinger Nationals in Wisconsin. And now he can say he's won at North Wilkesboro Speedway.
And I got to believe that was a scary sight for the rest of the field that's hoping to win this championship, because now Bubba and his team have a tremendous amount of momentum and beat arguably one of, if not the toughest fields ever for an ASA Stars National Tour event.
52 cars took practice times yesterday. Qualifying was washed out halfway through. Combined practice speed set the field. We whittled it down to 32 cars. And the man on top of that podium in a moment bettered them all. Took the lead early on. By lap 43, he showed strength. Got the lead at the end of stage 1. Got those 10 maximum points for winning stage 1. Took the lead back 44 laps in the finish and held off Chase Elliott. The whole field were following this number 26 around the racetrack for lap upon lap, and Pollard rolls to victory lane.
And we head to Hickory next Thursday night. Then it's on to Slinger Super Speedway in July.
Slinger Nationals, not just another race there. That's the biggest race in the upper Midwest for 40-some years strong on that tight quarter mile.
And Anderson Speedway in Indiana for a big ASA reunion weekend.
The Redbud 400, another crown jewel of the upper Midwest.
Then we go to Kaukauna in Wisconsin, Toledo, Winchester on the high banks, and we'll finish it off and crown a champion November 5th, Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. What a season it's going to be.
A lot of famous drivers have wanted the opportunity, spent a lot of time and effort and money to get to the position Bubba's in now, on the lift, about to go to victory lane atop the building at North Wilkesboro.
So many legendary venues on the schedule for 23.
And
it's
big
just
races.
incredible. Just
Winchester
incredible.
400, All-American 400.
Slinger Nationals.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
North Wilkesboro. Can't wait. It's going to be a fun summer and into the fall.
Pollard going up to the top. Jacqueline Drake is there.
This is going to be one happy guy. She mentioned earlier today that he was smiling and feeling confident. No doubt we know why now. He knew he had what it took to win here.
100%. To the top he rolls. 33rd Southern Super Series victory. Racing for another championship in that series. Again, those were points awarded in that series. Again, finish points matter everywhere, but they're going to get points for their series based here in the Southeast.
Somebody's going to take that ride Sunday night as the winner of NASCAR's All-Star Race in their 75th anniversary season. But tonight, it's Bubba Pollard. And that elevator can go as slow as it wants, right? Let me enjoy every second knowing where I'm going. I'm going to Victory Lane in North Wilkesboro. Think of all the legends that have ridden that elevator.
Pretty cool. Long list that now is the last name to be embroidered, if you will, on that shirt. I won the North Wilkesboro Speedway. Add my name to that list, man.
Yes, sir.
It's a cool one.
Bubba Pollard. Here he comes. And that car performed like a Junior Johnson machine here at North Wilkesboro, didn't it?
As if it rolled out of the holler up the hill to come down to its home playground.
Junior would approve. Get him in position here. Get him lined up. All right, Jacqueline, let's go ahead and head down to you in the victory circle area. I know you got a very happy driver about to crawl out of the car to accept a really unique trophy.
Absolutely. Bubba Pollard winning the ECMD 150 here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Going to receive congratulations from a crew member. Now, race fans, put your hands together for your race winner in the super late models, Bubba Pollard. Fireworks are flying. There's water everywhere. Bubba, can you believe it that you're here?
Not really. I didn't think, man, we took off there and we were pretty good. Let William buy me there to see what he had. So if we needed to be better and make some adjustments. And then Chase come out of nowhere and was, fast. And I told him, Rio, we ain't got nothing for him. Bolted on 4 tires there. We started the race tight. I wanted to start the race tight and kind of work it to the freer side to be on the conservative side, and that's what we've done. Made the right adjustments at that last break, put 4 tires on it. She was good.
Now I gotta ask you about you had a little bit of lap traffic drama. They were really closing the gap on you and Byron because of how long it was taking you to get around them. What was going through your mind in those final laps?
Oh, those boys won. It's called disrespect. 10 laps ago. But they're tired of seeing me up front winning like back in the day. So just no respect. And the favor may be returned one day, and I won't give them the respect back. So it's part of racing. You remember it. But we had a good race car. I can't think. Seneca Performance, Seneca race cars, just badass. What do you say? Just great. We got Gale Force, Factory Canopy, Byron, Strange Oval, Racing Radios, Ernest Performance, Race Car Engineering, Cirque, Phoenix Construction, everyone, Tilton, Bassett, Sunoco, 5-star. Shane Mill helped me out this week with some sway bar stuff. I can't thank that guy enough. I know I'm losing. I'm forgetting somebody, but just everyone that's a part of this race car, Fluid Logic, just everybody's a part of it. We've struggled the last couple of years, and everybody's worked hard. These guys behind me has worked hard, and I got a family at home that's supportive. I got a wife and 2 girls, and hell, we got one on the way too. So my family, my sister helps me. Just family back home, mom and dad, they're just everybody. These guys that help me out are like family. James Finch, Phoenix Race Cars. Just everybody. I can't think enough. I never thought I'd be standing here on top of this. What they've done to this place and just the history and everything. It's been just a big weekend. The big last couple of days has been huge. So just glad we can be a part of it.
Speaking of back in the day, you are a driver that has over 25 marquee wins in late models. Does this go to the top of your list?
It does. It's special. The race at this place and what they've seen, what they've done and brought it back. And hopefully we can make this a yearly thing and tradition. The fans are awesome tonight. I really can't wait till Sunday to see what it's all about, how the racing goes, and these guys are going to have a lot of fun. But yeah, the race against Chase and William, got a lot of respect for those guys to come in here and race and have fun and do it with respect. You can race with those guys how you want to be raced and race clean, and that's what it's all about. So, yeah, man, just awesome.
Well, you're going to get to come back here on Sunday, a race winner here at North Wilkesboro Speedway. So race fans, put your hands together. Congratulations to Bubba Pollard, your winner. And in just a moment, we're going to have the trophy presentation. Now, Bubba, make your way over here to this custom trophy. It's going to be presented by the Vice President of Marketing for ECMD, Mr. Bob Ballard. And check out that ECMD 150 belt.
Well, Jim, I think it was pretty interesting how he said the guys at the front end of the field raced each other hard and with a lot of respect. Coming through the field, maybe not so much, and he's going to not forget some of that.
He's raced a lot against different competition. We talked about the regional racing, but when it comes down to it, these bigger events, more and more drivers are doing specialty races. The ASA Stars National Tour came out of demand. Bubba Pollard among those saying, let's race for big money. Let's go to big tracks. Let's make it a national tour. We found that here. He has got the satisfaction knowing that Chase Elliott and William Byron are going to learn something, and they learned a lot racing with Bubba Pollard tonight. At 35 years of age, he's set the bar for the last 10, 15 years. And when he said, I'm back, watch out, because we've seen those struggles. We've seen guys going, whew, Bubba's not a contender tonight. We got a chance. Not anymore.
And this is one of the reasons why Bubba is here. As you heard, as you've talked about, as Jacqueline mentioned, Bubba's won a lot of huge things regionally around the country. He wanted to be a part of a national championship and potentially be a national champion. And he's in the hunt now after this big win here tonight.
He gets the still, and he gets the heavyweight belt to wear. Tell you, he knocked him out tonight. That pace at the end was incredible.
He sure did. He's got about a 5-hour ride down I-85 back to Sonoya, Georgia, thinking about it, feeling good about it. He'll turn around and head right back up this way early next week as we go over to Hickory Motor Speedway, another legendary racetrack here in North Carolina. Maybe get another one.
There's something about this race car. He raced it at Pensacola Five Flags Speedway. They brought a different car, different opportunity to race at Slinger Speedway in a Midwest Tour race with a team out of Wisconsin he's going to race more races with. When it came to coming back to the second race of the ASA Stars National Tour, they brought that car from Georgia to Wisconsin to finish second. They know what they had. They wanted that field. They found it there. He said, I didn't have a winning car at Madison, but tonight, man, he really proved he's got something for the rest of the field, including Hickory this coming Thursday night.
Oh, Jacqueline, you're going to see that car again, I promise you.
Finishing second tonight, William Byron. And you had such a rocket ship, that number 24. You were really battling there. What more did you need, though, at the end there to overcome Bubba Pollard?
Yeah, I think just a little bit more turn on the takeoff. You know, I think we were a little tight for 10 laps, and he got by me, and then my car started to come to life. So it just it took a little too long for us to get going, and then that's kind of what we had towards the end, just a little too tight. So had a little bit of damage on the left front. You know, the fender brace caved in, so just part of it. But I think our car was just needed a little bit different balance for 4 tires. You know, we took 2 like everyone, and we're just a little bit loose, and then the balance changed on us.
The lap traffic, we talked to Bubba about that, just the drama of how they were closing the gap between you guys. Were you hoping they would hold off just a little bit more so you could close it even further?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he was pretty strong. He was just kind of biding his time a little bit, and you know, I think I tried some different stuff, and it seemed like the lappers were hemming him up on exit a little bit, so I could get some runs, but I just tried the second groove with 2 to go, and you know, gave up some time, so just felt like I needed to try something.
Well, you're going to be coming back here Sunday and competing for $1 million, so good luck to you in the Cup race this weekend, and thank you for coming out and being a part of the Super Late Models.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Byron comes home second, Chase Elliott third, Sammy Smith fourth, Daniel Suarez ends up in fifth, Caden Quapple, that kid came on at the end of sixth.
Boy, did he.
Casey Roderick, the point leader coming in, ends up in seventh. Cole
Not
Butcher.
a lot of damage then to his points hopes if he finished in the top 10.
Didn't score as many stage points, though, so that lead will shrink as we head to Hickory this coming Thursday. Casey Roderick, 7th. Cole Butcher, a nice run to 8th. Derek Thorne ended up in 9th. And Ty Majeski restarted in 5th in the final 50. He gets the final spot in the top 10 as we come across the finish unofficially, the top 10. And Matt Craig, led early, ends up 11th.
Led a lot of laps early. Led a lot of laps.
William Sawalish 12th, Chet Nolan 13th, Austin Nason 14th, Michael Hine 15th, Jeremy Doss, the last car to finish while 150 laps, back in 16th. That says a lot about the level of competition we're seeing here in the ASA Stars National Tour.
It's going to be interesting to see how many guys that ran here tonight who maybe weren't planning on going to Hickory after a strong performance here tonight, like William Byron, do they suddenly think, you know what, I don't really need to worry about, everything will be, qualifying I think is done on Wednesday for the 600, right?
Chase Elliott is already committed to
So
racing.
they could be
the
open
Tar Heel
on
250.
Thursday night. Maybe a guy like William Byron decides, you know what, Hickory's only an hour away from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Go up there and do that. We'll be there. We'll be there live. Hope to see you in the grandstands, walking around, enjoying the beautiful springtime in the Carolinas. If not, tune in and catch our coverage live from there. We look forward to that. For Jacqueline Drake and Jim Trado, I'm Ralph Shaheen. Thanks for joining in and joining us here at North Wilkesboro for the ECMD 150. And congratulations to our winner here tonight, Bubba Pollard. So long, everybody.